The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 2163 to Chapter 2215. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed when he heard Xianxia. Damn it, this is my older sister whose blood is thicker than water. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yi Xian when she saw his expression. I gave you a discount. Yi Xian spoke indifferently, I have the divine star bloodline, so I can attain the immortal body realm. Xianxia hurriedly said, if you want to cultivate your body, then this is even more useful to you. She withdrew a white jade bottle as she spoke. Do you know what this is? Yi Xian glanced at the white jade bottle. Nothing can possibly be worth a few thousand divine star bloodlines. Xianxia suddenly said, Aria's blood. Aria's blood. Yi Xian was stunned. Xianxia smiled, this is her blood from when she was at her peak. Just a single drop will guarantee that you'll attain the immortal body realm. Moreover, it won't be an ordinary body. If you can attain the immortal body realm with Aria's blood, then your body will definitely be the strongest in this realm. Aria's blood, needless to say, Yi Xian was slightly tempted, just as Xianxia said, if he could devour Aria's blood, then his body would definitely attain an extremely terrifying level. Xianxia blinked, are you going to buy it or not? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Big sister, can I give you a discount? Xianxia shook her head, no. Yi Xian glared at Xianxia, you're my biological sister. Xianxia chuckled, even my biological father is useless. Yi Xian was speechless, and then he glanced at the white jade bottle in Xianxia's hand and asked, how many drops? Xianxia blinked, only a single drop. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath, and he flicked his finger, causing a spatial ring to fall in front of Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at the spatial ring, and then her eyes narrowed as she smiled, and then she passed the white jade bottle to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the white jade bottle and opened it. There was indeed only one drop. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian gave Xianxia a thumbs up. Sister, you're a ruthless person. Xianxia giggled, brother, let me tell you, if I sell Aria's blood, I can sell it for 10,000 star divine veins. Do you believe me? Yi Xian pursed his lips and ignored Xianxia. He directly swallowed the drop of blood, and as soon as he swallowed it, his entire body ignited. F***ck. Yi Xian jumped up. It's that scary? At this moment, he felt his physical body disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia glared at Yi Xian. Are you crazy? How dare you swallow it like that? Yi Xian was shocked. I have swallowed Aria's blood before, but it was not so horrible. Xianxia said, that was in the past. Aria will also become stronger. Do you think you're the only one improving in the entire universe? Yi Xian, at this moment, Xianxia glared at Yi Xian angrily. Prodigal. You're really a prodigal. As she spoke, she took out another snow lotus and stuffed it into Yi Xian's mouth. As soon as the snow lotus entered his mouth, the flames all over Yi Xian's body dimmed a lot. At this moment, Xianxia took out another elixir and stuffed it into Yi Xian's mouth. Big prodigal. Yi Xian, as the elixir entered his body, Yi Xian's originally burned body began to recover rapidly. Then, Yi Xian's body began to absorb the energy of Aria's drop of blood. It had to be said that Aria's blood was extraordinarily terrifying. Although there was the snow lotus to suppress it, Yi Xian still felt as if his body was on fire, and it was somewhat unbearable. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly took out a dark purple talisman and stuck it directly on Yi Xian's head. You prodigal. As soon as the talisman was stuck on Yi Xian's body, rays of golden light suddenly poured out of the talisman and finally flowed into Yi Xian's body. Boom, Yi Xian's body directly boiled. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Sis, what's going on? Why do I feel like my body is going to explode? Xianxia glared at Yi Xian. I'll blow you up. Yi Xian, at this moment, Xianxia opened her palm and a tree branch suddenly appeared in her hand. Looking at the tree branch in her hand, a trace of reluctance flashed in Xianxia's eyes, but she still placed it on Yi Xian's head. In an instant, a large amount of dark green liquid gushed out of the tree branch and flowed into Yi Xian's body. Boom, when the liquid entered Yi Xian's body, Yi Xian felt like his whole body was going to completely explode at this moment. Xianxia retreated to the side, but she was still cursing. What a huge loss, what a huge loss. Those things that she had used on Yixian earlier were all supreme-grade godly items. Any one of them could be sold for a fortune, and now, they were all used by this guy. The more Yang Nianxue thought about it, the angrier she got. Just like that, Yixian began to absorb bit by bit, and gradually, his body began to undergo a qualitative change. After a long time, Yixian opened his eyes. His eyes were actually a mass of blood, but they quickly returned to normal. Yixian stood up and looked at his body. At this moment, there was actually a layer of luster on the surface of his skin. Yixian looked at Yang Nianxue. "Sis, has my body reached the immortal body stage?" Yang Nianxue shook her head. "No." Yixian was stunned. Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently, "Your body is much stronger than an immortal body stage bull. Do you know how many godly items I used on you just now? Do you know what talismans those were? Those were body sculpting talismans. My father racked his brains to find them for me all those years ago. However, I don't like to cultivate my body, so I've never used them. As for those medicinal pills, those are divine physique pills. They were refined by an alchemist for hundreds of years, and the treasures contained within them are utterly unimaginable. As for those snow lotuses, they're divine treasures that hold down the world of the ice god dimension, and they contain boundless ice divinity energy. Try using your strength right now." Yixian suddenly clenched his right hand tightly. In an instant, the space around him was directly frozen, and even time itself was frozen. At this moment, time had stopped, and it was comparable to a time domain. Yixian was stunned by this scene. "Is it really that amazing?" Yang Nianxue continued. "Do you know what branch I gave you was?" Yixian shook his head. Yang Nianxue spoke solemnly, "The divine tree of life, the real divine tree of life. Moreover, it was nurtured by Whitey. That branch can bring people back to life. Your body itself has healing abilities, and the divine tree of life has strengthened your healing abilities. It's difficult for you to die now." Yixian glanced at his body, and sure enough, he noticed that his body contained many tiny green dots. The divine tree of life. Yixian looked at Yang Nianxue and smiled sheepishly. "Big sister, you have so many godly items, yet you still came out to look for divine star veins." Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently. "What, can't I?" Yixian hurriedly said, "Yes, of course you can. Big sister, what other godly items do you have? Can you take them out and let me broaden my horizons?" Yang Nianxue glared at Yixian. "Don't even think about it." "Yixian," Yang Nianxue said, "let's go to the middle world." Yixian was a little curious. "Big sister, you keep emphasizing going to the middle world. Is there a purpose?" Yang Nianxue said solemnly, "Brother, your goal is to surpass Dad, right?" Yixian subconsciously said, "My goal is to kill him." After saying that, he immediately regretted it. F***ck, I was too careless. Yang Nianxue gave him a thumbs up. "You're awesome." Yixian blinked. "You won't tell on me, right?" Yang Nianxue chuckled. "What do you think?" Yixian, Yang Nianxue said seriously, "Let me tell you, if your goal is to surpass Dad, then you have to hurry up. Do you know about the middle world?" Yixian shook his head. Yang Nianxue looked at Yixian. "It's a place where geniuses are as common as dogs." Yixian frowned slightly. "Is the martial Dao civilization very advanced?" Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently. "Dad took me there in the past." "Do you know why Dad went there?" Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "He wouldn't have gone there to show off, right?" Yang Nianxue glared at Yixian. "Do you think it's always you?" "Dad went there because there are experts there." Yixian's expression instantly became solemn when he heard this. An expert who could be valued by his father was definitely not an ordinary expert. Yang Nianxue spoke in a low voice. "That place is truly terrifying. The martial Dao civilization there is so prosperous that it far surpasses your imagination. Besides that, that big sister Nian of yours is there as well, and so are those women of yours." Yixian hurriedly said, "Big sister Nian and Lanqiu, and the others are there?" Yang Nianxue nodded, "Yes." Yixian smiled. "Let's go. Let's go to the middle world." Yang Nianxue gazed at Yixian. "Do you know who that woman was?" Yixian spoke in a low voice. "Do you know?" Yang Nianxue nodded. "She's probably from the middle world." Yixian's brows knit together slightly. "Why do you say that?" Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently, she's probably that mysterious goddess Xu Lu from the middle world. In the middle world, she's equally famous as the pavilion master of the celestial treasure pavilion, and they're said to be the two women that are the best at fighting in the middle world. Of course, after your big sister Nian went there was another. She paused for a moment and continued, that big sister Nian of yours is very good at fighting as well. Three women. Yi Xian had a slightly strange expression on his face. Are all those that are good at fighting women? Yang Nianxue shook her head, they're only said to be the best at fighting. There are top-rate experts there, true top-rate experts. Yi Xian frowned slightly, they're that formidable? Yang Nianxue nodded, yes. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, big sister, have you been there before? Yang Nianxue nodded, but she seemed to think of something and shook her head, no. Yi Xian glanced at Yang Nianxue, big sister, do you have any enemies there? Yang Nianxue's face darkened, how could that be? Yi Xian fell silent, fuck, his intuition told him that this big sister must have a plot for him to go to the middle world. Yang Nianxue continued, aren't you going to cultivate your divine soul? In the middle world, there's a divine item called the divine soul wood. This item is the best at nourishing the soul. If you can obtain it, you can easily reach the divine soul immortal realm. Yi Xian frowned, really? Yang Nianxue nodded, really? Yi Xian smiled, let's go. Let's go to the middle world. Yang Nianxue immediately beamed, little brother, let's go. After saying that, the brother and sister set off for the middle world. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, with your intelligence, you should know that little Nianxue is trying to trick you. Why do you still want to go? Yi Xian said in his heart, big sister must have many more divine items on her, understand? After a long silence, Xiao Ta said, you brother and sister are really abnormal. One is trying to trick the younger brother, the other is trying to trick the older sister. Old Yang's family is really unfortunate. Yi Xian. The medium world. Yi Xian was quite curious about the medium world. After all, Nianwei and Lanqiu, and the others were there as well. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, big sis, you have so many divine artifacts, so why don't you use them to improve yourself? Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently, Dad said that I'm using too many divine artifacts, and it's not good. He wants me to settle down for a while. Yi Xian was speechless. She's using too many divine artifacts. Could it be that this elder sister's realm was piled up with divine objects? It's very likely. He noticed that his sister's combat strength wasn't very good. Yang Nianxue suddenly said, brother, how are you able to enter the river of time and reverse time? Yi Xian said with a smile, I cultivated it. Yang Nianxue glanced at Yi Xian, teach me. Yi Xian was slightly hesitant. Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently, can't I? Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly, and then he said, big sis, this is actually quite special. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in it. The main reason is this sword. Qing'er forged it for me. Yang Nianxue glanced at the green profound sword, and then she fell silent for a moment before she said, can you ask your sister to forge a sword for me next time? Yi Xian was in a slightly difficult position. Yang Nianxue said, there are benefits. Yi Xian spoke seriously, you're treating me like an outsider between siblings. You're treating me like an outsider. Yang Nianxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, treat my ass. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Would you do something that doesn't benefit you? Yi Xian roared with laughter, big sis, if you want a sword, then ask Dad to forge one for you. Yang Nianxue puckered her lips, I don't want to ask him. Yi Xian was puzzled, why? Yang Nianxue fell silent for a moment, and then she said, I don't want to be a second-generation heir. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Nianxue glanced at Yi Xian helplessly. Ever since I was born, I had everything. As long as I wanted it, Dad would give it to me. No matter what it was, Dad would always satisfy me. This made me feel like I had nothing to pursue in life. Hey, can you understand this pain? Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. Yang Nianxue continued, I came out to experience the hardships of life. Brother, have you experienced the hardships of life? Yi Xian felt suffocated, damn it, he had met a fellow who was even more pretentious than him, and he couldn't refute it. My sister is really inhumane. Yang Nianxue still wanted to say something, but Yixian suddenly said, "Sis, don't waste time. Let's speed up." With that, he took Yang Yanxue and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Yang Yanxue. 3 days later, Middle World. When Yixian arrived in Middle World, he was shocked by the purity of the spirit qi here. The purity of the spirit qi here far exceeded his expectations. The spirit qi here was at least 10 times purer than in places like the mystic world. Yixian turned to look at Yang Yanxue, and Yang Yanxue said solemnly, "There are 36 super spirit veins in this Middle World, and these 36 super spirit veins reside in Middle World. Because of their existence, the entire Middle World spirit qi is simply too terrifying." Yixian frowned slightly. Super spirit veins? Yang Yanxue nodded. Any one of these spirit veins is enough to feed a universe like Burial God territory, and there are 36 of them here. Yixian said solemnly, "Do these 36 spirit veins belong to any force?" Yang Yanxue shook her head. "No. These 36 spirit veins don't belong to any force." Yixian was a little puzzled. "No force has designs on them?" Yang Yanxue said, "Who would dare? These 36 spirit veins aren't weak, and they are like gods in Middle World. Any force that dares to have designs on them is equivalent to making an enemy out of all the powerhouses in Middle World, and they will be ganged up on." Yixian nodded slightly. "Their status is extraordinary." Yang Yanxue nodded. "Their status is extraordinary. Of course, this is also because they never get involved in any grudges. No matter how the major forces in Middle World fight, they don't get involved, so all the major forces in Middle World respect them very much." Speaking up to this point, she paused and said, "But back then, something big almost happened here." Yixian was a little curious. "What big thing?" Yang Yanxue said with a smile, "Didn't we come here back then? Xiaobai almost tricked the 36 super spiritual veins away." Yixian, Yang Yanxue said, "In the end, it was Dad who stopped Xiaobai. If those 36 super spirit veins really left with Xiaobai, then this universe would be finished. Without the support of spirit qi, this universe would wither away at the fastest speed possible." Yixian said with a smile, "Xiaobai's charm is really great." Yang Yanxue nodded. "Her charm towards spirit-type beings can be described as terrifying." Yixian was just about to speak when over 10 powerful auras suddenly appeared in the distance. In the next moment, a woman appeared in front of Yixian and Yang Yanxue with a group of powerhouses. The woman wore a long black dress and held a long whip made of unknown scales in her hand. When she saw Yang Yanxue, she laughed coldly. "Yang Yanxue, you stray dog still dares to come back." Hearing this, Yixian instantly felt a headache coming on. Damn it, sure enough, this older sister had stirred up trouble in this place. Yang Yanxue glanced coldly at the woman. "He Lianxiao, fight me one-on-one if you can." He Lianxiao said mockingly, "Why should I fight you one-on-one? Call for help if you can." "You." When she spoke up to hear, she glanced at Yixian, and then she said with ridicule, "This is the person you called?" Yang Yanxue spoke indifferently, "My younger brother has a bad temper. It's best if you don't offend him." "Younger brother?" He Lianxiao sized up Yixian and said with ridicule, "Even the older sister is so weak. I wonder what kind of trash the younger brother is." As she spoke, she pointed at Yixian's leg. "Break his leg first." As soon as she finished speaking, an expert by her side charged at Yixian. However, he'd just charged when his head flew into the air. Hiss, a strand of blood sprayed through the air, and it was extremely bloody. He Lianxiao and the others were stunned when they witnessed the scene. Instantly, Yixian gazed at He Lianxiao and was about to speak when the latter suddenly said, "Retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, He Lianxiao led the others behind him and vanished into the horizon. They fled. Yixian was stunned when he witnessed this scene. They fled so decisively. Yixian turned to look at Yang Yanxue. "Elder sister, do you have a conflict with her?" Yang Yanxue nodded. "She's from the Hellion family. Previously at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's auction, she didn't have as much money as I did, and I won the item. Hence, she started to target me. Of course I wasn't convinced, so I beat her up when no one was around. However, this woman doesn't have any morals. Since she couldn't beat me, she went to call for help. She even called a lot of people." Sigh. Yixian blinked and asked, "Elder sister, How much money do you have? Xianxia was a little wary. Why are you asking this? Yixian smiled sheepishly, just asking. His intuition told him that his elder sister was definitely rich. Xianxia glared at Yixian. Don't even think about my money. Just as Yixian was about to speak, that Lianxiao came again. This time, she brought 2 black-robed elders with her. Both of them were actually at the eternal realm. Lianxiao stared fixedly at Yixian. Kill him. As soon as she finished speaking, one of the black-robed old men behind her suddenly clawed at Yixian from afar, and then a powerful force swept towards Yixian. Meanwhile, Yixian flicked his thumb lightly. Hiss, a ray of light flashed. In an instant, that force was instantly torn apart by Yixian's attack, and then his sword continued forward and slashed towards the old man. The old man's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and then he suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. A ray of light swept out like an erupting volcano, and it instantly caused the space in the surroundings to seethe. He was going head-on against Yixian's sword. The old man's fist had just come into contact with Yixian's sword when the ray of light was instantly obliterated. A moment later, the old man was blasted over 10 kilometers back, and he just stopped moving when his right arm exploded into pieces, and then his body exploded into pieces as well. Yixian himself was struck dumb at the sight of this. His attack hadn't slashed towards the past or the future. It was just an ordinary attack. How could an ordinary attack of mine be so strong? My physical body. It didn't take long for Yixian to notice the crux of the problem. His current physical body was completely different from his previous physical body. In the distance, the old man whose body had been shattered looked at Yixian in disbelief. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when the green profound sword suddenly pierced through the center of his forehead, and then his soul was absorbed. At the side, Xianxia was stunned. He'd been instantly killed. Even an eternal realm expert was instantly killed. Lianxiao hurriedly said, "Young master, it was a misunderstanding." Before she could finish speaking, a sword pierced through the center of her forehead. Yixian looked at Lianxiao. "I let you off the first time, so you shouldn't come again. Do you think I'll let you off this time?" The old man beside Lianxiao hurriedly said, "Young master, please show mercy. My Hellion family will be eternally grateful." Yixian glanced at the old man. "Are you threatening me with the Hellion family?" The old man hurriedly said, "No. I wouldn't dare." At this moment, Lianxiao suddenly said, "I'll use money to buy my life." Yixian looked at Lianxiao. "You'll use money to buy your life?" Lianxiao's voice trembled. 3,000 star divine veins, is that enough? Yixian frowned. "Your life is only worth 3,000? Xianxia's expression was calm, and she didn't speak. Lianxiao's voice trembled. 10,000. I'll pay 10,000. Yixian shook his head. "I won't agree even if you offer 1,000,000. Do you know why?" Lianxiao was a little confused. Why? Yixian said seriously, "My sister is the most important in my heart, more important than my father. Whoever wants to harm my sister, I'll wipe out his entire family. Long live my sister." As he finished speaking, the Xianxian sword absorbed Lianxiao's soul completely. Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. P.S. I'm about to enter the climax of the plot. If I update 2 chapters at a time, it won't feel good, but if I update more. Yesterday, a reader added me on QQ, and I was so angry. He said, "No matter how many chapters you update, I'll be free, and you won't earn a single cent." The gods don't care about pirated or legal versions, because they can sell the copyright for a lot of money. But small authors like us can't help but mind, because we rely on this to survive. Readers of Zongheng should know that subscribing to a chapter is only 9 cents. Out of the 9 cents, I only get 3 cents. On average, it's less than 20 cents a day. Sigh, work hard. Everyone, work hard. 10,000 star divine veins. Yixian naturally wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He'd already let Xianxiao off once, yet Xianxiao had brought even stronger people with him. So, if he were to let Xianxiao off again, then allow Xianxiao to bring even stronger people with him, even though he wasn't afraid, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The old man's face instantly turned pale when he saw Yixian kill Xianxiao, but it instantly turned into rage. "You actually dared to kill members of my Hellion family." His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when his body suddenly became illusory. He slashed forward, the old man gazed at Xian with astonishment. Go against time. You're actually able to go against time. Xian didn't waste his breath. He flicked his sleeve, and the old man vanished on the spot. Xianxia glanced at Xian, and then she said, "Little brother, aren't you afraid of the Hellion family taking revenge?" Xian smiled. "I wouldn't hesitate to become enemies with the entire universe for my big sister." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Xian. "Don't flatter me. I don't have anything good to give you." Xian was speechless. Xianxia glanced at the sky, and then she said, "The Hellion family might not let this matter rest. Moreover, this woman seems to have a fiancé from the Li family." Xian grinned. "Let's go to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion." Xianxia blinked. "Why are we going to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion?" Xian smiled, "To buy a life insurance policy." Xianxia was speechless. A moment later, Xian and Xianxia arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. When they arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, they had to admit that it was truly imposing. The entire Celestial Treasure Pavilion had 9 floors, and each floor was at least tens of thousands of feet wide. Xian spoke softly, "Big sister, tell me the truth. Are you as wealthy as the Celestial Treasure Pavilion?" Xianxia shook her head. "No." Xian turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Xian. "He's a businessman, and he's already in the myriad worlds. I'm just one person. Besides, my father has never cared much about money." Xian nodded. "That's true." Xianxia suddenly said, "However, Little White should be richer than the Celestial Treasure Pavilion." Xiaobai, Xian blinked. "Why?" Xianxia said calmly, "Although Dad doesn't like to collect treasures, she does. There was a period of time when she and Arya looted at least hundreds of thousands of mysterious ruins. She was in charge of finding treasures and collecting them, while Arya was in charge of fighting. She would beat up anyone who didn't agree." "Do you know why Dad sent them to the Milky Way?" Xian asked. "Why?" Xianxia sighed softly. "If he didn't send them to the Milky Way, they would have looted the entire universe. Just like before, if Dad didn't stop them, they would have already taken away the 36 super spirit veins in this world." At this point, she shook her head slightly. "The two of them have already caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with resentment. Most importantly, the two of them are very reasonable, and they think they're not wrong." Xian frowned slightly. "Does it make sense?" Xianxia looked at Xian. "For example, when Little White wanted to take away the 36 spirit veins, do you know the situation at that time? Those 36 spirit veins wanted to go with Little White. In Little White's words, all living things have spirits, and all spiritual things are under her control. Spiritual things have freedom, and they can follow if they want to. Things." Speaking up to here, she glanced at Xian's green profound sword. "Do you believe that she can fool your sword away?" Xian hurriedly said, "Impossible." Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, don't overestimate Little Soul. Little White can really fool it away. If I have a choice, I'm willing to follow Little White." Xian was furious. "Xiao Ta, do you still have a conscience?" Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. "Young lord, following Little White, you can really get whatever you want. Even if I don't do anything, she can still improve me. If Little Soul follows Little White, do you believe that it won't take long for it to become the first sword under the 3 swords, the real first sword? If I keep following her, would I be like this now? I might also be the first pagoda under the 3 swords. I realized that after I followed you, my strength didn't grow much, but my skin became thicker." Xian, Xianxia said again, "Arya's famous saying is, why can't humans eat? Why can humans eat demon beasts, but she can't eat humans?" Xian, Xianxia shook her head. "Dad has a headache with both of them. One can fool, and the other can fight." Speaking up to here, she glanced at Xian. "Fortunately, I didn't let them be with you. Otherwise, with the 3 of you together, I think, the universe is finished." Xian's face was full of black lines. "Sister, what do you mean by this?" Xianxia said indifferently, "Although they are a bit of a hooligan, they still care about their face. If they follow you, it won't be long before they become shameless. Once they become shameless, it's too scary. Yi Xian, Yang Yanxue said again, I don't know how rich Celestial Treasure Pavilion is, but Little White is definitely very rich. Unfortunately, Dad sent her away. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to come out and think of ways to raise money. Yi Xian looked at Celestial Treasure Pavilion in front of him and chuckled. Actually, I'm very curious about the Pavilion Master of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Little White is rich and fine because she has Arya and Dad to protect her. But, this Celestial Treasure Pavilion is so rich and fine. That's a bit scary. Yang Yanxue nodded. Dad mentioned this Pavilion Master. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue. What did he say? Yang Yanxue smiled. He's not simple. Not simple, Yi Xian was silent. That's what Dad said about Sister Yanxue. At this moment, an old man suddenly walked out of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The old man walked quickly to Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Are you young Master Yi? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. How do you know? The old man smiled. I'm Yu Xian, the president of Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch in the Middle World. Young Master Yi, please come in. Yi Xian glanced at Yu Xian, and then he walked into the hall. Yu Xian directly led Yi Xian to the 8th floor. Within the 8th floor, Yu Xian smiled. Young Master Yi, no one has ever entered this floor. This is the first time. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Yu Xian said, this is the VIP floor, and it only receives distinguished guests who possess the Black Heaven token. Yi Xian glanced at the 9th floor, and then he said, what kind of distinguished guests are on the 9th floor? Yu Xian shook his head. The 9th floor isn't the VIP floor. It's the Pavilion Master's floor, and it's reserved for the Pavilion Master. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Is your Pavilion Master in the Middle World now? Yu Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I don't know, she doesn't know? Yu Xian nodded. Truthfully speaking, I haven't seen her in a very long time. She came to me and said that she wanted to open a branch here, and she asked me to be the president. After that, she left. Yi Xian was astounded. That's it? Yu Xian smiled. Yes. At that time I was very confused. Can it be like that? I thought she was joking, but I realized later that she wasn't joking. Now, my Celestial Treasure Pavilion is the largest merchant group in the Middle World. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Has nothing happened to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? If something happens. Yu Xian shook his head and smiled. No one comes looking for trouble with us. Even if there is, my Celestial Treasure Pavilion isn't afraid. We have a group of experts of our own. When she came to look for me, she actually found another person as well. That person is very strong. I'm the civil one here, and I'm in charge of all matters in the branch. The other person is the martial one, and he's in charge of dealing with some troubles. Yi Xian spoke in a light voice. One civil one, one martial one. Yu Xian nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, Young Master Yi, to tell you the truth, I've sent the Black Heaven token over the years, but the Black Heaven token didn't acknowledge the other party. You're the first Black Heaven token VIP I've met. Yi Xian smiled. What privileges do I have? Yu Xian spoke in a low voice. All the privileges. Yi Xian blinked. All the privileges? Are you sure? Yu Xian smiled bitterly. Yes. You can mobilize the experts of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and you can even mobilize the resources within my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, if I need money urgently, I can take some from you first, right? Yu Xian nodded. Absolutely. Yi Xian and Yang Yanxue glanced at each other, and they were both slightly shocked. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Yang Yanxue suddenly shook her head. No. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue. Why? Yang Yanxue sighed softly. Silly brother, do you think it's so easy to get benefits? Although I've never met the owner of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he's a businessman. Why did he give you the Black Heaven token? Do you think it's so simple? Everything has its cause and effect. The more benefits you get from Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the more you'll have to pay in the future. Yi Xian was silent. Actually, he had these concerns, but on second thought, what's there to be afraid of? If I can't pay, I'll just pay with my body. Yi Xian was just about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared at the door. The old man bowed slightly. President, the Hellion family is here. Hellion family, Yu Xian frowned slightly. Tell them that young Master Yi is my Celestial Treasure Pavilion's VIP, a super VIP. The old man bowed slightly, and then turned to leave. Yu Xian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young master, don't worry. In my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, no one dares to touch. At this moment, Yi Xian and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. The moment he raised his head, the spacetime he was in became illusory. Then, Yi Xian was forcibly brought into an illusory world. Yi Xian looked around coldly. It was empty, and there was nothing. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was the seamless world. Someone forcefully brought him into the seamless world. The other party wanted to use the seamless world's law of time to erase him, killing with a borrowed knife. Who was it? Right when Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded from behind Yi Xian. You're his son. Son? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, You're my father's enemy? Needless to say, he was quite panicked right now. My father's enemy? What does that mean? The voice suddenly said, You really are his son. As soon as it finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly slashed down towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! An expanse of light erupted, and the mysterious force was instantly obliterated. At the same time, a figure retreated explosively. Yi Xian looked towards the distance, and there was a woman standing there. She wore a tight robe, held a dagger in her hand, and her gaze was extremely sharp like a blade. Yi Xian gazed at her. Who are you? The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. I'm your ancestor. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this, and then he opened his palm and suddenly slashed with the green profound sword. Bang! The woman was blasted 30 kilometers away by a single strike of Yi Xian's sword. The strength of his current attack wasn't something that just anyone could resist. The woman was first stunned when she was blasted back by a single strike of Yi Xian's sword, and then she exploded with rage. You bastard! Yi Xian frowned once more when he heard this. Have you eaten shit? Why is your mouth so stinky? The woman spoke fiercely. You're his son, so what are you if not a bastard? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly leaped up and slashed her saber at Yi Xian. The space above him was instantly torn apart, and then a ray of light slashed down. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and then he slowly closed them. In the next moment, the space he resided in instantly became illusory. He slashed over. The woman seemed to have sensed something, and her pupils constricted. In the next moment, her body instantly became illusory. At this moment, a hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. Boom! The woman's body that was about to completely disappear suddenly returned to normal. Meanwhile, the jade-like hand suddenly punched forward. Boom! An explosion suddenly came from the battlefield. Then Yi Xian, who was in the distance, hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away along with his sword. After Yi Xian came to a stop, he looked off into the distance. Behind the woman in the distance, another woman had appeared. This woman was none other than the woman from the bamboo house he had seen before. This woman again. Yi Xian frowned. In the distance, the woman beside the woman in the bamboo house suddenly shouted madly, Martial aunt, kill him. Martial uncle. Yi Xian glanced at the crazed woman and didn't say anything. The bamboo woman glanced coldly at Yi Xian, then turned to the woman. Leave. The woman's face was filled with madness. Uncle Master, you're so strong. Why didn't you take revenge for your sect? What are you afraid of? Sect. A trace of bewilderment flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he heard the woman. Did father annihilate this woman's sect? However, he knew that even though father was careless, his temper was usually very good. The woman in the bamboo house gazed at the woman in front of her with a calm expression. Go back. The woman erupted completely when she heard this. She was like a wild beast that had gone berserk as she glared angrily at the woman in the bamboo house. Martial aunt, do you know how Master and those other senior and junior brothers died? Do you know how horrifying their deaths were? They didn't even have the chance to be reincarnated. The woman in the bamboo house fell silent. Xian suddenly said, I want to make it clear that my father's actions are his own, and it has nothing to do with me. If all of you want to take revenge, then I support all of you looking for him. I absolutely won't help you. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the woman in the bamboo house had pursued him so desperately. Obviously, she pursued him with an objective. The woman glanced at Xian and remained silent. The black-robed woman glared angrily at Xian. He annihilated my entire sect, so I'll annihilate his entire clan. Xian frowned slightly. Why are you like a mad dog? The black-robed woman stared fixedly at Xian. You bastard. Your entire family is bastard. Xian's gaze instantly became icy cold. I'll tear your mouth apart. The black-robed woman stared at Xian. Bring it on. Xian vanished on the spot. He knew that the woman was intentionally provoking him to attack. Because as soon as he attacked, the woman in the bamboo house would definitely attack as well. But so what, he'd just do it. As expected, the woman's figure suddenly became illusory at the instant that Xian attacked. Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. However, his sword hadn't even descended when a hand touched the blade of his sword. Bang! The green profound sword trembled violently. At the same time, Xian felt something suffocate his chest, and his figure was blasted flying. At the instant that his figure flew up into the air, a sword had suddenly and mysteriously appeared behind the woman in the bamboo house. The woman didn't even turn around, and she just flicked her finger lightly behind her. Crack! The sword shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Xian stopped moving. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. He gazed at the woman in the bamboo house as he slowly closed his eyes. Slash the future. At the same time, he suddenly attacked. Slash the present with a single strike. Slash the future with a single strike. In the distance, the bamboo lady frowned slightly. In the next moment, she slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, she suddenly stretched out two fingers, and these two fingers directly clamped onto Xian's Qingxian sword. But at practically the exact same moment, a sword descended straight down towards the top of her head. The woman spoke abruptly. Stop. Bang! The sword above her head stopped moving, and then it started burning. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, and the two fingers that clamped down on Xian's green profound sword suddenly exerted force. Bang! A powerful force moved along the green profound sword and struck Xian. Bang! Xian instantly retreated explosively for over 30 kilometers. However, he was safe and sound. His physical body was formidable. The woman in the bamboo house glanced at Xian's physical body, and her beautiful brows knit together slightly. At this moment, she was rather shocked in her heart. How long has it been? His physical body has actually become so formidable in such a short time. Xian glanced at the woman in the bamboo house, and then he vanished on the spot once more. The woman in the bamboo house frowned slightly, and then she suddenly charged forward and raised her right knee. Bang! The river of time caved in at the spot where her knee descended. At the same time, a figure was blasted flying from within the river of time. It was Xian. After Xian stopped moving in the distance, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Xian raised his head to look at the woman in the bamboo house, and the caved-in space before her hadn't healed yet. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman was actually able to shake the barrier of the river of time. Her strength isn't ordinary, but so what? There was no fear in Xian's eyes. Conversely, there was boundless fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman by the woman's side suddenly vanished on the spot. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! An expanse of sword energy shattered, and the black-robed woman was blasted 3 kilometers away. After the black-robed woman stopped moving, she stared fixedly at Xian. Her gaze was like a sword, and it seemed like she wanted to chop Xian into pieces. Didn't you want to tear my mouth into pieces? Please do. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his eyes gradually turned blood red. Meanwhile, Xiaota spoke abruptly. Young master, she's trying to provoke you. Don't lose your mind. A wisp of a ferocious smile appeared on the corners of Yixian's mouth. Can you endure this woman? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I can't. Yixian immediately said, then help me block that woman from the bamboo house. 3 breaths of time will be enough. As he spoke, he summoned Xiao Ta and tossed him towards the woman in the bamboo house. Xiao Ta instantly spoke with astonishment, fuck. Young master, I can endure it. I can fucking endure it. Fuck. However, it was too late. He'd been tossed towards the woman in the bamboo house by Yixian. As he gazed at the woman in the bamboo house that was very close to him, Xiao Ta made up his mind and suddenly slammed forward. The woman in the bamboo house frowned slightly when she saw Xiao Ta slam towards her, and then she pressed her fingers together and tapped forward. This tap directly hit the opposite corner of Xiao Ta's head, bang. In an instant, the space she was in started to seethe. In the next moment, her eyes narrowed slightly, and then she retreated over 30 meters. Of course, Xiao Ta's reaction was even more exaggerated. He was directly blasted away, and he flew out of her field of vision. After he stopped, Xiao Ta, who was lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, but he didn't get up in the end. He just lay on the ground and said softly, I'd better play dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't move at all. After she stopped, the woman in the bamboo house looked at her right hand, and her fingers had actually split open. The woman in the bamboo house frowned slightly when she witnessed this scene. This pagoda actually injured her, as if she'd thought of something. The woman's pupils suddenly constricted, and she swiftly turned her head to look over. Not far away, the woman in the black dress had been suppressed by Yixian's green profound sword, and Yixian's right hand was still holding her throat. The woman in the bamboo house narrowed her eyes when she witnessed this scene. Don't hurt her. As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right fist. Yixian paid no attention to the woman in the bamboo house, and he just gazed at the woman in the black dress who stood before him. The woman in the black dress stared fixedly at Yixian. Come on. Kill me if you have the balls. Yixian grinned, and then his right hand clamped down on both sides of the woman's mouth. The woman in the bamboo house suddenly spoke, Kill her. I'll definitely kill you. Yixian swiftly turned his head and spoke fiercely, I'm fucking begging you to kill me. You're a dog if you don't. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Hiss! In an instant, Yixian tore open the woman's mouth, and her entire face was mutilated and bloody. At the same time, Yixian swiftly withdrew a sword and stabbed it into the woman's stomach, and then he spun it around. Does that feel good? The woman in the black dress gazed at Yixian and started laughing. She laughed like a madman. Martial uncle, you're the only one left from the solitary mystery sect now. You're the only one left. Haha. As she spoke, her soul swiftly started to dissipate. Meanwhile, Yixian sensed an extremely terrifying killing intent assaulting him from behind. The killing intent was so strong that it was even more terrifying than when he'd activated the crazy demon bloodline. Note, 1 minute late, 1 extra chapter, I have a stockpile, and I'm willful. Killing intent. When Yixian sensed the terrifying killing intent behind him, there wasn't even a trace of fear in his eyes, and there was only madness. Yixian had completely activated his insanity devil bloodline. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. A ray of blood-red light shot out like a waterfall, and the surrounding space was instantly set ablaze. Meanwhile, a fist suddenly smashed against his ray of light. Bang! In an instant, the ray of light shattered, and Yixian retreated explosively with his sword. However, he hadn't even stopped when a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was the woman from the bamboo room, and she immediately raised her knee towards Yixian. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly. With a command in his heart, the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! Along with a loud bang, Yixian retreated explosively with his shield for over 10 kilometers. At the same time, the area of space where Yixian stood just now had been dented into a strange shape. As soon as Yixian stopped, he suddenly looked up, and a faint fist had arrived in front of him. Yixian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword shield blocked in front of him once more. Bang! The green profound sword shield shook violently. Even though it didn't crack, the powerful force passed through the green profound sword shield and struck Yixian's body. Bang! Yixian retreated explosively once more. Moreover, his entire body actually started to crack. This woman's strength is truly too terrifying. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes after he stopped moving. He raised his head to look at the woman from the bamboo room. She didn't attack again, and she was just looking at him. Yi Xian wiped off the blood that seeped out from the corners of his mouth, and then he laughed hideously. That's it? The woman gazed at Yi Xian, and then she slowly clenched her right hand. In the next moment, she slowly closed her eyes. In the distance, Yi Xian squinted his eyes as he gripped the green profound sword tightly in his right hand. Boundless power of the bloodline continued to flow into the green profound sword. In an instant, the green profound sword turned into a blood-red sword. At this moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion suddenly took a step forward. As her foot descended, she opened her eyes. This world is boundless. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. With this punch, the space-time in front of her suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, a fist imprint had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, he once again smelled the scent of death. Yi Xian once again drew out the azure profound sword shield to block in front of him. At this moment, the fist mark directly blasted onto the azure profound sword shield. Rumble, in an instant, with Yi Xian as the center, the starry sky within a radius of several million li began to be destroyed bit by bit. At this moment, the entire medium dimension was shocked, and countless experts shot their gazes towards this expanse of the starry sky. After the fist smashed onto the azure profound sword shield, it started to tremble violently. Even though it didn't shatter into pieces, Yi Xian's body behind it had started to crack apart bit by bit. Countless strands of blood surged out from within his body. In an instant, Yi Xian was completely covered in blood. Yi Xian's body trembled violently. At this moment, he felt like a myriad of horses were madly pulling at his body, and it caused his entire body to ache with excruciating pain. Even though he possessed a formidable ability to heal himself, the speed of destruction from that punch had far surpassed the speed at which he could heal himself. Right at this moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion suddenly withdrew her fist. As soon as she withdrew her fist, the mysterious energy in the surroundings instantly surged back into her fist like tidewater. But in the next moment, she suddenly smashed her fist forward once more. As soon as she smashed her fist forward, everything in the surroundings was instantly obliterated, and even the terrifying barrier of time had warped at this moment. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment, the azure profound sword shield was blasted flying, and then a fist smashed against his chest. Bang! His cracked body had instantly collapsed into pieces, and only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul had even started to burn at this moment. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Little soul!" As soon as he finished speaking, Little Soul suddenly transformed into a ray of light that entered Yi Xian's soul. Bang! Yi Xian's soul was instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, the woman in the bamboo pavilion was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly roared furiously, "Do you disregard me for injuring my young master? Do I really have no face left?" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden afterimage smashed against the woman in the bamboo pavilion. The woman in the bamboo pavilion who'd intended to attack frowned slightly, and then she turned around to gaze at Xiao Ta who was charging towards her. In the next moment, she suddenly charged forward and struck her knee against Xiao Ta's horns. It was a head-on collision. Bang! Xiao Ta was instantly blasted flying at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. When he finally stopped, his body was covered in countless cracks. Of course, his horns were still completely fine. Xiao Ta lay on the ground, and his voice was extremely weak. "Young master, I've tried my best." In the distance, the woman in the bamboo pavilion glanced at her knees. There were 2 deep holes on her knees, and they were caused by Xiao Ta's horns. The woman in the bamboo pavilion glanced coldly at Xiao Ta who was lying motionless on the ground. In the next moment, she vanished on the spot, and when she appeared again, she was already in front of Xiao Ta. She grabbed Xiao Ta who was on the verge of death, and then her right hand suddenly grabbed both of Xiao Ta's horns, horn pulling. When he noticed the woman's intentions, Xiao Ta was instantly terrified out of his wits. "Fuck. Women. You can kill them, but you can't humiliate them." The woman in the bamboo pavilion paid no attention to Xiao Ta, and she started to exert force instead. As soon as she exerted force, Xiao Ta instantly became illusory. Xiao Ta was horrified. At this moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion frowned because she noticed that she actually couldn't pull them out even with her strength. At this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed over. The woman in the bamboo pavilion turned around and blocked with her arm. Bang! The ray of sword light shattered. In the next moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion punched out with her arm. Bang! A shadow instantly flew out. It was Xianxia's soul. As soon as Xianxia's soul stopped, he instantly became illusory. If it wasn't for the green profound sword, then this attack was sufficient to destroy his soul. After he stopped, Xian slowly closed his eyes, and the green profound sword suppressed his soul madly. In the distance, the woman in the bamboo pavilion didn't pull out Xiao Ta's horns anymore. She suddenly punched Xiao Ta's body. Bang! Xiao Ta trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared on his body. The woman in the bamboo pavilion didn't stop, and she punched Xiao Ta again. Bang! Xiao Ta's body trembled again, and the fine cracks gradually grew larger. Just like that, the woman in the bamboo pavilion pounded Xiao Ta madly. It was very obvious that she intended to shatter Xiao Ta completely. Right at this moment, Xian spoke abruptly, "Little soul, fuse with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he fused completely with the green profound sword. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, a sword slashed down towards the woman in the bamboo pavilion. A single strike to the soul. The woman in the bamboo pavilion's fist that was originally smashing towards Xiao Ta suddenly changed direction, and then it directly smashed towards Xian's sword. Bang! The sword shook violently, and then it collapsed into pieces. However, the woman in the bamboo pavilion suddenly frowned. In the next moment, her soul was about to leave her body, but it instantly returned to her body. She gazed at Xian, and then she picked up Xiao Ta and tossed it at Xian. This toss caused Xiao Ta to be instantly set ablaze. Its strength was too terrifying. In the distance, Xian's pupils constricted abruptly. With a command in his heart, the green profound sword suddenly flew out from his soul, and then it blocked in front of him. Xiao Ta directly collided with the green profound sword and shield. Bang! The sword and the pagoda held in pain. Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Ta's aura was extremely weak. Xiao Ta's voice trembled, "Young master, it's been hundreds of thousands of years. I've never been bullied like this." A trace of guilt flashed in Xian's eyes. "I'm sorry." As he spoke, he was about to put Xiao Ta away. However, Xiao Ta said, "Young master, I'm going to die either way. I want to die in battle and fight this woman to the death." Xian spoke in a low voice, "Are you sure?" Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "It's fine as long as you don't sell me out." Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly clenched her right hand tightly, and the pitch-black space here instantly started burning. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the woman. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, his soul started burning. He was fighting desperately. What was fighting desperately? It was courting death. He was very clearly aware that there was a huge gap between their strengths, so he wouldn't have a chance at all if he didn't fight desperately. When his soul started to burn, Xian's aura rose explosively. He gazed at the woman, and the latter had a calm expression on her face. Xian slowly closed his eyes, and then the green profound sword in his hand suddenly vanished. He'd slashed the future with his sword. In the distance, the woman slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, her right hand suddenly slashed towards the right. With this slash, a hole was torn open in the barrier of time, and a sword was slashing towards her from within that hole. It was the green profound sword. She could see the flow of time in the future. Xian was shocked when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly issued a command in his heart to withdraw the green profound sword that was about to slash towards the woman. The woman stared at Xian, just as she said, "I'm the only one left from the solitary mystery path. Since I'm all alone, then why should I worry about anything?" As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand, and then she punched once more. Countless strands of mysterious energy suddenly surged towards Xian like tidewater, and they intended to crush him into pieces. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Xian's eyes. This time, he didn't choose to defend himself. The best defense was offense. Xian issued a command in his heart, and then a few 100,000 energy swords instantly appeared around him. In the next moment, those energy swords tore through the surroundings. Hiss. 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 In an instant, ear-piercing tearing sounds resounded throughout the starry sky. Xianxia's surroundings suddenly started burning. Death. At this moment, there was only a single thought in his mind. If he couldn't defend himself against this punch, he would definitely die. This was because he was currently a soul, and his soul was extremely weak. If he couldn't win, he would die. As he thought of this, the green profound sword in Xianxia's hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, he suddenly charged forward, drew his sword, and slashed. A sword of life and death. If he didn't live, he would die. As soon as Xianxia's sword landed, his entire body was sent flying. At the same time, a powerful force directly blasted his soul. Boom! In an instant, Xianxia's soul started burning, and then it started to vanish at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the last day of this month, I'm begging for votes. If you don't vote, and he doesn't vote, when will I be able to make a name for myself? His soul was vanishing. Xianxia closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, he felt like he was about to disappear from this world. Even now, he didn't call for help. King Kaoshan, that was the nickname Heaven's hatefulness had given him. However, no one knew that he really disliked this nickname. Without Qing'er and his dad, would he be unable to survive in this world? The facts proved that it was indeed so. Reality was cruel. Temper? It was fine to have a temper, but a temper without strength was useless. But a person couldn't lose his temper and his guts. Otherwise, what was the point of living? Be indifferent to life and death, fight if you're not satisfied. It sounded awesome, but there was a price to pay. There were many people in this world who had a temper and guts, but their strength didn't allow them to do things without regard for the consequences. There were far too many injustices in this world, and not everyone could resist such injustice, just like now. The woman in black had tried to assassinate him and then humiliated him. How could he tolerate that? If he couldn't tolerate it, then he would fight. But if Qing'er and his dad didn't show up, then what would the result be? The result would be that he would be beaten up and his life would end. That was reality, but Xianxia didn't regret it. Didn't people live to live? If they didn't die, they would live for thousands of years. Xianxia suddenly laughed madly, and then he drew his sword and slashed. This was his last strike. There was no breakthrough before death, and then his strength would skyrocket to beat his opponent. This strike was very weak. It was so weak that the woman in bamboo looked down on it. After that strike, Xianxia's soul became more and more illusory, and his consciousness became more and more blurry. At this moment, the woman in the bamboo house suddenly charged forward and punched towards Xianxia, who turned completely illusory. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. She flipped her palm, and a talisman flew out. The talisman expanded in the wind and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards the woman in bamboo. The woman frowned and waved her sleeve. Boom! The golden light shattered and the bamboo woman was sent tumbling backwards 10,000 feet. When she came to a stop, Xianxia and Xianxia had already disappeared. The bamboo woman's eyes narrowed when she saw this. Fleeing? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stomped her right foot and vanished on the spot. Chi! In the distance, a huge hole was torn in spacetime. At the end of the distant starry sky, Xianxia carried Xianxia on her back as she ran. A green light flashed under her feet, so her speed was extremely fast. Xianxia's expression was incomparably grave. "Brother, how are you doing?" Xianxia did not answer. Although his soul was being suppressed by the green profound sword, his soul was too weak. At this moment, his consciousness was gradually blurring. Xianxia's face instantly sank when she saw that Xianxia didn't answer her. She turned around and glanced behind her. A formidable aura was getting closer and closer to her. Xianxia ran as fast as she could, her voice trembling. "Dad, you can hear me, right?" In the distant endless starry sky, the azure-robed man stood in the starry sky. He held a sword in his left hand and remained silent. Beside him, a woman held his hand tightly. It was Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the azure-robed man and said softly, "Is it difficult?" The azure-robed man nodded slightly and said softly, "Do you think I'm cruel?" Xianxia was silent. The azure-robed man said softly, "Xianxia, I've wanted him to be an ordinary person more than once and let him live a carefree life. But this child, although he's flashy, his blood is very similar to mine. He can't take it. With his personality, if he doesn't have the support of powerful strength, he'll live a miserable life in the future. Moreover, as he spoke, he shook his head and did not speak anymore. Xianxia was silent. Why did the eagle cruelly push its cub off the cliff time and time again? Because it wanted its cub to have the ability to fly so that it could survive in this world. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the azure-robed man's side. How can one achieve Tao without suffering? Xianxia turned around and saw two women slowly walking over from afar. Seeing the two women, the azure-robed man smiled bitterly. Sister Xiao. Little Tian. It was Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao glanced at the azure-robed man. Your son is flashy every day. If he doesn't suffer, he'll only be a second-generation heir in the future. Feeling sorry for him now is really harming him. Bai Tian shook his head. Tian Ming has spoiled him too much. Tian Ming, everyone here fell silent when they heard this. This was once their greatest enemy, it was impossible to reason with this woman. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned. Why hasn't Tian Ming made a move yet? Hearing this, the green-robed man narrowed his eyes. He suddenly turned his head and his gaze pierced through countless galaxies, arriving at the Milky Way galaxy. However, just as his gaze was about to enter the Milky Way galaxy, a mysterious force blocked his vision. The azure-robed man raised his brows slightly and gently raised his thumb. A ray of sword light directly tore through the endless starry sky and pierced into the Milky Way. A hole was directly torn in the Milky Way. The azure-robed man saw the woman in a plain dress. The woman in a plain dress sat in front of a chessboard in a noisy square. The square was filled with people, and it was very bustling. The woman in the plain dress picked up a white chess piece and placed it down. Just as her chess piece was placed down, a black chess piece was placed right after. However, there was no one in front of her. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw the black ghost stone descend. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in front of her. You want to save him? The woman fell silent. The voice smiled and said, Sir Tian Ming, can you really protect him forever? The woman looked in front of her. Yes, I can kill you. The voice roared with laughter. Sir Tian Ming, I have to admit that you're really very strong. Strong to the point even I feel that it's unusual. However, you know better than anyone that this matter won't end even if you kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed in this dimension for so long without acting. Tian Ming fell silent. The voice continued, Actually, I used to be confused about the meaning of life. It wasn't until I came to this Milky Way galaxy that I suddenly realized that the reason why life has meaning is because everything is unknown. Only the unknown has meaning. Tian Ming shook her head. Life has meaning because it has an end. Only with an end can the process have meaning. Without an end, life is meaningless. The voice fell silent. Tian Ming suddenly stood up, threw a white ghost stone, and turned to leave. This time, it's a draw. After taking 2 steps, her voice came again. Remember, the reason why my life has meaning is because my brother is alive. If he dies, then my life will have no meaning. If my life has no meaning, then is there any meaning to the existence of this universe? The voice said, Are you threatening me? Tian Ming didn't even turn her head. Isn't my threat obvious enough? The voice. In the starry sky, Xianxia carried Xian on her back as she ran. Xianxia said with a trembling voice, Dad, are you really going to watch him die? There was no response. Xianxia said again, Tian Ming. Your brother is about to be beaten to death. There was still no response. Xianxia's face instantly turned pale when she witnessed this scene. Brother, you've been abandoned. Meanwhile, the space behind her was suddenly torn into pieces, and then a fist tore through the air towards her. Xianxia was shocked. She hurriedly turned around, withdrew a talisman, and tossed it over. Bang! A terrifying force erupted from the talisman and smashed against the fist. Rumble! The fist shook violently and exploded apart, and the powerful impact blasted Xianxia and Yixian over 100 kilometers away. Xianxia had just stopped moving, and she carried Yixian on her back as she flew forward again. Xianxia hadn't vanished for long when the woman from the bamboo pavilion appeared here. She frowned slightly as she gazed at Xianxia who'd vanished, and then she vanished on the spot. Hiss! Countless spatial barriers in the distance were torn apart, continued chasing after her. At the end of the starry sky, Xianxia turned around and glanced over, and then her face instantly fell. That woman has no intention of stopping at all. Xianxia spoke solemnly, brother, I can't stop her. I want to leave you here and run by myself. If you have any objections, then just let me know. Yixian was at a loss for words. Xianxia hurriedly said when she noticed that Yixian was silent, so you don't have any objections? If you don't, then I'll put you down. She was about to put Yixian down when Yixian suddenly spoke weakly, big sister. I think I can still be saved. Big sister, Xianxia's heart instantly softened, and she withdrew another talisman and crushed it. In an instant, a strand of mysterious energy surged into Yixian's soul, and Yixian's green sword was ceaselessly healing Yixian's soul. Xianxia turned around to look. She knew that she had to buy time for Yixian. Suddenly, Xianxia's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly stopped. As soon as she did, the space in front of her had split apart, and then a woman walked out from within it. It was the woman from the bamboo pavilion. The woman gazed at Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly opened her palm, and then a talisman flew out from her palm. It was like a sharp arrow that instantly arrived before the woman from the bamboo pavilion. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she smashed her fist forward. Bang! The talisman was instantly blasted apart, but she herself was pushed almost 300 m back as well. After she stopped, she glanced at her fist, and it was completely mangled. The woman frowned when she witnessed this scene. In the next moment, she swiftly raised her head, and then her figure shot forward like a cannonball. Xianxia stopped again at the end of the starry sky, and she'd just stopped when the woman from the bamboo pavilion appeared in front of her again. Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly. She couldn't compare to the woman in terms of speed. The woman gazed at Xianxia. I think that you can't possibly have a lot of such talismans, right? Xianxia spoke indifferently. I don't have a lot, just a few thousand. As she spoke, she flipped her right hand, and a few thousand talismans appeared in her grasp. The woman's expression froze when she witnessed this scene. Xiao Ta's voice suddenly trembled as he spoke. This is a true second generation. A few thousand talismans. The woman's face fell when she saw the talismans in Xianxia's hand. The might of those talismans was extraordinary, so she didn't dare underestimate them. Xianxia suddenly said, Xiao Ta, take your young master into the pagoda to recuperate. Xiao Ta hurriedly took Yixian into the pagoda. Xianxia gazed at the woman with an emotionless expression. I didn't really want to use these talismans because my father said that I only know how to use external objects. She shook her head at this point. Woman, let me see how good you are at fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a talisman suddenly flew out. Hiss, a ray of golden light tore through the surroundings. The woman remained expressionless as she punched forward. Bang! The ray of golden light was instantly obliterated, but another ray of golden light shot over in the next moment. The woman frowned slightly, and then she slowly closed her eyes. A moment later, her body became illusory. She slashed forward. Xianxia's eyes immediately narrowed when she saw the woman's body turn illusory. In the next moment, she opened her palm, and an ancient mirror appeared in it. The ancient mirror suddenly flew above her head, and then a strange ray of light enveloped her. Bang! In an instant, Xianxia's body became illusory. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly raised her head to look at Xianxia, and her eyes narrowed slightly. You're not in the past. Xianxia spoke indifferently. Do you know what mirror this is? It's the divine spatial mirror. Under its illumination, no one will be able to slash my past or see into my future. The bamboo woman glanced at the time-space divine mirror above Xianxia's head. She slowly clenched her right hand. In the next moment, she suddenly rushed forward and punched at Xianxia. What welcomed her was a large number of talismans. Xianxia tossed out talismans like a madman, and it didn't take long for the river of stars to seethe and burn. Under the frenzied bombardment of Xianxia's talismans, the bamboo woman was blasted back repeatedly. Those talismans weren't ordinary talismans, and they were extremely formidable. Of course, it was mainly because there were so many of them. Roughly 15 minutes later, the talismans in Xianxia's hands became fewer and fewer, and her expression became more and more solemn. Although those talismans could repel the bamboo woman, they couldn't kill her. Not long after, Xianxia's last talisman was used up, and it was easily shattered by a punch from the bamboo woman in the distance. The bamboo woman looked at Yang Yanxue. Anything else? Yang Yanxue shook her head. No. The bamboo woman was expressionless. Then it is time for you to die. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward and punched Yang Yanxue, and the powerful force of her punch instantly enveloped Yang Yanxue. Yang Yanxue's expression was calm. When the woman arrived in front of her, Yang Yanxue suddenly opened her palm, and a small hall appeared in her hand. In the next moment, a ray of sword light suddenly flew out from within the small hall. Boom! The bamboo woman was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away by the sword light. After she stopped moving, she gazed at her right hand, and there was a deep injury on it. Her eyes narrowed slightly when she noticed the injury on her right hand, and then she raised her head to look at Yang Yanxue. At this moment, the small hall in Yang Yanxue's hand suddenly flew up slowly. As soon as it flew into the air, it expanded explosively and transformed into a huge hall. There were two large words above the entrance to the hall: Sword Hall. The Sword Hall. The bamboo woman frowned slightly. What divine treasure is that? Yang Yanxue's face remained expressionless. The Sword Hall. The Sword Hall. The bamboo woman shook her head. I've never heard of it. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward and punched Yang Yanxue. This punch was covered in a light that was dazzling like the sun. As soon as she punched forward, the boundless starry sky seethed once more. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly flew out from the hall above Yang Yanxue, and it slashed down from midair. Hiss! The light was instantly torn apart by the sword. A cold glow flashed through the bamboo woman's eyes. She didn't retreat but moved forward instead, and she smashed her fist towards the descending sword. Bang! A ray of light and a ray of light suddenly exploded apart. The sword was blasted flying while the bamboo woman was pushed over 1 kilometer back. After she stopped moving, she glanced at her right hand, and she noticed that it had actually been sliced open. The bamboo woman's brows knit together tightly when she witnessed this scene, and then she raised her head to look at the hall above Yang Yanxue. The sword from before had returned to the hall. Yang Yanxue gazed at the bamboo woman. Do you still want to fight? The bamboo woman glanced at Yang Yanxue. Many divine treasures. Yang Yanxue nodded. Indeed. Meanwhile, the bamboo woman suddenly said, they're external objects in the end. As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, she pressed her palms together. Yang Yanxue's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she formed seals with both hands while silently chanting. Right at this moment, the bamboo woman suddenly opened her eyes and took a step forward. As soon as she took that step, her soul suddenly left her body, and then her body transformed into numerous afterimages. Moreover, her soul had transformed into numerous afterimages as well. Yang Yanxue sensed the aura of death in the distance, and her eyes opened wide. Slash. As soon as her voice resounded, 10 swords suddenly slashed out from within the hall. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, countless rays of light surged like a waterfall and drowned the countless afterimages of the bamboo woman, but in the next moment, the rays of light suddenly shattered, and then the 10 swords were blasted flying. At the same time, an afterimage charged over to Yang Yanxue. Yang Yanxue's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly opened her right hand. A black shield appeared there. However, it had only just appeared when a hand grabbed her throat. The bamboo woman grabbed Yang Yanxue's throat and slammed her forward. Bang! Yang Yanxue's body instantly exploded apart, and only her soul remained. The bamboo woman stared fixedly at Yang Yanxue, who was in soul form. Do you have any more divine treasures? As she spoke, she slowly exerted force with her right hand. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared behind her, and she immediately let go of Yang Yanxue before swiftly turning around and striking with her elbow. Bang! The sword was blasted flying. Moreover, a man stood not too far away from her. It was none other than Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's body had recovered, and so had his soul. Yi Xian gazed at the bamboo woman. I've been revived. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword suddenly vanished. In the distance, the bamboo woman raised her arm to block. Bang! The green profound sword was directly blocked flying, but in the next moment, another sword slashed over. The bamboo woman pointed out with a finger. Bang! The sword was instantly shattered. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was already by Yang Yanxue's side, and he gazed at the extremely weak Yang Yanxue. Big sister, are you all right? Yang Nianxua shook her head. I'm fine, I just almost died. Yi Xian spoke in a light voice. I'm sorry. Yang Nianxua shook her head slightly. Little brother, let's not chat. Think about how to deal with this woman. Yi Xian turned around to look at the bamboo woman in the distance. Needless to say, she was the most terrifying expert he'd encountered so far. His intuition told him that she hadn't even used her full strength. The bamboo woman gazed at Yi Xian, and then her figure suddenly floated up slowly. In an instant, countless strands of mysterious energy converged from the surroundings and surged into her body. Yi Xian frowned. This woman is going to use her ultimate move again. The bamboo woman gazed at Yi Xian, and she slowly clenched her right fist. Crack! Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning appeared above her. As soon as these bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, a strand of monstrous might swept down from the sky. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword trembled violently before he vanished on the spot along with Yi Xian. He's gone. The bamboo woman was stunned when she witnessed this scene. Did he flee? In next to no time, she confirmed that Yi Xian had fled. The bamboo woman's expression instantly turned cold. How can he flee from a fight? In the next moment, the bamboo woman tore the space in front of her apart. Yi Xian utilized the green profound sword to return to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The expression of the branch president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian, instantly became unsightly when he saw Yi Xian. He was already aware of what had happened between Yi Xian and the bamboo woman, and the reason he hadn't helped Yi Xian was because he knew the bamboo woman. The bamboo woman was said to be one of the 3 strongest fighters in the middle world. So, he decided to feign ignorance and hadn't chosen to bring others to help Yi Xian. What sort of person was Yi Xian? When he saw Yu Xian's expression, he knew what Yu Xian was thinking. Obviously, even though Xianxia was an extraordinary VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian wasn't willing to go against the bamboo woman for Xianxia's sake. Yi Xian smiled and said, President Yu Xian, I didn't come here to ask you to help me go against the bamboo woman. I want you to help me protect something. Yu Xian hurriedly asked, what is it? Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. Xiao Ta's voice trembled. Young lord, you. What are you doing? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Xiao Ta, both you and my sister are heavily injured. Both of you need to heal, especially my sister. Her physical body was destroyed and her soul was heavily injured. Xiao Ta immediately said, Young lord, I want to live and die with you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, listen to me. After that, he placed Xiao Ta in Yu Xian's hand, and then he turned around and flew away on his sword. However, as soon as he left the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the bamboo woman appeared in front of him. In the hall, Yu Xian looked at Xiao Ta in his hand in silence. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared behind him, and he looked at Yi Xian, who was facing the bamboo woman. Are you sure you won't help? Yu Xian's expression was calm. Are you a match for Dao Xianyi? Dao Xianyi was the bamboo woman's name. The middle-aged man shook his head. Yu Xian said softly, although the solitary mystery path has been destroyed, Dao Xianyi is still here. If we help, this woman might kill us. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, he has the Shantian token. Yu Xian shook his head, just play dumb. After saying that, he hesitated. After all, the pavilion master has not appeared for a long time. The middle-aged man was silent. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the bamboo woman in front of him. He did not say anything and directly ignited his physical body. Boom, Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. However, it was not over yet. Yi Xian began to ignite his bloodline. Igniting the crazy demon bloodline. The moment he chose to ignite the crazy demon bloodline, a violent and murderous intent from the depths of his bloodline suddenly rushed into his sea of consciousness. Boom, in an instant, Yi Xian's eyes turned into a sea of blood. He had completely gone mad. This time, there were no fancy tricks. This time, he was ready to die. Crazed demon bloodline. After completely entering a berserk state, Yi Xian's aura instantly skyrocketed. At this moment, everyone within a radius of several million miles felt a terrifying killing intent. The hidden experts who had rushed over were all shocked. What kind of bloodline was this? It was actually so terrifying. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian looked at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood in the distance, and remained silent. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. He was shocked by Yi Xian's strength. He had never thought that Yi Xian would be able to fight with Dao Xian for so long. Did Dao Xianyi go easy on him? Obviously not, not simple. A complicated look flashed across Yu Xian's eyes. He knew that since Yi Xian was able to obtain the pavilion leader's approval, he was definitely not a simple person. However, he did not dare to gamble with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch. If he lost the bet, not only would he die, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion branch would also disappear. He couldn't afford to gamble. In the distant sky, Dao Xuanyi looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression, but her right hand slowly clenched. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Dao Xuanyi. His eyes were like a sea of blood, and his killing intent was monstrous. All the experts in the surroundings retreated explosively, because they realized that Yi Xian's killing intent was actually able to corrode their minds. In the sky, without any nonsense, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. A ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. This strike was mixed with boundless viciousness and killing intent. Dao Xian was expressionless. She took a step forward and punched towards Yi Xian. With this punch, everything around her was annihilated. The powerful fist force shook the entire middle world. Both of them chose to fight head-on. Boom, a blood-colored sword light suddenly erupted from the horizon. Subsequently, both of them retreated at the same time. However, Dao Xian stopped after retreating several hundred feet, whereas Yi Xian retreated several thousand feet. Dao Xianyi looked at her right hand. There were countless cracks on it. Seeing this, Dao Xuanyi frowned deeply. She realized that Yi Xian's strength had become much stronger. Moreover, Yi Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Dao Xianyi looked at Yi Xian, who was in the distance. In the next moment, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Dao Xianyi suddenly stomped her foot on top of Yi Xian's head, and when her foot descended, the space in front of her instantly caved in. Boom, Yi Xian didn't even have the time to react before he was stomped into a boundless spatial abyss. As soon as he stopped moving, an afterimage suddenly flashed over to him, and then a fist that carried monstrous might and force smashed towards his head with the intention of smashing his head apart. This time, Yi Xian did not choose to dodge. Instead, he directly stabbed his sword at Dao Xuanyi's abdomen. However, Dao Xianyi did not choose to dodge either. Bang! Yi Xian's body crumbled, and his soul retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword pierced Dao Xuanyi's abdomen. Just as the green profound sword was about to suppress Dao Xuanyi's soul, a powerful force shook the green profound sword out of his body. Dao Xuanyi closed her eyes slowly, and her soul became illusory. Even though the sword had been shaken out of her body, it had still caused a heavy injury to her soul. She'd been slightly careless this time, because she hadn't expected that the sword would be able to restrain the soul. She'd thought that the sword was only slightly sharper. In the distance, after Yi Xian's body shattered, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp before he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. It tore through everything. In the distance, Dao Xuanyi suddenly raised her head, and then she charged forward and smashed her fist forward. Swish! This punch tore through everything before it. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his sword. However, a sword suddenly slashed towards Dao Xuanyi in the next moment. A wisp of icy coldness flashed in Dao Xuanyi's eyes, and she raised her arm to block it. Bang! The sword was blasted away. In the next moment, she was about to attack again. However, another sword slashed towards her. Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Her right palm slowly returned to the space between her brows. In the next moment, she charged forward, and her palm slashed down like a blade. Bang! The sword was slashed into pieces. At the same time, a palm suddenly slashed down from above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked above his head. Bang! The sword shield shook violently, and Yi Xian's soul fell from the sky. Suddenly, Dao Xuanyi appeared in front of Yi Xian like a ghost, and she pointed at the space between Yi Xian's brows. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly, and the green profound sword suddenly returned to the sheath in his hand. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. This wasn't an ordinary slash, it was slashing the future, the present, and the past, 3 swords as one. As soon as Yi Xian attacked, Dao Xuanyi immediately frowned. However, she didn't withdraw her finger. Instead, she stomped her right foot on the ground, and her strength increased once more. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his sword, but Dao Xuanyi retreated over 1 kilometer as well. Not only that, her right hand was directly torn apart by Xian's attack, and she'd almost lost an arm. At the same time, there was a blood-red sword scar between her brows. Dao Xuanyi stared fixedly at the distant Xian. She noticed that Xian's sword was much stronger than before. Under normal circumstances, even if Xian slashed the past, the future, and the present, it would still be impossible for him to injure her. But it was different now. After Xian's bloodline energy was activated, his strength was completely different from before, pure bloodline energy. At this moment, Dao Xuanyi had a trace of doubt in her heart. I've already destroyed Xian's physical body, so why does he still have bloodline energy? Could it be that his bloodline isn't in his physical body, but in his soul? I can't figure it out. She didn't think about it either. Dao Xuanyi slowly clenched her right hand, and she was just about to attack. However, right at this moment, Xian suddenly became illusory. Slash over. Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she suddenly raised her arm to block. Bang! An expanse of blood-red sword energy suddenly erupted, and Dao Xuanyi was pushed back by over 1 kilometer. Moreover, as soon as she stopped moving, her right arm flew into the air. It was severed. The experts in the shadows were astounded when they witnessed this scene. Has Xian's strength grown stronger again? Dao Xuanyi stared fixedly at Xian, who stood in the distance. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly raised his sword and slashed over fiercely. The blood-red sword energy contained boundless vicious energy and killing intent, and even Dao Xuanyi couldn't help but frown. The killing intent and vicious energy were so strong that they were unprecedented. When facing Xian, who was growing stronger and stronger, Dao Xuanyi didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. Her left hand suddenly stretched forward, and then she formed a strange seal. In the next moment, she moved forward lightly. This movement caused the space around her to suddenly erupt like a volcano that had been accumulating energy for a few tens of thousands of years, and then a formidable force surged out from her at the center. Bang! The blood-red sword energy shattered, and then Xian was pushed back repeatedly. At the same time, the entire river of stars started seething, and then it was incinerated and obliterated. The entire middle world was shocked, because their battle had harmed the quintessence of the middle world. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared here. He glanced at Xian, and then he gazed at Dao Xuanyi. Supreme Xuanyi. You've harmed the quintessence of this world. Dao Xuanyi glanced coldly at the old man. Mu Xian, this isn't related to your world sect. Mu Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Supreme Xuanyi, all of us Supreme Exalts had an agreement that no one is allowed to harm the quintessence of this world. Now that you've... Dao Xuanyi stared fixedly at Mu Xian. My solitary profound sect has perished, so why should I care about all of that? Tell them that I'll beat up anyone who dares to stop me, and I stand by my word. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards Xian, who was standing in the distance. Mu Xian sighed softly on the spot. He'd finally realized what was going on. Dao Xuanyi didn't care anymore. Because if they really tried to stop her, then she would beat them up as well. After all, a mad Supreme Exalted was no joke. Beat up Xian? Mu Xian glanced at Xian, who stood in the distance. He didn't know Xian. However, based on the current situation, it was obvious that this young man's background wasn't simple at all. Especially that bloodline of his. That bloodline was too abnormal. Even though Xian was still being suppressed by Dao Xuanyi, he wasn't completely powerless to fight back. Because even Dao Xuanyi didn't dare rashly go head-on against his green profound sword. The green profound sword that was enhanced by the energy of his bloodline was no joke, and it could probably even slash Xiao Ta apart. Moreover, because Xian had fallen completely into a state of madness, he was endlessly enhanced by the energy of his bloodline. The madder he became, the stronger he became, the more he fought, the stronger he became. There was no upper limit. This was the most terrifying aspect of his mad devil bloodline. Right at this moment, Xian was suddenly blasted back by Dao Xuanyi's punch, and as soon as he stopped, a ray of sword energy slashed towards Dao Xuanyi without any warning. Dao Xuanyi suddenly struck with her elbow. Bang! The ray of sword energy was directly shattered by her, but her right elbow had split open, and her bones were visible. Dao Xuanyi looked at her elbow in silence. In the distance, Xian started to reconstruct his physical body as soon as he stopped. With his current strength, it was quite easy for him to reconstruct his physical body. However, the reconstructed physical body would not have the dreadful defensive ability it had before. Every time his body was destroyed, he would have to reconstruct it. However, Yixian didn't care. Because even his previous body couldn't resist Dao Xuanyi's terrifying strength, it didn't make much of a difference now. Meanwhile, Dao Xuanyi suddenly moved slowly to take down the bamboo house behind her. Mu Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw that, and he hurriedly stopped her. Supreme Xuanyi, you mustn't. What you're doing is destroying this world. You'll become the greatest sinner of the middle world. Dao Xuanyi ignored Mu Xian. She opened the bamboo house, and there was a ruler within it. It was very short, only as long as an arm. Dao Xuanyi picked up the ruler and said softly, Master, you once told me to give in to everything I do. So, you used the infinite ruler to seal 40% of my strength so that I can never be complacent. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian, who was covered in blood, and said, I'll die if I kill this person, but I have no regrets. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly picked up the infinite ruler and lightly tapped the space between her brows. Bang! In an instant, Dao Xuanyi's aura skyrocketed, and a powerful aura instantly swept through the entire middle world. Dao Xuanyi had completely recovered his strength, the most terrifying super genius in the history of the solitary mystery path. Moreover, he was holding the most terrifying super divine artifact of the solitary mystery path, the infinite ruler. The ruler could measure the past and the present, and it could suppress time. Mu Xian's expression turned extremely ugly when he saw Dao Xuanyi had recovered his strength. They had always been very afraid of Dao Xuanyi because they knew that Dao Xuanyi had always been suppressing his strength, but now, Dao Xuanyi had recovered his strength, and with the infinite divine ruler in her hand, he wasn't worried about Yixian's life or death, but the life or death of the entire middle world. Once the middle world's quintessence was destroyed, the impact on them would be fatal. Dao Xuanyi's sect had been destroyed, so he didn't care, but they had to care. Stop Dao Xuanyi? Mu Xian immediately rejected the idea. Dao Xuanyi didn't care anymore. If he stopped her, she might go crazy and hit him, and that would be embarrassing. Mu Xian turned to look at Yixian in the distance. What if Yixian disappeared? Mu Xian's gaze gradually turned cold. In the distance, Yixian held the green profound sword tightly in his right hand. His bloodline aura was still rising madly, but compared to Dao Xuanyi's current aura, it seemed very weak. Dao Xuanyi looked at Yixian in the distance, slowly clenched his right hand, and without a word, he directly punched. In the distance, Yixian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! A wave of sword light shattered, and Yixian and his sword were instantly thrown into a boundless space-time abyss. Although this punch was only aimed at Yixian, the world around him instantly became illusory. At this moment, a huge dragon suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky. It looked down at Dao Xuanyi, and its voice carried a terrifying pressure. Supreme Xuanyi, did you destroy this world? Super spiritual vein. The huge dragon before him was the leader of the 36 spiritual veins, the spiritual dragon. Dao Xuanyi glanced coldly at the spiritual dragon. Today, I'll only kill one person. Supreme spiritual dragon, don't provoke me. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yixian in the distance, and without a word, he punched again. In the distance, in the boundless space-time abyss, Yixian suddenly took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed. One sword slashed the past, one sword slashed the present, and one sword slashed the future. 3 swords combined into one. Boom! As soon as Yixian's sword fell, 3 sword lights exploded in front of him. Yixian retreated again. Moreover, when he stopped this time, his physical body was annihilated without a sound. He couldn't block it. Dao Xuanyi stared at Yixian, whose soul seemed to be a little illusory. I know your background isn't simple. Why don't you call for help? In the distance, Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword trembled slightly. In the next moment, his soul burned. Soul ignition. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly. What's the point of constantly overdrafting yourself? As soon as she finished speaking, her body slowly floated up, and she clenched her right hand tightly. In the next moment, she vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yixian suddenly turned into a blood-red sword light and disappeared on the spot. The boundless abyss of space and time had suddenly started to burn. It couldn't withstand their strength at all. Dao Xuanyi's fist smashed onto Yixian's green profound sword. The green profound sword trembled violently, and a powerful force directly passed through the green profound sword to Yixian's soul. Boom! Yixian's soul instantly floated away like a piece of paper. However, at this moment, two sword lights appeared at the back of Dao Xuani's head and throat. Dao Xuani's expression was calm as he pressed his right hand down lightly. In an instant, an invisible force directly shattered the two swords. In the distance, Yi Xian's soul was still burning. Although his aura was getting stronger and stronger, and it was even stronger than when he burned his bloodline, his soul was also becoming more and more illusory. He couldn't defeat her. Even if he burned his bloodline and soul, he still couldn't defeat the woman in front of him. The gap between their strength was too huge. If this woman punched him again, his soul would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Young lord, we'll meet again in the next life." As soon as it finished speaking, the green profound sword suddenly turned into a sword light and entered Yi Xian's soul. In the next moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the green profound sword and spread out from Yi Xian's soul. It was devouring the green profound sword. To be more accurate, the green profound sword had self-destructed and voluntarily allowed itself to be devoured by Yi Xian. Because Yi Xian could devour swords, at this moment, the completely crazed Yi Xian seemed to have sensed something and suddenly trembled. In the next moment, he suddenly roared, "No!" His voice was filled with endless fear. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, but he was afraid that his loved ones had disappeared. The green profound sword was devoured on its own. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura directly erupted like a volcano. Boom! In an instant, the surroundings were completely ignited. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Dao Xuani in the distance. In the next moment, he charged over like a madman. There was no sword. At this moment, he was the sword. In the distance, Dao Xuani's expression was calm. He opened his palm, and the infinite God ruler appeared in his hand. He waved it lightly. Boom! The originally burning world was instantly extinguished. A ruler's shadow directly shook the charging Yi Xian. Boom! A wave of sword light suddenly erupted. Yi Xian and Dao Xuani retreated rapidly at the same time. This retreat directly took both of them hundreds of thousands of feet back. After Yi Xian stopped, rays of sword light continuously condensed around him. In the distance, Dao Xuani had just stopped when a sword suddenly slashed down from above her head. Dao Xuani opened his palm, and the infinite God ruler in his hand suddenly flew up and directly shattered the sword. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her. Dao Xuani's pupils suddenly shrank. Since when did Yi Xian's speed become so fast? At this moment, Yi Xian's speed was at least 10 times faster than before. At this moment, Dao Xuani suddenly understood. Yi Xian had concealed his strength. No, he had concealed his speed. When his bloodline and soul were ignited, all aspects of Yi Xian's abilities were greatly enhanced. However, he had concealed his speed, and she had actually overlooked this. Therefore, at this moment, when Yi Xian absorbed the energy of the green profound sword, he stopped concealing his speed and caught her off guard. Most importantly, since the moment he ignited his bloodline, Yi Xian had been constantly suppressed by her. This caused her to subconsciously lower her guard. At this moment, Dao Xuani was unable to guard against it. Yi Xian used his right hand as a sword and directly stabbed into Dao Xuani's abdomen. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, Dao Xuani's physical body instantly shattered. However, at almost the same time, Dao Xuani's finger swiped at Yi Xian's eyes. Hiss! Both of them retreated explosively at the same time. When Yi Xian stopped, his eyes were gone. Not only that, but his soul was so illusory that it was almost transparent. In the distance, Dao Xuani's physical body was destroyed. Not only that, but there was also a sword stuck in her body. Although it was not the green profound sword, Yi Xian had used the soul fixation sword, and this sword directly suppressed Dao Xuani's soul. In the distance, Dao Xuani's eyes flashed ferociously. Immeasurable! As soon as she finished speaking, the immeasurable God ruler above her head suddenly fell and then entered her body. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Dao Xuani's body. In the next moment, the sword in her soul actually started to dissipate bit by bit. In the distance, Yi Xian's soul was also illusory. He did not dare to attack again because his current soul condition was even weaker than Dao Xuani's. He also started to recover his soul. Both of them chose to recover their souls. At this moment, countless experts in the middle world were extremely shocked because the battle between Yi Xian and Dao Xuani was too terrifying. The middle world could no longer withstand their strength. Countless earth veins had shattered, and underground magma had surged into the ground. This was only secondary. In some places, the spiritual energy had already started to dry up. The middle world's origin had been severely damaged. if this continued, the entire middle world would be destroyed. In the distance, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside Mu Xian. This person was the other supreme expert of the middle world, Mist Shan. At the same time, he was the sect master of another supreme sect, the Divine Cloud sect. Mist Shan glanced at Dao Xuani and Yi Xian in the distance, and his face was slightly gloomy. At this moment, the spirit dragon sovereign suddenly transformed into a middle-aged man and appeared beside Mu Xian and Mist Shan. The spirit dragon sovereign looked coldly at Yi Xian and Dao Xuani in the distance. "Are you sure you won't stop them?" Mu Xian and Mist Shan fell silent. "Stop them? If they could, they would have done it a long time ago." The spirit dragon sovereign looked at Mu Xian and Dao Xuani. "It won't be long before they recover again. At that time, they will start fighting again. As for the current situation in the middle world, you should know better than me. If this continues, the middle world's origin will be completely destroyed by them, and it might even cause the spiritual energy to dry up." "No, it might, it will definitely cause the spiritual energy to dry up." Both Mist Shan and Dao Xuani's faces turned slightly unsightly. The spirit dragon sovereign continued. "Look, the countless earth veins in the middle world have started to collapse. If this continues, their strength will completely destroy all the earth veins in the middle world. It isn't just the earth veins, even the countless spirit veins in the middle world won't be able to withstand their strength and will be destroyed. At that time, our spirit hall leaf will be affected." As he spoke, his gaze gradually turned cold. "Once there are no more earth veins and countless spirit veins here, I'll take the supreme spirit veins of our spirit hall and leave the middle world." Mist Shan and Mu Xian's expressions instantly changed when they heard this. The reason the spirit energy in the middle world was so dense was because of the 36 supreme spirit veins, and the reason the 36 supreme spirit veins were left in the middle world was because the middle world had the advantage of the natural earth veins and spirit veins. They could nourish the middle world, but they also needed the middle world to nourish them. They were complementary to the middle world. Once the 36 supreme spirit veins left, then at least 80% of the spirit energy in the middle world would instantly vanish. After that, the spirit energy in the middle world would dry up, and it wouldn't be long before the entire middle world would dry up and become a deathly silent universe. At this moment, Mu Xian suddenly said, "We can't let them continue fighting." Mist Shan looked at Mu Xian, and Mu Xian looked at Dao Xuani and Yi Xian expressionlessly. "One of them must die." After a moment of silence, Mist Shan asked, "Who?" Mu Xian looked at Dao Xuani. "It's too dangerous to choose her, because if she doesn't die, once she goes crazy and takes revenge." As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian, who was recovering his soul, and said, "He must die." Mist Shan said, "Do it." As soon as he said this, he and Mu Xian charged at Yi Xian. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yi Xian. Two supreme exalts had attacked at the same time. How could Yi Xian resist them? He couldn't resist them at all, not to mention his current state. He wouldn't be able to resist them even if he was at his peak state. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Xianxia. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Xianxia's eyes. She opened her palm, and the sword palace suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. It exploded. The sword hall exploded apart while countless rays of light erupted like fireworks. Mist Shan and Mu Xian were blasted back by the rays of light, and Yi Xian and Xianxia had vanished when they finally stopped moving. Mu Xian and Mist Shan's expressions became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Mist Shan stared fixedly at the scene in the distance. He can't be allowed to live. They were fearful of Yi Xian as well because he was able to fight an exalted realm expert at such a young age. So, how terrifying would he be if he was allowed to grow? Actually, both of them were slightly regretful right now. Why did we interfere in this matter? Or perhaps, we could have done it in a different way. For example, we could have gotten a scapegoat to do it for us. Yet now, not only had they failed to kill him, they'd even formed an irreconcilable enmity with him. Mist Shan suddenly said, "He can't be allowed to live. Pursue him." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. On the other hand, Mu Xian charged forward as well. The expression of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch president, Yu Xian, instantly became unsightly when he saw Yi Xian and Xianxia flee. Actually, he didn't want Yi Xian to flee as well. Yi Xian was an extraordinary VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. According to the rules set by the Pavilion Master, he should protect Yixian with all his might. However, he'd chosen to watch from the sidelines just now. If Yixian had been killed, then the pavilion master would definitely not pursue the matter any further. After all, it wasn't worth it for a dead person. But now, Yixian had fled, the situation had changed again. After a long moment of silence, Yixian suddenly said, "Awu, ask your men to track him down." He paused for a moment and added, "At all costs." He was talking about Yixian. The middle-aged man called Awu spoke solemnly. Yixian said softly, "There's no way back. Once he dies, no one in this world will know that he is a distinguished guest of my celestial treasure pavilion. Of course, if you find his whereabouts, don't make a move. Just contact Mu Xian and Supreme Mist Mountain and do them a favor." Awu fell silent for a moment, then he turned and left. In terms of intelligence, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was incomparable to the other factions. In terms of intelligence, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was incomparable to the major powers. Somewhere in the star field, Mu Xian and Lan Shan stopped. Their faces were extremely ugly, Wu and Wu Xian. Time to see. Their divine consciousnesses swept the surrounding star zones and the universe, but they did not find Yixian and Xianxia. Lan Shan's face was extremely gloomy. How did they do it? Mu Xian shook his head. That woman possesses an extremely large number of mystical items. She's surely using some sort of divine item to conceal her aura. Lan Shan suddenly asked, "Who are these two people?" Both of them were stunned when they heard this. Who are they? They've overlooked this question. They're definitely not from the medium world. If they are, they would know. Supreme Xiani should know. Lan Shan said. They glanced at each other and vanished. When they reappeared, they were in the sky above the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Xiani was still there. Mu Xian looked at him. Supreme Xian, who's that young man? Dao Xuani glanced at Mu Xian, then disappeared from the spot. Mu Xian frowned and looked at Lan Shan. What does she mean? She's ignoring you. Lan Shan said. Mu Xian said solemnly, "We are helping her." Lan Shan shook his head. It doesn't matter who he is. Since we attacked him, we've sowed karma. If we don't want him to take revenge on us in the future, then we should deal with him before he leaves the city. A trace of worry flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. I'm worried that he has a powerful force behind him. Lan Shan furrowed his brows when he heard that. How could he not be worried? Meanwhile, Mu Xian shook his head. Let's not think about that. Since we've sowed karma, then let's face it calmly. What's there to be afraid of? He roared with laughter. Why should we fear anyone when our sects join forces? Hearing this, Lan Shan nodded. Indeed. Mu Xian said, our top priority now is to find those two and kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Lan Shan vanished on the spot. The 9th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Actually, no one had expected that Xianxia didn't flee with Yixian. Instead, she brought Yixian to the 9th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the pavilion that belonged to the pavilion master. The most dangerous place was the safest. Of course, she'd used a divine object to conceal her and Yixian's auras. After Xianxia entered the 9th floor with Yixian on her back, she glanced at the surroundings casually, and then placed Yixian on the ground. At this moment, Yixian's soul was still very weak. Xianxia looked at Yixian. Yixian was still exuding a terrifying murderous intent and evil aura. However, this murderous intent and evil aura were all suppressed by a tree core, the divine tree of life's tree core. She'd obtained it from an old man with a bamboo chest. It was capable of suppressing many evil existences. The killing intent and vicious aura belonged to the category of evil. Because of the divine tree of life's tree core, Yixian's mind was gradually returning to normal. After a long time, Yixian slowly opened his eyes. Xianxia asked softly, "Are you okay?" A trace of confusion flashed in Yixian's eyes. After a long time, he said softly, "Soul is gone." Soul, he'd just tried to contact Soul, but Soul had vanished completely. Xianxia fell silent. She knew that Soul had followed Yixian for so many years, so their feelings for each other were definitely very deep. Xianxia sighed softly. She hadn't expected that things would develop to this extent. She'd always thought that Tianming would intervene, but this time, he didn't. Did something happen to him? A trace of doubt arose in Yang Nianshua's heart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiao Ta. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ta appeared in front of him, and Yi Xian directly entered Xiao Ta's body. Healing, reconstructing his body, Yang Nianshua walked to the window and looked down. At this moment, experts from the two sects were flying through the city from time to time. She knew that the two superpowers, the Cloud God sect and Tianyi sect, were madly searching for her and Yi Xian. Besides that, the members of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch had been mobilized as well. Their targets were her and Yi Xian. Yang Nianshua frowned. Wasn't little brother a super VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Is this super VIP really that low in status? As if she'd thought of something, Yang Nianshua suddenly turned to look at her surroundings. The 9th floor wasn't very spacious, but it was very elegant. There was a long table and a chair not too far away from her, and there was a bookshelf on the other side. Besides that, there was nothing else in the room. The pavilion master, she was quite curious about the pavilion master as well. After all, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's business wasn't ordinary, and it had businesses throughout the universe. Yang Nianshua walked slowly to the bookshelf and picked up an ancient book. However, she'd never seen the words written on it. It's not from this world. Yang Nianshua frowned. She flipped through some more books, but they were all unfamiliar words. Yang Nianshua placed the book back on the bookshelf and walked slowly to the table. There was an ancient book on the table, and she understood the words written on it. Yang Nianshua picked up the ancient book and saw 3 words, Theory of the Universe. Beside the book was a pen. However, this pen was different from the pens in this world. It was rather short, and the tip of the pen was very, very sharp like a needle. A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Nianshua's eyes. This pen is quite unique. As she spoke, she flipped open the first page of the Theory of the Universe and read softly, What is the universe? It is the general term for all space, time, and matter. Seeing this, Yang Nianshua was silent for a moment before flipping to the second page. Space is boundless, time is boundless, and matter is boundless. When the 3 combine, it becomes the universe and the great Tao. It's completely possible to cultivate the way of godhood with science. Yang Nianshua hurriedly flipped to the next page. When she flipped to the next page, she was immediately stunned. There was a line of words on it. Sister, it's not good to barge into someone else's study without the owner's permission and peek at their books. Yang Nianshua's eyes were filled with disbelief. The other party actually knew that someone was here to peek. Yang Nianshua flipped to another page. Still want to read? Hee, I won't let you read it. Yang Nianshua continued to flip. You really want to read it? If you answer correctly, I'll show you the secret code. Yang Nianshua flipped to another page. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Yang Nianshua's expression froze. What secret code is this? She flipped to another page, but it was completely blank. There was nothing at all. Yang Nianshua closed the ancient book and fell silent. She had to admit that she was slightly shocked at this moment. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have underestimated this mysterious master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. What exactly is his background? At this moment, Yang Nianshua suddenly turned around. There was a black box on the side of the study table. Yang Nianshua originally wanted to open it, but she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. Her actions just now were slightly offensive. A short moment later, Yang Nianshua placed the box back to its original position, and then she placed the ancient book back to its original position. She glanced at the surroundings, and a trace of complicated emotions flashed through her eyes. This pavilion master isn't simple at all. Without thinking too much, Yang Nianshua was about to enter the Xiao Ta. At this moment, Yi Xian walked out from the Xiao Ta. At this moment, his physical body had completely recovered. Not only had his physical body recovered, but his soul had also recovered. After all, the flow of time in the Xiao Ta was different from the outside world. Yang Nianshua asked softly, You're done? Yi Xian nodded. Yang Nianshua said, Then let's go. Yang Nianshua suddenly looked around and walked to the bookshelf. He glanced at it and frowned slightly. He couldn't understand it. Yang Nianshua was about to say something when Yi Xian suddenly waved his right hand and moved the entire bookshelf into the Xiao Ta. Then, he walked to the study table and moved the table and chair into the Xiao Ta as well. Yang Yanshua's face darkened. Brother, this isn't good. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. I have the Shantian token, so I can take anything in the celestial treasure pavilion. Yang Yanxue was speechless. Everything in the world had karma. She didn't know if it was a good or bad karma. On the 9th floor, Yang Yanxue said in a low voice, Brother, what are your plans? Yi Xian was expressionless. What plans can I have? Fight to the death, of course. Yang Yanxue wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue. Sister, you want to say that we can't beat that woman, right? Yang Yanxue nodded. That woman's strength is beyond our imagination. Moreover, the other two supremes are on her side. Not only that, the celestial treasure pavilion seems to be on their side as well. The situation is very disadvantageous for us. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing. What I mean is, we have to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack. Yi Xian was silent. He naturally understood Yang Yanshue's meaning. The siblings were no match for that woman. If they went to look for her, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Yang Yanxue continued, we can go find Dad. Yi Xian shook his head, I will take revenge myself. As he spoke, he opened his palm and small tower appeared in his hand. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue. Sister, you can hide our auras, right? Yang Yanxue nodded, but not for long. Yi Xian asked, how long? Yang Yanxue said in a low voice, I'm afraid they will use some secret technique to find us. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he entered Xiao Ta. Time, what he needed now was time. Yi Xian came to a mountain peak, and he looked into the distance, his eyes a little dazed. When he fought with Dao Xian, not only did he ignite his bloodline, but he also ignited his soul. In the end, Xiao Hun even let him devour it, but he still couldn't beat his opponent. This was the most despair he had ever felt. Xiao Hun, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his heart was still bleeding. At the same time, the bloodline in his body suddenly trembled, about to explode. Yang Yanxue appeared beside Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian, control your bloodline. The current you doesn't need to go crazy, you need to calm down, unless you want to call for help. Call for help, these two words were like a needle stabbing into Yi Xian's heart. He didn't know when it started, but whenever he ran into trouble, Qing'er would always lend a helping hand. Over time, he became more and more fearless. Because he was fearless, he became more and more flashy. This time, however, Qing'er didn't make a move. This was the first time he tasted despair, true despair. Even if he risked his life, he still couldn't change the outcome. This was how cruel the world was. Most of the time, you wouldn't necessarily get a satisfactory result just because you worked hard and risked your life. Yi Xian clenched his fists and forced himself to calm down. Anger was a sign of incompetence. Only an incompetent person would do something as meaningless as anger. After a long time, Yi Xian's blood gradually calmed down. Yang Yanshue's heart ached as she looked at Yi Xian. She knew that Soul's disappearance was a huge blow to Yi Xian. Xiao Ta didn't say anything else. This time, it was also a huge blow to it. In history, it and Yi Xian were in such a miserable state. Not only was Yi Xian hopeless, it was also in despair. That woman was really strong. Even when Soul took the initiative to let Yi Xian devour, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. He still couldn't do anything to her. Actually, it wanted Yi Xian to call for help more than once, because in its opinion, only Master and Tianming could kill that woman. However, it knew that Yi Xian wouldn't call for help. Because the current Yi Xian had already started to hate his flashy self. Flashy? It wasn't impossible, but, you must have the strength, just like Dad. Wasn't Dad also flashy? But Dad had the strength. Using a saying from the secular world, many times, the fart of a rich person was fragrant. Strength. Yi Xian took a deep breath. After self-reflection, he started to ponder. How could he defeat that Dao Xian? Strength. Even with his physical body and the green profound sword, he still couldn't defeat his opponent, let alone now. Divine power, / the past, / the present, and / the future couldn't do anything to him. After much thought, Yi Xian realized he had no chance of winning if he fought against his opponent. Even if he burned his soul and bloodline, he still would not win. Moreover, his intuition told him that Dao Xian still had some reservations. There was only one way left, call for help. He could continue to be the second generation, Thinking of this, Xian's lips suddenly curled up into a self-deprecating smile. Other than calling for help, what else could he do? At this time, Yang Yanxue walked to Xian's side. She lightly patted the dust on Xian's collar, and then said softly, "Don't blame yourself. Big sister will help you." Xian looked at Yang Yanxue, and Yang Yanxue smiled slightly. "I can't defeat that woman, but I can help you become stronger." Saying that, she opened her palm, and 10 storage rings appeared in front of Xian. Yang Yanxue looked at Xian. "This is all of Big Sister's assets. Among them, there are some that Dad gave me, some that Little Bai gave me, some that Mother gave me, and some that I cheated myself." "Oh, no, I earned myself. Now, I'll give them all to you." Xian shook his head slightly. "Big sister, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it at the last minute," Yang Yanxue suddenly said. "Brother, do you know what you're not as good as Dad?" Xian fell silent. Yang Yanxue looked straight at Xian. "Dad will never give up under any circumstances. Do you know how desperate Dad was when he faced heaven's will? 10,000 times more desperate than your current situation. Do you know how miserable we were back then? That year, Tendo and those divine beasts were instantly killed by heaven's will. Auntie Tianxiu and Qi Bai Tian died in battle. 2 of heaven's will clones died in battle. Arya's soul was almost destroyed. Even Senior Xiaoyaozi, who had never been defeated, couldn't even draw his sword when facing heaven's will. Dad was even hung up and beaten. But even so, Dad didn't give up. He really didn't give up. He can die, he can cry, but he will never give up easily. He won't give up until he dies." Xian fell silent. Yang Yanxue said again, "I also feel very desperate when facing that Dao Xianyi, but shouldn't we give it our all? At least we're still alive now." Xian clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard in the face. Pa! The sound of the slap resounded throughout Xiao Ta's world. Xian's expression was terrifyingly calm. "Big sister, you're right. I'm still alive, why should I give up? How can I give up?" As he spoke, he gazed at the spatial rings in front of Yang Yanxue, and then he said, "Which ones are useful to me?" Yang Yanxue said, "All of them." Xian nodded. He swept the spatial rings with his divine sense, and it didn't take long for all the divine treasures within them to enter his sea of consciousness. He instantly knew which ones were useful to him. A short moment later, Xian opened his palm, and a heart appeared in his palm. Yang Yanxue said, "This is the tree heart of the divine tree of life. I obtained it from an old man who carried a bamboo box." Xian nodded, and then he withdrew a white jade bottle. The white jade bottle contained Arya's blood. Xian gazed at Arya's blood in his hand, and he pondered in his heart. "I have to attain the eternal immortal realm first. Only when my body is immortal, soul is immortal, and will is immortal would I be able to fight that woman. Because once I attain that realm, my strength will become even stronger after I ignite my body and soul. If I want to kill that woman, then I can only fight with my life on the line. I intend to ignite my body and soul directly." Xian took out Arya's blood, and then he poured a drop down his throat. He was rebuilding his eternal immortal body. For the sake of suppressing the formidable strength within Arya's blood, he'd even swallowed the tree heart of the divine tree of life. Only with the tree heart's suppression would he be able to slowly absorb Arya's blood. This time, he didn't just swallow a single drop, but all 12 drops of blood within the bottle. This was Yang Nianshua's idea, because his eternal immortal body was completely useless against Dao Xianyi, and his body had to be even stronger. Otherwise, it would still be shattered by Dao Xianyi. Besides Arya's blood, Xian had also devoured countless treasures of heaven and earth. All of these treasures had been collected by Yang Yanxue in the past, and every single one of them was truly priceless. There were some that she couldn't bear to eat herself, such as the tree heart of the divine tree of life. She couldn't bear to eat it. It had to be said that watching Xian eat her treasures of heaven and earth like he was eating cabbages, Yang Yanshua's heart ached a little. But when she remembered that he was her biological brother, she didn't think about it anymore. Biological brother. In fact, she hadn't spent much time with Xian. The two of them hadn't been together since they were young, so it was impossible to say how deep their relationship was. But in the end, blood was thicker than water. Moreover, she still felt a little guilty towards Xian, because the green-robed man had let Xian grow, but he had raised her generously. Since she was born, she had almost never suffered any hardships. After a long time, Yang Nianxue collected her thoughts. Looking at Yi Xian, whose body was slowly transforming, she said softly, "Brother, do your best." Time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian's physical body had completely transformed. His physical body had once again reached the immortal level. However, it was not over yet. He was constantly pushing his physical body. He wanted to push his physical body to the limit, his own limit, or in other words, the limit of the immortal realm. Of course, it was painful. In fact, it was painful from the beginning. Aryeh's blood was no joke. Even with the tree heart of the divine tree of life suppressing it, he still felt like his body was immersed in scorching lava. However, this bit of pain was nothing to him. At this time, Yi Xian's body was slowly tearing apart. Seeing this scene, Yang Nianxue frowned slightly. What's going on? Yi Xian's body was tearing apart, but after tearing apart, it quickly healed, and then tearing apart again. This process repeated. Yang Nianxue said solemnly, "Qualitative change." Qualitative change. After Yi Xian's body reached the immortal realm, it underwent another qualitative change. What was the body above the immortal realm? Yang Nianxue didn't know, because she didn't cultivate her body. At this time, Yang Nianxue's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, she left Xiaota and returned to the 9th floor. At the door, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Someone was coming. Who is it? Yang Nianxue stared fixedly at the staircase in the distance, and she slowly clenched her right fist. Right at this moment, a woman walked up to her. Yang Nianxue's face instantly sank when she saw the woman. "Dao Xuani, this woman actually found me." Dao Xuani gazed at Yang Nianxue. "Where is he?" Yang Nianxue fell silent. Dao Xuani stared at Yang Nianxue in silence. Yang Nianxue suddenly smiled and said, "How did you find me?" Dao Xuani didn't speak. She slowly clenched her right fist, and then an invisible force enveloped Yang Nianxue. At this instant, Yang Nianxue sensed the aura of death. At this moment, Dao Xuani was at his peak state. Yang Nianxue was just about to speak when Dao Xuani suddenly punched at her. This punch was swift like a thunderclap, and it carried monstrous might. In the distance, Yang Nianxue's eyes narrowed slightly. She opened her palm, and a tiny wooden figure that held a sword appeared in her hand. Right when she was about to activate the tiny wooden figure, she suddenly noticed to her astonishment that the space before her had become illusory, and the terrifying force of Dao Xuani's punch had actually vanished without a trace. When Dao Xuani's punch arrived before Yang Nianxue, it had become soft and powerless. Both of them were stunned. What's going on? Both of their eyes were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani punched again, and a terrifying force instantly surged out from her fist. This punch was capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. However, in the blink of an eye, the force of that punch vanished completely, and it was another soft punch. At this moment, Dao Xuani's pupils constricted slightly. She turned to glance at the surroundings, and only now did she notice that this place was slightly strange. Yang Nianxue noticed it as well. The space here seemed to be different from the outside world. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani slowly closed her eyes. In an instant, the space around her rippled like water. After a long time, she seemed to have noticed something, and she frowned. Yang Nianxue glanced at Dao Xuani with a slightly strange expression. Her intuition told her that Dao Xuani couldn't break through the restrictions here. This restriction was definitely set up by the mysterious pavilion master. However, wasn't Dao Xianyi and the mysterious pavilion master equally famous? Right at this moment, Dao Xuani suddenly opened her eyes. She opened her palm, and the infinite ruler appeared in her hand. In the next moment, she suddenly smashed the ruler forward. This ruler fell, but there was no movement. Dao Xuani's eyes narrowed slightly while her expression was rather unsightly. Right at this moment, she seemed to have noticed something, and her pupils constricted abruptly while she hurriedly blocked with the ruler in her hand. Boom! A powerful force suddenly crashed onto Dao Xian's long ruler. Bang! Dao Xianyi was sent flying and crashed into the wall. However, the wall was not damaged at all. The entire 9th floor did not move at all. Rebound, she had just swung her qi, and it had all rebounded back to her. Yang Nianxue's expression turned slightly solemn when she saw this. It was too strange. In the distance, Dao Xuani wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes turned grave. Meanwhile, Mu Xian and Lan Shan appeared here as well, and both of them were stunned when they saw Yang Nianxue. Mu Xian was about to attack when Lan Shan stopped him and gestured for him to look at Dao Xuanyi. Mu Xian gazed at Dao Xuanyi, and he was stunned when he saw the blood on the corner of Dao Xuanyi's mouth. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue suddenly smiled and said, "Looks like the owner of this study doesn't like others fighting here." Dao Xuanyi gazed at Yang Yanxue. She didn't attack again, and she just closed her eyes slowly instead. The space around her gradually started to become illusory. Obviously, she intended to deal with the spatial restrictions here. As for Mu Xian and Lan Shan, they noticed something unusual about the situation here as well, and a trace of shock could be seen in their eyes. The mysterious pavilion master, actually, they'd met the pavilion master in the past. All those years ago, when the Immortal Treasure Pavilion intended to open a branch here, the pavilion master had gone to them and asked for their help. They naturally didn't agree so easily. So, they'd fought the pavilion master, and the outcome was a draw. That was why the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was said to be equally famous as Dao Xuanyi. It was because they thought that the pavilion master was an expert on the same level as them. But now it would seem like that wasn't the case at all. The pavilion master had concealed his true strength. Meanwhile, Dao Xuanyi's hands started to wave about swiftly, and the space here actually started to split apart and reform. Everyone watched as the space before Dao Xuanyi was split apart once more, and then Dao Xuanyi's hands moved faster and faster while the space here was changing faster and faster as well. However, Dao Xuanyi's countenance had turned slightly pale. Suddenly, the space within the study started to tremble violently. Yang Yanxue's brows knit together slightly. Is it about to be dealt with? Meanwhile, Dao Xuanyi suddenly pressed the fingers of his right hand together and tapped forward. Just this tap alone caused the space within the study to instantly ripple like a pebble that had fallen into water. Dao Xuanyi's expression suddenly eased up. Looks like it's been dealt with. Right at this moment, the space here suddenly split apart like a cube, and then it swiftly rearranged itself. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically because they noticed that their cultivations were actually plummeting. In just a short period of a few breaths of time, their cultivations had dropped to zero. Moreover, all of them had become ordinary people at this moment. Ordinary people that were completely helpless. It was too terrifying. All of them were stunned. What's going on? Dao Xuanyi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Space-time backtrack. Space-time backtrack. Mu Xian and Lan Shan gazed at Dao Xuanyi when they heard this, and then Lan Shan spoke solemnly. Miss Xuanyi, what does space-time backtrack mean? Dao Xuanyi's eyes were filled with disbelief. It means that we've returned to the past and returned to the time when we were at our weakest. Such a divine ability. I'm afraid even the temporal master isn't able to accomplish it. Space-time backtrack. Lan Shan and Mu Xian's expressions had become unsightly. How could it be played like that? Wouldn't that make them invincible in the world? Damn it. Lan Shan gazed at Yang Yanxue. Is the pavilion master protecting them? Mu Xian shook his head. I don't think so. It's the problem here. The pavilion master doesn't want anyone to fight here. The 9th floor, they knew that the 9th floor was where the pavilion master resided, and even members of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion weren't allowed to come here. Obviously, the pavilion master didn't want anyone to fight here. Dao Xuanyi gazed at Yang Yanxue in the distance with a calm gaze that carried killing intent. Yang Yanxue didn't speak. If you're weak, then don't act tough. If you can't win, then be a little cowardly. You won't suffer a loss. Meanwhile, Mu Xian spoke abruptly. Go look for Yu Xian. He's the branch master here, so he definitely has a way. Both of them turned around and left once they finished speaking. Dao Xuanyi didn't leave. She was in the study, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes as she looked at the surroundings. The pavilion master. Actually, she hadn't met the pavilion master in the past. However, everyone said that she and the pavilion master were once the two most capable women in the mid-world, and they were equally famous. Now it seemed like how ironic it was. The pavilion master's ability to use space-time far surpassed hers. They weren't on the same level at all. Dao Xuanyi looked at the surroundings, and the confusion in her eyes grew. At this moment, she suddenly understood why her master had asked her to seal her cultivation. One couldn't be too complacent. It was like a cup. If it was too full, then it couldn't hold anything new. There was no limit to learning. There was no limit to martial arts. There was no limit to Dao. You say you're strong, but there's always someone stronger than you. Dao Xuanyi slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she slightly bowed towards the inside of the study. This was respect. She wouldn't fight here anymore, after retreating to the door, Dao Xuani's cultivation level instantly recovered. At the same time, her aura suddenly skyrocketed. Seeing this scene, Yang Nianshua's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Brother, this woman actually broke through. Damn it, I'm having a mental breakdown. Breakthrough. After Dao Xuani suffered a setback, not only did she not sink into depravity, but her state of mind broke through, and her strength increased by another level. What was a monster? This was a monster. What was a true expert? Those who could remain unfazed by honor and humiliation, and those who knew shame and bravely fought back were experts. All the hardships and difficulties in the world were stepping stones, not stumbling blocks. Outside the door, Dao Xuani's aura became stronger and stronger. Although there was no movement in the study, the outside was already boiling, the entire midworld was boiling. Supreme, what was a supreme? After eternal immortality was the supreme. Supreme was the meaning of the limit. It meant that one's physical body, divine soul, and will had reached their own limits. Under such circumstances, a person's physical body, divine soul, and will had reached an extremely terrifying level. It could be said that a supreme's physical body, divine soul, and will had already broken through their own limits. To achieve eternal immortality was not especially difficult, but to reach the limit, that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Reaching the limit and reaching the limit, those were two different concepts. In the celestial treasure pavilion, Mu Xian and Lan Shan suddenly raised their heads. When they saw Dao Xuani breaking through, their minds went blank. Broke through, just like that. It had been 1,000 years since they reached the supreme level, and in these 1,000 years, they were still the supreme level. Because to break through again was too difficult, one must know that they had already reached their own limits in all aspects. Under such circumstances, to break through again was simply too difficult. And now, Dao Xuani actually broke through, just like that. At this moment, both of their expressions were extremely unsightly and complicated. At this moment, Lan Shan slightly shook his head. Actually, she's well prepared. Mu Xian fell silent. After Dao Xuani reached the supreme level, he left the solitary mystic path and traveled alone. Moreover, he sealed his strength and left for hundreds of years. Now that the opportunity had arrived, it was normal for him to break through directly. Even so, their hearts were slightly sour. From this moment onward, Dao Xuani was above the supreme level. In the celestial treasure pavilion, when Yu Xian found out that Dao Xuani had broken through, he was extremely excited. Yu Xian laughed madly in the room. Fortunately, he was glad that he didn't choose to help Yu Xian. Otherwise, the celestial treasure pavilion would be gone. He'd made countless decisions in his life, and at this moment, he felt that this decision was the wisest one he'd ever made. Above the supreme exalt realm, Dao Xianyi's breakthrough shocked the entire medium world. After all, the strongest expert in the medium world was only at the supreme exalt realm, yet Dao Xianyi had actually attained the supreme exalt realm. Dao Xianyi was a supreme exalt now. Yang Nianshua's expression was extremely unsightly. Damn it, why is Dao Xianyi getting stronger and stronger? Meanwhile, Mu Xian and Lan Shan appeared at the door, and they looked at Dao Xianyi with hesitation. Actually, they wanted to ask how Dao Xianyi had broken through, but they realized that it would be too abrupt. Dao Xianyi wasn't on the same level as them now. Meanwhile, Lan Shan suddenly said, Supreme Xianyi. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly laughed bitterly. Dao Xianyi had surpassed the supreme exalt realm, so it wasn't appropriate to address him as supreme. Dao Xianyi paid no attention to Lan Shan, and he just stared at Yang Nianxue who was in the room. Lan Shan suddenly said, Supreme Xianyi. With your current strength, are you able to break through the restrictions in this room? Dao Xianyi shook his head. Lan Shan and Mu Xian's expressions became heavy when they witnessed this scene. Even a supreme exalt can't break through this restriction. Exactly how terrifying is the mysterious pavilion master? Meanwhile, Yu Xian arrived by their side, and he bowed slightly to Dao Xianyi. Supreme Xianyi. Dao Xianyi was expressionless. Is there a way to make her come out? Yu Xian hesitated for a moment and said, No. Yang Nianshua's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this. On the other hand, Dao Xianyi and the others frowned. Yu Xian laughed bitterly. The pavilion master once said that no one from the celestial treasure pavilion is allowed to enter this room, and we dare not go against the pavilion master's words. Meanwhile, Yang Nianxue suddenly smiled and said, President Yu, that's not right. Yu Xian looked at Yang Nianxue. Yang Nianxue smiled and said, according to what I know, my little brother is an extraordinary VIP of your Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and according to the rules of your Celestial Treasure Pavilion, all of you should protect him. However, not only did all of you not protect him, you even helped an outsider deal with him. TSK. President Yu, aren't you afraid that your pavilion master will get even with you for doing this? Yu Xian smiled and said, Miss, according to the pavilion's rules, we should protect young Master Yi, but we have to act within our means. For young Master Yi to provoke such a powerful opponent, my immortal treasure pavilion is really helpless. Yang Nianxue smiled faintly. President Yu, my brother has the mysterious heaven token, and I heard that not just anyone can have it. One must have the mysterious heaven token's approval, right? Yu Xian looked at Yang Nianxue. Yes. Yang Nianxue blinked and didn't say anything else. Yu Xian spoke solemnly, Miss, please leave my celestial treasure pavilion. Yang Nianxue smiled and said, I won't. Yu Xian frowned, Miss, this is my celestial treasure pavilion's territory. Yang Nianxue shrugged. I'm not leaving. Hearing this, Yu Xian's expression instantly darkened, Miss, do you think that if you don't leave, we won't be able to do anything to you? Yang Nianxue immediately became wary. Yu Xian suddenly said, there are restrictions in this house that will suppress our cultivation. We are suppressed, but aren't you also suppressed? Hearing this, Yang Nianxue's expression darkened. Indeed, her cultivation was suppressed now as well. Yu Xian suddenly said, Men. As soon as the voice resounded, 10 men appeared. Yu Xian looked at Yang Nianxue. Everyone's cultivation is suppressed, so it's a competition of numbers. As he spoke, the men behind him were about to enter the house. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani shook his head. Yu Xian and the others looked at Dao Xuani, and Dao Xuani said softly, Don't offend this pavilion master. Mu Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. Lan Shan said solemnly, Supreme Xianyi, the longer we delay, the more changes will happen. Dao Xuani fell silent. Actually, she was slightly afraid of this mysterious pavilion master. She had comprehended the Dao because of the pavilion master's spacetime technique, and that was why she broke through. Now that she had broken through, she felt that the Dao of spacetime was even more profound and unfathomable. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared by Yang Nianxue's side. Seeing Yi Xian, Dao Xuani, and the others were stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura was different. Yang Nianxue looked at Yi Xian, brother. At this moment, Dao Xuani suddenly said, Eternal immortality. Saying this, she frowned slightly, Half-step supreme. Half-step supreme, Mu Xian and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this. This guy was already a half-step supreme. Yi Xian looked at Dao Xuani, let's go somewhere else. After saying this, he disappeared on the spot. Dao Xuani and Yi Xian also disappeared. Soon, the two of them arrived at an unknown and mysterious spacetime starfield. The starfield was deep and boundless, and the surroundings were dead silent. Dao Xuani looked at Yi Xian, and he was quite shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian did not understand that his body had recovered and reached its limit, the true immortality limit. Not only that, even his divine soul had reached its limit, but his will was slightly weaker. How did he do it, and in such a short time? At this moment, Yang Nianxue appeared by Yi Xian's side, and she said in a low voice, Brother, let me tell you some bad news, this woman has broken through. Broken through. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Nianxue, You're not joking? Yang Nianxue shook her head, No. She just broke through. She is now a superior supreme. Yi Xian was silent. Damn it, this woman actually broke through, but, so what, isn't this good? This is more interesting. Yi Xian looked at Dao Xuani, opened his palm, and in an instant, a sword appeared in his hand, the profound green sword. It was not the real profound green sword, but the profound green sword that he condensed with his heart, but it looked exactly the same as the profound green sword. Dao Xuani looked at Yi Xian, Without that sword, you are no match for me. Yi Xian said fiercely, I want to try. Boom, as soon as he said this, Yi Xian's body began to burn, burning the immortality limit body. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed, however, it was not over yet. After burning his body, Yi Xian's blood began to boil and burn, burning his bloodline. Rumble. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed again, and the starfield within hundreds of thousands of miles began to boil. However, it was not over yet. After burning his bloodline, Xian began to burn his soul. Boom. At this moment, the starfield within 1,000,000 miles began to burn, and then it began to be destroyed. Mu Xian and Lan Shan's faces became extremely solemn when they saw this. Damn it. This guy is too desperate, burning his body, soul, and bloodline. He is playing with his life. Yang Xianxia, who was not far from Xian, was also stunned. She did not expect that Xian would do this as soon as he appeared, but on second thought, if Xian did not do this, how could he be Dao Xuani's match? After all, before Dao Xuani broke through, Xian was beaten up, let alone now that she had broken through. Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in it. Xiao Ta said solemnly, "Young lord, let me fight alongside you." Xian smiled, and then placed Xiao Ta in Yang Nianshua's hand. He looked at Yang Nianxue and said softly, "Sister, if I die in battle, do you think Dad will be sad?" Yang Nianshua's body trembled slightly. "Definitely." Xian turned to look at Dao Xuani in the distance and smiled, "I have never hated him. Like father, like son. I will not embarrass him." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. A flaming sword light tore through the battlefield. At this moment, thousands of galaxies began to be annihilated. This was Xian's most powerful sword move in history. He had really used all his strength in this sword move. This sword move forgot about life and death. He knew that when facing Dao Xuani who had broken through, he might only have one chance to attack. If he didn't succeed, then he would die. Seeing Xian's terrifying sword move, Lan Shan and Mu Xian glanced at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. This sword move was too terrifying. This sword move had surpassed a half-step supremacy stage. No, it was even more terrifying than a supremacy stage. Both of their hearts palpitated slightly because they weren't confident that they could withstand this terrifying sword move. This fellow had improved so much in such a short period of time. In the distance, Dao Xuani looked at the terrifying sword move with an expressionless face. Under everyone's gazes, Dao Xuani took a step forward, and her right hand slowly clenched tightly. In the next moment, she suddenly blasted a fist forward. Immeasurable. It was an ordinary punch, but it contained boundless energy. The instant this punch was blasted out, the star region within a radius of a few million kilometers was directly reduced to ashes. Doomsday. The expressions of Mu Xian, Lan Shan, and the others instantly changed drastically, and they retreated explosively. This punch and Xian's sword move were two formidable forces that caused them to feel like death itself. If they didn't retreat, then they would really die. In the distance, Dao Xuani's punch smashed directly onto Xian's sword. Bang! In an instant, two terrifying forces erupted in front of both of them like volcanoes. In an instant, countless strands of space were obliterated, and both of them retreated explosively at the same time. During this process, Xian's body shattered inch by inch before it was obliterated, whereas Dao Xuani's body trembled violently at this moment, and then it split apart while her soul started to burn. This retreat caused Xian to retreat for over 100 kilometers, and when he stopped, his soul started to turn illusory at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Dao Xuani only had her physical body left. She opened her palm, and then her right hand slowly clenched tightly. In an instant, boundless energy in the world converged towards her, and then her slightly illusory soul started to recover to normal. Moreover, her physical body actually started to be reconstructed bit by bit. Moreover, the aura around her was growing stronger and stronger. Both Mu Xian and Lan Shan were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? And it's even growing stronger. Meanwhile, Yu Xian spoke in a trembling voice from not too far away. This is what it means to be eternally. Eternally, the body had transformed into the universe, yet it had surpassed the universe. As long as the universe existed, the body, soul, and will would never be destroyed. The most terrifying part was that every time it was destroyed, one could be reborn, and reborn was rebirth. As long as the universe existed, one would exist forever. Immortality. This was true immortality. As long as the universe existed, one would not die. The reason why Yu Xian knew about the immortality realm was because the pavilion master had told him about it. However, he had never expected that Dao Xianyi had really reached the immortality realm. At this moment, Yu Xian could not contain his excitement. At this moment, he felt lucky that he had changed his mind and did not choose to protect Yu Xian. Otherwise, the celestial treasure pavilion would be gone at any moment, at this moment, he was even more certain that he had made the right decision. Moreover, his intuition told him that if the pavilion master appeared, he would definitely approve of his decision, offending a super expert at the immortality realm for a person with a small background. How retarded was he? On the other side, Lan Shan and Mu Xian's expressions were extremely grave. At this moment, they knew the gap between them and Dao Xianyi. It was truly a gap between heaven and earth. Compared to Dao Xianyi, they were no longer comparable. As if they had thought of something, both of them looked at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, Yang Yanxue suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. In the next moment, she brought Yi Xian back to the 9th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Seeing this scene, Mu Xian and Lan Shan's expressions became extremely ugly. They had been in a state of shock, so they had ignored Yi Xian and Yang Yanxue. This woman had saved Yi Xian again. At this moment, Dao Xianyi's body and soul had completely recovered. When she saw Yang Yanxue had saved Yi Xian again, her eyes instantly turned cold. At this moment, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. After Yang Yanxue brought Yi Xian's weak soul to the 9th floor, she brought Yi Xian directly into the Xiao Ta. In the Xiao Ta, Yang Yanxue looked at the weak Yi Xian in front of her and said with a trembling voice, "Brother, hold on." At this moment, Yi Xian's soul was almost transparent, but it had not completely disappeared, because his soul was immortal. However, immortality did not mean that it would not disappear. Moreover, his consciousness was gradually blurring. His body had reached the immortal realm, and his soul had also reached the immortal realm after devouring the green profound sword. However, his will hadn't reached the immortal realm yet. This was also the reason why Dao Xianyi said that he was a half-step to the Supreme Master stage. His willpower was slightly lacking. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to close his eyes, Yang Yanxue suddenly roared, "Are you going to admit defeat just like that? Are you going to admit defeat just like that?" Yi Xian did not respond. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Yang Yanxue suddenly roared, "Are you willing to admit defeat just like that?" Yi Xian said softly, "Sister. I tried my best." Yang Yanxue glared at Yi Xian. "Is trying your best enough? Are you that weak? If you give up just like that, will your father look up to you? Do you think Tianming will look up to you? I will also look down on you. They will all look down on you." Yi Xian said weakly, "I want to rest." Yang Yanxue said angrily, "If you rest now, you will die. You will die. Do you understand?" Yi Xian's soul became weaker and his consciousness became more and more blurry. Yang Yanxue roared madly, "Brother, don't give up like that." Yi Xian's breath was so weak that it could barely be felt. Yang Yanxue was angry and panicked. "Get up, pretty boy, wake up. You." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Yang Yanxue and said with a trembling voice, "Big sister. What did you call me?" Yang Yanxue was stunned. Then she said, pretty boy." Yi Xian's throat rolled. Then he said with a trembling voice, "Help me up. I feel like I can still hold on for a while." Yang Yanxue slowly helped Yi Xian up. She looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian clenched his fists. His entire soul was trembling. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. However, his soul was trembling. "Give up." Yi Xian's facial features gradually became twisted and sinister. When was the most difficult time in his life? Of course it was when he was in Qing City. At that time, his mother had passed away. He and his sister only had each other to rely on. In that cruel family, it was even more difficult to survive than now, but at that time, he didn't give up. Why should he give up now? At this moment, he also understood one thing, faith. At that time, the one who supported him was his sister. At that time, he never thought about dying. If he died, who would take care of his sister? She was still so young, he was her one and only. Not only could he not die, he had to live well. It was because of this faith that he never thought of giving up. And the reason why he wanted to give up was because he had no attachments. His father was invincible, his sister was invincible, who should he worry about? There was indeed a lot of reluctance in his heart. However, he knew that even if he died, the people he couldn't bear to part with would be fine. If a person didn't have faith, then he wouldn't have the will to fight. At this moment, he wanted to live well, for who, this time, he did it for himself, for Qing. Why did he have to become Qing-er's burden? Why can't I fight for Qing-er's honor? Was he really going to be a second-generation heir for the rest of his life? He still had so many people he cared about. Why should he die? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed, no. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly soared from his soul into the sky. In an instant, the entire world within the small pagoda trembled violently, as if there was a great earthquake. It was extremely terrifying. Immortal will. At this moment, Yi Xian finally broke through the shackles of his will and became immortal. Now that his will was immortal, Yi Xian stood up and looked at Xianxia. Sister, I want to rebuild my body. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. Rebuild the immortal body. As long as his body recovered, he would reach the supremacy level because his will and soul had reached the limit of immortality. As long as his body recovered and reached the limit of immortality, he would surpass the immortality level and become a supremacy. Xianxia nodded, that's easy. I don't have much, but I have a lot of money. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out another storage ring. She hesitated for a moment before she said, little brother. This is the last of my possessions. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia, call me sister once, always sister. Xianxia curled her lips, then handed the storage ring to Yi Xian, you can have it. Worst comes to worst, I'll get Little White to plunder more. Yi Xian took the storage ring, then said seriously, thank you. These words came from the bottom of his heart. If not for Xianxia, he would really be dead. From the beginning until now, he couldn't even estimate the value of the things he used for cultivation. Cultivation was not something that could be achieved by just relying on talent. It also required money. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xianxia shook her head, there's no need to talk about this between brother and sister. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, young masters, I want to remind you, you are not brother and sister. Yi Xian was stunned, Xiaota, what do you mean? Am I really not father's biological son? Xiaota said in a deep voice, I mean, you are not brother and sister, you are King brother and sister. Brother and sister. She is the elder sister, you are the younger brother, not brother and sister, understand? Yi Xian, Xianxia. In the following time, Yi Xian began to rebuild his body. Xianxia suddenly said, brother, I have something that might be helpful to you. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then she suddenly opened her palm. When she opened her palm cracked, and a stream of blood slowly flowed out. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Sister, you are. Xianxia smiled slightly. I also have the crazed demon bloodline, and I have taken all kinds of treasures since I was young. You know, I have been with Xiao Bai and Arya. Not only have I taken many treasures, I have also drunk Arya's blood. However, I really don't want to cultivate my body, so those treasures and Arya's blood are all wasted to me. Saying that, she looked at the blood in her right palm, and then said, my blood is better than any treasures. Moreover, I also have the crazed demon bloodline, although I haven't awakened it, but after it enters your body, you can make better use of it. Crazed demon bloodline. Although Xianxia also had the crazed demon bloodline, she basically did not risk her life, nor did she go crazy, so the crazed demon bloodline had not awakened. Yi Xian hesitated, and then said, sister, Xianxia said softly, that woman is now above the supreme level, and your body has reached the supreme level, but it is far from enough. Your body must reach the same level as her, only then you can fight her. As for my blood, it will definitely be able to improve your physical body to the next level. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Xianxia smiled and said, do you know why I came out to train? Yi Xian looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia smiled slightly. Mother told me before, she said that I am luckier than you. I have been by her and father's side since I was young, and I have never suffered anything, but you are different, you have been left alone since you were young, and you have suffered all the hardships of the world. Saying that, she shook her head slightly, I am not convinced, I feel that I can also endure hardships. So, I ran out to train, but the cruelty of reality made me understand that many times, without the help of father and mother, I am afraid I would have died hundreds of times. Saying that, she took a deep breath, and her body relaxed, and then continued, I have thought it through now. I have suffered hardships, and I have experienced hardships. I feel that I have enough. So, I don't want to work hard anymore. I want to go back and inherit father and mother's family property. With their help, I feel that even if I can't become invincible in the universe, at least it will be easy for me to be able to have few opponents under 3 swords. Hearing that, Xian, who was so touched that he almost shed tears, suddenly froze. Why does it feel a little strange? Where is my feeling? Why do I suddenly not feel touched? Xian. Second generation, Xian sighed in his heart. This is a true second generation. Compared to Big Sis, I'm simply trash, Xianxia suddenly said. What are you standing there for? Quickly absorb my blood. Xian looked at Xianxia, hesitated for a moment, and then said, thank you, Big Sis. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and Xianxia's blood floated into his palm. After that, Xian started to absorb Xianxia's blood. As soon as Xianxia's blood entered his body, Xian's blood started to boil like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. Xian was stunned. What's going on? Suddenly, Xian felt strands of terrifying energy suddenly spread out from within his body, and then his body started to absorb the energy madly. Xian was overjoyed when he sensed this. It really is nourishing, Big Sis didn't lie to me. Her blood is even more nourishing than the tree of life. If I absorb all of Big Sis's blood, then I'll probably die on the spot. When he thought up to this point, Xian couldn't help but feel a trace of shame. Big Sis is really good to me. How could I have such shameless thoughts? Calm your mind. Xian stopped letting his thoughts run wild, and he started to absorb Xianxia's blood madly. Gradually, Xian noticed that his body had undergone another qualitative change. It didn't take long for Xian's body to reach the limit of the immortal realm. However, that wasn't the end. His body was still transforming. After reaching the limit of the immortal realm, his body was undergoing another transformation, and it meant that his body would reach another terrifying level. Outside the celestial treasure pavilion, Dao Xuani gazed silently at the 9th floor of the pavilion. Mu Xian, Lan Shan, and Yu Xian's expressions were extremely unsightly. They hid in there again. Those 2 bastards hid in there again. Can't they have some backbone and fight to the death? Lan Shan suddenly looked at Dao Xuani. Supreme Xuani, shall we fight our way in? Dao Xuani shook his head. If you do that, you will be disrespectful to the pavilion master. Lan Shan said in a deep voice. They barged in time and again. They're already disrespectful to the pavilion master. We don't have to care so much about it. Dao Xuani looked at Mist Mountain and said, then you go. Hearing this, Lan Shan's expression froze. Go by myself? Of course he wouldn't go. What a joke. That pavilion master's strength was so terrifying. If he offended her and she held a grudge against him, wouldn't he just die? Dao Xuani withdrew his gaze and said, he'll come out again. As soon as she finished speaking, a man slowly floated out from the window of the distant 9th floor. The moment Xian appeared, Dao Xuani's eyes narrowed. Supreme Supremacy. Hearing Dao Xian's words, Lan Shan and Mu Xian's minds went blank. Is he AF * King Supreme Martial Artist? Wasn't he just a half-step Supreme Being? The 2 of them stared fixedly at Xian. When they saw that Xian had really reached the Supreme Martial Artist realm, their faces turned as ugly as if they had eaten 10 caddies of dung. He really is a Supreme Martial Artist. How did this fellow cultivate? How long has it been? He directly advanced from a half-step Supreme Being to the Supreme Martial Artist realm. Motherfucker. Is the Supreme Martial Artist realm so easy to cultivate? Xian gazed at Dao Xuani and said, again. As soon as he finished speaking, his body started to burn, and then his bloodline started to burn as well. After that, his soul started to burn as well. At this moment, Xian's aura skyrocketed. It was countless times stronger than before. Mu Xian's expression was extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene. Why does he burn his soul and body like it's a game? Lan Shan's expression was extremely gloomy. I want to know as well. Mu Xian stared fixedly at Xianxia, whose aura was still skyrocketing. Why is he still able to survive after burning his soul and bloodline? Moreover, he's getting stronger and stronger. Isn't this cheating? Is there any justice in this world? Lan Shan remained silent. The tenacity of Xian's vitality had greatly exceeded their expectations. He was like a freak. Dao Xuani looked at Xian in the distance. At this moment, she was also slightly shocked. She had not expected that Yixian had actually reached the supreme martial artist realm in such a short time. After all, she was also a genius. However, she had spent hundreds of years to advance from the eternal immortal realm to the supreme martial artist realm. Moreover, she was considered to be early, yet now, Yixian had reached the supreme martial artist realm in such a short time. This was too abnormal. At this moment, Yixian's body, soul, and bloodline had undergone a qualitative change. Therefore, when he chose to burn his soul, bloodline, and body, his aura instantly swept across the heavens like a volcanic eruption. Although he was still a supreme martial artist, his current aura had far surpassed that of a supreme martial artist. Seeing this, Mu Xian and Lan Shan's expressions turned extremely unsightly. Previously, when Yixian was a half-step supreme martial artist, his aura was already no weaker than theirs. Now, Yixian's aura had far surpassed theirs. This was too heaven-defying, this was too inhumane, this cultivation was like a game to him. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly took a step forward, and this step was accompanied by a swing of his sword. This time, he didn't just swing a single sword, he swung it 3 times, slash it over, slash the present, slash the future, 3 swords into one. Moreover, the might of this attack was completely different from before. In the distance, Dao Xuani's eyes narrowed slightly, and a solemn expression appeared in the depths of her eyes for the first time. She closed her eyes slowly, and in an instant, the region of space around her had transformed into an enormous vortex. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani suddenly clenched her right fist and smashed it forward. As soon as she executed this punch, the space around her instantly became illusory, and then 3 rays of sword light faintly appeared within that illusory space. Dao Xuani's gaze was icy cold. Shatter! Bang! This punch caused the 3 rays of light to warp, and it wasn't just the present that was warped, the past and future were warped as well. However, the 3 rays of light didn't shatter. The formidable energy contained within the rays of light ceaselessly destroyed the force of Dao Xuani's punch. Moreover, the spatial vortex in the depths of Dao Xuani's body gradually started to become illusory. A wisp of a cold glow flashed in Dao Xuani's eyes, and then she suddenly spread open her right hand and roared furiously, "Boundless eternity!" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly clenched her right hand. Hiss! 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 The spatial vortex where Dao Xuani resided suddenly split open, and then the 3 rays of light were torn apart at practically the exact same time, causing an extremely terrifying aura to instantly sweep towards the surroundings. The expressions of Mu Xian, Lan Shan, and the others instantly changed drastically, and they retreated madly. In an instant, the space in an area of a few millions of kilometers was directly obliterated by this terrifying force. At the same time, a terrifying fist tore through the surroundings and smashed forcefully towards Yixian. Merely the aura of such formidable force caused Mu Su and Lan Shan to feel terrified, an exalted being. At this moment, a trace of an absurd feeling actually arose in the depths of their hearts when they faced this force. "We're ants, ants." Both of them exchanged glances, and their eyes were filled with shock. Is this the power of an immortal? In the distance, Yixian watched as the fist assaulted him, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Calm down, focus. In the next moment, Yixian suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot forward explosively. Hiss! A sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. Bang! Everyone watched as the ray of light slashed directly onto the fist. In the next moment, the fist was blasted into pieces. However, the ray of light was instantly obliterated as well. At the same time, Yixian retreated madly. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Dao Xuani's eyes, and then she suddenly vanished on the spot. At the end of the starry sky, Yixian suddenly raised his head while a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes. He didn't attack. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani's fist suddenly smashed against Yixian's chest, and at practically the exact same moment, Yixian's sword pierced through Dao Xuani's chest. Hiss! Bang! Yixian instantly retreated explosively. This retreat covered a distance of over 100 kilometers, and the space in his path was obliterated inch by inch. Dao Xuani gazed at the sword in front of Yixian. The sword had just entered her body when a powerful force suddenly erupted, and then it ceaselessly destroyed her internal organs. At the same time, her soul started to disperse swiftly. Dao Xuani slowly closed her eyes, and then she unfolded her right hand. In an instant, the entire world trembled violently, and then countless strands of mysterious energy surged into her. Her ethereal soul and body gradually started to recover at a visible speed. Moreover, her aura had become even stronger than before. Mu Xian and Lan Shan's expressions were extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. She was too heaven-defying, eternal. She grew stronger as she fought, unless they could kill her with a single strike, otherwise, she really wouldn't die. Moreover, she would grow stronger and stronger. Heaven-defying wasn't enough to describe it. Right at this moment, both of them seemed to have thought of something, and they suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's body had cracked apart completely. Especially his chest, it had sunken down, and it was an extremely shocking sight. However, his body hadn't shattered, his body had actually forcefully resisted Dao Xuani's terrifying punch. Mu Xian and Lan Shan exchanged glances, and a wisp of shock flashed through their eyes. Yi Xian's strength was extremely heaven-defying. He'd actually resisted Dao Xuani's terrifying punch. Mu Xian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Who exactly is he? Lan Shan fell silent. At this moment, both of them were curious about Yi Xian's identity and background. Such a monstrous genius was absolutely not an ordinary person. He might have a formidable power backing him. Meanwhile, Lan Shan spoke abruptly, "Don't think too much about it. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he'll still be killed by Exalt Xianyi." Mu Xian nodded lightly. Although Yi Xian was heaven-defying, he was still much weaker than Dao Xuani. Dao Xuani was at the immortal realm. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spread his arms, and the next moment, he said softly, "Come. Come." As soon as his voice resounded, the surrounding starry sky trembled slightly. Mu Xian and Lan Shan frowned, and a trace of doubt arose in their hearts. What was coming? Right at this moment, both of their pupils suddenly constricted. They saw the starry sky suddenly seethe, and the next moment, countless mysterious forces surged towards Yi Xian like a tidal wave. The power of the myriad worlds in the heavens, the power of the myriad worlds in the heavens. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed again, and his aura was actually approaching Dao Xuani. In the distance, Dao Xuani looked at Yi Xian. "It's time to end this." Yi Xian laughed loudly. "It's time to end this. Come." As soon as his voice resounded, both of them vanished on the spot. Hiss, bang, the starry sky suddenly started burning. Both of them had utilized their full strength this time. Dao Xian stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who was getting closer and closer, and then she suddenly clenched her right fist and swung it forward. Boundless Nirvana. Bang, with this punch, a terrifying fist light suddenly erupted from her fist. As this fist light appeared, the entire medium world started to tremble. The might of this punch was sufficient to destroy the entire middle world. However, Dao Xian's punch hadn't targeted the middle world. She'd converged her strength onto a single point and targeted Yi Xian. A wisp of a ferocious smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth when facing this terrifying punch, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. It was a sword technique that he hadn't utilized for a very long time. At this instant, Yi Xian overlapped madly. One after another dreadful energy erupted in front of Yi Xian like a volcanic eruption. When that punch collided head-on with Yi Xian's countless overlapped rays of sword light. Bang, suddenly, an explosion resounded throughout the middle world. Countless people were horrified, and they raised their heads to look towards this area while their eyes were filled with astonishment. On the other hand, Mu Xian and Lan Shan had started retreating madly since a long time ago, and they'd moved far away from Yi Xian and Dao Xian. As that terrifying force erupted, Yi Xian and Dao Xian were suddenly blasted flying. At the instant that Yi Xian's figure was blasted flying, his body had started to be obliterated bit by bit. However, the speed at which his body was being obliterated wasn't so fast this time. So, his body was repairing itself at the same time that it was being obliterated. This time, the speed at which he repaired himself was faster than the speed at which his body was obliterated. So, Yi Xian's body was preserved. However, his countenance was pale as a sheet of paper, and his entire body was covered in blood. The strength of this punch had heavily injured him. Dao Xian had stopped moving as well, and her body had started to be obliterated while her soul was swiftly dissipating as well. However, just like Yi Xian, this universe was constantly repairing her body and soul. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised her head and looked at Dao Xianyi. Her lips curled into a ferocious smile, and in the next moment, she disappeared on the spot. A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield. In the distance, Dao Xuani raised his head and looked at the approaching sword light, his face expressionless. When the sword light arrived in front of her, she suddenly put her palms together, and an invisible barrier appeared in front of her. Boom! Xian's sword struck the barrier, causing it to tremble slightly before cracking open. However, it didn't shatter. In the distance, Xian was just about to attack again. Right at this moment, Dao Xuani suddenly vanished on the spot. Xian swiftly raised his head, and at this moment, an afterimage had arrived in front of him. Xian was expressionless. With a thought, countless flying swords suddenly appeared around him. The two of them once again chose to fight head-on. Boom! Countless rays of sword light were destroyed, and Dao Xuani suddenly grabbed Xian's throat. Right when she was about to exert force, a sword was suddenly pressed against her throat. The two of them who were very close to each other exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, Dao Xuani suddenly exerted force. Crack! Xian's throat directly shattered, and her soul was forced out of her body by Dao Xuani. At practically the exact same moment, Xian's sword stabbed into Dao Xuani's throat, and then she suddenly slashed it. Dao Xuani's throat was directly torn apart. At this moment, she had no choice but to abandon her body and escape with her soul. At this moment, both of them were in soul form. After they became souls, Xian vanished on the spot once more. Dao Xuani suddenly raised her head, and in the next moment, her soul directly transformed into numerous afterimages that shot out explosively. Bang! Another explosion resounded in the heavens and the earth, and then both souls retreated explosively at the same time. While Xian was retreating, with a thought, numerous flying swords suddenly slashed towards the distant Dao Xuani. In an instant, sword energy crisscrossed the heavens and the earth, and sword light filled the air. In the distance, the corners of Dao Xuani's mouth curled up slightly, and a ferocious expression appeared on her face. She suddenly stretched out her right hand, and then suddenly clenched it. In an instant, the space before her suddenly transformed into a huge black vortex. When Xian's sword light entered this vortex, all of them were distorted, and then they were shattered and obliterated. In the next moment, she suddenly charged forward and suddenly smashed her elbow towards Xian. This smash caused the entire heavens and earth to directly split apart like a spider web, and it was extremely terrifying. In the face of this terrifying elbow, Xian suddenly grinned ferociously. In the next moment, he transformed into a sword and suddenly slashed forward. He fought head-on. At this moment, it was time to see who could survive. Bang! An expanse of sword light suddenly shattered, and then Xian was directly blasted back. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani suddenly pressed forward and smashed his fist towards Xian. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly and mysteriously vanished on the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already over 30 kilometers away. After he stopped, he opened his palm, and a sword suddenly condensed within it. He slowly closed his eyes, and the sword in his hand trembled violently. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his left hand. Sword. As soon as he spoke, the starry sky trembled, and then countless swords suddenly shot through space to arrive above Xian. There were over 1,000,000 swords. At this moment, numerous terrifying sword auras enveloped the entire medium world. In the starry sky, Mu Xian and Lan Shan's expressions had become solemn. At this moment, they suddenly realized that they seemed to have slightly underestimated Xian. This idiot's attainments in the sword Dao are really not bad. In the starry sky, Xian pressed his fingers together and swept them across the sword in his hand. In the next moment, his eyes directly turned blood red, and in an instant, his soul started burning once more. At the same time, his blood started burning as well. Bang! Bang! The moment his blood started burning, the sword in his hand directly turned blood red. Not only that, but the 1,000,000 swords behind him also turned blood red. Below, Mu Xian glared at Xian and said angrily, "Damn it! Why does he burn his soul like it's a game? He burns it when he wants it to, and stops it when he wants it to." Lan Shan stared at Xian, his expression quite unsightly. How many times had Xian burned his soul? He couldn't remember. In any case, this fella burned his soul, body, and blood whenever he fought. Most importantly, this fella still didn't die. This was really King ridiculous. In fact, the reason why Xian could do this was because of the profound green sword. After he swallowed the profound green sword, his soul directly reached the limit of a mortal realm, and not just any ordinary limit of a mortal realm. Because although the sword was gone, the profound green sword's special characteristics were still there, such as its special characteristic of suppressing the soul. Because of this special characteristic, Yi Xian could burn his soul crazily without completely vanishing. It was the profound green sword that gave him the ability to burn his soul and not die. Opposite Yi Xian, Dao Xian was expressionless. She opened her palm, and the infinite God ruler appeared in her hand. At this moment, she no longer looked down on Yi Xian, nor did she dare to look down on him. Up until now, Yi Xian was getting stronger every second. Although her realm was one level higher than Yi Xian's combat strength was no weaker than hers, although she also felt that it was ridiculous. At this moment, a huge white dragon suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was the spiritual dragon, the leader of the 36 spiritual veins. The spiritual dragon looked at Yi Xian and Dao Xian in the distance, its face extremely gloomy. Are you trying to destroy this medium world? Yi Xian turned to look at the spiritual dragon, his eyes like a sea of blood. Scram. The spiritual dragon glared at Yi Xian, then scram. After saying that, it turned around and turned into a white light, disappearing into the horizon. Everyone, Yi Xian's face froze. Damn it, what's going on? Mu Xian spoke solemnly, the spiritual dragon is afraid. Mist Mountain fell silent. Afraid? Actually, they were afraid as well. If they had to face Yi Xian alone, then they wouldn't hesitate to turn around and flee as well. The current Yi Xian wasn't someone they could resist. Yi Xian gazed at Dao Xian, and then he didn't waste his breath at all. He just vanished abruptly. Hiss, a ray of blood-red light tore through the battlefield. At the same time, the million swords behind him suddenly tore through the starry sky and slashed towards Dao Xian. At this moment, all the experts in the medium world were horrified, because Yi Xian's attack had severely threatened the medium world. Dao Xian slowly closed her eyes. She held the ruler vertically between her brows with her right hand, and then she placed the fingers of her left hand on top of the ruler before sliding it down slowly. In the next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, and then she suddenly swept the infinite God ruler, infinite. An extremely terrifying force suddenly swept out with this swing of the ruler. What was infinite? It was limitless and without end. The infinite God ruler had been created by the ancestor of the solitary mystery path, and it contained boundless energy. The two of them collided head-on once more. Bang! In an instant, countless rays of light were obliterated, and the space around Dao Xian was being destroyed madly. As for Yi Xian himself, he was instantly blasted flying. But a moment later, he forcefully charged towards Dao Xian once more. In the distance, Dao Xian had been completely disregarding the countless rays of light that were tearing through her surroundings. She suddenly stomped her right foot on the ground and vanished on the spot, and then she swept the ruler towards Yi Xian's head. Neither of them retreated. It was a method of mutual destruction. Right at this moment, a Xiaota suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian's head, and it forcefully resisted Dao Xian's attack. At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian's right hand transformed into a sword that stabbed into Dao Xian's soul. Bang, bang, the Xiaota held miserably, and then it was swept flying for over 100 kilometers. However, it still didn't shatter into pieces because it was supported by Arya's horn. Yi Xian stared fixedly at Dao Xian, and he spoke fiercely, "Woman, it's over." As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force with his right hand and was about to completely shatter Dao Xian's soul. But right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the infinite God ruler in Dao Xian's hand. Bang! Yi Xian, who was very close to it, was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. And when he stopped, his soul started to become transparent. Everyone gazed at the infinite God ruler, and then a soul slowly floated out from within it. It was a middle-aged man. All of them were stunned. Who is he? The middle-aged man gazed at the slightly weakened Dao Xian and grinned. Very good. I never expected that a peerless genius like you would actually appear in my solitary mystery path after a few tens of thousands of years. Ha ha ha. Mu Xian suddenly exclaimed, he's the ancestor of the solitary mystery path, Ji Xian. What the fuck? Could he be an expert above the eternal realm? The eternal realm? As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Shan and the others were petrified on the spot. Dao Xian gazed at Ji Xian and spoke softly, Ancestral Master. Ji Xian smiled, recuperate first. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and gazed at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Xianxia had appeared by Yi Xian's side. She held Yi Xian's weak soul in her arms and spoke in a trembling voice, little brother. Yi Xian's soul was so weak that it was almost translucent. He grabbed Xianxia's hand and spoke softly, big sister, I really can't hold on any longer. Yang Nianshui held Yixian tightly and spoke in a trembling voice, enough. Enough. You've done enough. Yixian grinned, but his smile was pale. He turned around and looked towards the depths of the starry sky, and the image of a plain dress appeared in the depths of his mind. Qing it would be regretful to die just like that. However, life and death were not up to anyone. Yixian's eyes slowly closed, and the hand that was holding Yang Nianshui's hand also softened at this moment. Big sister, tell Dad that I'm sorry. I've disappointed him. As soon as he finished speaking, his breath was as thin as silk, almost non-existent. At this moment, the space-time not far from Yixian suddenly split open, and a woman slowly walked out. The woman was wearing a plain dress, the main body. The woman in the plain dress slowly walked in front of Yixian. She bent over and took Yixian from Yang Lianshuang's arms. She gently caressed Yixian's cheek, and her eyes were filled with tenderness, but gradually, this tenderness turned into coldness. Clear the area. As soon as she finished speaking, a sword suddenly descended from the starry sky of Middle World. In an instant, the entire Middle World started to burn. Walking Dao sword, enforcing justice on behalf of heaven, that was in the past. And now, it was enforcing justice on behalf of its brother. Chapter 11, Breaking My Personal Record. Thank you. 592785520 readers have given me 330 monthly votes this month, brothers who have never spoken to me, and brothers who have come to support me, vast blue starry sky, who have given me 264 monthly votes, and a low-profile brother, Fa Xiaoxian, who has given me 222 monthly votes. There are also many readers who have given me gifts. Please forgive me for not being able to list them all, because there are too many. If I were to list them all, I could write a chapter directly. I have seen every single one of your votes and gifts. Really, I am very touched, because you could have read it for free, and you could have not spent any money, but you still support me. There is nothing I can do to repay you, so I can only write good books, and repay you with more chapters. Thank you to all the readers who have quietly voted and gifted. I know that there are many of them who have voted and gifted me, but they do not say anything. I am really grateful for everyone's support. Finally, those who have money, support me, and those who have no money, support me. Students don't want gifts, and those who are second generation like Yixian, please ignore this. Also, yesterday, a brother in the group said that I will not break out more than 5 chapters today, or else, he will do a handstand and have diarrhea. Brother, do you mean what you say? As the path sword descended slowly, the entire middle world started to boil. In the next moment, the entire middle world started to burn and gradually became illusory. Everyone was horrified. It was going to annihilate the entire middle world. The expressions of Mu Xian and the others changed drastically at the sight of this, and their eyes were filled with terror. How strong was the aura of this sword? Despair. At this moment, they were in despair. They couldn't even muster the thought of resisting this sword. At this moment, they felt like ants in front of this sword. No, they were even inferior to ants. Ji Xian stared at the woman in the plain dress, and his eyes were solemn for the first time. Your Excellency, a strand of sword light suddenly pierced his throat, and his voice stopped abruptly. Ji Xian's pupils constricted, and his mind went blank as if he'd been struck by lightning. How is this possible? That was the only thought in his mind. He was actually killed in an instant. Although he was just a wisp of clone, he was boundless realm. Even if it was a wisp of clone, in this sort of place, that was a godlike existence too. How could he be killed in an instant? At this moment, his mind was in a daze. Just at this moment, the spiritual dragon that had rolled away appeared once more. She looked at Tianming, who was holding Yixian in his arms, and said with a trembling voice, "Boss, if your sword descends, this middle world will be gone." Tianming glanced at the spiritual dragon with a calm expression. The spiritual dragon's soul trembled from this gaze, and she hurriedly said, "I understand. I understand. I'll scram right away." "Boss, do as you please." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the horizon. Damn it, I don't care about the middle world anymore. Staying alive is the way of the king. Tianming looked at Yixian, who was in his arms. At this moment, Yixian's soul had actually recovered completely. Not only that, but his body had recovered as well. Yang Nianshui was dumbfounded. What's going on? Yixian opened his eyes. When he saw Tianming, he was slightly stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. Qing I'm the king of reliance again. Qing'er gently caressed Yi Xian's cheek and softly said, "I don't mind." Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Yang Yanxua lightly touched Yi Xian's hand and then gestured to the starry sky. Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky. At this moment, the starry sky was already burning. "Qing'er wants to destroy the entire middle universe." Yi Xian grabbed Qing'er's hand and said softly, "Forget it. My skills are inferior to others, and I can't beat them. I deserve to be beaten. Don't implicate the other creatures in this universe." Tianming nodded. "Whatever Big Brother says." As soon as she finished speaking, the path sword trembled slightly, and then it transformed into a ray of light that descended by her side. With the disappearance of the path sword, all the experts and living beings in the middle world felt relieved. Just a little bit more and this middle world would have been finished. Yang Yanxua looked at Tianming with a strange expression. Actually, she had basically never seen Tianming before. She had only heard of the legends of Tianming. This was an existence that had hung her father up and beaten up. Wasn't she said to be very cold? At this moment, she felt that Tianming was quite easy to talk to. Tianming suddenly looked at Ji Xian in the distance. The latter stared at her and said mockingly, "Trying to bully me because my true body isn't here?" True body, alive. Hearing this, Mu Xian and Lan Shan instantly felt hope reignite. This Ji Xian is actually still alive, a super expert above the immortal realm. At this time, the path sword beside Tianming suddenly disappeared into Ji Xian's forehead. Ji Xian laughed loudly. "What ability do you have to attack this clone of mine? If you have the ability, wait for my true body to descend." As he said this, he seemed to sense something and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the distant endless starry sky, in a certain city, a sword suddenly fell. As this sword fell, the entire floating city became illusory. Within the city, countless powerhouses suddenly looked up, their eyes filled with terror. Who was attacking? Was this going to destroy the seamless city? At this time, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the distant starry sky. "How dare you? Who dares to distort spacetime and destroy the seamless city? Do you not want to live? F***CK. Master Tianming, it's you again. Master of Time greets Master Tianming. I kowtow to you." As he spoke, the sound of kowtowing suddenly resounded from the depths of the starry sky. His voice could only be heard by Tianming, but Tianming ignored him. That sword continued to fall straight down. At this time, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the city. "Puny swordsman, how laughable. You actually want to use your true body and clone to kill me. How absurd, how laughable." As the voice fell, a middle-aged man charged into the sky. The middle-aged man directly punched the path sword. This middle-aged man was Ji Xian's true body. The moment Ji Xian punched, the path sword directly disappeared into his forehead. There were no fancy tricks, it was an instant kill. It was that simple and direct, an unreasonable instant kill. In the sky, Ji Xian was stunned, he was instantly killed, his true body was actually instantly killed. How was that possible? Was he dreaming? Soon, Ji Xian realized that he was not dreaming because he was disappearing bit by bit, the kind that was about to be erased. At this moment, Ji Xian was shocked and he hurriedly roared, "Woman, do you know who my master is? My master is the left protector of the time court, the right-hand man of the time master. Do you know who the time master is? F***CK. At this moment, a shocked voice suddenly resounded in the starry sky. It was the time master. The time master suddenly appeared in front of Ji Xian. When Ji Xian saw the time master, he was first stunned and then overjoyed. He was about to speak, but the time master's legs weakened and he directly knelt down. He said with a trembling voice, "Master Tianming. I swear by the Tao of time, I don't know this person. My time court has nothing to do with this person." At this moment, the time master actually cried, he really cried, scared, he was really shocked to the extreme. Those who had not fought with Tianming would not know how terrifying she was. Once upon a time, he also thought that he was invincible in the world, until one day, he met Tianming. On that day, he was defeated. One sword, he, the great time master, could not even take one sword from her. If he had not knelt down quickly, he, the time master, would no longer exist in this world. If there really was a god in this world, then Tianming was even more terrifying than a god. At this moment, he did not expect that his people from the time court would actually offend Tianming. And the other party even mentioned him. Oh my god, this was a trap for him, seeing the Time Master actually kneeling there. Xian's mind went blank. In their hearts, the Time Master was a godlike existence, and now, this godlike existence was actually kneeling there, trembling. Oh my god, who was that woman? At this moment, Xian's face was ashen. At this moment, the walking sword in Xian's body slowly floated out and then pointed at the Time Master. The Time Master was shocked and hurriedly kowtowed. Master Tianming, I and young Master Yi are sworn brothers. I and young Master Yi are sworn brothers. Young Master Yi, the walking sword trembled slightly, and in the next moment, it vanished. Seeing this, the Time Master's body went limp, and he almost collapsed. He felt extremely fortunate. Young Master Yi, Master Tianming really gave young Master Yi face. Fortunately, he had formed a good karma with young Master Yi, otherwise, he would be finished. As if thinking of something, the Time Master suddenly turned to look at Xian, who was about to vanish completely, and roared furiously, F***ck your ancestors. As he spoke, he slapped out with his palm. Bang, Xian was directly wiped out. Xian. In the middle world. In front of Tianming, Xian's clone gradually vanished, and he looked at Tianming with eyes filled with confusion. Who the hell are you? He did not know what had happened to his main body, but he knew that his main body was gone. His clone was like a duckweed without roots. Even if Tianming did not act, he would vanish completely. Tianming did not answer Xian. She turned to look at Mu Xian and Lan Shan, and their expressions changed drastically. Lan Shan stared at Tianming. Fight her to the death. Mu Xian nodded. All right. Lan Shan's expression was ferocious. Woman, I don't believe you're really that strong. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Tianming, and he chose to ignite his soul and body as well. If Xian could ignite his soul, so could he. They were all human, so why should he be afraid? Needless to say, Lan Shan did have some ability. After he ignited his soul and body, his aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. Although it was not as strong as Xian and Dao Xian, it was still extremely terrifying. In the distance, Tianming looked at Mu Xian with a calm expression. When Lan Shan was only a few dozen meters away from Tianming, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Bang, Lan Shan's body shook violently, and then it became illusory. Instant kill. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Moreover, he did not even see Tianming attack. Lan Shan looked at Tianming in the distance, and he was slightly at a loss. Am I that weak? It was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Am I that weak? That's a supreme exalt. In the shadows, the face of the branch president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian, was extremely pale. At this moment, he realized why the pavilion master had given the Dark Heaven token to Yi Xian. It was because he was too narrow-minded. Meanwhile, Lan Shan suddenly turned to look at Mu Xian. Why didn't you attack? Mu Xian spoke with a trembling voice. Is there any point? Lan Shan laughed miserably. No. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished completely. He was directly wiped out. Mu Xian gazed at Tianming, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, Can I spare your life if I surrender? As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly pierced through the space between his brows and was wiped out. Everyone was speechless. In the depths of the starry sky, the spirit dragon trembled with fear. Fortunately, if cut off quickly. The world laughs at me for being a coward, and I laugh at their stupidity. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the boundless starry sky. In the end, Tianming turned to look at Dao Xian. Dao Xian stared at Tianming with a calm expression, and there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. Tianming gazed at Dao Xian. Is it someone you called? Dao Xian replied with a question. Who are you? Hiss, a sword suddenly pierced through the space between Dao Xian's brows, and then his body stiffened while his soul instantly became illusory. Tianming gazed at Dao Xian. I asked you to answer, not ask. P.S. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Stars flickered in Yang Nianshua's eyes when she heard Tianming. How domineering, that's how women should be. I'll stab my sword through the head of anyone I don't like. Haha, Yang Nianshua started to daydream, and she couldn't help but start laughing as she thought about it. Dao Xuani stared at Tianming from afar. You're very strong, but I'm not afraid of you. She wasn't even afraid of death, so she naturally wasn't afraid of anyone. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Qing'er didn't call for help just now. Ji Xian came out on his own. Tianming turned to look at Yi Xian. Do you need me to deal with her for you? Yi Xian smiled. There's no need. Because I defeated her just now. If Yi Xian hadn't appeared at the last moment, then he would have killed Dao Xuani. Tianming nodded slightly. She flicked her sleeve, and the walking sword returned to her hand. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Qing little soul. Tianming suddenly opened her palm. In an instant, the entire world became illusory, and then a sword appeared in her hand, the green profound sword. Tianming suddenly said, Soul, come. As soon as she finished speaking, the green profound sword trembled slightly. In the next moment, little soul's soul was condensed once more. It wasn't creating a new soul, it was soul return. Dao Xuani's eyes were filled with disbelief when he witnessed this scene. Resurrection? Dao Xuani couldn't help but ask, how did you do that? Qing suddenly waved her right hand. Slap, Dao Xuani's soul was slapped flying into the starry sky. Yang Yanshua's expression froze when she witnessed this scene. Tianming's temper really isn't very good. The green profound sword in her hand trembled slightly. Tianming gazed at the sword. She pressed her fingers together to hold the sword lightly, and then she swung it down. As soon as she swung it down, 2 large words appeared on the sword, invincible, invincible. Yi Xian was stunned. Tianming placed the green profound sword in front of Yi Xian. I have given her a new life. From today onwards, no matter what level you are at, as long as you activate this sword, she will be able to forcefully raise your cultivation by 2 realms without any side effects. That's not all. From now on, this sword contains the power of time. So long as you draw on the power of time, you can destroy all techniques and Daos in the world. Not only that, from now on, no technique can harm this sword, no Daos can suppress it, and no time can destroy it. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. The Xianxia sword was going to be invincible? At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly floated in front of Tianming. I, Xiao Ta, am willing to go through water and tread on fire for young master. If I don't die, the young master won't die. If you want the young master to die, you must first kill me, Xiao Ta. For the young master, I dare to do anything. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Yanxue glanced at Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta, you'll be beaten to death. Xiao Ta, Tianming looked at Xiao Ta, not saying a word. Xiao Ta hesitated, then said, Sister Tianming. I don't want to be just a pagoda anymore. Tianming's expression was calm. Then what do you want to do? Xiao Ta immediately said, I want to be an invincible pagoda. Qing Yi Xian was speechless. Damn, isn't it still a pagoda? I thought you wanted to be a human. Tianming opened her palm, and Xiao Ta fell into her hand. She put her fingers together and lightly touched Xiao Ta's pagoda. Xiao Ta trembled slightly, and in the next moment, his pagoda body actually started to change. Originally, his pagoda body was golden, but now, it was gradually turning dark purple. Tianming looked at Xiao Ta. I used sword qi to shape your body, but you're too weak to withstand the power of my sword qi. So, I controlled the power of the sword qi, and used less than 1/1,000,000th of it. Hearing this, Yang Yanxue, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. Her mouth was so wide that an egg could fit inside. Yi Xian was also a little confused. 1/1,000,000th of it, his mind was blank. Xiao Ta suddenly asked, Sister Tianming, how much is 1/1,000,000th of it? Tianming was silent. Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, then said, Sister Tianming, how big is the gap between me and you? Tell me honestly, I, Xiao Ta, can withstand any blow. Tianming glanced at Xiao Ta. A little bit. A little bit. Xiao Ta instantly became excited. Sister Tianming, you're not lying to me? Tianming nodded. Xiao Ta suddenly laughed out loud. Sister Tianming, I will work hard. One day, I, Xiao Ta, will surpass you. Tianming, Yang Yanxue sighed softly. Xiao Ta's brain is screwed. Yang Yanxue seemed to have thought of something, and she hurriedly walked over to Yi Xian's side. She pulled on Yi Xian's sleeve lightly, and then she said softly, Little brother, you promised big sister a sword. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Qing can you forge a sword for big sister? If it was anyone else, then he would definitely refuse, but big sister was different. If big sister hadn't risked her life to protect him, then he would have been dead by now. Qing glanced at Yang Yanxue, and then she pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "What do you want?" Yang Yanxue hurriedly said, "Anything. Anything you want." Tianming nodded slightly, and then she opened her palm. In an instant, the entire world trembled, and then countless snowflakes surged over from all directions. As the snowflakes entered the world, the temperature of the entire world instantly plummeted. Meanwhile, Tianming opened her palm, and a strand of sword energy appeared in front of her. The snowflake surged into the sword energy, and it didn't take long for a sword of ice and snow to condense into a sword of ice and snow. Tianming gazed at Yang Yanxue. "Use snow as the body of the sword, and my sword energy as the soul." As she spoke, she placed the sword before Yang Yanxue. Yang Yanxue hurriedly took the sword, and then her eyes lit up. The sword felt cold in her hand, but it wasn't cold. She didn't know if it was strong, but it was beautiful. Moreover, it was snow. Her name was Yang Yanxue. She really liked this sword. As if she'd thought of something, Yang Yanxue suddenly asked, "Big brother Tianming, how much strength did you use in that sword energy?" Tianming gazed at Yang Yanxue. "Are you sure you want to know?" Yang Yanxue immediately shook her head. "I understand. I understand." Saying that, she smiled bitterly. "Big brother Tianming, is there anything in this world that can withstand the power of your complete sword energy?" Tianming nodded. "There is." Yang Yanxue was a little curious. "What is it?" Tianming looked at Yang Yanxue. "That arrogant little girl's body." Arrogant little girl. Yang Yanxue was stunned at first, and then her expression changed drastically. F***ck. Area. Area. Hearing Tianming's words, Yi Xian also felt a little embarrassed. Area. If he used Aria's body as the body of the sword, and then used Qing'er's sword energy as the soul. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a little ashamed. Aria was a very loyal friend. "I can't think like this." Yang Yanxue glanced at Tianming, and began to worry for Aria. Aria was good at everything, but she didn't like to admit defeat. She was stubborn, and even if she couldn't beat her opponent, she would fight first and then talk later. At this time, Tianming looked at Yi Xian. "I'm leaving." Yi Xian was stunned, and then hurriedly asked, "Where to?" Tianming said, "The Milky Way." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Qing'er, can you tell me what you're doing in the Milky Way?" Tianming was silent. Yi Xian said softly, "Can't you say?" Tianming shook his head. "Of course I can. I'm going to the Milky Way to suppress someone." Yi Xian slightly frowned. "Someone? Suppress?" Tianming nodded. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Can you kill that person?" Tianming looked at Yi Xian. "It's a little complicated." Complicated. Yi Xian was silent. Qing'er also felt complicated, and it seemed this matter wasn't simple. Tianming said softly, "You've changed a lot." In fact, she was a little surprised. She thought Yi Xian would ask her for advice, but Yi Xian didn't. "I've finally matured," Yi Xian smiled. After the previous battle, not only did his strength increase greatly, but his state of mind also underwent earth-shattering changes. If one didn't force themselves, they would never know how good they were. Qing'er suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian and said softly, "Good luck." After saying that, she hugged Yi Xian and turned to leave. At this time, Yang Yanxue suddenly said, "Boss Tianming, can I ask you something?" Qing'er looked at Yang Yanxue, not saying a word. Yang Yanxue was a little embarrassed. Yi Xian smiled. "Ask away." Yang Yanxue hurriedly returned to Xiao Ta's room and took out the ancient book written by the mysterious pavilion master. She flipped to the first page and said, "Boss Tianming, what do you think of the pavilion master's theory of the universe?" Qing'er glanced at the book in silence. Yang Yanxue wanted to ask something else, but Qing'er suddenly said, "This person's knowledge far surpasses Miss Nian's." Surpasses Miss Nian's. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he had heard that. He had to admit that he was shocked. Sister Nian, after all, how terrifying was Sister Nian's wisdom and knowledge? She was practically second only to the three swords, but this mysterious pavilion master's knowledge actually surpasses Sister Nian's. Is he really that heaven-defying? Qing'er suddenly withdrew her gaze and looked at Yi Xian. "I'm leaving." Then she hugged Yi Xian gently. Then she turned around. She disappeared as soon as she turned around. Yi Xian and Yang Yanxue fell silent. Is this mysterious pavilion master really that terrifying? A trace of worry flashed through Yi Xian's eyes as if he thought of something. Qing'er is suppressing something. all of a sudden, he began to worry. The stronger it is, the more he feels that the universe isn't simple. It really is endless. Are Qing Dad, and Big Brother really the ceiling of the boundless universe? Yixian fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue suddenly said, Brother, I'm leaving as well. Yixian looked at Yang Yanxue. You're leaving as well? Yang Yanxue nodded. I've been out for a long time. Mother must be worried. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Are you going back to inherit the family property? Yang Yanxue laughed heartily. Yes. Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, Sister, can you give me some when the time comes? How lowly, Yang Yanxue smiled mischievously. Of course. Of course. As soon as she finished speaking, she hugged Yixian lightly. Brother, good luck. I look forward to the day you crush Dad. If you have any difficulties, you can look for me. I can't fight, but I have a lot of money. I'll use my money to smash them to death. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yixian fell silent, and he suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. Suddenly, the sky in the distance split apart, and then a beautiful woman walked out from within it. She glanced at the surroundings and said, Where's the president of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's branch, Yuxian? Yuxian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, I am. May I know who you are? The woman glanced at Yuxian, and then she withdrew a command token. According to the orders of the pavilion master, you're no longer the president of this branch. Your actions will be judged by the elders. Yuxian's face was ashen. I'm finished. He knows that his future is gone. The woman turned around to look at Yixian, and then she bowed slightly. Respected young Master Yi, this matter was caused by my Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yixian suddenly withdrew the Black Heaven token, and then he tossed it aside like trash. Tui. He tossed the token aside, and then he turned around and left. The woman was speechless. Thank you to all the friends who tipped me yesterday. There were too many to list. Thank you very much. It'll erupt again on the 15th of this month, and it might even be earlier. Watch my writing speed. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Seeking monthly votes. The pretty woman sighed as she looked at the Black Heaven token that Yixian had tossed aside. Yuxian's actions were a devastating blow to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's reputation. The Black Heaven token, this was equivalent to someone recognized by the pavilion master, but Yuxian had acted smart and violated the rules set by the pavilion master. The pretty woman turned to look at the pale Yuxian. There's a very, very high chance that you'll be sentenced to death. Even if you're not sentenced to death, you'll be imprisoned in the seamless world forever. Yuxian, the pretty woman looked at the black-robed middle-aged man. Ah Wu, the pavilion master allowed you and Yuxian to run the Immortal Treasure Pavilion together. Yuxian didn't respect the pavilion master, so why don't you do the same? Ah Wu bowed slightly. Esteemed ambassador, Ah Wu knows his mistake. The pretty woman shook her head. The elders have decided to take back everything from you, including your cultivation. Do you have any objections? If you do, I won't do it for now. You can appeal. Ah Wu bowed deeply. Esteemed ambassador, I have no objections. The pretty woman nodded slightly. She spread open her palm and pressed it down lightly. As soon as she did that, Ah Wu's aura instantly dispersed like tidewater. It wasn't long before Ah Wu had become an ordinary person, and his appearance had practically instantly aged after he became an ordinary person. His current lifespan was less than 10 years, Ah Wu's face was pale, and he didn't dare speak. He had no more in this lifetime, although he was unwilling, he had no complaints because everything he had was given to him by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Without the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, he would only be an ordinary person and wouldn't have his current status. The pretty woman glanced at Ah Wu and sighed inwardly. Actually, Ah Wu deserved to die. He didn't respect the pavilion master's orders. This was the #1 crime in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The pavilion master was like a god in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and the elders respected the pavilion master so much that ordinary people couldn't imagine it. The elders were shocked that something like this had happened here, and a few old fellows who had been in closed-door cultivation for tens of thousands of years had come out. Anger, she'd never seen the elders so angry. A mere branch president dared to disrespect the pavilion master's orders. This was unbearable for those old fellows. The pretty woman glanced at Yu Xian and shook her head slightly. Yu Xian, the mastermind, would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Ignoring the two of them, the pretty girl picked up the Shantian token that Yi Xian had thrown onto the ground and disappeared into the horizon. After the pretty woman disappeared, two men in black appeared and took Yu Xian away. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Supremacy, in terms of realm, he was now in the supreme realm. Moreover, he was a supreme who could fight against an eternal realm powerhouse. At this moment, Yi Xian felt a little emotional, forcing himself. The previous battle with Dao Xianyi was the first time in so many years that he didn't call for help. I can't beat him. Indeed, in the beginning, he had already despaired several times. He really couldn't beat them, but was he supposed to give up just because he couldn't win? Actually, the scariest thing about humans was not despair, nor was it powerlessness, but giving up. No matter how hopeless the situation was, as long as one didn't give up, there would be hope. But once you gave up, even if it wasn't a hopeless situation, you would still be finished. Seeming to think of something, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Looking back on the past, he was really sloppy and flashy before. He didn't have the heart of a powerhouse at all. It was time for him to grow up. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He opened his palm, and Little Soul appeared in his hand. Little Soul, I won't let anything happen to you in the future. Little Soul said, next time something happens, let Xiao Ta carry it. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta laughed. I'll carry it, I'll carry it. The current me has nothing to fear. Yi Xian, Little Soul. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a black box appeared in his hand. This was the box he took out from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. What was in this box? Yi Xian curiously opened the box. Inside the box, there was a strange weapon. This weapon had a strange shape. It was completely black, and the front half looked like a pipe. It was as long as an adult's arm, but the back half was not a pipe. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, holy shit, isn't this a gun? Yi Xian frowned slightly. A gun? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, yes. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. A gun doesn't look like this, right? Xiao Ta said, this is a gun from the Milky Way, not here. The Milky Way. Yi Xian looked at the gun in the box and was a little puzzled. Xiao Ta, is this thing powerful? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, in the Milky Way, it's quite powerful. However, for cultivators of your level, this thing is useless. Of course, this could be left by the pavilion master. There should be something different. Yi Xian said, how do you use this thing? Xiao Ta smiled and said, it's very simple. Act cool. Oh, no, load it. Load it and you can use it. Yi Xian looked inside the box. Inside the box, there was a small box. He opened the box. There were 10 sharp objects that were as long as 2 thumbs. Xiao Ta suddenly said, this is a bullet. Yi Xian looked at the bullets. He found that these bullets had strange runes around them. At the top of these bullets, there was a blood-red dot. It was very strange. After Yi Xian pondered for a long time, he finally loaded the bullets. Just as the bullets were inserted into the gun, the entire gun body suddenly shook violently. Then, a voice suddenly sounded from the gun, please replenish your spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Yi Xian hesitated and said, you can talk. That voice said, please don't talk nonsense. If you want to fire the gun, replenish your spiritual energy. Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. Damn, is it so arrogant? Yi Xian didn't bother with it. He took out a star vein. As soon as he took it out, it was directly absorbed by the gun. The gun said, the spiritual energy is less than 1,000th, and the power is only 1,000th. Do you want to fire? Yi Xian asked, less than 1,000th? That voice said, yes, the more spiritual energy, the more powerful it is. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, if there is enough spiritual energy, how powerful is it? That voice said, it shouldn't be a problem to kill you with one shot. Yi Xian was furious. Can you not be so arrogant? Do you know how strong my body is? That voice said indifferently, don't brag. If you have the guts, try it. Yi Xian immediately said, let's try it. Xiao Ta said with a smile, play with it. Let it know how terrifying your body is, young master. Yi Xian took out 1,000 star veins, and they were absorbed by the spear in an instant. Yi Xian's expression changed subtly when he saw this. At this moment, a white light suddenly erupted from the gun. The white light spread from the end of the gun to the tip. At the same time, that voice said, "You can begin." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he took out Xiao Ta and placed Xiao Ta at the muzzle of the gun. "Bring it on," Xiao Ta suddenly said, F***ck. "Young master, what do you mean?" Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. "Xiao Ta, you're tougher than me. You take it." Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "Young master, are you afraid?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "How could that be?" "Xiao Ta, you were just transformed by Qing'er sword energy. Do you have to be afraid of something like that?" Xiao Ta said indifferently, "I'm not afraid of it, but it's not necessary. I won't take it." "You do it yourself." Yi Xian's face darkened. This Xiao Ta isn't easy to fool now. Yi Xian was about to speak when the beautiful woman from before suddenly appeared here. She gazed at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi." "I'm here too." Yi Xian suddenly asked. "Miss, what realm are you at?" The beautiful woman grinned. "Half step to the boundless realm." Half step to the boundless realm. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Damn it. She's actually at the half step to the boundless realm, she's even stronger than Dao Xian, she continued. "Young master, I'm here to apologize." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he waved the spear in his hand and said, "Do you recognize this?" The beautiful woman glanced at the spear in her hand, and then she shook her head. "I haven't." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You haven't?" The beautiful woman glanced at it once more, and then she shook her head. "I haven't." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "I obtained it by chance. I wonder how strong it is." "Miss, can you allow me to test it?" The beautiful woman was slightly stunned, and then she smiled. "Young Master Yi wants to test its strength?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The beautiful woman thought for a moment, and then she nodded. "All right." Before she came here, she was having quite a headache about how to obtain Yi Xian's understanding. Now that Yi Xian had made such a request, it was exactly what she wanted. Because in that way, it would be equivalent to her helping Yi Xian, and it would definitely be easier to negotiate. Yi Xian grinned when he saw the beautiful woman agree, and then he raised the spear and pointed it at her. "Miss, be careful." The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Bring it on." Yi Xian was about to pull the trigger when Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, you're holding the spear the wrong way around." Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. He hurriedly turned the spear around and aimed it at the beautiful woman in the distance. In the next moment, he directly pulled the trigger. Bang, a ray of white light suddenly surged out, and then the starry sky in an area of a few million kilometers was instantly obliterated. The woman's pupils constricted, and then she suddenly pressed her hands forward. However, her figure was blasted flying in the next moment. She flew out of Yi Xian's field of vision. At the same time, the bullet carried a powerful wave of energy as it swept towards the depths of the starry sky. It was extremely swift, and it vanished into the boundless universe in the blink of an eye. It flew out of the medium world. At this moment, Yi Xian himself had also retreated hundreds of thousands of feet, because the recoil of that spear attack was too dreadful. The most terrifying part was that his entire right hand had exploded apart when he stopped moving, and his entire body had cracked apart like a spider web. Yi Xian was stunned. "What's that?" Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "That thing isn't like any spear I've seen in the past." In the distance, Yi Xian gently stroked the spear in front of him with his slightly trembling left hand, and he said softly, "Xiao Ta, I've decided to change my occupation to become a spear cultivator." Xiao Ta was speechless. One had to admit that Yi Xian was indeed astonished. The might of this thing greatly exceeded his expectations. Putting aside that woman, just his current physical body was an existence that surpassed the limits of the sempiternal realm. However, it had been shattered so easily. Furthermore, it was merely the recoil. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Xian hurriedly raised his head and looked into the distance. With this look, his expression immediately darkened. Because he could no longer sense that woman's aura, could it be that she was already gone? Right at this time, at the far end of the starry sky, a phantom floated over. It was precisely that delicate and pretty woman. But at this moment, this woman's physical body was already gone. Furthermore, her soul was extremely illusory. Looking at the incomparably frail, delicate and pretty woman in front of him, a trace of guilt involuntarily welled up in Xian's heart. He nearly blew her up with one shot. How shameful! The delicate and pretty woman looked at Xian, somewhat at a loss. Young Master Yi, weren't you a little too ruthless when you attacked? Xian, the delicate and pretty woman looked at that spear in Xian's hand. A trace of apprehension flashed across her eyes. This item is? Xian smiled sheepishly. Your pavilion master gave it to me. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, you seem to be the one who took it yourself, right? Xian said seriously in his heart, if you don't say and I don't say, who will know? Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, that makes sense. Xian, at this time, the delicate and pretty woman by the side suddenly said, the pavilion master gave it to you? Xian nodded. Yes. The delicate and pretty woman felt relieved. No wonder it's so terrifying. Xian looked at the delicate and pretty woman. Miss, how do I address you? The delicate and pretty woman smiled slightly. Qinglian. Xian said solemnly, Miss Qinglian, did you use your full strength just now? The delicate and pretty woman nodded. I did. Furthermore, one of my life-saving talismans has already been used up. Xian asked, can this weapon kill boundless realm powerhouses? The pretty woman hesitated for a moment before she said, I'm afraid it's quite difficult. Difficult? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded out inside that spear. If there's sufficient spiritual energy, boundless realm powerhouses are trash. Xian smiled and asked, what's your name? The voice said, Little Spear. Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, did your pavilion master give it to you? Little Spear said, yes. Xian smiled and said, your pavilion master's name is the same as mine, I also like to choose simple names. Lil Spear said, I gave myself another name. Xian was a little curious. What? Little Spear said, Big Spear. It sounds good, right? Xian's expression froze. F*CK, is there a difference? Meanwhile, Qinglian suddenly said, the more spirit energy you have, the stronger it is? Little Spear said, yes. So long as there's sufficient spirit energy, then my might is boundless. Qinglian glanced at Little Spear and didn't speak further. Xian smiled and said, Little Spear, why did your master place you in the study room? Little Spear sighed softly when it heard this. I don't know either. Xian frowned slightly, do you know where she went? Little Spear said softly, I don't know. Xian looked at Qinglian again, and she shook her head. I don't know either. Xian fell silent. The pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion isn't just an ordinary level of mystery. Meanwhile, Qinglian suddenly said, Young Master Yi, what happened before was my Immortal Treasure Pavilion's fault. We've already severely punished you, Xian. Young Master Yi, please calm your anger. Xian smiled and said, Miss Qinglian, I'm not angry. Qinglian blinked. Then Young Master Yi, please take back the Black Heaven token. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, there's no need for that, right? Qinglian glanced resentfully at Xian, Young Master Yi, look, even my body is gone. Xian was speechless. Qinglian placed the Black Heaven token in Xian's hand, and then she said, Young Master Yi, this is my Immortal Treasure Pavilion's fault. Please be magnanimous and don't make a fuss about it. As she spoke, she glanced at the spear, and then she withdrew a spatial ring and placed it in Xian's hand. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Young Master Yi, you must accept it. Xian glanced at the spatial ring, and there were an entire 100,000 star god veins within it. Needless to say, it was a huge sum. Star god veins weren't star veins. Xian put the spatial ring away without batting an eyelid, and then he said seriously, Miss Qinglian, what are you talking about? I, Xian, am not a petty person. Qinglian grinned. Young Master Yi, I apologize on behalf of Immortal Treasure Pavilion once again. I can guarantee that something like that will never happen again in the future. Yi Xian said with a smile, Miss Qinglian, may I ask where your headquarters are located? Qinglian shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian was stunned. Qinglian smiled bitterly. I really don't know. Actually, we thought that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in our ancient world was our headquarters, but we realized later that it wasn't. Yi Xian said in a low voice, even you don't know where your headquarters are? Qinglian nodded. Only the pavilion master knows, and we haven't seen her for a long time. However, I heard some news before I came here. She seemed to have appeared in the ancient world of desolation. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Ancient world of desolation? Qinglian nodded. A very dangerous place. It's said that there's the legendary boundless aura that can help people reach the boundless realm. Boundless aura, Yi Xian sized up Qinglian, and then he said, Miss Qinglian, you're half-step boundless? Qinglian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said, does your ancient world have boundless realm powerhouses? Qinglian smiled and said, yes. I understand young Master Ye's meaning. It's not that one must have boundless aura to be able to reach the boundless realm. Cultivating normally, one can also reach the boundless realm. It's just that the difficulty will be much, much higher. As she said, she paused for a moment and continued, this is just like in the secular world, if there's someone behind you, wouldn't it be much faster to advance? If there's no one, you can only endure to the top, right? Yi Xian was speechless. Qinglian continued, in this world, there are many outstanding people. However, resources are more important. Without cultivation resources, no matter how heaven-defying a person is, it's hard to advance an inch. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. If I have cultivation resources, I should be able to beat up the 3 swords. Xiao Ta was speechless. Qinglian smiled faintly. Young Master Yi, I have to go back and report. What do you plan to do next? Plan? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, Miss just said that the Great Desolation ancient world is very dangerous? Qinglian nodded. Yes. Speaking up to hear, she was slightly stunned. Then she said, Young Master Yi, could it be that you want to go to the Great Desolation ancient world? Yi Xian smiled and said, yes. Qinglian said solemnly, with young master's current strength, if you go to that place, I'm afraid, Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll go and have a try. Qinglian hesitated for a moment and then said, then young Master Yi, be careful. After saying that, she cupped her fists and said, see you again. Yi Xian smiled and said, see you again. Qinglian turned around and disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, are you really going to this Great Desolation ancient world? Yi Xian nodded. Why, you don't want to go? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and then said, should we act tough here before we leave? Yi Xian said unhappily, look at you. Xiao Ta smiled and said, I'm too narrow-minded. Yi Xian suddenly said, we have to act tough for at least a year before we leave. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian laughed out loud. Then he disappeared into the horizon. 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived at a mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was an unknown academy. Yi Xian arrived at the academy gate. Just as he reached the gate suddenly opened and a girl appeared in front of Yi Xian. Seeing this girl, Yi Xian smiled and said, hello, I'm looking for Sister Nian. The girl blinked, you're Yi Xian, right? Yi Xian nodded, yes. The girl smiled and said, you're late. Yi Xian frowned slightly, what do you mean? The girl smiled and said, Sister Nian has already brought Missan and the others to the Great Desolation ancient world. Great Desolation ancient world, Yi Xian said in a low voice, what are they doing there? The girl smiled and said, Sister Nian said that they need to reach the boundless realm. Hence, she brought them there. Great Desolation ancient world, Yi Xian thought about it and then said, understood. With that, he turned around and left. At this moment, the girl suddenly said, hey, wait. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the girl, what's wrong? The girl blinked and grinned, Sister Nian said that you're quite thick-skinned. Is that true? Hearing this, Yi Xian's face darkened, do you think I'm thick-skinned? The girl sized up Yi Xian and then giggled, I don't know. But I think you're quite handsome. Yi Xian gave her a thumbs up. Miss, I have to say that you have good taste. Your future is limitless. The girl covered her mouth and giggled. You're really thick-skinned. Yi Xian laughed, turned around, and rode on his sword. In the air, he rode on his sword and spun a few times in a flashy manner before disappearing at the end of the horizon. Below, the girl looked at the streaks of sword light in the distance and praised, so handsome. In the endless starry sky, Yi Xian flew on his sword. This time, his target was the ancient world of desolation. Why the ancient world of desolation? Unlike before, this time, he wanted to take the initiative to look for danger, to challenge himself, to force himself. He wanted to challenge his own limits. After what happened before, he understood that he couldn't be the king of relying on others anymore. Unlike before, this time, he wasn't just thinking about it. He had completely come to a realization: the more useless he was now, the more helpless he would be in the future. If he didn't force himself, he would never know how outstanding he was. At this moment, Xiao suddenly said, Young master, although we've both broken through, if we change places, I'm afraid we'll become little brothers again. Yi Xian laughed and then said, This time, I definitely won't rely on Qing. If I let Qing help me again, my surname isn't Yi. With that, he disappeared into the starry sky. Xiao suddenly said, Young master, I feel like you're insulting my intelligence. Yi Xian. P.S. A new journey begins. Wait for me. I'll save the manuscript and give you a surprise. The ancient world of desolation. Two women were walking slowly amidst a certain mountain range. They were Mu Nianyan and Xianxia. Mu Nianyan suddenly raised her head and gazed at a lone mountain that towered into the clouds, and she grinned. We're almost there. And Xianxia gazed at the lone mountain in the distance and spoke softly. Big Sister Nian, with your strength, there's no need for you to stay here at all. Right? The corners of Mu Nianyan's mouth curled up slightly. I'll accompany you. And Xianxia turned to look at Mu Nianyan. Why? Mu Nianyan smiled. I really like you, little girl. And Xianxia fell silent. Mu Nianyan patted Xianxia lightly on the shoulder and spoke softly. Your natural talent is much better than that little fellow, but do you know why you're unable to surpass him? Even if you do, he'll surpass you in no time. And Xianxia shook her head. Mu Nianyan blinked. Because he has a backer. And Xianxia was speechless. Mu Nianyan smiled and said, Does it hurt? And Xianxia nodded. Mu Nianyan smiled. Actually, there's another reason, and it's because your experiences are different from his. You've been pampered since a young age, whereas he's been miserable since a young age. Don't be fooled by his flashy ways and frivolous behavior. I've investigated him, and the bitterness he suffered when he was young isn't something an ordinary person can endure. It's precisely because of this reason that his will far exceeds an ordinary person's. She paused for a moment as she spoke, and then she continued. Unfortunately, Miss Tianming wasn't able to persevere and chose to show herself in the end, causing him to feel a sense of reliance. And Xianxia nodded lightly. The Yi Xian of the past was really different from the current Yi Xian. He was still the same person, but the current Yi Xian was indeed a little flashy. In the past, Yi Xian was very serious. She still remembered the scene when she first met Yi Xian. At that time, Yi Xian was like a wolf, his body exuding a kind of bloodthirsty aura that wanted to choose people to devour, but he did not lose his tenderness, especially his feelings towards his younger sister, which made her a little envious. A man who was both cruel and tender, Mu Nianyan continued. Now, Lady Tianming and his father want to change him. And Xianxia looked at Mu Nianyan. Change him? Mu Nianyan nodded. Let him rely on himself. And Xianxia said in a low voice, Big Sister Nian, has something happened? Mu Nianyan smiled and said, Miss Tianming went to the Milky Way to suppress a certain existence. When she spoke up to hear, she shook her head slightly. There's no need for us to worry so much. Because there are some things that even I feel slightly hopeless about. So, let those three fellows and that little fellow in the future worry about them. And Xianxia looked at Mu Nianyan. Will the future me be able to help? Mu Nianyan fell silent for a moment before she said, You want to help? And Xianxia nodded. Mu Nianyan smiled. Then work hard. So long as you work hard, then there's hope. And Lanxiao turned to look at the lone mountain in the distance, and her gaze grew firmer. In the next moment, she sped up. Mu Niannian gazed at Lanxiao's lonely figure inside in his heart. Little fellow, don't let this little girl down in the future. She silently sacrificed a lot for you. It didn't take long for Lanxiao to arrive at the foot of the lone mountain. Meanwhile, a figure appeared on the mountain. The figure carried a spear on her back, and she looked down at Lanxiao. My inheritance isn't passed down to a mediocre person. And Lanxiao raised her head and looked at the illusory figure. She opened her palm and a long spear appeared in her hand. She pointed the spear at the illusory figure and said, My master, Marshal Godin, is not here for the inheritance, but for a battle. She was here for a battle, not for an inheritance. On Lonely Mountain, the phantom suddenly laughed out loud. Interesting. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and charged down with the spear in his hand. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura swept down from the sky, and the heavens and the earth trembled because of it, and Lanxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, she suddenly shot into the sky. Yi Xian was flying on his sword somewhere in the starry sky. Yi Xian gazed towards the depths of the starry sky and spoke softly, Little An. Actually, he missed Lanxiao a little as well, and Lanxiao could be said to be the first woman he'd ever fallen in love with. The feeling he felt when he saw her for the first time was indescribable. But at that time, he had to take care of his younger sister, so he'd never thought about relationships. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, can I ask you a question? Yi Xian smiled, There's no need to be polite between us. Go ahead. Xiao Ta said, You have so many women. Which one do you like the most? Yi Xian said, What did you say before? Xiao Ta said, I can ask you a question. Yi Xian suddenly said, Fuck off. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly sped up, and he vanished into the depths of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the ancient world of Great Desolation. As soon as he entered the ancient world of Great Desolation, a woman in a white dress stood in front of him. The woman in white was very beautiful and had a good figure. She was very pleasing to the eye. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't that kind of person. He only took a few glances before looking away. The woman in white smiled, Young master, you looked at me a few times just now. Your eyes were mainly on my chest and waist. But your eyes are clear, without any evil intentions. I'm very surprised. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Of course, I, Yi Xian, am free from vulgar tastes. I look at everything with the eyes of art. The woman in white covered her mouth and laughed, Young master, you're really interesting. As she spoke, she began to introduce herself, Young master, my name is Xianxia. I'm a small manager of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. There was a Celestial Treasure Pavilion here. Xianxia smiled, Judging from your expression, I presume you know about my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian smiled, The Celestial Treasure Pavilion is spread throughout the universe. Who doesn't know about it? Xianxia smiled sweetly, Young master, this is your first time here, right? Yi Xian nodded, Yes. Xianxia blinked and said, Then does young master want to understand the ancient world of Great Desolation? Yi Xian smiled, How many God Star veins? Xianxia smiled, Young master, you're right. If it's a simple understanding, then you only need 5 God Star veins. If you want to understand it in detail, then you need 20 God Star veins. If you want to understand it in depth, then you need 50 God Star veins. 50 God Star veins. Yi Xian fell silent. Damn, this Celestial Treasure Pavilion really knows how to make money. If more people came today, then wouldn't the Celestial Treasure Pavilion make a killing? The pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is definitely a super rich woman. She might even be much richer than Sister Shui. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, Young master, do you need it? Yi Xian grinned and was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded from the side, Xianxia. Xianxia's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she heard this. She turned around and saw a young man walking over slowly. The young man wore a loose white robe, had a handsome appearance, and held a folding fan in his hand. He was extremely handsome. The young man walked over to Xianxia and grinned, Xianxia, you've come out to promote yourself again. Xianxia spoke indifferently, Young master Agai, this is my job. Guy sighed lightly, I told you. I'll support you. Xianxia smiled, I like to rely on my own hard work to strive for the things I want. Guy sighed once more, Xianxia, why bother? Xianxia gazed at Guy, young master Guy, I still have to work. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Yixian and grinned, young master, do you need it? Yixian glanced at the two of them and decided not to interfere in the business of others, so he was about to refuse and leave. Meanwhile, Guy suddenly withdrew a spatial ring, and she gazed at Xianxia, so long as you're willing to follow me, then the 500 star god veins within this spatial ring are yours. Xianxia's face was expressionless, young master Guy, I'm not that sort of person. Guy withdrew another spatial ring, 1000. Xianxia stared at Guy and was slightly angry, are you insulting me? Guy withdrew another spatial ring, 5000. Xianxia stared fixedly at Guy, fuck off. Obviously, she was really angry, a trace of a cold glow flashed through Guy's eyes, woman, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. A trace of a cold glow flashed through Xianxia's eyes, young master Guy, please respect me. A trace of disdain flashed in Guy's eyes. You're just a lowly little steward. It's your good fortune that this young master took a liking to you, but you've given this young master face time and again. Have I given you face? When she spoke up to this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly turned to look at Yixian, fuck off. Yixian blinked, I've never seen someone so arrogant in my entire life. Guy stared at Yixian, do you see it now? Yixian nodded. Guy stared fixedly at Yixian, I'll give you one last chance. Disappear from this young master's sight in 3 breaths of time, otherwise, hiss. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly pierced through Guy's throat, and a strand of blood sprayed out. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Guy's face was also full of disbelief, and her mind went blank. Yixian walked slowly to Guy, and he looked at Guy, the wind was too strong, I didn't hear what you said. Can you say it again? Guy stared fixedly at Yixian, my father is the vice president of this celestial treasure pavilion. If you dare to touch me, Yixian suddenly said, I'll let you go now, but don't come looking for trouble with me in the future, alright? Guy immediately said angrily, you're dreaming. You. Yixian suddenly shook his head, go accompany Tianyi. After speaking, he directly slashed out with his sword. Hiss, Guy's head flew out, Tianyi. Killed, seeing that Yixian really killed Guy, Xianxia's face instantly changed, she didn't expect that this man's strength would be so terrifying, killing just like that. Xianxia stared at Yixian, do you know what you've done? Yixian shook his head, I don't know. Xianxia said angrily, do you know who he is? He's the son of the vice president of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the only son. Do you know how serious the consequences are for killing him? Yixian blinked, and then revealed a terrified expression, the vice president's son? I don't know. I saw him bullying you, so I. Xianxia was slightly stunned, and then said, you killed him because of me? Yixian hurriedly nodded, yes. Xianxia stared at Yixian, why? Yixian hesitated, and then said a little shyly, you're born to be handsome. Xiao Ta, Xianxia stared at Yixian, and after a moment, she took a deep breath, and then said, let's go quickly. Yixian glanced at Guy's corpse, and then said, then what about you? Xianxia fell silent, I should be fine. Yixian hurriedly said, why don't we go together? Xianxia looked at Yixian, elope with you? Yixian was about to speak, but Xianxia shook her head, if I go with you, you'll definitely die. If you go by yourself, there's still a chance of survival. Yixian smiled lightly, silly girl, if I go, you'll definitely die. Xianxia looked at Yixian, and an inexplicable trace of goodwill arose in her heart. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Seeing this aura, Xianxia's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly walked up to Yixian and took out a talisman and handed it to Yixian. This is a transcendent grade teleportation talisman. You can use this talisman to teleport to the star field. Go quickly, Yixian asked, then what about you? Xianxia said angrily, I'm from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he won't do anything to me. If you don't leave, you're dead. Moreover, it will implicate your loved ones. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your loved ones. Yi Xian was silent. Think of Dad and Qing'er, he felt that he was thinking too much, it was better to think for himself. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said angrily, still not leaving? Yi Xian was about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared here. Xianxia's face paled when he saw the old man. The old man was the vice president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion branch in this realm, Ananda. Ananda glanced at Agai's corpse. After a moment of silence, he looked at Yi Xian. Do you know he's from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Ananda stared at Yi Xian. Since you knew, you still dared to kill him. I think your identity is not ordinary. Tell me who your backer is and let the old man know. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, if my backer is strong, you won't look for trouble with me, right? Ananda said, yes. Yi Xian nodded. Have you heard of the three swords? Ananda frowned. What's that? Never heard of it. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, have you heard of the Master of Time? Ananda narrowed his eyes. Of course. Yi Xian said seriously, we are sworn brothers. Ananda immediately flew into a rage. Brat, are you insulting the intelligence of the old man? Who is the Master of Time? He is the god of time who controls the world and is respected by all cultivators. Yet you say you are sworn brothers with him. Are you retarded? Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Damn it, there's no justice in this world, why is it that no one believes me when I tell the truth? After the battle with Dao Xianyi, he wanted to turn over a new leaf and be a new man. He no longer wanted to be flashy. But he found that it was impossible, honest people don't have a good life in this world. Ananda stared at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'm a rogue cultivator. Ananda said angrily, how dare a rogue cultivator kill someone from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Are you insulting the intelligence of the old man? Tell me, who are you? Yi Xian's face darkened. I'm your father, okay? Ananda was enraged. Are you insulting the old man? You. Yi Xian was also enraged. Old bastard, not only will I insult you, I will also beat you to death. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Ananda's expression changed drastically. He immediately threw a punch. Boom, with an explosion of white light, Ananda retreated tens of thousands of meters away. When he stopped, his physical body was shattered and only his soul was left. A sword instantly shattered his physical body. Ananda was stunned. Yi Xian was also stunned. He sized up Ananda and was a little confused. You are not in the boundless realm? Ananda looked at Yi Xian and was also a little confused. You are in the boundless realm? Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he realized that this old man was not even in the immortal realm. He was a supreme realm expert. Shouldn't there be boundless realm experts everywhere in this place? At this moment, Ananda said with a trembling voice, Young master, are you in the boundless realm? Yi Xian looked at Ananda and was about to make a move. Ananda suddenly knelt down with a thud. Senior, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, Senior. Yi Xian looked at Ananda. I killed your son. Ananda hurriedly said, that's what he deserved. He offended you, Senior. He deserves it. Yi Xian was silent. Reason, at this moment, Yi Xian's heart was very complicated. All the reasons in the world were built on the foundation of powerful strength. With strength, the other party would take the initiative to reason with you. At this moment, Ananda said again, Senior, please be magnanimous. Before Ananda finished his words, a sword pierced through his forehead. The next moment, Ananda was absorbed by the green profound sword. Completely erased, at the side, Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in her eyes. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, do you think I'm cruel? Xianxia hesitated and said, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Yi Xian said with a smile, let's hear the lie first. Xianxia said in a low voice, if one isn't ruthless, one can't stand firm. It's understandable for you to do this. If it were me, I would do the same. Yi Xian was slightly curious. What about the truth? Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian. Are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Yi Xian's expression froze. Sangyu hesitated and said, "What you said to me earlier was all false. Or, it was just a random action on a whim, right?" Yixian said with a smile, "If I didn't make a move, what would you have done?" Sangyu fell silent. Yixian said with a smile, "Miss Sangyu, can you give me some information about the ancient world of desolation?" Sangyu hurriedly passed a spatial ring to Yixian. Yixian was about to take it when Sangyu hurriedly said, "No, there's no need." Yixian said with a smile, "That won't do. As a person, I still have my principles." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a spatial ring slowly floated over to Sangyu. Sangyu looked at the spatial ring but didn't take it. At this moment, she was still slightly afraid of Yixian. "He killed me just like that," he didn't hesitate at all, "it was too terrifying." Yixian smiled, and then he placed the spatial ring in Sangyu's hand. After that, he turned around and left. As if he thought of something, he said, "If anyone from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion comes looking for trouble with you, then ask them to come look for me. My name is Yixian." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared into the horizon. Sangyu looked at Yixian in the distance and said softly, "Swordsman." Yixian. At the end of the horizon, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, where are we going now?" Yixian stopped. He looked around with a serious look on his face. The ancient world of desolation. From the information given by Sangyu, he knew that the ancient world of desolation was a rather special world. There were no forces here, there were very few people in this place, but there were many ruins of the great desolation. To put it simply, this place used to be very glorious. However, for some unknown reason, the civilization of this place disappeared. Following that, the ancient forces of this place turned into ruins and mystic realms. Many ancient martial arts civilizations were buried in this place. Previously, Qing Lian said that this place was dangerous because some experts from the ancient ruins had awakened in this place. Moreover, there was a dangerous creature in this place, Spirit Demon, a special creature that looked like a demon but wasn't a demon. It lived by eating living things. Eating living things. Yixian suddenly thought of Arya. Arya seemed to like eating living things too. However, according to Xiaota, after Arya went to the Milky Way, she started to like eating food from the Milky Way. Thinking of this, Yixian couldn't help but shake his head. If no one kept Arya in check, wouldn't she eat all over the universe? Moreover, if she didn't use the three swords, no one would be able to stop her. Yixian collected his thoughts and looked around. Then, he said, "This place is too big. It seems that to find Shaoan and Sister Nian, I'll have to ask the Celestial Treasure Pavilion for help." After saying that, he was about to look for the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. However, at this moment, he frowned and turned around. Not far in front of him stood a monster. The monster looked like a human, but it had a pair of wings and its eyes were deep purple. Spirit Demon. Yixian had already guessed the monster's identity. The spirit demon stared at Yixian with excitement in its eyes as if it had encountered some delicious food. However, it didn't attack, as if it was afraid. Yixian asked, "What's the matter?" Greed suddenly flashed in the spirit demon's eyes. Blood. In the next moment, it disappeared on the spot and punched at Yixian. Yixian frowned slightly. What the hell? Without any nonsense, Yixian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Chi, a wave of sword light tore through the air and the spirit demon was sent flying thousands of meters away. When it stopped, a sword suddenly pierced its forehead and nailed it to the ground. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the distant mountain peak. "Human, if you dare hurt him, Yixian suddenly opened his palm and swept it, sending the spirit demon's head flying. Yixian looked at the distant horizon with a calm expression. "I don't have a good temper. Don't threaten me, otherwise I'll slaughter your spirit demon clan." Presumptuous. The voice in the distant sky suddenly roared, "How dare you talk about slaughtering my spirit demon race? Do you think you?" Yixian's palm suddenly opened, and the azure profound sword vanished on the spot. Pissed, the voice in the distant sky stopped abruptly. At the same time, a bloody head slowly fell from the sky. A spirit demon's head. Yixian opened his palm, and the azure profound sword returned to its scabbard. Then, he turned around and left. Feud. Yixian's principle was that he would not offend those who did not offend him, but if someone offended him, he would definitely kill them. Unless, he couldn't beat them, Before Yi Xian took a few steps, footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man standing not far away. The middle-aged man smiled. "Young Master Yi?" Yi Xian smiled. "Immortal Treasure Pavilion?" The middle-aged man nodded. "I'm Immortal Treasure Pavilion's leader, Li Sheng." Yi Xian asked, "What's the matter?" Li Sheng looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi is Immortal Treasure Pavilion's super VIP. Why did you kill 2 people from Immortal Treasure Pavilion?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Are you here to denounce me?" Li Sheng smiled. "Young Master Yi, I'm only here to ask for an explanation." Yi Xian chuckled. "Then, does President Li Sheng know the ins and outs of this matter?" Li Sheng smiled. "Young Master Yi, I'll guide to defend Young Master Yi, but it's not a crime worthy of death, right?" Yi Xian stared at Li Sheng. "He offended me, but why is it not a crime worthy of death? Do I need him to kill me for it to be a crime worthy of death?" The smile on Li Sheng's face gradually faded. "Young Master Yi, forgive me for saying too much, but aren't you being too ruthless with your actions? As the saying goes, leave a way out for everything." Yi Xian sneered. "He's not my son, so why should I leave a way out for him? Moreover, haven't you heard of the saying releasing a tiger back to the mountain?" Li Sheng looked at Yi Xian without a word. Yi Xian suddenly turned and left. At this moment, Li Sheng suddenly said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yi, I don't know why the Pavilion Master gave you the Profound Heaven token. I just want to give you a piece of advice. You can't be too complacent and you can't be too ruthless, otherwise." Yi Xian suddenly turned around and swung his sword. Li Sheng was forced back tens of thousands of feet. After Li Sheng stopped, his right arm was severed at the base, and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian looked at Li Sheng. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Li Sheng looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. "You. Why are you so strong?" Li Sheng looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. "You. Why are you so strong?" Seeing Yi Xian walk over, Li Sheng's face changed. He quickly said, "Young Master Yi, I'm not here to denounce you. I'm here." Seeing Yi Xian's thumb on the hilt of his sword, Li Sheng was shocked. He quickly said, "Young Master Yi, I, the Vice President of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, offended Young Master Yi. I'm here to apologize." "Offer gifts and apologize." Yi Xian stopped. He looked at Li Sheng. "How do you want to compensate?" Li Sheng hesitated. He took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, please accept it." Yi Xian glanced at the storage ring. There were 30,000 star god veins in the storage ring. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but frown. He looked at Li Sheng and said, "President Li Sheng, as far as I know, I have the Profound Heaven token and have the authority to use all the divine items in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, right?" Hearing this, Li Sheng's expression changed. "Young Master Yi, you." Yi Xian looked at Li Sheng. "From now on, Celestial Treasure Pavilion is under my control." Li Sheng flew into a rage. "Young Master Yi, how could you do this, you?" Before he finished speaking, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. "Chi." Li Sheng was rooted to the spot. Li Sheng glared at Yi Xian and said angrily, "Young Master Yi, what's the difference between your actions and a bandit's?" Yi Xian took out the Profound Heaven token. "Let me ask you, this token was given to me by your Pavilion Master. Holding this token is equivalent to meeting the Pavilion Master, right?" Li Sheng was dumbfounded. "Young Master Yi. What nonsense are you talking about? This token is a VIP token. When did it become equivalent to meeting the Pavilion Master? Are you making things up out of nothing?" Yi Xian frowned. "No?" With that, the azure profound sword trembled slightly and began to absorb Li Sheng's soul. Li Sheng's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said, "I remember now. There is. Young Master Yi, there is." Yi Xian blinked. "There really is?" Li Sheng nodded, sweating profusely. "There is. There really is." Yi Xian nodded slightly, opened his palm, and the azure profound sword returned to his hand. He glanced at Li Sheng, "To the Celestial Treasure Pavilion." Li Sheng was a little hesitant. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and a hint of killing intent flashed in them. Seeing this, Li Sheng's expression changed drastically, and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, this way please." At this moment, he could not help but want to slap himself, he was also stupid. Why did he come looking for this young Master Yi? He was courting death. A moment later, Yi Xian and Li Xing left. Not long after the two left, a spirit demon appeared. The spirit demon looked at the departing Yi Xian and Li Xing with excitement in his eyes. What a special bloodline. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion was located in a valley. Compared to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion he saw before, this one was slightly simpler. However, there was also a 9th floor here. Li Xing said, "Young Master Yi, you can stay on the 8th floor." Yi Xian looked directly at the 9th floor. That's where the pavilion master lives, right? Li Xing nodded, yes. No one is allowed to enter. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then walked directly to the 9th floor. Li Xing's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, the pavilion master has ordered that no one is allowed to enter, not even you." "You?" Yi Xian turned his head to look at Li Xing. "Do you know my relationship with the pavilion master?" Li Xing was stunned. Relationship? What relationship? Yi Xian suddenly glared at Li Xing. Don't let your imagination run wild. I don't have that kind of relationship with the pavilion master. With that, he turned around and walked to the 9th floor. Li Xing was dumbfounded. F***ck, did I let my imagination run wild? That kind of relationship. Li Xing suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Why did the pavilion master give this young man the Black Heaven token? Could it be? Thinking of this, Li Xing's body suddenly trembled, and he did not dare to continue thinking. At this time, Yi Xian had entered the 9th floor. Inside the 9th floor, it was still as simple as before. There was only a bookshelf and a desk. The desk was by the side, and one could see the vast mountain range in the distance. Yi Xian walked to the bookshelf. The bookshelf was filled with books, but the words were words he had never seen before. Yi Xian glanced at the books, then said, "Xiao Ta, do you understand them?" Xiao Ta said, "I don't." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Haven't you been to the Milky Way galaxy?" Xiao Ta said, "I went there to show off, not to learn." Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. F***ck, he thought of a phrase, ignorant and incompetent. Yi Xian shook his head, then put away all the books. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, you don't understand them, why did you put them away?" Yi Xian laughed mischievously. "It doesn't matter if I don't understand them, maybe my son will be able to understand them in the future. As a father, prepare some treasures for him first." Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "You don't have a son." Yi Xian did not care about this broken tower. He walked to the desk. On the desk, there was an ancient book. He could understand the words in this ancient book. In the ancient book, there were 4 big words: Law of Conservation. Law of Conservation? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He flipped to a page, and a line of words entered his eyes. Law of Conservation, the law that everything in the universe has a constant value. Simply put, no matter what it is, its quantity, no matter what happens, will not change. Even if the universe collapses, its ultimate quantity still exists. Cultivating with this law, life will never die, martial arts skills will never be destroyed. Yi Xian was silent for a long time. He flipped to the next page. This state of immortality, there are too many loopholes. If you don't understand the law of eternity, how can you be truly immortal? This strange world, the realms are messy. There are too many loopholes. There is no complete and detailed system of cultivation realms. Forget it. Since I'm here, let me organize a complete system of cultivation realms. From today onwards, let me create a new era. What era should I call it? Yi Xian quickly flipped to another page. Era of acting cool? Seeing these 4 words, Yi Xian's expression froze. He quickly looked back. Not good, not good. It's too vulgar. Yi Xian continued to flip, but the back was blank. Nothing? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He flipped a few more pages. All were blank. Obviously, the other party did not continue writing. Yi Xian looked at the ancient book in front of him, his heart secretly pondering. It was not that the other party did not write on purpose, because after the last sentence, he saw a stroke. Obviously, the other party suddenly had something to do and left. Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then softly said, "This pavilion master is really not simple." He did not understand what the law of eternity was, but from what the pavilion master wrote, it seemed to be very awesome. Also, Qing'er said that the pavilion master's knowledge was above Sister Nian's. Was the Milky Way so awesome? At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, I understand. Yi Xian was a little curious, understand what? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, understand why there are so many realms here, and it's messy. Yi Xian was stunned, then said, what do you mean? Xiao Ta said, young master, do you know, in Master's era, the cultivation realm system was actually very complete. Do you know why it was complete? Yi Xian asked, why? Xiao Ta said, because the realm system of that era was created by the first complete sister Tianming, so the realm system of that era was complete, and that era was called the Tianming era. One person suppressed the three-dimensional and four-dimensional, dominating the ages. But in our era, Sister Tianming definitely would not waste time on this, so our realm system of our era is so messy. Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then said, I understand. As he said that, he looked at the ancient book, then said, this pavilion master is creating a new era. Yes, I will help her. When the time comes, let her leave me a name. What should I leave? Emperor Yi? Mystic Emperor? Sword Emperor? Xiao Ta suddenly said, act tough Emperor. Yi Xian. Asking for votes. One hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian's face darkened. Act tough Emperor, how vulgar, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, you said you wanted to help him. How are you going to help him? I don't think you know anything. Yi Xian said seriously, I'm not telling you. With that, he put away the unfinished ancient book. Xiao Ta, Yi Xian looked around and said softly, this pavilion master is indeed not an ordinary person. This tycoon. Oh, no, this friend, I'm definitely going to befriend him. Xiao Ta, Yi Xian left the room. Li Xing looked at the empty study and fell silent. Damn it, I found a bandit, Yi Xian said, where is the celestial treasure pavilion's treasury? Hearing that, Li Xing's face changed. Young Master Yi, you can't do that. Those are the celestial treasure pavilion's assets. In theory, only the pavilion master can use them. You. Yi Xian took out the Shantian token. Seeing this token is like seeing the pavilion master. In theory, I am the pavilion master now. Is there a problem? Li Xing, Yi Xian's face was expressionless. Take me there. His voice turned cold, Li Xing's heart shook. He didn't dare to offend Yi Xian, so he hurriedly brought Yi Xian to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's treasury. Actually, outsiders wouldn't dare to bully the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, because the Pavilion Master was really awesome. When the Pavilion Master came to this world, he had already shocked some of the super experts in this world. Therefore, even some of the big shots of the ancient forbidden areas wouldn't go against the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. On the contrary, they would give the Celestial Treasure Pavilion some face, but Yi Xian was different. This guy was not an outsider, he had the Shantian token that the Pavilion Master had given him. Li Xing sighed in his heart and felt helpless. Why would the Pavilion Master give the Shantian token to a bandit? After all, he had given the Shantian token to the Pavilion Master before, but the Shantian token hadn't chosen the bandit. Sigh, Li Xing sighed in his heart. He had really found a bandit. Not long after, Li Xing brought Yi Xian to the treasury of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. It was actually just a small room, but inside the room, there were hundreds of storage rings. Hundreds of them. Yi Xian blinked and didn't waste any time. He waved his right hand and collected all the storage rings. Li Xing's face instantly turned pale. Young Master Yi. This is the Pavilion Master's, Yi Xian said seriously, she and I are inseparable. Li Xing, Yi Xian lightly patted Li Xing on the shoulder and said, do your best. With that, he turned around and left. In the same place, Li Xing was silent. After a long time, he quickly left. Not long after, he arrived at a secret compartment. He took out a talisman and crushed it, then sent a voice transmission. Pavilion Master, this youth is a bandit, a bandit. Yi Xian returned to the 8th floor. Then, he returned to Xiao Ta. He took out all the storage rings and scanned them with his divine sense. With this scan, his whole body directly trembled. In the storage rings, there were more than 1 billion star god veins, more than 1 billion. Yi Xian felt his head buzzing. Were star god veins cabbages? Needless to say, Yi Xian was really shocked. Was this celestial treasure pavilion so rich? Other than star god veins, there were countless heavenly treasures and divine objects in the storage rings. There were countless of them, I profited. At this moment, Xian's face suddenly changed. In the next moment, the storage rings in Xiao Ta's body directly turned into streams of light and rushed out of Xiao Ta. Then, they tore through space and flew in a certain direction. Xian was shocked and hurriedly tried to suppress them. However, he was shocked to find that those storage rings directly ignored his suppression and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the end of space and time. Xian was numb, the duck that was in his mouth flew away. It must be that pavilion master who made him move. Xian's face was full of black lines. So stingy. At this moment, Lixing suddenly appeared at the door. Xian looked at Lixing, and Lixing smiled slightly. Young Master Yi. Xian's face was expressionless. You actually scolded me. After saying that, he directly turned into a stream of sword light and charged at Lixing. Lixing? Soon, Lixing's shrill scream sounded in the celestial treasure pavilion. Although the current Xian was only at the supremacy realm, his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than a boundless realm. Moreover, the green profound sword in his hand could help him raise his cultivation realm. Not only that, there was also the power of time. However, he would not use it under normal circumstances, because he did not want to let himself overly rely on external objects. His current principle was that if the enemy did not call him ancestor, he would not draw the green profound sword. I cannot use external objects, but I must have them. After a long time, Xian walked out of the celestial treasure pavilion, and he was slightly displeased as he looked towards the distant horizon. A few hundred spatial rings, over 1 billion star divine veins, and countless treasures of heaven and earth were gone just like that, gone. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared by Xian's side, and the old man bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, we found out the whereabouts of Misan that you wanted us to investigate. Xian asked. Where? The old man withdrew a map and passed it to Xian. The northern wilderness. Xian nodded and put the map away. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, Young Master Yi, that place is very dangerous. Xian said, From now on, that place is even more dangerous. The old man was slightly stunned, and then he said, What do you mean? Xian glanced at the old man and said, Because I'm going. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly rode his sword and vanished into the horizon. On the spot, the old man remained silent for a long time before he said, Amazing. On the 7th level of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Lixing remained silent as he watched Xian vanish into the horizon. He'd just been beaten up by Xian, however, he wasn't angry, because he noticed that Xian's strength was much more terrifying than he'd imagined. A thought suddenly arose in Lixing's mind. Could there really be something going on between the pavilion master and this young Master Yi? Lixing couldn't help but shiver when he thought up to this point. The northern wilderness was located at the north of the ancient world of desolation. When Xian arrived at the northern wilderness, he frowned, a shapeless pressure. Xian looked into the distance, and he saw a lone mountain at the end of his vision. Shaoan had appeared there before. Xian suddenly rode his sword and vanished on the spot. But a moment later, he frowned because he noticed that the pressure he felt was more than 10 times stronger when he rode his sword. Can't fly. Xian didn't force it. He landed on the ground and walked. After a while, Xian arrived at the foot of the lone mountain. He raised his head and looked up. At this moment, a phantom appeared on the lone mountain. The phantom carried a long spear on his back and stood there like the ruler of this world, giving off an extremely terrifying pressure. So strong. This was the first thought that came to Xian's mind. The phantom looked down at Xian. Are you here for the inheritance? Xian shook his head. Junior came here to look for someone. She seemed to have appeared here before. The phantom looked at Xian. Are they 2 women? Xian nodded quickly. Senior, do you know where they are now? The phantom said, They just left not long ago. Left? Xian asked again, Where did they go? The phantom pointed to the north. Xian cupped his fists. Thank you. With that, he was about to chase after them. But at this time, the phantom suddenly said, Young man, are you interested in inheriting my Dao? Xian hesitated, and then said, Senior, I came here to look for someone. The phantom suddenly pointed to a dried corpse below. Do you know, this person knelt here to beg for my inheritance. Even in death, he couldn't get what he wanted. But now, as long as you nod, I will teach you the supreme Tao of the spear. Xian smiled, I am a swordsman. The phantom said in a deep voice, there is no conflict. You can also dual cultivate spear and sword. Xian was speechless. The phantom sighed in a low voice, young man, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you have to grasp it. Xian hesitated, and then said, Senior, this friend I am looking for is a spear user. She was here just now, why didn't Senior give her the inheritance? The phantom sighed again, she doesn't need it. Xian, the phantom looked at Xian, young man, I am really powerful, won't you consider it? Xian was a little curious, Senior, why did you choose me? The phantom said in a deep voice, although your realm is low, your aura is very strong, especially your physical body, it has surpassed your realm. Your foundation is too good. Almost perfect. Xian was a little curious, Senior, are you still alive or, the phantom said in a low voice, dead? Xian was slightly surprised, and then said, Senior's strength is so strong. The phantom shook his head, young man, you should be from the outside and don't know the history of this world. Do you know what happened in the great wilderness? Xian shook his head, I really don't know, I only know that something happened in this world, and then this world's civilization disappeared. The phantom sighed, and didn't say anything. Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, was there a war in this world before? The phantom nodded, a great war, an unprecedented great war. That time everyone in the great wilderness put down all grudges and joined hands to fight against the enemy. That time, countless geniuses fell. I was one of them. Xian frowned slightly, is Senior at the Boundless Realm? The phantom nodded, Peak Boundless Realm. Peak Boundless Realm died in battle, Xian was silent. At this time, the phantom said again, at that time, how many Boundless Realm powerhouses died in the great wilderness? 99%. Not only Boundless Realm powerhouses, but also many powerhouses above the Boundless Realm died. In that battle, more than 90% of the people in the great wilderness died, and they haven't recovered to this day. Xian was a little curious, Senior, who were your opponents? The phantom's voice became a little solemn, Spirit Demon Race. Spirit Demon Race, hearing that, Xian frowned. Just now, that spirit vein even wanted to eat him. The phantom was about to speak, but at this time, he seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned his head, frowning slightly, young man, your friend is in danger. 3 sky demons are attacking her together. At this point, he seemed to have discovered something, and his pupils suddenly constricted, how is that possible? Little guy, go quickly, or else she'll be in danger. Hearing that, Xian's eyes immediately turned cold, if Shaoan loses a hair, I'll slaughter the entire spirit demon race. As his voice fell, he directly disappeared at the end of the horizon. In a mountain range. Xianxia stood with her spear in hand. Not far from her stood 3 spirit demons, 3 boundless realms. In the spirit demon clan, sky fiends were considered a very high-level existence, and Xianxia's expression was calm, and there wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes. At this moment, the heavenly demon in the lead suddenly said greedily, this woman is really not bad, if we can eat her, it will be a great tonic. Beside him, the other heavenly demon's eyes flickered with a strange light. Go Meng, don't you think that this woman is very good-looking? The heavenly demon named Go Meng laughed. Ling Yu, I know you like this. Don't worry, I won't kill her. After I cripple her, I'll let you enjoy her first. Ling Yu smirked. Thank you. Go Meng roared with laughter. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, a black ray of light appeared directly in front of Xianxia, and its formidable force instantly caused the space where Xianxia resided to become illusory, and Xianxia was expressionless as he directly stabbed out with his spear, simple and direct, boom, the black light shattered, and Go Meng instantly retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, a long spear suddenly pierced through the air. Go Meng's expression instantly changed. He waved his right hand, and a huge black energy shield appeared in front of him. Bang, the spear arrived, and the shield was instantly shattered. In the next moment, Go Meng retreated explosively once more, and he just retreated when another spear stabbed towards him. Chi, the sharp sound was deafening, a wisp of a vicious expression flashed in Go Meng's eyes. He folded his hands together before pressing them forward, and then a formidable black light surged out explosively from within him like a tide. In an instant, the mountain range and the surroundings started seething, and then it shattered and was obliterated. Boom! When the spear arrived, the black light instantly shattered. Meng's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was just about to flee when a spear pierced through his heart. Fresh blood gushed out from the tip of the spear. Meng looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He hadn't finished speaking when Xianxia suddenly flew up and kicked Meng's throat. Bang! Meng's head was directly shattered, his soul destroyed, and Xianxia pulled out her spear and turned to look at the dumbfounded Lingyu with a calm expression. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly vanished on the spot. It was as fast as lightning. In the distance, Lingyu's expression turned grim, and he turned around and fled. When he saw Meng die so easily at Xianxia's hands, he'd lost all desire to fight. Run, this woman was too terrifying, I've got the wrong person. However, just as he fled, a long spear directly arrived behind him. Lingyu was horrified in his heart. He hurriedly turned around and suddenly smashed his fist down. This punch caused the expanse of space in front of him to sink down. At the same time, a strand of formidable force instantly enveloped the spear in Xianxia's hand, boundless power. However, the spear in Xianxia's hand easily shattered the boundless force that Lingyu released, and in the next moment, the spear pierced straight into Lingyu's stomach. Lingyu's body stiffened. She looked at Xianxia with eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you ignore my immeasurable power? Xianxia had a calm expression. I'm strong. With that, she swung her gun. Lingyu's soul was obliterated, and Xianxia turned around and looked towards the distance. There was a black shadow in the distant horizon, and it was the last heavenly devil that had fled just now. She was just about to attack when she seemed to have sensed something, causing her pupils to constrict abruptly. She swiftly turned around, and as soon as she did, a shadow had appeared in front of her like a ghost. In the next moment, a hand grabbed at Xianxia's throat, and Xianxia swiftly raised her spear to block it. Bang! And Xianxia's figure was instantly blasted flying into an unknown spatial abyss. This unknown spatial abyss was pitch black and deep, and it emanated an extremely terrifying devouring energy. After she entered this place, and Xianxia's brows knit together slightly because she noticed that the devouring energy was ceaselessly devouring her body and soul, and Xianxia was about to leave when the shadow from before appeared in front of her once more. And Xianxia's pupils constricted abruptly, and she suddenly stabbed forcefully. This spear strike was like a bolt of lightning that carried monstrous might. However, this terrifying spear strike was directly clamped between two fingers, and Xianxia's pupils constricted abruptly while a wisp of a savage expression flashed through her eyes, and then she suddenly spun the spear in her hand. Bang! In an instant, the shadow was blasted 3 kilometers back. A trace of surprise flashed through the shadow's eyes. You're merely at the eternal realm, yet you actually possess such strength. And Xianxia stood there with the spear in her right hand, and she stared fixedly at the shadow. In the next moment, she suddenly charged forward and tossed the spear in her hand forward. Hiss! This throw caused the mysterious and unknown spatial abyss to be torn into a strange shape by the might of the spear. In the distance, the shadow suddenly raised his right hand slowly, and then a fine black vortex suddenly appeared at the center of his palm. Reflection. Bang! The black vortex instantly swelled up and was about to explode. However, in the next moment, the shadow suddenly pressed forward, and the black vortex was instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly appeared behind the spear, and in the next moment, she suddenly kicked the spear's handle. Bang! The black vortex exploded apart. In the next moment, the figure retreated explosively by almost 3 kilometers. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly charged forward and stabbed her spear at the figure, and the formidable force of the spear instantly caused the mysterious spatial abyss to start burning. Her strength was too formidable. The shadow suddenly vanished on the spot, and then he smashed his fist towards Xianxia. Bang! The spear shook violently while Xianxia's brows knit together slightly. In the next moment, she'd already appeared over 10 kilometers away. She'd just stopped moving when a fist suddenly appeared in front of her, and then the spatial abyss in the surroundings was instantly obliterated. The spatial abyss was unable to endure the terrifying force of this punch, and Xianxia slowly closed her eyes while the spear in her hand trembled violently. In the next moment, her figure suddenly leaped up and smashed her spear down. Rumble! A world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded. In the next moment, Xianxia and the shadow retreated madly. Everything in the surroundings was obliterated. Their strength was truly too formidable. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly slapped her right hand behind her. Bang! This slap caused the boundless space behind her to be obliterated. However, she'd stopped moving, and the shadow had suddenly stomped its right foot on the ground. Bang! The shadow stopped right after that. However, the expanse of space where her foot stomped was directly obliterated. The shadow raised his head to look at Xianxia, who stood in the distance. "You really surprised me." In the distance, Xianxia had an expressionless face as she suddenly charged forward. This charge was like a bolt of lightning that shot forward, and a spear instantly stabbed towards the phantom. The phantom's eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, countless afterimages suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and these afterimages punched out simultaneously. In an instant, over 10,000 fist seals blasted towards Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly withdrew her spear when she witnessed this scene, and then she swiftly swept it. With this sweep, a ray of light surged forward, and then the entire heavens and the earth started to shatter into pieces. Hiss! The countless afterimages in the surroundings were obliterated. However, Xianxia was blasted back repeatedly, and she only stopped after retreating almost 30 kilometers. As soon as she did, a wisp of blood suffused the corner of her mouth. However, the battle intent in her eyes grew denser. In the distance, the shadow's expression was slightly unsightly. He was 2 realms higher than the woman who stood before him, yet she'd actually been able to fight him until now. Moreover, her strength was growing stronger and stronger. How monstrous! I can't allow her to live. He was a member of the spirit demon race, and his main mission was to kill all the extraordinary geniuses and monstrous geniuses that had appeared in the recent years, because all of these geniuses and monstrous geniuses might become enemies of the spirit demon race, just in case. The shadow suddenly raised his head to look towards the distant horizon. In the next moment, he suddenly charged forward while a terrifying force swept through the surroundings, and Xianxia frowned slightly. She suddenly stabbed the spear in her right hand forward, and a speck of cold light appeared at the tip of her spear. Bang! As soon as their strengths collided, the heavens and the earth collapsed, and space was obliterated. Rumble! An expanse of spear light suddenly shattered. In the next moment, Xianxia retreated repeatedly. However, the shadow in front of her had instantly retreated 3 kilometers away as well. Moreover, when he stopped moving, his right arm had split open and blood sprayed. The shadow's expression was extremely unsightly. "I'm 2 realms higher than him, yet I'm unable to do anything to him. When did such a terrifying genius appear in the grand wilderness? If he were to mature." The shadow didn't dare think about it. Right at this moment, the distant Xianxia suddenly took a step forward, and she'd already arrived in front of the silhouette in a single step. The silhouette's reaction was swift as well. He charged forward and punched towards Xianxia. Bang! Both of them retreated explosively once more. But right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A shadow suddenly appeared behind Xianxia, and in the next moment, a dagger swept towards the back of Xianxia's neck. Xianxia's pupils constricted abruptly, and she swiftly turned around and blocked with her spear. Hiss! A fiery red light suddenly sputtered out from the spear in Xianxia's hand. In the next moment, the shadow strangely vanished. Immediately after, a strange blood-red grand array suddenly appeared in the surroundings of Xianxia's head, and then 4 pure gold ropes directly locked Xianxia in place. Right at this moment, the shadow from before appeared in front of Xianxia once more. It was a woman, and she held a dagger in her hand. The woman gazed at Xianxia while a wisp of a savage smile arose on the corners of her mouth. "Woman of the grand wilderness, you're very good at fighting, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stabbed her dagger into Xianxia's stomach. Hiss! A strand of fresh blood sprayed from Xianxia's stomach. As she spoke, she intended to attack again. But right at this moment, a blood-red ray of light shot over violently from the horizon. It was exactly Xianxia who'd rushed over. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and she was about to attack when the shadow suddenly said, "Alon, don't attack. We've been here for too long, and we've alarmed some experts of the grand wilderness. Return to the clan." Alon pondered deeply for a moment, and then she opened her palm. In an instant, 3 strands of light enveloped her, the shadow, and Xianxia. In the next moment, their figures instantly became illusory. Meanwhile, Xianxia had appeared here, and his eyes were blood-red like an ocean of blood. Alon gazed at Yi Xian, who stood nearby, and ridiculed. If you have the balls, then come to the spirit demon dimension and save them. As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them vanished completely. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, Li Sheng. As soon as his voice resounded, Li Sheng appeared in front of Yi Xian. Li Sheng was shocked when he saw Yi Xian, who seemed like he was covered in blood. What's going on? Yi Xian stared at Li Sheng, and his voice didn't carry a trace of emotion. How do we get to the spirit demon dimension? Li Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, why are you asking this? The spirit demon dimension isn't simple. That place. Hiss, a sword suddenly pierced through the center of Li Sheng's forehead. Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Li Sheng's throat with his right hand, and then he slowly lifted Li Sheng up. His voice was ferocious like the roar of a wild beast. I'm asking you how to get there. I'm not asking you anything else, understand? Bang! In an instant, an ocean of blood surged in an area of 500,000 km. Countless experts that were in deep slumber were jolted awake. Madness. At this moment, Yi Xian was on the verge of going completely mad. However, he still forcefully suppressed his bloodline and allowed himself to retain a trace of clarity. Xiaoan, she was the first woman that Yi Xian liked, and he had always felt that he owed her. He owed her a lot. His heart was bleeding when he saw the spirit demon woman stab the saber into Xiaoan's abdomen. At that moment, he panicked. He really panicked. The days that he spent with Xiaoan were very few, so few that he seemed to have neglected her existence most of the time, but just a moment ago, he was terrified. He had never been so terrified. If Xiaoan were to die, he had never panicked like this even when he was in a hopeless situation. It was fear that came from the depths of his heart. It was like this most of the time. Some people usually seem to have no sense of existence, and you wouldn't cherish them. But when they suddenly left one day, you would realize how painful your heart was. How many people missed that moment, and they missed their entire lives. Li Sheng was terrified to the extreme in front of Yi Xian, and he didn't dare say anything else. He hurriedly took out a teleportation scroll and passed it to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this can teleport you to the spirit demon world. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out the sword that was stuck in between Li Sheng's brows, and then he crushed the teleportation scroll. Bang! A teleportation formation appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet. In the next moment, Yi Xian's body started to turn illusory. Li Sheng hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Young Master Yi, I know you're angry, but I still have to remind you that the spirit demon world isn't a simple place. Even the pavilion master didn't allow us to step foot into that world all those years ago. Once you go, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. You. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had completely vanished. Li Sheng fell silent. Yi Xian has gone mad. I'm afraid I won't be able to see this young Master Yi again. At this moment, Li Sheng suddenly turned his head, and he frowned slightly. So many powerful auras. Are those experts that have been sleeping for countless years about to awaken? Spirit Demon Realm. An hour later, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, he was already on a piece of land. The sky was dark red, and the surroundings emitted an extremely uncomfortable pressure. Yi Xian scanned his surroundings, and in the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. He already sensed Lanshou's aura. At this moment, an expert from the spirit demon race suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. He stared at Yi Xian and was about to speak when a sword pierced his throat. Chi, a jet of fresh blood spurted out. Yi Xian appeared in front of the spirit demon race expert, pulled out his sword, and vanished on the spot. Chi, the spirit demon powerhouse's head slowly fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Not long after, another spirit demon expert appeared in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes, and just as he was about to speak, the azure profound sword suddenly pierced through his head. Chi, the spirit demon expert's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. What? Before he could finish speaking, his head shot into the sky. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the spirit demon expert, and then he suddenly pulled out his sword. In the next moment, he charged forward and vanished into the horizon. At the same time, countless bloody heads flew into the sky and the surroundings. He killed as he went. Just like that, Yi Xian madly pursued Lanshou's aura in the distance, and he killed anyone he saw along the way. Yi Xian's arrival alarmed the entire spirit demon race. A terrifying aura suddenly crushed down from the distant horizon. Below, Yi Xian raised his head, and a sea of blood surged in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished on the spot, and the azure profound sword in his hand transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot into the sky. "How dare you!" A furious shout suddenly resounded in the sky. "Who are you? How dare you offend my spirit demon race?" In the next moment, a shrill cry resounded in the sky, and then a bloody head fell slowly from the sky. Xian opened his palm, and the azure profound sword returned to his grasp. After that, he vanished into the distance. It didn't take long for Xian to arrive before an ancient city, and he saw many spirit demon experts there. However, he didn't see Xianxia or the two spirit demon experts from before. A middle-aged spirit demon gazed coldly at Xian. "Who are you? How dare you offend my spirit demon race?" Xian didn't answer him, and he suddenly flew up into the sky on his sword. In the sky above the city, Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. A ray of blood-red sword energy slashed down from the sky, and in an instant, an enormous hole was torn open in the world. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly roared furiously, "Formation!" As soon as he spoke, a ray of black light shot into the sky from within the city, and then it transformed into an enormous barrier of light that enveloped the entire city. Meanwhile, the ray of blood-red sword energy slashed down. Bang! The enormous barrier of light shattered, and the sword energy slashed into the city. Hiss! The entire city was slashed into two by Xian's attack, and the sword energy sunk deep into the ground. In an instant, the aura of countless souls shot into the sky from within the city. Those were the souls of the dead. At least 100,000 spirit demon experts were annihilated by this attack. The middle-aged spirit demon and the other experts on the city walls were stunned. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly flew up into the sky on his sword. In the next moment, the middle-aged spirit demon's pupils constricted, and then a sword instantly shot through the space between his brows. In the blink of an eye, the heads of all the spirit demon experts on the city walls flew into the air while Xian had charged into the city. Everywhere the sword energy passed, heads flew into the air, boundless sword energy and killing intent swept through the entire city, and countless spirit demon experts were instantly torn into pieces by the sword energy. In less than 10 breaths of time, the entire city directly became a purgatory. Outside the city gates, Xian slowly walked towards the distance. Behind him, there was already not a single living thing left. For one person, slaughtering an entire city. Although the current Xian did not go completely mad, he was already on the verge of going completely mad. Xian gripped the azure profound sword in his hand and slowly walked towards the distance. Each step left a blood-colored footprint. The matter of Xian slaughtering an entire city spread throughout the entire spirit demon world rapidly, and at this moment, the entire spirit demon world was shaken. Someone slaughtered into the spirit demon world. In an instant, countless powerful auras rose to the sky from the spirit demon world's main city, the demon city, and then shot towards the horizon. Xian suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him, there stood a spirit demon old man. A super powerhouse above boundless realm. After Xian slaughtered that city, the spirit demon race's upper echelons understood that boundless realm powerhouses were not this youth's match at all. Hence, in order to not make unnecessary sacrifices, they directly sent out a powerhouse above boundless realm. The old man stared at Xian and was just about to speak when Xian suddenly vanished from where he was. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Insolence. When his voice faded, he suddenly charged forward and threw a punch at Xian. This punch was unleashed. Countless mysterious runes suddenly emerged in the surroundings. In an instant, the surrounding heaven and earth were directly confined by an enormous cage. Immediately following that, a series of horrifying forces surged towards Xian like tidewater, one punch imprisoning heaven and earth. Xian was expressionless. That sword strike was not retracted. Boom! Suddenly, an expanse of blood-red light exploded in this world, and then the talismans were instantly transformed into nothingness. At the same time, the old man retreated explosively to a distance of 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, the space behind him exploded apart and transformed into a pitch-black expanse. The old man looked at Xian in the distance, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You? How can you possibly break my Dao art so easily?" The green profound sword. Actually, Xian hadn't activated the energy of time. However, even if he didn't, the green profound sword wasn't something that the Shao Dao art could resist. For example, even if a dragon was dead, it wasn't something that ants could disrespect. If he activated the energy of time, then not to mention the Shaodao art, even the Time Master's time laws could be destroyed with ease. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, the old man's pupils constricted. He didn't dare play any more flashy tricks, and he immediately charged forward and punched at Yi Xian. It was pure strength. This punch directly smashed onto the tip of Yi Xian's green profound sword. In the next moment, the old man's pupils constricted abruptly. Then, the sword pierced straight into his arm. The old man was horrified, and he hurriedly retreated. However, it was still a little too late. His right arm had been sliced off by Yi Xian's sword. The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment as he gazed at Yi Xian from afar. You. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, a blood-red ray of light tore through the surroundings. The old man's pupils constricted abruptly. At this moment, he'd finally realized what the problem was. It wasn't that Yi Xian was too strong, it was that sword in Yi Xian's hand that was too terrifying. It was too sharp. The old man didn't dare to think too much about it because Yi Xian had charged over to him and slashed down. The old man was just about to counterattack when his pupils constricted abruptly. It wasn't a single strike, it was 3 strikes, one for the past, one for the future, and one for the present. 3 strikes had converged into one. The old man was horrified. He didn't dare go head-on against it, and he immediately withdrew a pitch-black shield and placed it in front of him. The sword descended, bang, the giant shield shattered, and in the next moment, the old man was sent flying by the attack. This time, the old man's body was completely obliterated, and only his soul remained. As soon as the old man stopped moving, Yi Xian's sword arrived once more. The old man's pupils constricted abruptly, and his face was ashen. A single strike to pin down the soul. The green profound sword entered the center of the old man's forehead and pinned down his soul. The old man was just about to speak when the green profound sword shook violently, and then it completely absorbed his soul. It was instantly obliterated. Countless experts from the spirit demon race who were hiding in the shadows were horrified, and they retreated explosively. All the experts above the boundless realm are dead. Who exactly is this young man? Meanwhile, Yi Xian was suddenly stunned because he noticed that Xiaoan's aura had vanished. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously like a wild beast, "Get my Xiaoan out here! If I don't see Xiaoan in 3 breaths of time, then I'll start slaughtering the entire world." 1. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. The green profound sword tore through the sky, and it covered an area of 500,000 kilometers. The world in an area of 500,000 kilometers was directly slashed into pieces, and boundless killing intent and evil energy instantly swept through the entire spirit demon world. Killing intent, monstrous killing intent. At this moment, countless experts throughout the spirit devil dimension were shocked. Whose killing intent is actually so strong? 2. Yi Xian's voice resounded once more. His voice was icy cold and completely emotionless. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from the sky. This is the spirit devil dimension. How dare you act presumptuously here? As soon as the voice resounded, the space above Yi Xian suddenly split apart, and then a towering pillar descended straight down. Bang! The space around Yi Xian seethed at this moment. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and then the green profound sword in his grasp suddenly vanished. Bang! A blood-red ray of light suddenly slashed down onto the towering pillar. Rumble! In an instant, the pillar exploded apart and transformed into countless pieces that rained down to the ground. The green profound sword continued forward and slashed into that unknown expanse of space. Bang! Suddenly, that unknown expanse of space exploded apart, and then an old man retreated repeatedly. The old man's pupils constricted as soon as he stopped moving. He swiftly raised his head and was about to attack, but a sword had pierced through the center of his forehead. At the same time, Yi Xian appeared in front of him. Yi Xian held the green profound sword with his right hand while a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He slowly exerted force with his right hand, and then he stirred the sword lightly. Hiss! An enormous and blood-red hole was instantly torn open between the old man's brows. Moreover, the old man couldn't move at all, because he was suppressed by the green profound sword. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly assaulted Yi Xian from behind. Meanwhile, Yi Xian swiftly drew the green profound sword, turned around, and slashed. Bang! An expanse of light shook the surroundings, and then an afterimage was blasted back. However, Yi Xian had retreated over 1 kilometer as well. As soon as he stopped moving, the green profound sword in his hand had vanished. The future, a middle-aged man was fighting Yi Xian in the distance. The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he saw the sword in Yi Xian's hand vanish. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and he swiftly raised his arms to block. Bang! The sword light shattered, and the middle-aged man was sent flying several thousand feet away. When the middle-aged man stopped, Yi Xian's green profound sword had already stabbed into the old man's soul, and his soul was instantly absorbed by the green profound sword. The middle-aged man's face darkened at the sight of this. The middle-aged man was about to speak when Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed out, "Qi!" The sound of sword energy tearing rang out. The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. He waved his hands and a huge shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The giant shield instantly shattered, and the middle-aged man was forced to retreat. When the middle-aged man stopped, his body shattered. The middle-aged man was horrified and immediately roared, "This kid is so terrifying. Quick, go to the southern region and invite the Great Spirit Fiend Ancestor. Invite the Great Spirit Demon Ancestor." The expressions of some of the Spirit Demon race experts changed drastically when they heard the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was a peak quantitative change realm expert. Even this was not a match for this young man. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and then he immediately turned around and fled. He was extremely swift, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't pursue the middle-aged man, and he charged towards the nearby Spirit Demon race experts instead. The expressions of the Spirit Demon race experts changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. How could they possibly defeat someone who wasn't even a peak quantitative change realm expert? Some of the Spirit Demon race experts immediately turned around and fled. However, how could their speed compare to Yi Xian? The green profound sword tore through the battlefield, and then a few thousand heads instantly shot into the sky. It was an extremely bloody scene. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, I've sensed young Mistress Xiao An's aura. Head to the right." Yi Xian suddenly stopped, and then he swiftly turned around and flew up on his sword. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped in the distance, and his expression instantly changed drastically when he saw Yi Xian charging towards that direction. He hurriedly roared furiously, "Stop him! Stop him!" However, no one moved. All the experts of the Spirit Demon race gazed at the middle-aged man. Would anyone dare to stop him? "Damn it! Aren't you tired of living?" The middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "All of us will die if he's allowed to destroy the formation." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Yi Xian who was in the distance. Around 10 minutes later, Yi Xian arrived before an old city. The city was extremely strange, and the entire city was enveloped in thick black clouds. Xiao Ta spoke solemnly, "Young master, it's inside." Yi Xian gazed at the old city. Meanwhile, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian, and the old man stared at Yi Xian. "Who are you?" Yi Xian suddenly charged forward and slashed down with his sword. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He flipped his palm, and then a pitch-black iron rod appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, he suddenly tapped it forward. Bang! This tap caused the space at the top of the iron rod to sink down, and it formed a strange and enormous vortex. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword slashed down. Bang! The vortex shattered, and then the iron rod was instantly obliterated. The old man's pupils constricted, and then a sword arrived before his forehead. The old man suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he smashed his fist down. Bang! The sword was forced to a stop, but the old man's entire right arm shattered. The old man was dumbfounded. He gazed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and his voice trembled. "You. What is that? Why is it so terrifying?" In the distance, Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all. He just transformed into a ray of blood-red light and vanished on the spot. The old man's expression changed drastically. "Not again." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished mysteriously on the spot. A moment later, the space around him split apart, and then rays of black light surged out like an ocean. At this moment, Yi Xian swung his sword fiercely. Bang! The black light in the surroundings was instantly obliterated, and space returned to normal. At the same time, the old man was blasted back against the city wall. The old man had just come into contact with the city wall when the wall shook violently, but it didn't shatter. The green profound sword destroyed all techniques. The old man who'd collided against the city wall was completely stunned. He'd actually been bashed up. A dignified expert at the peak of the quantitative change realm had actually been bashed up by a young man from the outside world. It was an extraordinary humiliation. The old man looked up at Xian, and then his pupils constricted in the next moment. After that, a sword stabbed through his throat and nailed him to the city wall. Xian didn't attack again, and he looked up at the city wall instead. He saw two people there, a middle-aged man and a woman. It was the two of them who'd taken Xianxia away just now. The woman from the spirit demon race, Alan, gazed at Xian with an icy cold gaze. She hadn't expected that Xian would actually chase her all the way to the spirit demon race, and she'd never imagined that his strength would actually be so terrifying. Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword directly absorbed the old man's soul. A moment later, the sword flew back into Xian's grasp, and he pointed it slowly at Alan. I'll annihilate 10 of your clans today. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. At the instant he vanished, Xiao Ta had snuck into the city. Alan's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the spirit demon race, not the wastelands. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot like a ghost. Meanwhile, a cold ray of light suddenly appeared at Xian's throat. It was even swifter than Xian. However, what Alan never expected was that Xian actually did not dodge or evade, allowing her dagger to slash at his throat. But in the next moment, Alan's pupils suddenly constricted. Immediately after, a stretch of sword light exploded on her head, and Alan was instantly slashed back onto the city wall. Alan had just stopped, and on top of her head, a piece of hard scale shattered into scraps. Alan was rather dumbfounded. Shattered. This scale was the scale shed by the spirit demon race's strongest demonic beast, the spirit demon god. It was incomparably hard, and boundless realm powerhouses were completely unable to injure it. But at this moment, it was actually shattered by a sword just like that? Seemingly thinking of something, Alan looked at the green profound sword in Xian's hand in the distance, and her expression was incomparably ugly. Sword. It's this sword. Beside her, that middle-aged man said solemnly, Alan, go to the demon city. Alan stared fixedly at the distant Xian who was akin to a blood man. I'm not afraid of him. I'm going to kill him. The middle-aged man said angrily, Alan, haven't you seen the situation clearly? This person has the support of this sword, and his strength has already far surpassed the boundless realm. Moreover, we can't allow him to attack here and destroy the array formation here. Otherwise, we won't be able to absolve ourselves of blame even if we die 10,000 times. Alan still wanted to say something, but at this moment, Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Alan's pupils constricted abruptly, and she suddenly grasped the dagger in her hand and slashed forward abruptly. Swish, this slash directly tore apart the spacetime in front of her, and this saber slashed directly onto Xian's green profound sword. Crack, following a clear sound of breaking resounded out, that dagger directly shattered, and Alan was directly slashed back several tens of kilometers by this sword of Xian's. Alan, who stopped, had eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This dagger of mine was personally forged by a spirit god master. How could it possibly shatter? Right at this moment, that middle-aged man suddenly roared furiously. Watch out! His voice had just resounded out when a sword suddenly appeared in front of Alan. Alan's pupils constricted abruptly, and she suddenly flipped her palm over. A small black seal directly blocked in front of her, and a terrifying demonic beast roar resounded from within the small seal. It shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! The green profound sword was forced to a stop by this roar, but in the next moment, a blood-red ray of light erupted, and the small seal directly exploded apart. The sword continued forward and slashed towards Alan. Alan's pupils constricted, and at this moment, there was finally fear in her eyes. I can't defeat him. At this moment, she finally understood what had happened. Why is this person in front of me so strong? Alan revealed an expression of terror as she gazed at the sword that was getting closer and closer to her, and she was astounded to the extreme. In the next moment, Xian's sword was already pressed against the center of her forehead. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly assaulted Xian from behind. At the same time, a furious roar resounded from behind Xian. Bastard! If even a single hair on the old man's daughter is missing, then this old man will eat your entire clan. Alan stared fixedly at Yixian. My father is the spirit demon ancestor of South Mountain. If you dare harm a single hair on my head. Yixian suddenly withdrew his sword. In the next moment, he grabbed Alan's hair and suddenly lifted her up. Rip, Alan's peerlessly beautiful head was forcibly lifted up by him. It was incomparably bloody. How presumptuous! How presumptuous! The old man wants you to suffer a fate worse than death. The spirit demon ancestor suddenly roared furiously. A moment later, he charged forward, and the area where he and Yixian resided was instantly transformed into a huge spatial abyss. His strength was too terrifying. A ferocious expression appeared on Yixian's face when he saw the old man charge at him. He stomped his right foot against the ground, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! The dark spatial abyss was instantly torn apart by Yixian's sword strike. Meanwhile, the spirit demon ancestor's fist smashed against Yixian's green sword. Bang! A blood-red ray of light shattered as Yixian was blasted into the sky. As soon as his figure stopped moving, the space behind him was instantly obliterated, and powerful force was ceaselessly destroying everything. As for the spirit demon ancestor, he was just about to attack again when he noticed to his astonishment that his right hand had split apart and was bleeding incessantly. The spirit demon ancestor was shocked, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he looked up at the green sword in Yixian's grasp. A divine artifact. Yixian had his sword held vertically against the center of his forehead while his terrifying aura surged like a tidal wave. The mad demon bloodline. Even though he hadn't gone completely mad at this moment, the formidable energy of his bloodline was still providing him with an endless supply of energy. Moreover, his killing intent and vicious energy were growing stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the spirit demon ancestor suddenly gazed at Alan's corpse that wasn't too far away from Yixian. The latter's head had been separated from her body. Moreover, her soul had been completely obliterated by Yixian. There was no chance for her to survive. The spirit demon ancestor's face instantly warped when he witnessed this scene. The old man intends to eat you alive. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and arrived in the air above Yixian. A moment later, he spun around and slammed his palm down. As soon as his palm descended, the entire expanse of space in an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers sunk into an enormous black vortex. The power contained in this palm was enough to shatter the entire world. Down below, Yixian raised his head while a vicious expression flashed in his eyes. He suddenly loosened his grip, and the azure profound sword transformed into a sword light that shot into the sky. Buzz! A sword cry resounded throughout the entire spirit demon realm. The Xianxia sword directly cut into the concave black vortex. There was a moment of silence. Boom! An expanse of sword light suddenly exploded out from within the black vortex, causing the heavens and the earth in the surroundings to tremble violently before cracking apart like a spider web. Up in the sky, the spirit demon ancestor's face turned ferocious as he charged at Yixian and punched at Yixian's head, intending to crush Yixian to pieces. Yixian was not to be outdone. Without dodging or evading, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. 3 swords as one. Boom! An expanse of sword light shook the surroundings. In the next moment, the old man was blasted 3 kilometers back, and he'd just stopped moving when another ray of sword light slashed towards him. The old man suddenly roared furiously as he suddenly pressed his palms forward, and a black light surged out. In an instant, the heavens and the earth darkened as if night had descended. Boom! The sword light was directly obliterated by this formidable force. Meanwhile, Yixian had already retreated 3 kilometers back. The spirit demon ancestor looked at Yixian in the distance, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes at this moment. A swordsman? When did such a super swordsman appear in the wastelands? Why have I never heard of him before? In the distance, Yixian slowly closed his eyes, and the azure profound sword in his hand trembled violently. In the blink of an eye, the spirit demon ancestor's pupils constricted. Slash! As soon as he finished speaking, his body became illusory, but right at this moment, Yixian suddenly attacked. Slash the present, they attacked at the same time. The spirit demon ancestor's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly spread open his right hand and pressed it down lightly. As soon as he pressed down, a terrifying force suddenly surged out from all around him. Boundless power. However, this was boundless power that had undergone a qualitative change. Boom! As soon as Yixian's sword arrived, it was suppressed and distorted by this terrifying force. But in the next moment, it was shattered by the azure profound sword. The sword pierced straight at the spirit demon ancestor. The spirit demon ancestor's pupils constricted, and he hastily crossed his arms to block the attack. Boom! The spirit demon ancestor was pushed back several thousands of meters by Yi Xian's sword strike. Yi Xian was about to attack again when an afterimage suddenly charged at him from his right. Yi Xian spun around and slashed down with his sword. Hiss! A sword light tore through the world. Boom! The afterimage was pushed back repeatedly by Yi Xian's sword strike. It was a middle-aged spirit demon ancestor in a black robe. The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yi Xian with a solemn expression. "Who the hell are you?" In fact, he was a little confused at this moment. Where did this swordsman come from? Did the wastelands come for revenge? But as far as he knew, there wasn't such a strong swordsman in the wasteland. "It doesn't matter who he is," the spirit demon ancestor said fiercely. "This person came to my spirit demon world and slaughtered my clansmen. He even killed the old man's daughter. The old man wants him to beg for death." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly soared into the sky, pressed his palms together, and closed his eyes. Demon arrival. Boom! The spirit demon ancestor's body shook violently. In the next moment, an enormous head appeared behind him, and beneath the head was a 30,000-meter tall body. Demon arrival. It was a supreme divine ability. As soon as this illusory figure appeared, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky like the sky was collapsing, and the entire world trembled. Countless spirit demon clan experts retreated hastily, not daring to stay here, because the aura was too terrifying. Just the aura alone was enough to crush the world. In the distance, Yi Xian held the sword in his right hand with a calm expression. Meanwhile, the spirit demon ancestor suddenly pointed a finger at Yi Xian with fury. "Die, ant." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure behind him raised its right palm and slapped it down at Yi Xian. As soon as this palm descended, the world started to seethe and burn. It was utterly unable to endure the might of this palm. Before this palm, Yi Xian was like a small boat amidst tempestuous waves, and he was tiny like an ant. Yi Xian's expression was calm, and he suddenly raised his thumb lightly as the palm descended. Hiss! The green profound sword suddenly flew forward, and then it was a ray of blood-red light that shot through the sky and slashed down on the palm. Bang! In an instant, the enormous palm that could hold up the sky was directly torn apart like tofu, and it wasn't just that, the enormous image was instantly shattered and obliterated. Bang! The spirit demon ancestor who was beneath the illusory figure was blasted over 30 kilometers away. The spirit demon ancestor was stunned after he stopped moving. The spirit demon ancestor gazed at Yi Xian with disbelief on his face. How could this be possible? My demon descent was dealt with just like that. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke in a low voice, that sword in his hand. The spirit demon ancestor gazed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand with an extremely unsightly expression. At this moment, he'd realized that the core of the problem was this sword. The middle-aged man suddenly turned to look at the man nearby. It was the man who'd brought Xianxia to the spirit demon territory with Alan. The middle-aged man stared at the man. "Mosen, what happened?" The man called Mosen hesitated for a moment, and then he told the middle-aged man everything that had happened. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy after he finished listening. "Where's that woman now?" Mosen spoke in a low voice, "Sacrificing the 10 demon kings." The middle-aged man's face instantly turned unsightly, and he turned to look at the city. As if he'd thought of something, he looked at Yi Xian again. When he saw Yi Xian standing there without moving, a trace of unease arose in his heart. Something's not right. Someone, gather all the experts here immediately. Mosen was shocked, and he hurriedly took out a talisman and crushed it. In the next moment, countless experts from the entire spirit demon territory rushed over madly. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian in the distance. "Get out of the formation. No one is allowed to approach Lin City." Lin City, this was the current forbidden area of the spirit demon territory. Because the top experts of the spirit demon territory were in deep slumber here. These experts were the experts who'd fought the great wilderness all those years ago. All of them had been heavily injured and were recuperating now. They absolutely couldn't be disturbed. In a short period of time, thousands of spirit demon territory experts had gathered in the sky above Lin City. Moreover, there were dozens of mysterious grand formations around Lin City. An impregnable fortress. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. What is he waiting for? In the distance, the spirit demon ancestor said fiercely, City Lord Yifeng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give the order to kill this person. Yifeng said angrily, can we kill him? It wasn't that he didn't want to, but with their current strength, they couldn't kill the youth in front of him at all. This youth's strength was too terrifying, the spirit demon ancestor's face was gloomy. Then what are you waiting for? Yifeng glanced coldly at the spirit demon ancestor, and then turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance. Your Excellency, you, right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was originally motionless in the distance, suddenly turned his head and looked towards Lin City. In the next moment, Tiny Pagoda's voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. Young Lord, I found young Lord Shaoan. She's in a very dangerous situation. Come quickly. The voice was trembling. Shaoan, Yi Xian's figure trembled slightly when he heard this, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Lin City. Yi Feng's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, countless spirit demon race experts suddenly charged at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and swung his sword. Hiss. In an instant, a few dozen heads shot into the sky. Meanwhile, the Lin City's formation suddenly activated, and then a few dozen beams of light shot towards Yi Xian. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and then he flashed forward and slashed down with his sword. Hiss, the dozens of beams of light were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, Yifeng stood in front of Yi Xian. His expression was ferocious as he clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he suddenly charged forward and smashed his fist towards Yi Xian's face. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind once more. Young Lord, you. Come quickly. You. Be fucking quick. His voice trembled, and it carried a trace of terror. Yi Xian panicked once more when he heard Xiao Ta's voice. At this moment, he disregarded everything. Yi Xian suddenly charged towards Lin City. Yi Feng's expression instantly changed drastically, and he stood in front of Yi Xian again. He was just about to attack when a sword pierced through the center of his forehead, the green profound sword that had activated the energy of time. He'd instantly annihilated a quantity transformation realm expert with a single strike. In the next moment, all the formations in the sky above Lin City were destroyed, and the entire city wall vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had charged into the city. Behind him, the spirit demon ancestor and the others were petrified on the spot. He was instantly annihilated. Yi Feng was instantly annihilated. The spirit demon ancestor's mind went blank. He seemed to have thought of something, and his body trembled slightly before he hurriedly charged towards Lin City. In the distant city, Yi Xian stopped. At this moment, he was standing before an altar, and he saw Xianxia there. At this moment, Xianxia was lying on the altar with a pale face, and her soul was so weak that it was practically non-existent. Xiao Ta hurriedly said, Young master, young mistress and soul has been restrained by a mysterious formation, and they've been constantly absorbing her soul. Quickly let little Hun. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's green profound sword suddenly vanished, and then it appeared in front of Xianxia's forehead. Bang! The green profound sword pierced into Xianxia's body, and a powerful and mysterious force was instantly severed. The altar in the distance trembled slightly, and then a terrifying aura seeped out from it. Little Hun suddenly said, Young master, I've restrained young mistress and soul. However, she's very weak right now, and she needs to recuperate. Yi Xian walked slowly over to Xianxia's side, and then Xianxia slowly opened her eyes. She was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian, and then she said softly, You're here? Yi Xian slowly squatted down, grabbed Xianxia's hand, and spoke gently, I'm sorry I was late. Xianxia shook her head slightly, I dragged you into this. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't be so polite. Xianxia was slightly stunned. She looked at Yi Xian who was covered in blood, and she suddenly had an indescribable complicated feeling in her heart. He still cared about her. At this time, the spirit demon ancestor suddenly appeared not far behind Yi Xian with a group of spirit demon world's experts. The spirit demon ancestor looked at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in his eyes. Yi Xian's strength had slightly exceeded his expectations. Yi Xian said softly, Heal your wounds first. Xianxia nodded slightly. All right. Yi Xian directly sent Xianxia to Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta hurriedly took out those heavenly treasures of Yixian, as well as the medicinal pills that Xianxia had left for Yixian. In front of the altar, Yixian turned around and looked at the spirit demon ancestor. What did she do wrong? The spirit demon ancestor stared at Yixian. It's her honor to be eaten by my spirit demon clan. Yixian nodded slightly. Spirit demon clan. I understand. As soon as his voice fell, he vanished on the spot. Boom, he had completely entered a state of madness. At this moment, Yixian's aura instantly skyrocketed, endless killing intent and hostility swept through the entire Lin city. In the distance, the spirit demon ancestor's pupils shrank abruptly. He could smell the scent of death. He couldn't block this sword, die, that was the only thought in the spirit demon ancestor's mind. However, he didn't sit still and wait for death. He clenched his right hand and punched forward with all his strength. The punch landed directly on Yixian's profound azure sword. It was a head-on clash. Yixian's profound azure sword pierced through the spirit demon ancestor's right hand without any resistance and pierced his chest along his arm. Boom, the spirit demon ancestor's body shook violently, and his soul swiftly vanished. The spirit demon ancestor stared blankly at Yixian, who was inches away from him. Yixian slashed with his sword. The spirit demon ancestor's head flew off. The next moment, the profound azure sword in Yixian's hand flew out. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the spirit demon clan experts in the field flew off one after another. Instant kill. In a short time, all the spirit demon clan experts in the field were slaughtered. Moreover, all of them were instant kills. No one could withstand a single strike from Yixian. However, Yixian didn't stop there. He suddenly leaped into the sky, his lips curling into a ferocious smile, and he hurled the sword down with his right hand. The profound azure sword shot down like a meteor, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. In an instant, the entire universe boiled and burned. Buried the spirit demon realm. Below, some of the spirit demon clan experts hiding in the dark were filled with terror. Was this young man going to destroy the entire spirit demon realm? If the sword fell, even if it couldn't bury the spirit demon realm, it would definitely heavily injure it. Right at this moment, one of the sacrificial altars in the distant Lin city trembled slightly. In the next moment, a shadow flashed out from within it, and in the blink of an eye, the shadow had already arrived in the horizon. He suddenly punched out, causing a fist print to sweep up and intercept Yixian's sword strike. Boom, that fist print actually blocked Yixian's Qingxian sword. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from the point where the fist and the sword came into contact. This force swept through the entire world like a tidal wave. Boom, at this moment, the world around them boiled and then began to burn. Below, the figure gradually solidified. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes. With a sudden sweep of his right hand, the burning flames were swept away. One of the 10 great demon kings, King Qi, he had once conquered the great wilderness. He was a true super expert. King Qi looked at Yixian in the sky, his face expressionless. Slaughter my spirit demon realm? Are you worthy? Up in the sky, Yixian suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Within the profound azure sword, the power of time silently activated. Down below, King Qi narrowed his eyes. He half-squatted and put his palms together. In the next moment, he punched out repeatedly. In just an instant, he had punched at least tens of thousands of times. In an instant, heavy fist seals shook the heavens. Before everyone's eyes, Yixian's sword easily tore through the heavy fist seals. In the next moment, sword light flashed, and the profound azure sword pierced through King Qi's forehead. King Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Your sword. Yixian suddenly appeared in front of King Qi. He thrust his sword forward, and the entire sword sank into the ground. Am I worthy? King Qi stared at Yixian. I just came out of seclusion, and my strength isn't even at 60% of my peak. Yixian suddenly slashed out. King Qi's head flew over 1 kilometer into the distance. The experts of the spirit demon race who were hiding in the shadows were filled with disbelief. One of the 10 great demon kings, King Qi, has been killed just like that. Yixian suddenly leaped up, and he appeared in the starry sky a moment later. After that, he suddenly tossed the profound azure sword down. The sword tore through the sky, and it carried the powerful energy of time with it. The expressions of all the experts of the spirit demon race below instantly changed. The sword was extremely swift, and it stabbed into the ground in the blink of an eye. Bang! In an instant, the entire spirit demon world trembled, and a powerful force erupted from the depths of the ground like a wave, rumble. At this moment, the entire spirit demon world shook violently like an earthquake. The quintessence of the spirit demon world had been destroyed. A ferocious expression appeared on Yixian's face as he pressed his right hand down towards the abyss below. Die. The profound azure sword shook violently within the abyss, and then it pierced deep into the earth. Bang! The depths of the earth veins suddenly exploded. Immediately after, a large amount of lava shot up into the sky from the ground and into the clouds. Rumble! The entire spirit demon world started to shatter. Countless earth veins were destroyed, spirit energy dried up, and monstrous rays of light raged through the world. All the experts of the spirit demon race were horrified. This young man really intends to destroy the spirit demon world. Meanwhile, a terrifying aura suddenly shot into the sky from Lin City, and then a middle-aged man walked out slowly into the sky. King Yan. The experts of the spirit demon race exclaimed in secret. King Yan was the leader of the 10 great demon kings. King Yan's wife gazed at Yixian. When did a swordsman like you appear in the grand wilderness? Yixian opened his palm, and a ray of light descended into his grasp. After the light dispersed, the profound azure sword appeared again. Yixian looked down at King Yan with monstrous rage. You hurt my lover, so I'll slaughter all your cities. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. The ray of light shot down like a shooting star. It slashed straight at King Yan. King Yan narrowed his eyes. He opened his palm, and a spear suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a damaged ancient shield appeared in his left hand. Immortal subduing spear, God-burying shield. This was no ordinary item. It was a super divine item of the spirit demon race. King Yan suddenly took a step forward, and the spear in his hand shot out like an arrow, instantly piercing the tip of Yixian's profound azure sword. It was a head-on clash. Boom! The moment the spear and sword came into contact, Yixian was instantly blasted back into the depths of space, and King Yan also returned to his original spot. When he came to a stop, his expression instantly turned solemn, because his immortal subduing spear had cracked. King Yan narrowed his eyes and looked up at the profound azure sword in Yixian's hand. What sword is that? How could it crack my immortal subduing spear? His immortal subduing spear had accompanied him in battle for countless years, and it had never cracked. Even Xing Huang, the #1 expert of the Grand Wilderness, had failed to shatter it, but now, it had actually cracked. For the first time, King Yan's eyes turned solemn. He stared fixedly at Yixian in the depths of space. Fight! As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched the fairy vanquishing spear tightly in his right hand. The fairy vanquishing spear shook violently, and a terrifying battle will swept out of it. In an instant, the battle will dispersed Yixian's evil aura and murderous intent in the air. The powerful battle intent swept through the cosmos, causing the world to tremble. At the same time, after the powerful battle intent appeared, the cracked immortal subduing spear actually recovered. The battle intent was inextinguishable. The immortal subduing spear was everlasting. The ancient burial shield was everlasting. King Yan stared straight at Yixian in space. My spirit demon race has existed for millions of years. How can it be destroyed so easily? With that, he pointed the immortal subduing spear at Yixian. Come and fight. We will not rest until death. Come and fight. The two words were like a deafening clap of thunder. In the sky, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. His expression was incomparably savage. Shaoan, watch carefully. If the spirit demon race hurts even a hair on your head, I'll slaughter his entire race. With that, he flipped his right hand, and the green profound sword suddenly surged with a terrifying force into his body. Boom! Yixian attained immortality on the spot. At that moment, another terrifying force surged into Yixian's body. Boom! Yixian attained boundless realm on the spot. In the sky, Yixian looked down at King Yan with a sinister smile. Why must we not rest until death? I'll kill you with one strike. With that, he suddenly stomped his right foot and stabbed down with his sword. One strike to decide life and death. Buzz! With that strike, countless sword cries resounded across the universe. P.S. Please give me a ticket. Also, you guys scold me every day and call me weak. Can you praise me? I want to hear you guys praise someone. Deciding life and death with one strike, Qing'er's words echoed in his ears. With this strike, the enemy's life and death are in my hands. If I want them to live, they live. If I want them dead, they die. In the sky, Xian slashed down with his sword, tearing everything apart. Below, Monarch Yan narrowed his eyes. Facing Xian's terrifying strike, there was no fear in his eyes. On the contrary, his fighting spirit intensified. Monarch Yan stomped his right foot and soared into the sky. Chi! In an instant, heaven and earth were torn apart, the two clashed head-on. After a moment of silence, boom, suddenly, a wave of sword light exploded in the sky. In the next moment, a figure plummeted from the sky and smashed into the ground. When he hit the ground collapsed into a bottomless abyss. This person was Monarch Yan. After Monarch Yan crashed into the ground, his body was destroyed and his soul dissipated at a visible speed. The immortal subduing spear in his hand was broken into two. The immortal subduing spear trembled slightly and emitted a mournful hum. Monarch Yan looked at Xian standing in the sky, his eyes filled with confusion. What sword is that? Xian suddenly appeared in front of Monarch Yan. Without a word, he thrust his sword into the space between Monarch Yan's eyebrows. Boom! Monarch Yan's soul trembled violently and then rapidly dissipated. At this moment, the ancient burial shield beside him suddenly trembled violently and smashed toward Xian, protecting its master. Xian turned and slashed. Boom! The ancient burial ground shield shattered, but it wasn't completely broken. It only split into two pieces. There was no divine item under the azure profound sword. At this moment, Xian suddenly turned his head. Not far away to his right, there stood a woman dressed in a black robe. The woman looked a little old, and there were some scribbles on her face. She held a dark red walking stick in her hand, which seemed to be condensed from blood. It was extremely alluring. A spirit demon divine master, she held an extremely high position in the spirit demon race. The spirit demon divine master looked at Xian. Who forged that sword of yours? Xian raised his hand and slashed. A sword light slashed straight at divine priest spirit demon. However, just as the sword light arrived, the spirit demon divine master disappeared without a trace. Xian frowned slightly. The spirit demon divine master stared at Xian. This sword is extraordinary, and it wasn't forged by a mortal. Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. The spirit demon priest suddenly waved his right hand. Boom! A wave of sword light shattered, and Xian was instantly knocked back to his original spot, and on his chest, there was a blood-red handprint. The spirit demon divine master glared at Xian. I've checked just now. You're not from the great wilderness. Since you're not, why are you targeting the spirit demon race? The green profound sword in Xian's hand trembled slightly, and a powerful force suddenly surged out from the green profound sword. The spirit demon divine master narrowed his eyes. The power of time. Someone is actually able to fuse the supreme power of time into the sword. Who are you? Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. A cold glow flashed through the spirit demon divine master's eyes, and she suddenly stabbed the walking stick in her right hand forward. Bang! The wave of sword light shattered, and Xian was blasted over 10 kilometers away. However, the walking stick in the spirit demon divine master's hand cracked open as well. The spirit demon divine master's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he saw the crack on the walking stick. The spirit demon divine master raised his head to look at Xian, and then Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. 3 swords combined into one. The spirit demon divine master's eyes narrowed slightly. Child's play. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve, and the space here warped. A moment later, Xian suddenly retreated repeatedly, and he moved over 1 kilometer back. When Xian stopped moving, the spirit demon divine master suddenly charged forward and grabbed Xian's throat. After that, a powerful force pressed down on Xian and smashed him against the ground. However, at this moment, a dreadful power suddenly erupted from Xian's body. Bang! Blood erupted like a tide. The spirit demon divine master's eyes were opened, and then she tilted her head slightly to the side. As soon as she did, a sword brushed past her nose. She dodged it by a hair's breadth. Xian hurriedly withdrew his sword after his attack failed, but it was still a little too late. He suddenly felt like his stomach had been struck by an iron hammer. Bang! Xian was blasted flying. Meanwhile, the spirit demon divine master clawed at Xian from afar, and the space where Xian resided warped. Xian raised his hand and swung his sword. Hiss! Even space was shattered. The spirit demon divine master frowned slightly at the sight of this. Your sword. Suddenly, Yixian turned around and transformed into a ray of sword light that vanished into the horizon. The spirit demon divine master was slightly stunned. He fled. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Yixian didn't flee but went to the demon city. The spirit demon world's capital city was a place where experts were nurtured. The spirit demon divine master's expression instantly became unsightly. How dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yixian had arrived in the sky above the demon city. He didn't waste his breath and suddenly drew his sword and slashed. A ray of sword energy slashed down from the sky and into the city. Hiss, the sword energy swept across thousands of miles. In an instant, the defensive formation of the entire city was torn apart like a piece of paper, and the sword energy slashed into the city. Bang, the entire city was instantly split into two, and the shrill cries of countless spirit demon experts resounded. In an instant, the entire city was like purgatory. Meanwhile, the spirit demon divine master appeared. She was about to speak, but Yixian charged into the city. In the next moment, bloody heads flew into the sky. In front of Yixian, those spirit demon powerhouses did not even have the strength to fight back. The spirit demon divine master's expression was ferocious. She suddenly vanished on the spot, and a bolt of lightning tore through the battlefield. In the distance, Yixian suddenly stopped. With a thought, the azure sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! The bolt of lightning struck the azure sword shield, causing it to tremble violently. Countless bolts of lightning shot out, but the azure sword was completely unharmed. The spirit demon divine master frowned at this scene. This sword can be used for defense. Yixian paid no attention to the spirit demon divine master. He suddenly turned around and charged into the city. Slaughter the entire city, slaughter 10,000 cities. He wasn't joking. It was fine to hit him, Yixian, but not his family, not even the emperor himself. If you dare hurt my family, I'll slaughter 10,000 of your cities. The spirit demon divine master's expression instantly turned ferocious when she saw Yixian going to slaughter another city. Fight me if you have the ability. However, Yixian paid no attention to her. Do I need you to tell me if I can defeat you? It's precisely because I can't defeat you that I'll fight you. The spirit demon divine master's expression instantly turned unsightly when she saw Yixian ignore her. Although she was stronger than Yixian, Yixian had that sword. She couldn't do anything to Yixian, at least not for a while. Moreover, Yixian refused to fight her. The spirit demon divine master had no choice but to stop Yixian because the top-rate experts of the spirit demon world were in deep slumber. Only she could stop Yixian. She charged towards Yixian. She had to keep Yixian busy. Yixian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. An expanse of blood-red light exploded apart. Bang! Yixian retreated repeatedly. But in the next moment, countless swords suddenly flew out from within him. These swords weren't aimed at the spirit demon divine master but the surrounding experts of the spirit demon race. Even though these swords weren't the azure sword, they weren't something that ordinary experts could resist. After all, Yixian's cultivation had been forcefully raised by 2 realms. In an instant, countless shrill cries resounded. The spirit demon divine master had a savage expression on her face, and she was slightly exasperated. How shameless! You bully the weak and fear the strong. How shameless! Yixian paid no attention to the spirit demon divine master. He just turned around and charged towards the depths of the city. The spirit demon divine master roared furiously, "Come at me if you have the ability." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards Yixian. She was extremely swift, and she arrived behind Yixian in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly turned around. He didn't draw his sword, and he just transformed the azure sword into a shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! A bolt of lightning directly exploded on the azure profound sword shield. The sword shield violently trembled and completely blocked that bolt of lightning. At this moment, Yixian noticed a problem. If he went head-on against the spirit demon divine master, he noticed that while the azure sword would be fine if he couldn't hold on, he wouldn't be able to. The spirit demon divine master was too strong, and if he exerted force as well, then the collision of their forces would result in an even greater force. Moreover, he couldn't resist that force at all. However, if he only focused on defense, then he noticed that the old woman couldn't do anything to him at all. A one-sided attack couldn't do anything to him. When he thought up to this point, a thought suddenly arose in Yixian's mind. However, he suppressed that thought. After all, it wasn't the time to create a martial technique. It was the time to kill until blood flowed like a river. Xian collected his thoughts, turned around, and charged into the distance. The spirit demon divine master's expression turned sinister. She suddenly leaped into the air, and countless bolts of divine lightning flickered in the sky. In the distance, Xian didn't care about her at all. I don't care about your ultimate move. I have the azure sword shield. I'll be invincible. In the sky, the spirit demon divine master opened her palm and silently chanted an incantation. Countless bolts of black divine lightning suddenly gathered in the sky above the demon city, and a terrifying pressure swept down from the sky. In an instant, the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles began to boil like boiling water. At this moment, Xian suddenly felt that something was amiss. He quickly stopped and turned to look at the spirit demon divine master. The spirit demon divine master glared at Xian, and her murderous intent was so intense that it seemed to materialize. Xian said solemnly, "If you use this ultimate move, many spirit demons will die in this city. Are you sure you want to do this?" The spirit demon divine master said sinisterly, "What's the difference between you killing them and me killing them? It's all death, isn't it?" Xian gave her a thumbs up. "You're a ruthless person." The spirit demon divine master didn't waste any more words. She suddenly pressed her hands down, and countless bolts of divine lightning swept down from the sky. The powerful pressure directly caused the entire demon city to tremble violently. With a thought, the azure sword shield blocked in front of Xian, and he took out the small gun and aimed it at the spirit demon divine master. This time, he directly asked Xiao Ta to feed the small gun 10,000 star god veins. 10,000, it was still very painful. Just as Xian was about to pull the trigger, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, wait." Xian frowned slightly. "Wait my ass, I'm going to blow this old woman up." Saying that, he was about to pull the trigger when Xiao Ta suddenly said angrily, "Blow your ass, you're holding the gun the wrong way again. Are you trying to blow yourself up so that I can inherit your legacy?" Xian. He's holding it upside down. Xian felt quite embarrassed. He wasn't very familiar with this thing. After all, he didn't understand it. Xian hurriedly turned the gun around and pulled the trigger. Bang! A ray of white light suddenly surged out from the muzzle, and then the space in an area of 300 kilometers started seething. It was an extremely shocking scene. As for Xian, he hurriedly used the azure sword to form a shield in front of him. Bang! Even with the protection of the Xianxia sword shield, the terrifying recoil still sent Xian flying thousands of feet away. However, the azure profound sword shield did not move at all. There was no problem at all. The spirit demon divine master's pupils constricted when the ray of white light surged out. In an instant, countless bolts of divine lightning were destroyed. It was like crushing dry weeds. In the next moment, the ray of white light had arrived before her. The spirit demon divine master was shocked, and she swiftly waved her right hand, causing an energy lightning shield to appear in front of her. Bang! The energy lightning shield suddenly exploded. Rumble! The spirit demon divine master was blasted over 30 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped moving, her body cracked like a spider web. However, it didn't shatter completely. Obviously, her strength was extremely terrifying. However, the bullet didn't vanish. It pierced through the spirit demon divine master's stomach and vanished into the starry sky. Wherever the bullet passed, time and space were directly annihilated. As a result, a bottomless chasm of time and space appeared in the spirit demon realm. The spirit demon divine master clenched her fists tightly, and countless bolts of black divine lightning flickered around her. After that, her body started to slowly recover. She'd resisted it. Xian frowned slightly and said, "Xiao Ta, show off." "Oh, no, reload. Feed me 20,000 star god veins, 20,000 star god veins." Xian's gun returned to Xiao Ta, and it didn't take long for it to appear in Xian's hand. He aimed it at the spirit demon divine master. The latter's pupils constricted, and she exploded with rage. "How shameless. You actually used an external object. You're truly shameless." Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Then I won't use any external objects." As he spoke, he put away the small gun. The spirit devil priest was slightly stunned by the scene. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly leaped up and slashed his sword at her. The spirit demon divine master narrowed his eyes and was about to attack when Xian suddenly pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger. Boom! a white light surged out, and Yixian was the first to be sent flying. Down below, the spirit demon divine master's pupils constricted as he roared, "You're disregarding martial ethics." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly waved her hands, and countless bolts of divine lightning gathered above her head, protecting her entire body. Rumble, the barrier instantly shattered. In the next moment, the white light blasted the spirit demon divine master tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as she stopped, her body shattered. Not only that, but her soul also disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. This spear directly blasted her into nothingness. The spirit demon divine master looked blankly at Yixian in the distance. Didn't you say you don't need it?" Yixian nodded, "Yes." The spirit demon divine master roared, "Then why do you still need it?" Yixian glanced at the spirit demon divine master. "I use it when I want to, and I don't use it when I don't want to. I'm just playing." "What, are you going to bite me?" The spirit demon divine master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and she directly breathed her last. She directly died from anger. Yixian shook his head slightly. This person only has strength, but his state of mind isn't anything special. If it was me, no one could kill me with words. Xiao Ta said, "Of course, after all, young lord is shameless." Yixian, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, why aren't you crazy anymore?" Yixian said, "I'm crazy when I want to, and I don't. I'm just playing." Xiao Ta, Yixian didn't waste words with Xiao Ta. He turned around and swept his gaze across the surroundings. The next moment, the azure profound sword in his hand flew out. Continue the massacre. He was serious about this matter. No one was allowed to hurt Shaoan. The spirit demon divine master could no longer stop Yixian. Yixian directly killed his way into the city. At this moment, there were almost no spirit demon race experts left. Because of the battle between him and the spirit demon divine master, some had died, and some had escaped. This demon city was now an empty city. Yixian scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there were no spirit demon race experts, he suddenly leaped and slashed down with his sword. Chi, a sword ray slashed into the demon city. In an instant, the entire city shattered and turned into dust. Yixian turned around and left. As if he'd thought of something, he opened his palm, and the azure profound sword flew out. In a short while, a line of words appeared in the distant space. "Build it if you have the guts. I'll come again next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and flew on his sword, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yixian didn't leave the spirit demon world directly. Instead, he went to the Lin city from before. Many super experts of the spirit demon race were slumbering here. Yixian arrived on the city wall and glanced at the surroundings. A moment later, the azure profound sword suddenly flew out, and a bloody head fell slowly from the horizon. The spirit demon race experts in the dark were shocked when they saw this scene, and they retreated explosively. They didn't dare to watch in the dark anymore. Yixian arrived on the Lin city wall and glanced into the distance. There were hundreds of altars of various sizes in the city, and every single one of them contained a powerful aura. Some auras even made his heart palpitate. Very strong. That was what he felt. Yixian fell silent. Should he get rid of these slumbering powerhouses? His intuition told him that he couldn't. Moreover, once all these people woke up, he would be ganged up on, but leaving just like that would be letting the spirit demon race off too easily. At this thought, Yixian took out the small spear and fed it 20,000 star god veins. Then, he pointed the small spear at the Lin city. As if thinking of something, he fed it another 10,000 star god veins. Yixian's heart ached when he fed it, because he only had less than 60,000 star god veins. These were all given to him by the azure lotus. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a strand of them. If the pavilion master hadn't taken those spatial rings from the immortal treasure pavilion, at this thought, Yixian felt his heart ache. More than 1 billion, how many shots could he fire? If these 1 billion star god veins were in his hands, he would be able to soar. He would be able to shoot every day. Yixian sighed inwardly and stopped thinking about it. He pointed the small spear at the Lin city and pulled the trigger. Boom, a beam of white light gushed out from the muzzle. Yixian didn't look at it. As he was pushed back, he also hurriedly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the starry sky and used the azure profound sword to directly teleport outside. Spirit Demon Realm. The beam of white light directly entered the Lin city. In an instant, the entire Lin city boiled and began to burn. At this moment, a furious roar suddenly resounded from the Lin city. Who is it? The next moment, a terrifying force directly blasted the beam of white light. Rumble, the white light violently trembled and then exploded. At this moment, a burly spirit demon man appeared in the sky above the Lin city. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, but at this moment, he didn't conceal his anger and killing intent. The burly man scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. The burly man suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. Come out. As his voice fell, a spirit demon expert appeared in front of him. The spirit demon expert bowed deeply and then knelt down. Greetings. Left Hall Master. This person was the Left Hall Master of the Spirit Demon clan. He had an extremely high status. The Left Hall Master's expression was cold. What happened? The Spirit Demon race powerhouse bowed again and recounted the sequence of events that had transpired. When he finished listening to the Spirit Demon expert, the Left Hall Master's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. A city was slaughtered, the Spirit Demon clan was slaughtered. As if he thought of something, the Left Hall Master suddenly said angrily, "Where's the Spirit Demon Divine Master? What is she doing? She actually slaughtered a city. This is simply a great humiliation." The Spirit Demon expert hesitated for a moment and then said, "The Spirit Demon Divine Master has died in battle." Died in battle. The Left Hall Master was stunned. Dead? The Spirit Demon expert nodded and said with a trembling voice, "Yes." The Left Hall Master fell silent and his expression gradually calmed down. He was well aware of the Spirit Demon Divine Master's strength. He was someone who had fought with them in the Great Wilderness and was at the peak of the quantitative transformation realm. But he had actually died in battle. After a moment of silence, the Left Hall Master said, "When did a super swordsman appear in the Great Wilderness?" The Spirit Demon expert hesitated for a moment and then said, "I heard from the Spirit Demon Divine Master that the young man doesn't seem to be from the Great Wilderness." The Left Hall Master frowned slightly. "Not from the Great Wilderness?" The Spirit Demon expert nodded. "Yes." The Left Hall Master's expression turned gloomy. "Since he isn't from the Great Wilderness, why did he come to our Spirit Demon clan to slaughter a city?" The Spirit Demon expert hesitated for a moment and then told the Left Hall Master the cause of the matter. The Left Hall Master's expression became even more gloomy. The Spirit Demon expert knelt on the ground and shivered, not daring to speak again. At this moment, the Left Hall Master slowly closed his eyes. No matter the reason, since this person slaughtered a city of our Spirit Demon clan, he can't live. With that, he suddenly vanished on the spot and arrived in the starry sky. He swept his gaze around, and in an instant, the entire Spirit Demon clan was enveloped by his divine sense. However, he didn't find any traces of Xianxia. A short while later, the Left Hall Master arrived at the Demon City from before. When he saw the once glorious Demon City reduced to ruins, his expression instantly turned gloomy, and he didn't conceal his killing intent at all. When he saw the line of words left behind by Xianxia, his expression gradually became slightly ferocious. An extraordinary humiliation. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. The Spirit Demon clan hadn't suffered such humiliation even when they faced the Great Wilderness all those years ago. The Spirit Demon experts in the surroundings trembled and didn't dare say a word. Suddenly, the Left Hall Master said, "Rebuild the Demon City." As he spoke, he looked towards the depths of the starry sky. "If he doesn't continue his slaughter, then he's a coward." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the surroundings and roared furiously, "Rebuild the city immediately. P.S. You have to work hard for the college entrance exam. Otherwise, you can only write like me in the future. To think that I almost got into Tsinghua University all those years ago. It was really just a little bit." Yixian returned to the Great Wilderness. Inside Xiaota, Yixian appeared in front of Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had returned to normal. After all, Yixian had many holy items for healing, especially those elixirs Xianxia had left for him. They were truly invincible. Yixian said softly, "Are you all right?" Xianxia nodded, "I'm fine." Yixian said solemnly, "Little An, where's Sister Nian?" "Sister Nian," Xianxia said, "she left." Yixian frowned slightly, "Left?" Xianxia nodded slightly, "She said she's going to a place and will come find me after some time." Yi Xian said solemnly, then why did the spirit demon race find trouble with you? And Lan Xiao shook her head, I don't know. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned cold. Clearly, the spirit demon race wanted to eat anyone they saw, and Lan Xiao looked at Yi Xian, why are you here? Yi Xian said with a smile, I'm here to find you and Sister Nian. And Lan Xiao asked, you've been to the middle world? Yi Xian nodded. And Lan Xiao nodded slightly and said no more. Yi Xian was about to speak when he frowned. The next moment, he left Xiao Ta. Just as he left Xiao Ta, a middle-aged man stood in front of him. The middle-aged man smiled, are you young Master Yi? Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man, you are? The middle-aged man said with a smile, Great Wilderness Hall's ancestor. Yi Xian frowned slightly, Great Wilderness Hall? The ancestor smiled, when the spirit demon race attacked, all the forces in the Great Wilderness joined forces and formed this Great Wilderness Hall to resist the spirit demon race. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. The previous master looked at Yi Xian, young Master Yi, I am here to invite you to join the Great Desolate Palace. Just as Yi Xian was about to shake his head, his teacher suddenly said, the spirit demon realm's left reverend has woken up. He has rebuilt the demon city and threatened to wait for young Master Yi to return and slaughter him. Reconstruction, Yi Xian frowned. Really? The first teacher nodded, that's right. Young Master Yi, I'm afraid that the left hall master won't let you off. You must be careful, he. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and left. The previous master was slightly taken aback, and then said, young Master Yi, you are. Where are you going? Yi Xian didn't even turn his head. Massacre the city. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a wisp of sword light and vanished on the spot. On the spot, the teacher was silent. His eyes flashed and no one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian used the green profound sword to return to the demon city. When he returned, the demon city had already been rebuilt. As soon as Yi Xian appeared in front of the demon city, the left hall master appeared in front of him. It was obvious that the left hall master was prepared. The left hall master looked at Yi Xian in front of him. You have guts. Yi Xian glanced at the spirit demon race experts behind the left hall master and smiled. What? You want to gang up on me? The left hall master waved his hand, and the spirit demon race experts retreated. The left hall master looked at Yi Xian. I will fight you one-on-one. You can use any external objects you want. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The left hall master's expression froze. Damn it, this person isn't going to be polite at all. His words were meant to provoke Yi Xian. He originally thought that Yi Xian would say, I don't care about using external objects. However, he did not expect that this guy would nod directly. Yi Xian didn't waste any words and suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, a ray of blood-colored sword light tore through the battlefield, a wisp of a ferocious smile appeared on the left hall master's face. He took a step forward and punched out. Golden light surged out from this punch, and the world was obliterated. Bang, an expanse of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was blasted hundreds of kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, the left hall master suddenly appeared above Yi Xian, and then he suddenly smashed his fist down. Annihilation fist. Bang, with a single punch, the entire world turned into a giant whirlpool. The moment this fist descended, it would be the end of the world. Its strength was so terrifying. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. The azure sword in his right hand trembled slightly, and countless strands of time energy surged into his body. Bang, a terrifying aura swept out from Yi Xian's body. This time, Yi Xian didn't choose to increase his cultivation. He merely utilized the time energy. Yi Xian suddenly shot into the sky and slashed with his sword. Bang, his sword slashed against the vortex. In an instant, the entire vortex exploded apart, and countless rays of sword light shot through the sky. In an instant, the sky was instantly torn into countless tiny pieces. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and the left hall master retreated explosively. As they retreated, Yi Xian suddenly placed his sword between his brows and shouted furiously, "Sword!" As soon as he spoke, the world trembled violently. In the next moment, countless rays of sword light tore through space and arrived in the sky above the spirit demon world. There were millions of swords. The left hall master stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He slowly clenched his right hand, and a strand of terrifying energy silently condensed in his palm. Meanwhile, he suddenly pointed his sword at the left hall master, slash. As soon as he spoke, millions of swords slashed down from the starry sky, hiss. In an instant, millions of holes were torn open in the sky above the spirit demon world, and the dense strand of sword energy surged down towards the left hall master like a storm. Millions of strands of sword energy surged down, and then the entire spirit demon world trembled. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the left hall master's eyes, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. His figure shot into the sky, and then he smashed his fist forward. World splitter. World splitter. The entire spirit demon world split apart with this punch. The entire spirit demon world had split apart. At the instant that his fist was smashed forward, countless rays of sword energy were obliterated, and it was utterly destructive. All the rays of sword energy were obliterated while the left hall master's expression changed drastically. Because Xianxia had suddenly charged into the city. In the next moment, a ray of sword energy exploded from within the city, and then the entire city was instantly blasted into pieces. The city had been destroyed. The left hall master's expression instantly became ferocious when he witnessed this scene. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right hand forward, and then space suddenly exploded apart somewhere in the city, and then a figure retreated repeatedly. It was Xianxia. Xianxia hadn't lost anything because his green profound sword had transformed into a shield that stood in front of him. The left hall master stared fixedly at Xianxia with a ferocious expression on his face. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward. This charge directly blasted space into pieces, and then a terrifying force instantly arrived in front of Xianxia. His formidable force was sufficient to shatter everything. Xianxia issued a command in his heart, and then the green profound sword and shield suddenly transformed into a net, and then the left hall master's fist smashed against the net. Bang, the net sank down, but it didn't shatter. Moreover, when the net returned to normal, the left hall master's terrifying force was reflected back to his right hand. Bang, the left hall master instantly retreated explosively. After he stopped moving, the left hall master was stunned, reflected it back. The net of swords in front of him had actually reflected his power. After all, the force of that punch of his could shatter the heavens and the earth. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. Actually, he had just had a sudden thought. When two forces collided, an even greater force would be produced. In other words, the effects of force were mutual and could be multiplied. The first thing he thought of was defense. It wasn't a problem for the green profound sword to transform into a sword shield to block the force, but why didn't he transform the green profound sword into a net? Just like in the secular world, if one punched someone, the person would definitely feel pain, but so would one's own body. What if one punched cotton? Simply put, it was using softness to overcome hardness. However, if one transformed it into an elastic net, then as long as the net was hard enough, it would rebound when one punched it. Reality had proven that he was right. At that moment, as long as the green profound sword wasn't destroyed, he would always be in an invincible position. Unless his opponents attacked him in a group and he couldn't defend against them. In the distance, the left hall master glared at Xianxia. What kind of divine object is that? It had to be said that he was extremely shocked at that moment. He knew very well how powerful his punch had been, but he had never expected that the sword in front of him would be able to block it and even rebound it. Ridiculous. It was too ridiculous. Xianxia issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. A moment later, he suddenly slashed towards the right. Hiss, a ray of light tore through the sky, and it instantly tore the entire city into pieces. Xianxia gazed at the left hall master who had an unsightly expression on his face. You build again, and I'll do it again. I'll slaughter every time I build it. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly flickered beneath his feet, and then he vanished on the spot. The left hall master had a gloomy expression on his face. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from behind him, build again. Tell him to do it again. The left hall master was shocked when he heard this, and then he hurriedly turned around and bowed respectfully. After Xianxia returned to the Grand Wilderness, he immediately returned to Xiaota. At this moment, he was quite excited. Based on the thoughts he'd had just now, he had another thought. If energy was mutual, then what if he utilized it to slash the future, the past, and the present? Quantitative change. At this moment, that was a phrase that Xianxia had thought of. The realm above eternal was the boundless realm, and the realm above the boundless realm was quantitative change. What was quantitative change? It was a form of essence. The splitting and release of energy was like a piece of wood. If it was burned, then it would split. With such a foundation, he could allow his sword energy to attain an extremely terrifying level. Its might would multiply. Xian acted as soon as he thought of this. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. A moment later, it started to tremble, and then he released a strand of sword energy before starting to compress it like a madman. Unlike before, he wasn't just compressing it. At the same time, he was ceaselessly providing new strand of sword energy to replenish the core of the sword energy so that it wouldn't be crushed by him. Simply speaking, the sword energy was being compressed madly, and then it was growing stronger incessantly. He was looking for a point of splitting. Under his pressure, the strand of sword energy started to tremble violently. After an extremely long time, a strand of dazzling sword light suddenly erupted from this strand of sword energy, and along with the appearance of this sword light, Xian was directly blasted 3 kilometers away. Moreover, when he stopped, his chest had split apart. On the other hand, the place where the strand of sword energy stood had become pitch black. Xian was first stunned when he witnessed this scene, and then he turned around and hugged Xianxia, who'd rushed over. He hugged Xianxia and gave her a fierce kiss, and then he roared with laughter. "Little An, I'm truly a genius. I'm truly an extraordinary genius. If the Tao of the sword doesn't have me, Xian, then it would be a dark night." Haha. And Xianxia gazed at Xian. "Why did you kiss me?" Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Did I kiss you?" "I didn't." And Xianxia was speechless. And Xianxia looked at the excited Xian and didn't say anything. Xian hurriedly said, "Shaoan, I just discovered a brand new cultivation method. It's called quantitative change." As he spoke, he told Shaoan about his previous discovery. And Xianxia frowned slightly. "Is it really possible?" Xian hurriedly nodded. "It's really possible. You can give it a try." And Xianxia hesitated for a moment before she nodded and started to give it a try. A short while later, a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes. "It's really possible." Xian smiled. "I want to use it in my sword technique." And Xianxia nodded. "Sure." Xian said, "I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a period of time." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. And Xianxia frowned slightly on the spot. "Did I forget something?" Xian found a quiet mountain peak and sat cross-legged on the ground while the green profound sword floated before him. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta was about to speak when Xian suddenly said, "Shut up, it has nothing to do with you." Xiao Ta. In the following time, Xian started to study this quantitative change. Quantitative change, he didn't cultivate level by level because he didn't cultivate realms and didn't need to follow a routine. As long as he had money and resources, he could cultivate any realm he wanted. Moreover, he felt that this quantitative change might be slightly different from other quantitative changes. As for what the difference was, he didn't know because he wasn't too familiar with the other quantitative change. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Of course, only a day had passed in the outside world. Xian first started to try sword draw to determine life and death. Because sword draw to determine life and death was superimposed, this sword technique was most suitable for fission. Countless strands of sword qi superimposed and then caused the core sword qi to fission. Xian tried over and over again to find the most perfect fission point. Just like that, after a few years, Xian finally found the perfect fission point after repeated attempts and grasped it. Somewhere in the starry sky, Xian stood with a sword in his hand. It was an ordinary sword. Xian closed his eyes. "Calm down, focus." After a while, Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. As the sword fell, countless afterimages overlapped. In that instant, he had stacked 30,000 swords. The instant the 30,000 swords overlapped, the sword qi split, boom. In the blink of an eye, the star domain within a radius of several million kilometers was annihilated, annihilating a star field with a single sword strike. Moreover, the sword in his hand was not the Xianxia sword. If it was the Xianxia sword, its power would be doubled. However, after this slash, Xian's entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. His whole body was so weak as if he had done that kind of thing. Soft, his legs went soft, everything was soft. That was what Xian was feeling at this moment. Meanwhile, Xianxia appeared in front of Xian. She walked over to Yi Xian and supported Yi Xian up. Yi Xian's body suddenly went limp, and he who was originally able to stand directly fell into Lanqiu's arms. He fell into her arms, and Lanqiu's figure stiffened. Yi Xian's countenance was pale, and he said weakly, I wasn't able to control it. I don't have any strength left. And Lanqiu hesitated for a moment and said, Can you stand? Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Let me lie down for a while. Just a while will be enough. And Lanqiu hesitated for a short while, but she didn't refuse in the end. Yi Xian lay in Lanqiu's arms while Lanqiu sat on an empty seat, and the surroundings of the obliterated starry sky were completely silent. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Little An, did you succeed? And Lanqiu nodded. I did. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, So quickly? And Lanqiu nodded. I did it a year ago. Yi Xian's face froze when he heard this. She did it a year ago. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Little An's natural talent is truly monstrous, Little An suddenly said. How did you think of using such a method? Yi Xian smiled and said, Battle. Battle, actually, the reason he had such thoughts was because of the battle with the spirit fiend god and the other experts from the spirit demon race. He truly felt that battle was the best method to improve himself, ceaselessly force himself and ceaselessly improve himself, and Lanqiu spoke softly, You're walking very quickly. Yi Xian fell silent. Actually, even he felt that he was walking quite quickly. Should I slow down a little? He'd had such a thought in the past, but what was the outcome? After he attained a certain level of attainment, he wanted to go even higher. There was no end to learning. If he only wanted to act cool, then he just had to return to Qingqing and he would have endless opportunities to act cool. But what was the point of that? Life was only interesting when it was a little difficult. Meanwhile, Lanqiu suddenly said, Your goal is to surpass the 3 sword strikes. Yi Xian nodded, Yes. And Lanqiu nodded slightly, I'll go with you. Yi Xian looked at Lanqiu, and he suddenly felt slightly dazed as he gazed at the peerlessly beautiful face before him. Shit, it's the feeling of being moved. Actually, he'd been moved a long time ago, and Lanqiu lowered her head to look at Yi Xian. Why are you looking at me? Yi Xian smiled lightly, Little An, do you still remember the first time we met? And Lanqiu nodded. Yi Xian suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Lanqiu's hand. And Lanqiu's hand trembled slightly, and she instinctively wanted to struggle free. However, Yi Xian held her hand tightly. Helpless, and Lanqiu could only give up. Yi Xian spoke softly, Now that I think about it, it seems like it was yesterday. At that time you were the youngest kingdom scholar of our state of Jiang, and also the most monstrous genius of our state of Jiang. You were so dazzling that others didn't dare look at you directly. And Lanqiu lowered her head slightly and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled, Do you still remember Yi Lang? And Lanqiu nodded, The reincarnated person. Yi Xian laughed, Actually, I'm quite grateful to him because if it wasn't for him, you might not have come to Azure City, and if you didn't come to Azure City, I might not have met you. If I didn't meet you, then even if I surpassed the 3 sword strikes, what meaning would there be in my life? When he spoke up to here, he looked at Little An's eyes. To me, a myriad of sword daos are inferior to a single smile from Little An. Xiao Tao was speechless. And Lanqiu lowered her head to look at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian looked straight at Lanqiu, Little An, I like you. Do you like me? Simple and direct, hearing Yi Xian's words, and Lanqiu's body trembled slightly. She didn't expect Yi Xian to be so direct. For a moment, her heart was in a mess and she didn't know how to answer. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, If you're not speaking, then it means you like me. And Lanqiu was just about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly stood up and kissed her on the lips. If you like a woman, then don't be coy, go directly, hesitation will lead to defeat, love doesn't come flying, it comes chasing. If you don't chase, how can you bring the beauty home? To chase a woman, there were only 4 mantras, be bold, careful, thick-skinned, and rich. Yi Xian didn't chase many women, but he was very clear that if he met someone he liked, he must not let her go. Because many times, missing a moment meant missing a lifetime. When he turned back, the person he loved would already be someone else's wife. If he didn't confess, she would be someone else's. Life is short, why leave regrets? As for being thick-skinned, if he didn't even dare to confess, then what was the use of having face? As long as he was thick-skinned and courageous, he dared to ask a female ghost to go on maternity leave, and Lanxiu was directly stunned by Yixian's kiss. When did Yixian become so abrupt? But why wasn't she angry? Why wasn't she angry? And Lanxiu felt her heart beat faster and faster. She really wanted to push Yixian away, but at this moment, she discovered that the strength within her body seemed to have disappeared, and she couldn't muster up the slightest bit of strength. After a very, very long time, Yixian released Lanxiu. He looked at Lanxiu, who was close at hand, and faintly smiled. When I was in Qingqing, I already had this thought. And Lanxiu looked at Yixian. What do you like about me? Yixian said, I like everything about you. And Lanxiu looked straight at Yixian. Specifics? Yixian shook his head. I can't tell you the specifics. And Lanxiu lowered her head slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, I only know that when I first met you, I was stunned by your beauty. Everyone loves beauty, and I'm no exception. If you want to blame something, you can only blame yourself for being too beautiful. Xiao Ta, and Lanxiu looked at Yixian and didn't speak. Yixian continued, later on, when I interacted with you, you were a proud and lofty woman of heaven, and at that time, I was just a nameless abandoned child of the Yi family. But you didn't look down on me in the slightest. On the contrary, when the Yi family was trying to harm me, you even lent a hand and gave me a token to go to Karaki Academy. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head slightly. I don't know if these are the reasons why I like you. I only know that I like you, and when I see you, I feel happy, and my heart beats faster. Love? I don't know. I only know that I want to be with you forever. It's that simple. And Lanxiu fell silent for a long time before she suddenly grabbed Yixian's hand lightly, and then she said in a light voice, I don't regret meeting you, and I'm glad that we met. Yixian roared with laughter, and then he picked Lanxiu up, and Lanxiu looked at Yixian, who was just inches away from her, and her gaze was slightly dazed. The scene from when they first met appeared in her mind once more. Love, she didn't understand. Because she had never loved before, and this was the first time, she only knew that she liked being with Yixian, and there was no other reason. It was that simple. When she was with her master, Marshal Godin, her master had once told her that if she loved someone, then love them. Don't miss out on life. She was actually happy that Yixian had opened his heart to her just now because she wasn't good at expressing herself. If she had to express herself, then she might have waited for 10,000 years before saying it. Fortunately, Yixian had expressed himself. She liked the seemingly honest Yixian of the past, but she also liked the bold and thick-skinned Yixian of the present. What was love? Love his good points, love his bad points, and be able to share his wealth and suffering with him. The path of Dao was endless, and it was filled with endless loneliness. If she gave up everything, then even if she reached the peak of the martial Dao, what was the point? When she thought up to there, and Lanxiu hugged Yixian lightly. In the distant Milky Way galaxy, a woman was walking slowly by the sea, and her long hair fluttered lightly as the sea breeze blew. It was a woman in a plain dress. At this moment, the woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped, and she looked at the distant sea and said softly, Big brother. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve. A myriad of sword chi instantly covered the entire surface of the sea, and the sword chi formed Yixian's image. As she looked at Yixian's image, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of the woman's mouth. The path of Dao was endless. But she had already reached the peak. In terms of strength, there was no one in the world who could kill her, and there was no one she could not kill. Eternal life, she had already understood life and death countless years ago. As long as she was willing, her clone could live forever. As for her main body, it had long surpassed life and death, the end of the universe. Even she did not know where the end of the universe was. However, as long as she was willing, she could completely collapse this infinite universe, making it completely endless. In terms of strength, she was already invincible. In terms of lifespan, she was already eternal. However, without Yixian, all of this was meaningless. The woman in a plain dress suddenly turned her head, and she looked coldly in a certain direction. As long as my brother is alive, the universe is alive. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Damn it, threatening me every day, I really can't take it anymore. Aha. P.S. 2 things. First, I'm going back to my hometown. I'm going back to see my family because I've been away for a long time. I have to go back and see my mother. My brother is studying, and my mother is alone in my hometown. It might affect my writing. Everyone please understand. The second thing, because of the updated storyline tomorrow, an unexpected character will appear. Therefore, I will post a special article on my WeChat account at 9 o'clock. Everyone can add my WeChat account first. After tomorrow's update, everyone can watch it. Tomorrow's update will be at 3 p.m. I'll keep this character in suspense. Anyway, everyone will definitely not expect it. It's expected, and unexpected, huh? Xian and Xianxia sat in each other's arms amidst the starry sky. After they'd bared their hearts, they'd naturally become even closer to each other. Xian gazed at the shattered space in the surroundings, and then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned. The law of conservation. And Xianxia turned around to gaze at Xian. The law of conservation? Xian nodded. He gazed at the expanse of space in the surroundings that he'd slashed apart with his sword, and then he spoke in a low voice. The pavilion master of Immortal Treasure Pavilion said that it's the law of conservation. Even if a universe is destroyed, its quantity still exists. I didn't really understand it earlier, but now that I look carefully, I noticed that while I've slashed this expanse of space into pieces, the quality of the things within it still exists. As he spoke, he waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, a wave of ripples instantly arose in the pitch-black starry sky here. He'd destroyed a region of space. It wasn't the essence of this expanse of space. What was quantity? It was equivalent to the essence of space. Xian suddenly said, "It's like a piece of wood." Would it really cease to exist if it was incinerated? No, it would turn into ash. Actually, it would still exist, and it would just exist in a different form. Quantity, essence. His brows knit together slightly as he spoke. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly said, "I understand now." Xian turned around to gaze at Xianxia with astonishment. "You understand?" Xianxia nodded. We've been constantly talking about essence in the past. But our strengths and knowledge were lacking at that time, so we weren't able to understand the true meaning of essence. When she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and continued, "Essence actually surpasses the universe itself." She stood up slowly as she spoke, and then she suddenly stabbed the spear in her right hand forward. Bang! A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. Xianxia gazed at the pitch-black vortex and spoke softly, "The essence of this expanse of space still exists. Perhaps it'll be able to recover to its original state after many years." Xian nodded. The pavilion master said that if one cultivates according to the law of conservation, one's life can last forever, and one's martial Tao can never be destroyed. As he spoke, he took out the unfinished book of the owner of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. She used the language of this world to write it. Obviously, she wanted to show it to the people of this world. Unfortunately, she didn't finish it. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly shook his head and smiled. "Actually, it's not bad." And Xianxia nodded. "I've comprehended something." Xian blinked. "Have you realized something?" And Xianxia nodded. Xian smiled and said, "Then you can cultivate in the tower." And Xianxia nodded and directly entered the small pagoda. On the spot, Xian glanced at his surroundings. Just as he was about to properly study the law of conservation, the ancestor of the great desolate palace appeared before Xian. The previous master hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, according to what I know, the spirit demon realm's demon city has been rebuilt again." Hearing this, Xian fell silent. It was rebuilt. The first master took out a teleportation talisman and placed it in front of Xian. "Young Master Yi, this talisman can directly teleport to the demon city." He naturally hoped that Xian would go to the spirit demon race again because that way, Xian could exhaust the spirit demon race's strength. Xian glanced at his previous master. He wanted to kill him. It was rebuilt. It was obvious that another expert from the spirit demon race had awakened. Moreover, there might be more than one of them. The reason why the other party wanted him to go was so that they could gang up on him. Under normal circumstances, he would just pretend that he didn't know. The problem was, this idiot actually came to remind him, go. Once he went, he would definitely be ganged up on. He might not even be able to return. Not going, damn it, back then, he had acted so arrogantly. If he didn't go, he would really lose face. He could lose face. but he couldn't take back his pretense, right? What should he do? At this moment, the previous master suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, when will you set off for the demon city?" Yi Xian, the previous master still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Previous master, did the great wilderness win or lose the battle with the spirit demon race?" The previous master smiled bitterly, both sides suffered. Yi Xian blinked. "It can't be? Look, there are spirit demon race experts everywhere, but I didn't find any great wilderness palace experts in the spirit demon race. You guys lost, right? Moreover, you should have lost quite badly, right?" The previous master's expression froze. Yi Xian sneered. How could he not understand this previous master? The other party wanted to use him as a spear and make him fight the spirit demon race. "I can kill the spirit demon race, but you can't use me as a spear," Yi Xian continued. "Previous master, what position do you have in the great wilderness palace?" The previous master hesitated for a moment before saying, "Similar to a military advisor." Yi Xian shook his head. "Even if you're a military advisor, why are you so narrow-minded? Isn't it better to rope me in? Why must you use me? Do you think I'm stupid or are you stupid?" The previous master's expression was somewhat ugly. Yi Xian looked at the previous master. "Are you unconvinced?" As he spoke, his thumb gently pressed against the hilt of the green profound sword. "If you're not convinced or unhappy, just say it." The previous master looked at Yi Xian with a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Say it? Naturally, he didn't dare to say it. He knew that if he dared to say it, the person in front of him would dare to kill him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Are you going to say it or not?" Hearing that, the previous master was shocked and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, it's my fault. I have some small thoughts. I hope that young Master Yi will be magnanimous and not take it to heart." Yi Xian was expressionless. "I'll take it to heart." The previous master's expression froze. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly sounded in the previous master's mind. "My young master likes the star god Vane. If you think about it, he won't take it to heart." Star god Vane, the previous master hesitated for a moment before taking out a storage ring and handing it to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Yi Xian glanced at it and immediately flew into a rage. "Who do you think I am? Am I that kind of person?" The previous master was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. "Young Master Yi isn't greedy." At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice sounded in the previous master's mind again. "You've given too little." The previous master, at this time, the cyan profound sword in Yi Xian's sheath suddenly trembled, and a sword cry resounded. The previous master was shocked, and immediately took out another storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, all of my star god veins are here." Yi Xian took a look. There were less than 30,000 star god veins in the storage ring. He frowned. "Why are you so poor? The Immortal Treasure Pavilion can easily have more than 1,000,000,000 star god veins." The previous master laughed bitterly. "Young Master Yi, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is a business. How can ordinary people compare to a business?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. "That's true." After saying that, he kept the storage ring and turned to leave. The previous master's heart relaxed, and he broke out in a cold sweat. In that instant, his intuition told him that if Yi Xian attacked, he would definitely die. He couldn't block it. As if he had thought of something, the previous master sighed in his heart. It had to be said that his vision was indeed small. Actually, the reason why he did that in the beginning was because he thought that Yi Xian was a brainless second generation. Thus, he wanted to use Yi Xian to let Yi Xian fight the spirit demon race, and then draw out the power behind Yi Xian. In this way, the great wilderness would have an extra super helper, but he didn't expect that Yi Xian would see through his intentions. All of this was good, trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The previous master shook his head, turned around, and left. Yi Xian went directly to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Seeing Yi Xian, Li Xing's face instantly turned bitter. Here it comes again. Of course, he was even more shocked, because he already knew about the spirit demon realm. The person in front of him had actually massacred several cities in the spirit demon realm, and even killed the spirit demon divine master of the spirit demon race. How terrifying! Yi Xian glanced at Li Xing, then said, "President Li, lend me some money, I want to shoot. Lixing was stunned. Borrow money? Shoot? Yixian nodded. He had quite a few divine star veins, but not many. He only had 70,000 to 80,000 divine star veins now, and he could shoot twice at most. If he faced an extremely strong opponent, then he could only shoot once. Poor. This was the first time he felt so poor. Lixing hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Young Master Yi, how much do you want to borrow? Yixian asked, how much do you have? Lixing's eyelids twitched. This, Yixian sighed softly, stood up, and left. Lixing was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, you. Yixian didn't say anything, and he just flew on his sword and vanished into the horizon. Lixing remained silent on the spot. In the distant horizon, Xiaota suddenly said, Young Master, why aren't you lending any more? Yixian smiled, it's not good to force others against their will. Xiaota said, then what did you do to my late master? Yixian smiled, it was my late master who schemed against me first. He wanted to treat me like an idiot. Xiaota said, I understand. Yixian glanced at the surroundings, and he was just about to enter Xiaota to cultivate when the space before him suddenly trembled slightly. In the next moment, space split open, and a middle-aged man walked out from within. Yixian frowned slightly when he saw this middle-aged man. It was the left hall master from before, however, it wasn't his main body, but a clone. Yixian frowned when he saw the left hall master. How did this fellow find me? The left hall master stared at Yixian. My city has been built. Yixian asked, and then? The left hall master stared fixedly at Yixian. Didn't you say that you would slaughter every time my city is built? Come, now that my city has been built, I beg you to slaughter it. Yixian fell silent. The left hall master mocked, what? You're not going to slaughter them? Yixian looked at the left hall master and smiled, I'll slaughter them if I want to, and I won't slaughter them if I don't want to. Bite me. The left hall master stared fixedly at Yixian, if you don't dare, then just say it. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and he seemed to be slightly afraid. A wisp of mockery appeared on the left hall master's lips when he saw this. Afraid? Yixian looked at the left hall master, and he seemed to have been provoked. He immediately said angrily, once I go, all of you will definitely gang up on me. If you have the ability, then fight me with your main body. Let's have a fair fight. The left hall master stared at Yixian, the kind that won't run? Yixian said angrily, whoever runs is a coward. The left hall master said, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, the space he was in trembled slightly. In the next moment, his projection gradually solidified. His main body had descended. The left hall master looked at Yixian, and just as he was about to speak, Yixian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Quantitative change. Before the left hall master could react, his head was sent flying. Instant kill. The left hall master's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. He was instantly killed. How was this possible? In the air, Yixian sheathed his sword and glanced at the left hall master's head. Who gave you the guts to speak to me like this? Don't you know that I'm invincible? The left hall master was speechless. It had to be said that the left hall master died with everlasting regret. When he fought with Yixian previously, Yixian was suppressed by him. But now, he was instantly killed with a single strike. Instant kill with a single strike. This was too ridiculous. The left hall master's face was full of disbelief. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. Yixian sheathed his sword and opened his palm. A storage ring on the left hall master's hand flew to him. He glanced at it. There were 100,000 star god veins in the storage ring. 100,000. He could fire another 2 shots. Yixian put away the storage ring and turned to leave. At this moment, the space behind him suddenly trembled slightly. Yixian frowned and pressed his left thumb against the hilt of the green profound sword. At this moment, a blurry figure appeared behind Yixian. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Danger. The next moment, Yixian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Boom. The moment the sword slashed down, heaven and earth tore apart. However, the next moment, Yixian was pushed back thousands of feet by a terrifying aura. After stopping, Yixian glanced at his right hand. The sword was fine, but his advantage had been completely cracked. His bones were visible. Yixian looked up into the distance. The blurry figure gradually solidified. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe with shoulder-length hair. Xian gripped the scabbard tightly with his left hand. This middle-aged man was much stronger than the left hall master. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. Musu, what wind blew you, the patriarch of the spirit demon clan, here today? The patriarch of the spirit demon clan, Xian turned to look. A white-robed man stood in the distance. Grand Desolation Temple's master, Tai Huang. Musu glanced coldly at Tai Huang before his gaze landed on Xian. My demon city has been built. You're welcome to slaughter. With that, he turned and disappeared on the spot. Xian was silent. Xiao Ta, is he provoking me? Xiao Ta said, yes. Young lord, do you want to kill him? Xian nodded. You go first. Xiao Ta thought for a moment, and then he said, let's make peace. Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Tai Huang looked at Xian. May I know where little friendy is from? Xian said, Qingqing. Tai Huang frowned slightly, Qingqing? Xian smiled and said, it's just a small place. Tai Huang glanced at Xian, and then he smiled and said, young friend, we have a common enemy, right? Xian nodded. Yes. Tai Huang looked at Xian, join forces? Xian remained silent. There were many schemes outside, so it was best to be careful. Tai Huang smiled and said, young Master Yi, you might not know much about the spirit demon race. They aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. Xian frowned slightly, what do you mean? Tai Huang said solemnly, there's someone behind the spirit demon race. Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, there's someone behind them? Tai Huang nodded, if there's no one, would they have dared to attack my great wilderness with all their strength? Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, who's behind them? Tai Huang said solemnly, the Lord of Five Elements, the one who controls the Tao of the Five Elements in the world. The Tao of the Five Elements, Xian said solemnly, like the Lord of Time? Tai Huang nodded. Xian was slightly puzzled, why did he order the spirit demon race to attack the great wilderness? Tai Huang chuckled lightly, there's a divine object in the great wilderness ancient world that even the supreme existences covet. Xian was curious, what's that? Tai Huang said solemnly, the primeval sacred temple, left behind by the primeval great emperor all those years ago. It's an existence that surpasses the supreme existences. Rumor has it that there's a legendary vein of heaven within it. Xian asked, surpassing the supreme existences means they're even stronger than the Lord of Time and the others? Tai Huang nodded. Xian asked again, what's a vein of heaven? A spirit vein? Tai Huang smiled and said, no, it's a type of inheritance, a mysterious inheritance. Do you know why the Lord of Time and the Lord of Five Elements were able to become supreme existences and rule the universe alone? Xian said solemnly, isn't the Lord of Time able to become the Lord of Time because he's a spirit condensed from time? Tai Huang smiled faintly, little friend, you only know part of it. He's indeed a spirit condensed from time, but you should know that every universe's time has its own spirit. Thousands of universes have thousands of time spirits. He was now the master of time because he had become the strongest. Then, he could control the time spirits of tens of thousands of universes. He was like an emperor in the mortal world. There were countless people, but only the strongest one could become a king. And the reason why the Lord of Time was able to become the king of the Tao of Time was because he once obtained a vein of heaven inheritance. Xian was slightly curious, what's a vein of heaven inheritance? Tai Huang shook his head, I don't know. Only supreme existences like them know. Xian blinked, didn't you say that the ancient temple of antiquity is in the great wilderness? Tai Huang smiled bitterly, it is in the great wilderness and I even know the exact location. But knowing doesn't mean I can enter. Not only do I not dare to enter, I don't even dare to approach that place. Xian asked, dangerous? Tai Huang nodded, it's not an ordinary kind of danger. Xian continued to ask, was the ancient emperor rich? Tai Huang hesitated for a moment before saying, an expert of this level is naturally rich. Otherwise, how could he cultivate to such a level? Xian thought about it and nodded, I understand. Speaking of which, Lord of Five Elements, why didn't the ancient temple of antiquity come and take it himself? If his true body came, your great wilderness wouldn't dare to resist, right? Tai Huang smiled bitterly. If his true body came to take it, would I dare to resist? Not only would I not dare to resist, I would have to line the streets to welcome him. The problem is, he didn't come with his true body. He let the spirit demon race come and promised the spirit demon race that after the matter is done, the great wilderness will belong to the spirit demon race. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why did he do that? Tai Huang sighed softly. Many people like to be a whore and establish a chastity memorial arch at the same time. Yi Xian, Tai Huang continued, ancient emperor left a message that the ancient temple of antiquity belongs to the fated. From what I know, the Lord of Five Elements and the ancient temple of antiquity know each other. They should be the same group of experts. However, this ancient emperor is much stronger. The reason why he didn't come to take it himself is probably because he's afraid of being laughed at. Under normal circumstances, most people care about their reputation, and those shameless people are rare. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Damn it, does this thing know how to talk? Tai Huang continued. Moreover, if he came to take it himself, the other supremes probably wouldn't let him take it so easily. Therefore, he chose to let the spirit demon race do this. At this point, he suddenly shook his head. Actually, I'm also very annoyed. If he came to me back then, I would also cooperate with him. He can do whatever he wants and I will definitely cooperate unconditionally. After all, how can I not cooperate with such a supremes? I can't wait to suck up to him. I don't know if there's water in his brain. He didn't look for the people close at hand, but instead went to the spirit demon race. Damn it, this kind of person can also become a supremes. Brother Yi, to be honest, I feel very unbalanced. Yi Xian, the more Tai Huang spoke, the angrier he became. Brother Yi, do you know? I've seen too many people since I started cultivating. I found a problem, and that is, some people only cultivate their realm and don't cultivate their brains. Moreover, some people, the stronger they are, the worse their brains are. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Yes. Tai Huang sized up Yi Xian and said, Brother Yi, you have such terrifying strength at such a young age. I think your identity isn't ordinary. Yi Xian smiled. Temple Master Tai Huang, I have another question. Back then, when the Lord of Five Elements interfered, how did the great wilderness survive? Tai Huang said solemnly, it's because the pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion intervened. Yi Xian frowned. Pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Tai Huang nodded. She went to talk to the Lord of Five Elements. I don't know what she talked about, but in any case, the Lord of Five Elements didn't attack us. Yi Xian fell silent. Pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, this woman's strength was above the Lord of Five Elements? At this moment, Tai Huang suddenly said, Brother Yi, come to the Great Wilderness Hall. Let's destroy the spirit demon race together. If you come, you'll be the deputy hall master. Of course, if you're not satisfied, you can even be the hall master. I'll support you. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up. This Tai Huang has some skill. In just a few words, he's closed the distance between us. Moreover, his words are very pleasant. He has some skill. Yi Xian smiled. Hall master, how should I address you? Tai Huang smiled. Just call me Tai Huang. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, can you take me to the primordial sacred hall to have a look? Tai Huang frowned. You want to go to the primordial sacred hall? Yi Xian nodded. I want to go take a look. Tai Huang hesitated for a moment and said, it really is dangerous. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry. I'll flee if there's any danger. Tai Huang fell silent for a moment before he said, fine. Brother Yi is obviously extraordinary. It shouldn't be a problem to go take a look. However, I still have to remind Brother Yi that this place is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Tai Huang didn't say anything else, and he brought Yi Xian along as he vanished into the horizon. Yi Xian hadn't expected that the two of them would actually travel through a stellar region. It took them an entire 4 hours. In an unknown stellar region, Tai Huang pointed towards the depths of the starry sky. The primordial sacred hall is at the end of the horizon. I can't go any further, Yi Xian said solemnly. There are restrictions? Tai Huang nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the distance. Tai Huang frowned as he gazed at Yi Xian. Brother, you wouldn't be a second generation, right? At the end of the starry sky, Yi Xian's brows suddenly knit together because he sensed an indescribable danger. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said abruptly, "Young master, let's go. It's dangerous." Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all when he heard this. He immediately turned around and fled. He wouldn't go head-on against them. However, it was still a little too late. Yi Xian suddenly felt his vision blur. In the next moment, a hand pierced through his abdomen. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He decisively abandoned his physical body, and his figure trembled as he retreated. In the next moment, he slashed down with his sword. Boom, the ray of light was annihilated as soon as it appeared. In the next moment, a hand arrived above his head, and then it slammed down. The hand was about to forcefully crush Yi Xian's soul. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Hee hee. Primordial, this is the chosen one. If you kill him, you'll be in big trouble. The hand stopped 1.5 m above Yi Xian's head. After a moment of silence, the hand vanished, and the surroundings returned to normal. It was as if it had never appeared. After a short while, Yi Xian noticed that he was on a small island, and there was a black hall at the center of the island. It was majestic and extremely grand. The island was surrounded by water, and at the end of the water was an endless mountain range. Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman standing under a cherry blossom tree in the distance. The woman wore a simple linen short-sleeved shirt. The sleeves were a little short, revealing two slender, jade-like hands. On both sides of her shirt, there were two small pockets. In the pockets, there were two pens that didn't belong to this world. The woman wore loose linen trousers. There were no patterns on the trousers, and they were very simple and clean. On her feet was a pair of linen slippers. They were very simple, and they were very ordinary cloth shoes. The woman's hair was very long, and it reached her waist. However, the front of her forehead was very short, and she had bangs that reached her eyebrows. Beneath the bangs was a pair of light eyebrows that were very simple and natural without any traces of makeup. Beneath the beautiful eyebrows was a pair of extremely clear eyes, and they were like the purest water in autumn. Moreover, there was a small cloth bag hanging from her waist. The woman held a thick ancient book in her hands and placed it before her chest. She was staring at Yi Xian with a faint smile on her face. It was like a spring breeze, and it made one feel very comfortable. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Pavilion master?" The woman blinked, and then she walked slowly to Yi Xian. She stretched out her right hand and smiled. "Hello, I'm Qing Guan. That's my real name." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Qing Guan?" The woman smiled faintly like a spring breeze. "Yes, but it sounds like a man's name?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The woman smiled, and then she said, "My father gave it to me." At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, she wants to shake hands with you. This is the Milky Way's etiquette. You have to shake hands with her." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before reaching out with his right hand to hold the woman's hand. The woman blinked and did not speak. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "What the heck, young master, I asked you to shake hands with him, not hold his hand. What are you doing?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Why didn't you make it clear?" Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "Mother ****, am I not clear enough? You are the one who wants to act like a hooligan." Yi Xian was about to speak when Qing Guan suddenly laughed and asked, "Is this your pagoda?" Yi Xian looked at Qing Guan in astonishment. "You can hear it?" Qing Guan giggled. "I'm not trying to eavesdrop. Its concealment method is too backward. It's useless in front of me." Yi Xian was silent. "Big boss, this woman, she's a real big boss." Qing Guan blinked. "Protagonist Ji, can you let me take a look at your pagoda?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss Qing Guan, why do you call me Protagonist Ji?" "My name is Yi Xian." Qing Guan laughed. "Then I'll call you Young Master Yi." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "What does protagonist mean?" Qing Guan blinked. "Simply put, it's equivalent to being the child of destiny. To put it in a more complicated way, it's not something that can be explained in a few words. Because it involves too many things, it's very troublesome to explain. In any case, it's very powerful. Yi Xian was speechless. Qingguan asked again, can I take a look at your pagoda? Obviously, she was very curious about Yi Xian's xiaota. Yi Xian nodded. Sure. With that, he handed xiaota to Qingguan. Actually, he also wanted to see Qingguan's surprised expression, however, he was a little disappointed. After Qingguan took xiaota, she sized up xiaota. After a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up and she laughed. That's amazing. The time inside xiaota and the outside world can be reversed to such an extent. That's amazing. With that, she returned xiaota to Yi Xian. Although there was admiration in her eyes, there was no shock or astonishment. Yi Xian looked at Qingguan. Aren't you shocked? Qingguan smiled. I'm all right. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before asking, can you do it? Qingguan nodded. Yes. Yi Xian's expression froze. He hesitated for a moment before asking again, can you? Qingguan nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was silent. His heart was in turmoil. This woman said she could, f*ck, what the hell, this was Qing Er's personal reversal of time. How many almighty people would be in awe of it? And this woman in front of him said she could do it too. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little confused. This woman wouldn't be like him, who liked to brag, right? Qingguan suddenly laughed. Young Master Yi, you've taken all my books. And my little gun, right? Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and smiled. It's my fault for not being strict. I've already warned xiaota that it won't take things randomly in the future. If it takes things randomly again, I'll break its legs. f*ck. Small Tower immediately jumped up and began to spit out a fragrance. Yi Xian directly blocked xiaota. Xiaota? Qingguan covered her mouth and laughed. It was like 100 flowers blooming, making everything pale in comparison. Mr. Yi. Oh no, young Master Yi, it was obviously you who took it. How could you say it was xiaota who took it? It's not good to lie. Yi Xian, Qingguan stretched out her little hand and smiled. Young Master Yi, I can give you the books, but the gun. This gun is not suitable to appear in this universe. Can you return it to me? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Miss Qingguan, to be honest, it took the initiative to recognize me as its master, f*ck. The little gun suddenly said angrily, let me out. f*ck, how can you do this? Let me out. Xiaota suddenly said, don't f*king scream. He has already blocked all of us. This guy is ready to become a human. Little gun, Qingguan stared at Yi Xian, blinking her eyes. This was the first time she met someone who lied without even blushing. She did not know what to say for a moment. Yi Xian quickly said, I won't take your gun for free. I'll give you a gift too. As he said that, he quickly took out a piece of wood and began to carve. Qingguan glanced at the wood in Yi Xian's hand, then gently stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled. Carve? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Qingguan smiled. I also like art very much. Yi Xian quickly said, I like art very much too. Qingguan looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, do you know what art is? Yi Xian nodded and said casually, art refers to using some means or medium to create an image and then sell it for a lot of money. The more expensive it is, the better the art. After a moment of silence, Qingguan said, I can't refute that. Yi Xian, after a while, Yi Xian carved a small wooden figure. The small wooden figure was vivid and lifelike, exactly the same as Qingguan. Yi Xian handed the small wooden figure to Qingguan. Qingguan took the small wooden figure and looked at it. She was amazed. Young Master Yi, you didn't use any magical power. You carved it so well. It's purely by hand. If you go to our place, you can be a craftsman. Yi Xian smiled. You like it, don't you? Qingguan looked at Yi Xian. Is this for me? Yi Xian nodded. Qingguan shook her head. I don't deserve it. As she said, she returned the small wooden figure to Yi Xian. It's not appropriate to accept a gift from you on our first meeting. Yi Xian quickly said, I'm not giving it to you for free. This small wooden figure is for you, and you're giving me that spear. We're even. We're even. I'm not at a loss. Don't feel guilty. Qingguan hesitated and said, I'm at a loss. Yi Xian, Qingguan still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Qingguan, I remember something. Many people from Immortal Treasure Pavilion don't recognize the Shantian token you gave me. Not only do they not recognize it, but the previous president of Immortal Treasure Pavilion almost killed me. My body was crushed. Sigh. Qingguan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I know what you mean. I can give you that small spear, but you have to promise me one thing. Yi Xian was a little curious. What is it? Qingguan said seriously, this spear is very powerful. Once it is used, it will cause great harm to the world. You have to promise me that you can't use it easily. If the energy is too great, it will cause great pollution. Some powerful people are not afraid of it, but for those weak creatures, this pollution is destructive. Also, you can't use it on ordinary people or ordinary creatures, okay? Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Qingguan nodded slightly. As for your small wooden figure, Yi Xian quickly said, I'll give it to you. Qingguan looked at the small wooden figure and was silent. Yi Xian asked, what's wrong? Qingguan shook her head slightly. Just now, I felt the cause and effect. If I accept this thing, I'm afraid that something will happen in the future, Yi Xian said with a smile, why bother about the future? It's important to live in the present. It's just a small wooden figure. It represents the pure friendship between you and me. Qingguan smiled and said, that's true. After saying that, she put away the small wooden figure. Yi Xian glanced at the small cloth bag on Qingguan's waist and said, Miss Qingguan, are you from the Milky Way? Qingguan nodded. Yes. Young Master also knows the Milky Way? Yi Xian smiled and said, I know. My two friends are there. Qingguan smiled slightly. I know. Is it little white and area? Yi Xian was stunned. How do you know? Qingguan smiled and said, I met them once. But I was just a little girl at that time. Oh, I still remember that they owed me money and didn't pay me back. Hee hee. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said abruptly, Young Master, ask her what her father's name is. Yi Xian said, What do you mean? Xiao Ta said, Ask her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Qingguan, what's your father's name? Qingguan blinked. Qin Bufan. P.S. If you don't know about Qin Bufan, you can take a look at the previous book, Invincible Sword Domain. If you've read it, you should remember him. As for the Pavilion Master, he appeared in the first article I wrote, Outside the Milky Way. You can take a look. Just search for the official WeChat account, Green Phoenix Peak, and follow me. The only official account, Green Phoenix Peak. That's all. Don't make a mistake. Qin Bufan, Xiao Ta suddenly sighed softly when he heard this name, and his sigh carried a trace of a complicated tone. Yi Xian was quite curious, Xiao Ta, what's wrong? Xiao Ta sighed once more, her father and master are brothers, brothers of life and death. Brothers of life and death, Yi Xian was quite surprised, my father's brothers of life and death? Xiao Ta said, yes. I never expected that Qin Bufan's daughter would actually come to this world again. Moreover, she's so terrifying. Yi Xian looked at Qingguan in front of him and said with a smile, You can hear Lil Tower's words, right? Qingguan nodded. Yi Xian gazed at Qingguan and said, Do you know that your father and my father know each other? Qingguan grinned, Daoyi, your father should be that green-cloaked swordsman, right? Yi Xian nodded. Qingguan smiled, I've investigated him in the past, and he fought alongside my father in the past. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, Can you revive your father? Qingguan shook her head, I can't. She paused for a moment before she continued, No one can revive the dead. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, My father seems to have been revived in the past. Qingguan smiled, The difference is that it's impossible to revive someone who's truly dead. Even if time is reversed, it's impossible. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Can you tell me about it in detail? Qingguan thought for a moment and said, it's very complicated. If I were to explain it in detail, then it would involve numerous theories, and you probably wouldn't be able to understand it. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened when he heard this. It wasn't very harmful, but it was extremely humiliating. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the side, Miss Qingguan. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the hall not far away. The middle-aged man wore a loose gray robe and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His hands were placed on his knees. The Emperor of the Ancients, Yi Xian took a look at the primeval Grand Emperor with a solemn look in his eyes. He had already exchanged blows with the other party once. Terrifying, this was definitely far beyond the realm of quantitative change. Qingguan glanced at the primordial and smiled. Primordial, you want to be resurrected too? The desolate antiquity smiled bitterly. Is that even possible? Qingguan nodded. It's possible for you because you still have a wisp of your divided soul, and your consciousness is still in this world. Of course, the most important reason is that the enemy didn't completely erase you when he killed you. Otherwise, there would be no chance. Hearing this, the ancient desolate immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Please save me, Miss Qing. Qingguan was silent. The ancient desolate antiquity bowed again. Yi Xian tugged on Qingguan's clothes and asked softly, can you really save him? Qingguan nodded. I can. But I don't want to. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, why? Qingguan glanced at the ancient desolate antiquity in the distance. He's not a good person. If I save him today, then he'll bring harm to countless living beings in the future. Even though I didn't kill them, they'll die because of me. At this point, she shook her head slightly. It's a pleasure to help others, but it depends on the person. Don't save a demon and bring harm to the world. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, if he's a good person, then you'll save him, right? Qingguan nodded. I will. Yi Xian said solemnly, if you really save him, then aren't you afraid of angering the big shot who killed him? Qingguan smiled mischievously. I have a gun and money. Who am I afraid of? As she spoke, she took out a gun. The gun was slightly shorter than Yi Xian's, and it was purplish-black in color. She waved it at Yi Xian and said, this gun of mine is called All Life is Equal. I don't care if he's a supreme emperor, he'll kneel before me. Yi Xian. At this moment, the ancient desolate antiquity suddenly bowed again and said, Miss Qingguan. Qingguan put away her gun and shook her head. Ancient desolate antiquity, as far as I know, you once killed countless people to obtain a heaven vein. The karma of your evil thoughts is endless. Do you know that a large part of the reason why you ended up like this today is because of the sins you committed in the past? The ancient desolate antiquity said in a low voice, Miss Qing, this world is one where the strong are respected. Every cultivator has their hands stained with blood. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. Take him for example. Aren't his hands stained with blood as well? What kind of evil did he suffer? Qingguan shook her head. You're different from him. The ancient desolate antiquity frowned slightly. How so? Qingguan giggled. There's someone behind him, but there's no one behind you. The ancient desolate antiquity. Yi Xian. Qingguan continued. Ancient desolate antiquity, I'm not criticizing you because you're right. This is how the world is. Every cultivator has their hands stained with blood. However, I personally don't like people who kill, so I refuse to reverse life and death for you. The ancient desolate antiquity was silent. Yi Xian glanced at the ancient desolate antiquity, then tugged on Qingguan's clothes. Just as he was about to speak, Qingguan suddenly glared at him. Don't pull so hard. My clothes are going to fall off. Yi Xian. Qingguan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. What are you trying to say? Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Qingguan, you said some people can be reborn. Are you referring to those who still have a divine soul or will in this world? Qingguan nodded. Those who are completely erased can't be brought back to life. Completely erased means that the person's essence is gone. This is a true death. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Should I leave a clone with Qing? If that's the case, who do I need to be afraid of? Even if I'm killed, I can always start over. At the thought of this, Xian could not help but show a smile at the corners of his mouth. He was very happy. In the distance, the ancient desolate antiquity suddenly sighed and slowly sat down with a sad expression. Qingguan suddenly said, "Ancient desolate antiquity, I came here today to see that vein of heaven. Can you let me take a look?" The ancient desolate antiquity hesitated for a moment before opening his palm. A palm-sized stone slowly floated in front of Qingguan. The stone was snow white, and there was a tiny word on it, Fa. Qingguan looked at it for a moment, then smiled. "So that's how it is." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the vein of heaven slowly floated in front of the ancient desolate antiquity. The ancient desolate antiquity looked at Qingguan. "Miss Qing, do you know where this thing came from?" Qingguan nodded. "From the forbidden place." The ancient desolate antiquity frowned. "The forbidden place?" Qingguan smiled and didn't say anything else. She turned to look at Xian. "I'm going to a place to do something. Do you want to come with me?" Xian thought for a moment, then said, "All right." Qingguan smiled. "Let's go." As she spoke, she was about to take Xian away. At this time, Xian suddenly looked at the ancient desolate antiquity. "Senior, are you going to leave behind an inheritance?" The ancient desolate antiquity looked at Xian. "Yes." Xian said seriously, "What do you think of me, senior?" The ancient desolate antiquity, Qingguan looked at Xian. Xian said again, "Senior, after today, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to meet a monstrous genius like me again." The ancient desolate antiquity glanced at Xian. "You're not suitable." Xian hurriedly said, "Why not? I'll see if I can change it. If I can, I'll change it for you on the spot until you're satisfied." Qingguan, the ancient desolate antiquity, was completely speechless. Qingguan moved closer to Xian and whispered, "His inheritance isn't that good." Xian blinked. "Really?" Qingguan nodded. "I don't lie under normal circumstances." Xian, seeing that the ancient desolate antiquity was still hesitating, Xian smiled and then looked at Qingguan. "Let's go." Qingguan nodded. She opened her palm and a sword appeared in her hand. The next moment, the sword suddenly turned into a sword light and flew up, then circled around her and landed steadily at her feet. Seeing this scene, Xian was shocked. You're a swordsman?" Qingguan shook her head. "No." Xian was puzzled. "Then Qingguan smiled. "I just like flying swords. This sword of mine is used for flying, not for fighting." Xian, just as the two of them were about to leave, the ancient desolate antiquity suddenly said, "Little guy, wait." Xian turned to look at the ancient desolate antiquity. The ancient desolate antiquity suddenly opened his palm and the vein of heaven slowly floated in front of Xian. "My inheritance is in this vein of heaven. From now on, you are the third successor of this vein of heaven." Xian blinked. "The third?" The ancient desolate antiquity smiled. "Yes." Xian asked, "Who's the first?" The ancient desolate antiquity shook his head. "I don't know." Xian didn't ask further. He immediately accepted the vein of heaven and said, "Thank you." The ancient desolate antiquity looked at Xian and said meaningfully, "Take care." With that, his body gradually became illusory. In the end, he chose to disappear. Beg Qingguan, he didn't do that. In any case, he was a supergiant. Although he wanted to live, he would never beg to live. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have fought to the end back then. Just like a dragon, even if it died, it would never wag its tail and beg. Soon, the ancient desolate antiquity completely disappeared. After the ancient desolate antiquity disappeared, the secret realm in the middle of the square began to shatter. Xian bowed deeply in the direction of the ancient desolate antiquity. He then turned to look at Qingguan. "Is he dead?" Qingguan nodded. "Not at all." Xian fell silent. After cultivating for millions of years, he finally turned to dust. He felt a little sad. Qingguan suddenly said, "Let's go." Xian nodded. The two of them were about to leave. At this time, after the secret realm disappeared, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Seeing this, Xian frowned. Obviously, after the ancient desolate antiquity disappeared, this place became less dangerous. Therefore, countless experts rushed to this place. Soon, Yixian sensed two familiar auras. One was the aura of Tai Huang, the other was the patriarch of the spirit demon race, Mu Su. They were all here. At this time, Qin Guan said, "Ignore them. Let's go." Yixian nodded. With that, he and Qin Guan left on their swords. In the distant sky, Mu Su stared at Yixian, who disappeared at the end of the starry sky. His eyes were cold. Vein of Heaven. Before long, the news of Yixian obtaining the Vein of the Heavens spread throughout the great wilderness and the spirit demon race. The Vein of the Heavens, that was a godlike existence, even the Time Lord and the Five Elements Lord coveted such a divine item, and now, Yixian obtained it. Who was Yixian? In fact, both the great wilderness and the spirit demon realm were familiar with Yixian. After all, this was the one who slaughtered the spirit demon realm. After a moment of silence, Mu Su turned and left. Beside him, Tai Huang frowned and said softly, "Pavilion Master." At this moment, an expert from the great wilderness temple suddenly appeared in front of Tai Huang and said solemnly, "Hall Master, the Vein of the Heavens, should we snatch it?" Tai Huang slapped him with the back of his hand. Boom! The expert from the great wilderness temple was slapped tens of thousands of meters away. Tai Huang coldly glanced at the expert that was sent flying, then pointed at his own head, somewhat disappointed that iron did not meet his expectations. Don't just cultivate realms, cultivate more IQ. With that, he turned and left. The expert from the great wilderness temple. In the distant starry sky, Yixian and Qin Guan traveled on their swords. Yixian glanced at Qin Guan not far away. Qin Guan had his hands behind his back, his long hair fluttering in the wind, exuding an indescribable temperament. Qin Guan suddenly smiled. "Young Master Yi, is the spirit demon race troubling you?" Yixian nodded. Qin Guan smiled. "You don't need to be afraid of them. Their race will eventually become history." Yixian looked at Qin Guan. "Why?" Qin Guan smiled mischievously. "Because they're troubling you." Yixian was silent for a moment. "Why will they become history if they're troubling me?" Qin Guan smiled. "Young Master Yi, there are 4 types of people in this world that are very terrifying. You're one of them." Yixian said solemnly, "Can you tell me more about it?" Qin Guan nodded slightly and said, "In our galaxy, people like you are called the Chosen One, that is, the halo of light. Under normal circumstances, you will not die, unless," Yixian quickly asked, "Unless what?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "Unless the next person with the mandate of heaven appears. If the next person with the mandate of heaven appears, then the previous person will no longer be the only one, and everything in the world will no longer revolve around him. Therefore, he may die." Yixian was silent. Qin Guan sized up Yixian, and then he said, "You're the only one right now, so you won't die for now. But I have a feeling that you won't be the only one anymore." Yixian's eyelids twitched. "Who's next? Can I kill him in advance?" Qin Guan blinked. "I advise you not to do that." Yixian was a little puzzled. "Why?" Qin Guan said seriously, "Because the next person with the mandate of heaven is likely to be your son." Yixian's expression froze. Qin Guan suddenly said, "Uncle Yang, that is, your father, is the last person with the halo of light." Yixian, at this time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Sister Guan, aren't you afraid of revealing the secret of heaven?" Qin Guan grinned and then took out a gun. "I have a gun. I'm not afraid." Xiaota, Yixian hesitated and then said, "Miss Qin Guan, what realm are you in?" Qin Guan shook her head. "I don't cultivate." Hearing this, Yixian was stunned. You don't cultivate? Are you a person with no realm?" Qin Guan nodded. "I like research, but I don't like cultivation. So, I don't fight." "Don't fight," Yixian was a little puzzled, "this woman is so terrifying, but she doesn't know how to fight." "Don't know how to fight," Yixian said in a low voice. "So, you've been relying on this gun to defend yourself all these years?" Qin Guan shook her head. Yixian was a little puzzled. He was about to speak when Qin Guan suddenly said, "I don't rely on this gun. I rely on many guns. I have a lot of guns. I fed each gun with 100 million star god veins. Yi Xian's expression froze. 100 million star god veins, Yi Xian's mind was in a mess. Is this what a rich woman is like? I only dare to use 50,000 at a time, but she uses 100 million at a time. Are these star god veins cabbages? I'm afraid I'm a fake second generation. At this time, Qingguan said, in addition to star god veins, there is also a kind of spirit vein called time vein. This kind of time vein is the core spirit vein of a world. This kind of time vein is relatively rare because it takes at least 1,000,000 years to condense into a time vein. Moreover, during this period, it can't be destroyed. Otherwise, it can't be called time vein. It can only be regarded as a pseudo-time vein. At this point, she shook her head slightly. This kind of time vein is too rare. Even I have less than a few million. Yi Xian's expression froze again. A few million, is it really rare? Is it really rare? Yi Xian was about to collapse. Qingguan suddenly took out a gun from her small cloth bag. This gun was a little long as an adult. She glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "This is my big sniper. I've installed 200 million star god veins. In 1,000,000 universes, as long as I want, I can instantly snipe anyone to death. With one snipe, their head will burst. I named it, Don't Mess With Me." Don't mess with me, Yi Xian. Qingguan put the "don't mess with me" into the small cloth bag. Then, she took out two egg-like things. They were black and had some strange runes and words drawn on them. Yi Xian was a little curious. This is? Qingguan blinked. You haven't seen it before, right? Yi Xian nodded. Qingguan smiled. This is called a nuclear bomb. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Egg? Egg closed? Qingguan shook her head. The egg you're talking about is not the same as mine. Yi Xian, Qingguan smiled and said, I fed these two with 300 million star god veins. The core has endless energy. As long as I detonate it, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then asked, how powerful is it? Qingguan thought for a moment and then said, it should be able to destroy 10,000 great ancient wastelands and spirit demon realm. Yi Xian. Qingguan said again, I named them, disregard for martial ethics. Yi Xian, Qingguan suddenly shrugged and then said, it's too powerful. I don't really want to use it because it will hurt the innocent. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, how about you let me use it? Qingguan hurriedly shook her head. No. Your killing intent is too strong. Moreover, your personality is quite extreme. I can't let you use it. As she said that, she quickly put it away. Yi Xian glanced at Qingguan's small cloth bag and then said in his heart, Xiao Ta, if we snatch this cloth bag, what are the chances of success? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment and then said, young master, if you want to snatch it, do it yourself. Please don't drag me into it. I, Xiao Ta, am not that kind of tower. Yi Xian, Qingguan suddenly looked into the distance and then said, we'll be there in half an hour. Yi Xian looked at Qingguan and asked with a smile, Miss Qingguan, what is your most powerful divine item? Qingguan blinked and said, why are you asking this? Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm curious. Qingguan smiled and said, I have 4 extremely powerful ones. However, I can only tell you one of them. I have to keep the other 3 a secret. Yi Xian was a little curious. Why keep it a secret? Qingguan giggled and said, trump card. Of course I have to keep it a secret. Yi Xian, Qingguan said, I have a fleet. Yi Xian looked at Qingguan and asked, what kind of fleet? Qingguan said, I have hundreds of cosmic god warships. On each of them, there are hundreds of starship god armaments that can travel through time and space at will. Moreover, the scale is still expanding. My current goal is to build 3,000 of them. As she said, she smiled mischievously and said, as long as I call them, they can instantly appear in front of me across millions of galaxies. I will attack wherever I point. Yi Xian was silent for a moment and thought to himself, Xiao Ta, can we afford to offend this woman? Xiao Ta said in a low voice, let's see if you can defend against the sword in her hand, equality of all beings. Yi Xian was silent for a moment and said, let's just be friends with her. Xiao Ta said, great minds think alike. If you can't win, join, no problem, Qingguan suddenly said, we are here. As she said, she stopped and the sword under her feet flew back to her hand. She was about to put the sword into the small cloth bag when Yixian suddenly said, Miss Qingguan, can I see your sword? Qingguan smiled and said, of course you can. As she said, she handed the sword to Yixian. Yixian looked at it. The sword was 2 fingers wide and 4 feet long, slightly longer than the average sword. The blade was very thin, like a cicada's wing. The blade was average and not particularly sharp. As a whole, there was nothing special about it. Yixian looked at Qingguan and said, Miss Qingguan, is your sword just an ordinary sword? Qingguan smiled and said, to a swordsman, it is a very ordinary sword. Yixian did not understand. What do you mean? Qingguan said, my sword is only powerful when it's full of money. Yixian? Qingguan took the sword and pointed at the hilt. This is the entrance to charge money. As long as you feed it with star god pulse, it will become very, very powerful. As long as you have money, even an ordinary person can kill a quantitative change realm powerhouse with it. Of course, without money, it has no power. As she said this, she looked at Yixian and said with a smile, the strength of this sword does not depend on your attainment in swordsmanship, but whether you have money or not. Yixian, Qingguan continued, my sword is not as powerful as yours. Yixian asked, why? Qingguan smiled and said, your sword involves more knowledge, and some of its functions, such as helping you improve your realm, are not normal. Of course, I can understand that. After all, this world is not normal most of the time. Yixian, Qingguan sheathed the sword and said, let's go. They must have been waiting for me for a long time. Yixian looked into the distance and saw a huge stone door not far away. Yixian followed Qingguan and asked, Miss Qingguan, where are we going? Qingguan smiled and said, the Great Thousand Domains, a place where countless planes intersect. Do you remember I told you that there are 4 kinds of people who are very scary? There are 2 other kinds there. Yixian, Xiaota suddenly sighed, this girl is not a cultivator, she is a cultivator of money, the Tao of money. P.S. For those who haven't seen yesterday's news, you can search for my official WeChat account on Green Phoenix Peak and click follow to find the news. Later on, I will also update some news. The main story of the Milky Way will be updated in the form of news, so everyone can follow it. Moreover, the news is also free, you can get it for free, why not? Moreover, every day there will be pictures of some of my cousins and so on. Finally, I will let everyone guess a question. What do you think this Qingguan's bloodline is? Let me see how many people have the same idea as me. Boundless domain. Yixian had to admit he was shocked when he had followed Qingguan into the vast Kiliacosm territories. In the starry sky, Yixian saw countless cities floating in the air. These cities were majestic and extremely luxurious. At a glance, the entire starry sky was filled with them, and there was no end to them. It was a magnificent sight. Not only that, there were many people in the starry sky, and their auras were extremely strong. Clearly, they were not ordinary cultivators. Lively, this was Yixian's first impression. The boundless domain was too prosperous. Suddenly, Qingguan smiled. Let's go to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Miss Qingguan, is there a Celestial Treasure Pavilion here? Yixian asked in a deep voice. Qingguan turned to Yixian and smiled sweetly. Of course, as long as the world is slightly bigger, there will be a Celestial Treasure Pavilion. How many Celestial Treasure Pavilions do you have? Yixian asked curiously. Qingguan tilted her head and thought for a while. After a while, she shook her head. I'm not sure about the exact number, but there should be tens of millions of them, or even more. Yixian was speechless. On the way, Yixian asked again, is the Celestial Treasure Pavilion the headquarters? No. Qingguan shook her head. Where's your headquarters then? Yixian was curious. Just when Qingguan was about to speak, a young man suddenly appeared in front of Qingguan. Behind the young man were 2 old men in black robes. Their auras were as strong as the starry sky. Just by standing there, they gave off an invisible pressure. The young man smiled. Pavilion Master Qin. Oh, it's Sir Qianji. What's the matter? Qingguan smiled. The smile on Xianji's face was gentle. Nothing. I just heard that Pavilion Master Qin is back. So, I'm here to meet you. As he spoke, he took a look at Yi Xian and smiled. This is young Master Yi Xian, my friend. Pavilion Master Qin smiled. Friends, hearing this, Xianji's eyes flashed with astonishment. However, he quickly returned to normal and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Young Master Yi, nice to meet you. Yi Xian smiled. Nice to meet you. Qin Guan smiled and said, Young Master Qianji, I still have some matters to attend to. Farewell. After that, she left with Yi Xian. Qianji was deep in thought as he watched Qin Guan and Yi Xian disappear into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, an old man behind him suddenly said, Do we need to investigate this youth? After a moment of silence, Qianji shook his head. The person that Pavilion leader Qin befriended is definitely not an ordinary person. If we investigate him recklessly, we might offend him. Moreover, doing so would offend Pavilion leader Qin. The old man nodded slightly and did not say anything else. Qianji looked into the distance. After some time, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Everyone thinks that I, Qianji, can have anything I want, but, sigh, the two old men fell silent. They knew their young master's intention. If it was any other woman, their young master could have her with a wave of his hand. However, Pavilion leader Qin was different. She was kind to everyone. This was polite, but it was also a form of alienation. On the road far away, Yi Xian was curious. Miss Qin Guan, did you go there to look for me? Qin Guan shook her head. Not really. I went there to take a look at the vein of the sky. Since you were there, I guess it's fate. Yi Xian smiled. It's fate indeed. Not long later, Qin Guan brought Yi Xian to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. There were 12 floors in the pavilion and it was spacious. As soon as Qin Guan arrived at the entrance, an old man came out to welcome them. The old man walked to Qin Guan and knelt down. Pavilion leader. Qin Guan rolled her eyes at the old man. Oldly, didn't I tell you that I don't like to kneel? I don't like kneeling at every turn. Next time you see me, don't kneel. Oldly smiled awkwardly. I forgot. Qin Guan shook her head helplessly. You always say that you forgot. Are all the presidents and managers here? Oldly quickly said, 1,360 presidents and 350 managers are here. Qin Guan nodded. Let them wait a little longer. With that, she walked into the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian followed her, glancing at Yi Xian. Mr. Li felt a little curious. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly followed after them. Qin Guan came to the 12th floor. Seeing Yi Xian following, Oldly hesitated but didn't say anything. But to his surprise, Yi Xian followed Qin Guan into the 12th floor. Qin Guan didn't let Yi Xian stay outside. Oldly was in disbelief. For so many years, no one had been able to enter the 12th floor. Who was this young man? Oldly was curious. On the 12th floor, after Yi Xian came in, he looked around. The room was filled with bookshelves. There were many books on the bookshelves. He casually glanced at them and realized they weren't from this world. Qin Guan sat in front of the desk and looked at Yi Xian. She smiled. Can you lend me your sword again? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. With that, he moved his mind and the green profound sword flew to the desk in front of Qin Guan. Qin Guan carefully sized up the green profound sword before picking up the pen and writing. Yi Xian walked closer and couldn't understand it. Words that didn't belong to this world. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Miss Qin Guan, what are you writing? Qin Guan smiled. I am writing a record of rare treasures. I will write down all the divine items that I see. Yi Xian was quite curious. How many have you recorded? Qin Guan shook her head. Not many. Only 37 of them have been recorded so far. Yi Xian asked, are they ranked? Qin Guan nodded and smiled. Yes. This sword of yours is ranked at the 3rd position. The 3rd. Yi Xian was quite disgruntled when he heard this, and he waved his hand. Why is it only the 3rd position? I refuse to accept it. soul suddenly said, I refuse to accept it. Qingguan blinked and smiled. Do you know what the first and second position are? Yixian shook his head. We refuse to accept anything. We don't approve of your ranking. Qingguan smiled delicately. Do you really not want to know what's ranked at the first and second position? Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, I don't believe there's anything more formidable than the green profound sword. Qingguan sized up the green profound sword and said, this sword is peerless indeed. However, there's still a gap when compared to the first and second positions. Yixian couldn't help but ask, what's the first position? Qingguan flipped to a page and said, let's talk about the second position first. The second position is called Dedeabi, and it's the sharpest divine item in the universe. A single stroke of its brush can determine the fate of all things in the universe. The tip of this brush is the sharpest known to the world, and it's even sharper than your sword. Its tip can easily tear apart a few tens of thousands of universes, and it's matchless. Besides that, this brush surpasses all Daos and techniques, and it will never fall into the cycle of reincarnation unless time strikes it. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, it's that formidable? Qingguan nodded. It's extremely, extremely formidable. Your current sword is unable to go against it. However, I can feel that the person who made this sword deliberately forged it to this extent in order to make it suitable for you to use. Yixian was silent for a moment, and then he said, is this Dedeabi in your hands? Qingguan smiled. Not in my hands, but I know where it is. Yixian was curious. Where? Qingguan said, my hometown. Yixian was stunned. The Milky Way? Qingguan nodded. Yes. Yixian was silent. Damn, are there so many big shots in the Milky Way? Yixian collected his thoughts and asked again, what about the first position? Qingguan blinked and said playfully, that's a secret for now. Yixian was speechless. Miss Qingguan, it's not good to keep me in suspense. Qingguan smiled and said, you'll know in the future. However, I can tell you that the first position is also in my hometown, the Milky Way. As she spoke, she began to record the Qingxian sword. At the side, Yixian was speechless. Keeping me in suspense, how wicked, he had to admit that he was getting more and more curious about the Milky Way. Thinking of this, Yixian could not help but ask, Miss Qingguan, is this the Milky Way's martial arts civilization? Is it very advanced? Qingguan stopped and shook her head. The martial arts civilization in the Milky Way is not advanced. On the contrary, the martial arts civilization in our place is very low level compared to this vast universe. However, there is a super big shot in that place. Therefore, the Milky Way has become a little special. Yixian was curious. What kind of super big shot? Qingguan thought about it and said, I can't say. Yixian's face darkened. She's keeping me in suspense again. After a while, Qingguan closed the ancient book in front of her and said with a smile, done. Let's go to the meeting. As soon as she finished speaking, she put down her brush and walked out. Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, should I go as well? Qingguan smiled. Of course. You're a super VIP of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. In theory, you're a member of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion as well. Yixian was speechless. After a while, Qingguan led Yixian to a starry sky. This was a sealed starry sky, and there were over 1,700 people gathered here when he and Qingguan arrived. Yixian noticed that most of the experts here had actually attained the quantitative change realm, moreover, over 30 of them were unfathomable. This had obviously surpassed the quantitative change realm. What a grand scene, Yixian sighed softly. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. The people here hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw Qingguan. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Qingguan smiled. There's no need to be so polite. Everyone, sit. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous long table appeared here, and all of them hurriedly sat around it. Qingguan sat at the seat of the host, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly gazed at Yixian, who was still looking for a seat. Young Master Yi, sit by my side. The expression of an old man by Qingguan's side froze when he heard this. But he hurriedly stood up in the next moment, and then he grinned at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, please sit by my side." All of them gazed at Yi Xian with curiosity in their eyes. Yi Xian cupped his fists to the old man, and then he sat by Qin Guan's side. Qin Guan glanced at the old man and smiled. "Brother Zhang, you don't mind, right?" Brother Zhang hurriedly said, "Not at all, Pavilion Master. How could I mind such a trivial matter?" Qin Guan smiled tenderly. "I knew you wouldn't mind. That's why I asked him to sit at your seat. It's just a seat, and there's no other meaning. Don't think too much about it." Brother Zhang heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, and she hurriedly said, "No. I won't." Qin Guan nodded. "Let's find a seat. We have something important to discuss." Meanwhile, a middle-aged man at the side hurriedly stood up and said, "Elder Zhang, please sit." Elder Zhang's status in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was so high that it was only inferior to a few extraordinary elders that were hidden in the shadows. Elder Zhang glanced at the middle-aged man, nodded slightly, and then sat on the middle-aged man's seat. The middle-aged man was just about to look for a seat when a man beneath him hurriedly stood up. "Elder Jun, please sit at my seat." Yi Xian was speechless when he witnessed this scene. Qin Guan had a slight headache as well. She pressed lightly on her head and shook her head. "I know that there are ways of the world wherever there are people, but all of you have to act according to the situation. If you continue giving way like this, then you'll have to give way for another hour, right?" Everyone was speechless. Qin Guan took out a notebook from her small pouch, and then she said, "I gathered all of you here mainly for two things. Firstly, young Master Yi possessed my Azure token, but my subordinates disobeyed the rules I set. Not only did they refuse to help young Master Yi, they even plotted against him. Regarding this matter, all of you." Meanwhile, Brother Zhang suddenly spoke coldly, "Kill. These people disrespected the Pavilion Master and deserved to be killed." "Yes. Kill. Disrespected the Pavilion Master. Slaughter 3 of their clans." "No. Disrespecting the Pavilion Master is a grave crime. How could it be enough to slaughter 3 of their clans? Slaughter 9 of their clans. I'll listen to the Pavilion Master. Whatever the Pavilion Master says, the Pavilion Master is wise and valiant. He is skilled in both literature and martial arts. He will live for thousands of years and unify the universe. Long live the Pavilion Master. Long live the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master is awesome." Yi Xian was dumbfounded by this scene. Yi Xian was speechless when he witnessed this scene. He'd seen flatterers, but he'd never seen flatterers in such a way. These fellows are too shameless. Moreover, all of them are extraordinary experts. Qin Guan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, slapped her forehead lightly with her right hand. "My head hurts." Yi Xian was speechless. The others were still flattering Yi Xian without end, and they seemed to have no intention of stopping. Meanwhile, Qin Guan suddenly slapped the table with her right hand. Bang! In an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing. Qin Guan glared at them and said, "From this moment onward, all of you better be serious." Everyone hurriedly nodded. Qin Guan spoke indifferently. "Has Yu Xian, who plotted against young Master Yi, been sentenced?" Brother Zhang hurriedly said, "He's been killed." Qin Guan gazed at Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang smiled embarrassedly. "He's been sentenced. Disobeying the Pavilion Master's orders is the #1 crime of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and he deserves death. He deserves death." Qin Guan remained silent for a moment before she nodded slightly, and then she turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, my Celestial Treasure Pavilion is in the wrong. We gave you the Black Sky token, yet we didn't allow you to enjoy the rights you deserve. I represent the Celestial Treasure Pavilion to express our sincerest apologies for this, and I hope you can forgive us." Yi Xian fell silent. Qin Guan said, "There will be compensation." Yi Xian immediately said, Of course, of course. It's just a small matter, and it's not worth mentioning. I'm not the type of person to fuss about it." Everyone was speechless. Qin Guan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, and then she flipped to the next page. She said, "Next up is a very important matter. I hope everyone will listen carefully. A very chaotic era is coming." A very chaotic era. Everyone frowned slightly when they heard this, and they didn't understand what she meant. Yi Xian was a little curious. "Miss Qin Guan, what chaotic era?" Qin Guan sighed softly. I only found out not long ago that the forbidden land of the ruins of God has been destroyed. Forbidden area of the ruins of God. The others in the surroundings frowned slightly when they heard this because they'd never heard of it. Yi Xian had never heard of it either. Qin Guan said, the universe is very big, so big that it has no end. Therefore, everyone only knows that they are in the universe, but they don't know where they are in the universe. Now, I will explain the background of this world in detail so that everyone can have a clear understanding of this universe. As she spoke, she flipped to the next page and continued, with the vast thousand domains as the center, I headed north of this world. After crossing trillions of light years, I still haven't reached the end of the universe. However, I saw an ancient ruin. According to my investigation, this ruin was at least trillions of years ago. Billions of years ago. All the spectators were dumbstruck when they heard this. Yi Xian was also shocked. An ancient civilization that existed trillions of years ago, Qin Guan continued, being in such a complicated universe, we have no idea what stage we are in the history of this universe. Any living being in this universe seems extremely tiny. When she spoke up to hear, she shook her head slightly. Countless ancestors of my hometown once studied this starry sky universe. We once worked hard to allow our people to enter the starry sky universe and explore this unknown universe. However, the further we went, the more we realized how tiny we were. Because our blue planet isn't even a speck of dust in the universe, no, in the Milky Way galaxy. Everyone fell silent. Yi Xian suddenly asked. What's outside the ancient ruin? Qin Guan smiled and said, it's still the boundless universe. Yi Xian fell silent. Qin Guan continued, many cultivators often say that the martial Tao has no end. Actually, I think it's the universe that has no end. Since the universe has no end, it means that everything is unknown, and the unknown means that everything is possible. So, the Tao has no end. As she spoke, she flipped to another page and said, I've organized the universe that I know of, and I've named the universe that I know of, universe visualization. All of them had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. Qin Guan blinked, I spent a huge amount of time exploring and searching. So, it's not too much to name it after me, right? All of them hurriedly shook their heads. It's not too much. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Qin Guan, I think you can add a word to it. Qin Guan was quite curious. What word? Yi Xian said seriously, universe visualization. Qin Guan's eyes blinked. This, Yi Xian said seriously, universe visualization sounds better. Everyone's expressions grew even more strange. This kid is so shameless, Qin Guan was slightly hesitant. This, Yi Xian sighed softly, if Miss Qin Guan feels that it's difficult, then forget it. Qin Guan immediately said, all right. Yi Xian's expression froze. I'm not done. Qin Guan glanced at Yi Xian, you didn't do anything. Traversing stellar regions is very tiring. Yi Xian sighed softly, all right. If you feel that it's difficult, then forget it. In any case, this universe has nothing to do with me, Yi Xian. Guarding the universe is very tiring indeed, and it's strenuous and unrewarding. Qin Guan suddenly said, let's call it universe visualization. Everyone was speechless. Yi Xian frowned slightly, you don't feel that it's difficult? Qin Guan giggled, it's just a name. Yi Xian fell silent. He suddenly felt that he hadn't gained anything, something was wrong. Qin Guan continued, the universe visualization is divided into 3 regions. The most powerful force in the northern region is the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land's martial arts civilization is advanced, and it has the highest known realm of the universe, the visualization realm. Everyone's expressions froze. Could it be that the Pavilion Master named it herself? Qin Guan smiled, I named it, and the Pavilion Master has already agreed. This realm was modified by me, and the Pavilion Master's strength has risen to the next level under my guidance. Therefore, the highest realm of the universe visualization is the visualization realm. As for the other realms, I will tell you about them in detail later, because I have already sorted out the current realms. As she spoke, she shook her head slightly, not only are there many realms in the universe visualization, but they are also very messy. Therefore, I have already sorted them out. The unnecessary realms will be deleted, and the useful ones will be kept. some useful realms will also be combined with other realms to form a new realm. When the time comes, I will announce it to the entire universe visualization. Apart from that, I also wrote a book called Book of Observation. This book records the cultivation methods of each realm in detail, as well as their unique features, so that cultivators can better understand each realm. Below, old Zhang hurriedly asked, "Pavilion Master, are you selling this book?" Hearing this, all the presidents instantly became excited. If they were to sell it, wouldn't the Celestial Treasure Pavilion make a killing? However, Qin Guan shook his head. "I'm not selling." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Qin Guan said seriously, "This kind of thing benefits the entire Guanxian cosmos, it can't be measured with money." As she spoke, she glanced at the guild masters present, and then he said, "Remember, those who are rich enough to rival a country, if they don't have benevolence and do whatever they want, exploiting the people, then they are rich but heartless. Those who are rich but heartless, no matter how much wealth they have, are just slaves to money." At this point, her tone became more serious. "I don't care about outsiders, but since you respect me, then you must do as I say. Money is important, but virtue is more important. A gentleman loves money, but he must obtain it in the right way." Yi Xian glanced at Qin Guan and nodded slightly. "This woman's values are as righteous as mine." The Celestial Treasure Pavilion branch presidents nodded, expressing their agreement with Qin Guan's words. Qin Guan continued, "Has President Meng Meng of the Forbidden Land arrived?" At this moment, an old man hurriedly said, "Pavilion Master, not yet. The Forbidden Land is too far from the boundless thousand domains, and President Meng Meng is still on her way." After a moment of silence, Qin Guan said, "I have already planned to build a teleportation array between the 3 domains and the boundless thousand domains. There are no problems in terms of funds or technology, but," at this point, she looked at Yi Xian, "Young Master Yi, I was worried about this before, but after seeing the sword in your hand, I made a new discovery. As far as I know, your sword can freely travel through space, right?" Yi Xian nodded, "That's right." Qin Guan praised, "The person who made this sword has unfathomable attainments in space and time. She reminded me that space and time can be homogenized. I have to say, it's really awesome." As she spoke, her small face blushed. "When I'm excited, my words are too vulgar." Hee hee. Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan continued, "I have already understood the mystery of your sword ignoring space and time, so there is no problem in terms of technology. However, because this homogenization of space and time was not my idea, I am embarrassed to directly use it in my teleportation array. Young Master Yi, how about this? You lend me this technology, and I will give you 30% of the profits of the teleportation array every year." 30%, Yi Xian blinked, "How much?" Qin Guan thought for a moment, then said, "There should be a minimum of 1,000,000,000 star god veins every year." Yi Xian was stunned at first, but the next moment, he quickly said, "Deal." Qin Guan blinked, "Do you want to ask the person who made the sword first?" Yi Xian quickly shook his head, "No, I agree. Qing will not have any other opinions. Moreover, her invention is equivalent to my invention." Qin Guan nodded slightly, then turned to look at a young woman not far away. "Go and draw up a contract." The woman quickly got up and retreated. Yi Xian frowned slightly, "Do we still need to sign a contract?" Qin Guan smiled, "Of course." Yi Xian's face darkened, "You don't believe me?" "Of course I don't." Qin Guan was straightforward and almost said what she thought, but she reacted quickly and quickly changed her words. "Of course I believe young Master Yi, this contract is just a formality, a formality." Yi Xian, at this time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young Master, really, not to mention this Pavilion Master Qin, even I don't believe you. Sometimes when you are shameless, can you still be called a human? Let's not talk about other things, just look at how many inheritances you have tricked along the way. You walk into a secret realm ruin and ask people if they have an inheritance? How can you be so thick-skinned?" Yi Xian's face darkened, "Xiaota, you are really bold, how dare you scold Qing F***ck, Xiaota jumped up, "You." Xiaota didn't dare to speak anymore. If he continued, he was afraid that he would be played to death. This young lord, was no longer a human. Qin Guan continued, "The northern region is the strongest, and it's the Forbidden Land. As for the strength of the Forbidden Land, I won't say much. Because it wouldn't take long for everyone to find out. Let me tell everyone about the southern region. There are 4 strongest forces in the southern region. The first is the Time Court, whose master is the master of time and controls the Tao of time. The second is the 5 Elements Palace, whose masters are the 5 lords who control the Tao of 5 elements. Actually, as far as I know, he controls more than just the Tao of 5 elements. As she spoke, she flipped to the next page of the notebook and continued, the other 2 are the Law Master and Tao Master. They control at least 70% of the Tao laws and laws of the dark observing cosmos. They are both very powerful, second only to the one in the Forbidden Land. Yi Xian was curious. Who is the strongest among the 4? Qing Guan smiled. It should be the Tao Master who controls 70% of the Tao laws of the world. Yi Xian nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Qing Guan said, the other 2 superforces are the primordial sect founded by the primordial immortal lord of the western region, and the master of the vast 1,000 domains, 1,000 Chance City. At this point, she smiled and continued, these forces are the strongest forces in the dark observing cosmos. These forces are very far away from each other, so there are no conflicts for the time being. In addition, there are some hidden aristocratic families. However, they have been in seclusion for at least tens of thousands of years, so I won't reveal them and cause trouble for them. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what about the eastern region? Qing Guan's expression suddenly became somewhat solemn. There used to be a super force in the eastern region called the Land of Divine Ruins, but now it has been destroyed. Yi Xian frowned. Destroyed? Qing Guan nodded. At the end of the eastern region, that race is coming. Yi Xian said solemnly, what race? Qing Guan said softly, the Tao race, from the burial ground. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The Tao race? Qing Guan nodded. They use Tao as their surname and control thousands of Taos. They claim to be a race that is infinitely close to God. At this point, she glanced at Yi Xian. In this race, there is someone with the same special identity as you. That person's identity is no weaker than yours. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, big sister, this isn't right, right? Young Lord is a person of destiny, so there shouldn't be anyone with a more special identity than him. Qing Guan smiled and said, under normal circumstances, it's indeed impossible. But, who said that the mandate of heaven can't die? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, if the person of destiny dies, then what's the point of playing with the hammer? Qing Guan shook his head and smiled, Xiao Ta, you are still too young to understand. There were 2 situations in which a person with the mandate of heaven would die. The first was when the next person with the mandate of heaven appeared, because after the next person with the mandate of heaven appeared, he would no longer be the only one. During this period of time, if he didn't have invincible strength, he would most likely die. The reason why Uncle Yang is fine is because when young Master Yi appeared, he was already invincible in the world. Almost no one can kill him. At this point, she glanced at Yi Xian. If you haven't reached Uncle Yang's strength before the next person of destiny appears, then you may die. Hearing this, Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he suddenly understood what Qing and his father were worried about. Qing Guan continued, there's another situation where the person with the mandate of heaven will die. That is, he is no longer the only person with the mandate of heaven. It is possible for 2 people with the mandate of heaven to appear in a world. At this point, she paused and said, of course, under normal circumstances, it's not very possible. But, it doesn't mean it's impossible. That depends on the pen. Yi Xian frowned slightly, what pen? Qing Guan smiled, Dadeabi. The real terrifying thing about it isn't its strength, but its ability to write the fate of all living things. Therefore, it is also called the pen of destiny. It is very powerful. If it were to act up one day, you would be in deep trouble. Hee hee. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, why are you laughing? It seems like you are taking pleasure in my misfortune. Qing Guan blinked, really? Yi Xian nodded seriously. Qing Guan grinned, don't bother about such a small problem. Yi Xian was speechless. Qing Guan continued, do you remember that I said there are 4 types of people that can threaten you? Yi Xian nodded, tell me more about it. Qing Guan said, the first type is someone who is also a person of destiny. It's like a king of a world going to another world. Isn't it very easy for the king of the other world to kill him? Yixian nodded. What about the other three types? Qingguan said, top big shots. Yixian said in a deep voice, what kind of top big shots? Qingguan smiled, your father. Yixian was speechless. Qingguan grinned, if they reach Uncle Yang's level, Uncle Yang will not be able to stop them if they want to kill you. Once such a strong person targets someone weaker than him, the other party will have no chance of survival. Yixian nodded slightly, what about the other two types? Qingguan whispered, people outside the rules. Yixian frowned slightly, people outside the rules? What do you mean? Qingguan thought for a while, then said, in our place, it's called loopholes. Nothing is perfect. There are loopholes, and some loopholes are outside the rules. You might not understand it if I tell you this. I know someone outside the rules. You should know him too. Yixian asked hurriedly, who? Qingguan smiled, a swordsman in a cloud-white robe. He is a person outside the rules. Hearing this, Yixian's expression froze. Big brother is outside the rules? Yixian asked in his heart, Xiao Ta, do you think she's right? Xiao Ta was silent for a while, then said, anyway, big brother Xiao Yao is really unreasonably strong in my life. He seeks to fight all his life because he can't be defeated, so he always seeks to be defeated. Yixian was silent. Outside the rules, Qingguan continued, this kind of person is unreasonably strong. Yixian looked at Qingguan, besides big brother Xiao Yao, is there anyone else outside the rules? Qingguan nodded, there is. And, I know who it is. Yixian frowned slightly, who? That Dao clan? Qingguan shook his head, that's not it. The one from Dao clan is not outside the rules. The one from Dao clan is a heaven-defying being. Yixian looked at Qingguan, a heaven-defying being? Qingguan nodded, this kind of person is called a variable. This kind of person is a heaven-defying being the moment they appear. Under normal circumstances, from the birth of a universe to its destruction, this kind of person may not appear. Variable, Yixian glanced at Qingguan, then said, what kind of existence is Qing-er? Qingguan said in a low voice, the Qing-er you are talking about, is it Tianming? Yixian smiled, you know her? Qingguan's lips curled up, of course, besides writing the Exotic World Treasure Record, I also wrote the Exotic World Big Boss List. Tianming is so powerful, so she must be recorded in it. However, because I have never come into contact with her, I am not particularly clear on how strong she is. Yixian smiled, make an estimate. Qingguan was silent for a moment, then said, I won't say. Yixian's expression froze, why? Qingguan blinked, I just won't say. Yixian was speechless. Qingguan smiled, don't be depressed. I naturally have my reasons for not saying. Don't be angry, okay? Yixian shook his head, smiling, I'm not angry, I'm just a little curious. Qingguan smiled and said, after I finish writing this alien world's big shots ranking list, I can show it to you first, because I have made a ranking in it. At that time, you will know who is number one. Yixian smiled, that's a deal. Qingguan nodded, deal. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, sis, what kind of existence are you? I think you are also very powerful. Qingguan shook her head, smiling, I am not powerful, I am just an ordinary descendant of the Yellow Emperor. I like to explore the universe, like to study the universe, like to play around, I can't compare to these big bosses. Moreover, I don't like fighting and killing. I don't particularly like the law of the jungle in this world, but there is nothing I can do about it, because this world is like this, it is easy to change the world, but people's hearts are hard to change. Yixian was silent. He had to admit that this woman in front of him was indeed a little special. She was very thoughtful, Qingguan smiled, and then he glanced at everyone present, I have gathered everyone here mainly for the second matter, because according to what I know, the Tao race has entered the Dark Temple cosmos with ill intentions, and it won't be long before a great calamity may befall this Dark Temple cosmos, so everyone must be mentally prepared. Yixian said in a low voice, what does the Tao race intend to do? Qingguan said softly, dominate, of course, and take revenge. Yixian frowned slightly, dominate the Dark Temple cosmos? Qingguan smiled, that's not all, according to what I know, they have a higher goal, and dominating the dark temple cosmos is merely their first step. Yi Xian looked at Qing Guan. Will you stop them? Qing Guan fell silent. Yi Xian said in a low voice, you won't stop them? After a moment of silence, Qing Guan said, in the past, there were billions of people in the Dao race, and there were about 30 million peak powerhouses. But now, there are less than 30 million people in the Dao race, and there are less than 1 million peak powerhouses. Do you know why this is? Yi Xian shook his head. Qing Guan said softly, I have investigated the past. Back then, the top forces of the Dark Temple Cosmos joined forces to slaughter the Dao race and snatched their supreme divine item, the Dao scripture. The heavenly vein is a divine item in the Dao scripture. As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian and sighed. Back then, in order to snatch that divine item, they slaughtered billions of people. Back then, the Dao race patriarch and a few of their supreme powerhouses used their lives to escort the few survivors of the Dao race into the burial ground, and before they died, countless youths of the Dao race swore with their blood that as long as the Dao race is not wiped out, they will definitely take revenge. If this generation can't take revenge, then the next generation will. If the next generation can't take revenge, then the next generation will. As she said that, she sighed again. Everything has its cause and effect. The current calamity of the Dark Temple Cosmos is because of the sins they committed back then. Yi Xian said in a low voice, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is so rich. What if they want to rob your Celestial Treasure Pavilion? What will you do? Qing Guan was expressionless, and she directly took out a large pile of don't talk about martial ethics. When Eggy appears, your parents raised him for nothing. Yi Xian. Looking at the two balls, Yi Xian was speechless. Is this the power of money? Qing Guan continued with the meeting. Yi Xian sat aside and listened quietly. He had to admit that he was quite shocked. Because these chairmen from all over the world were reporting the annual income of the Celestial Treasure Pavilions they were in, and Yi Xian discovered that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion with the lowest income had at least 1 billion star divine veins every year. What did that mean? After all, there were more than 1,000 presidents here. Moreover, the annual income of some Celestial Treasure Pavilions reached tens of billions of star god veins. After deducting the cost, they could earn more than half. Most importantly, Qing Guan had said before that she had opened tens of millions of Celestial Treasure Pavilions. Rich woman, Yi Xian could not imagine Qing Guan's wealth. This woman's wealth could only be compared to Little White in the Milky Way. Even Little White might not be able to compare. After all, Little White was an individual, but Qing Guan was different. This woman had many people to help her earn money. Thinking of this, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Qing was good at everything, but she was not very interested in money. Otherwise, with Qing-er's ability to earn money, Qing-er? After a long time, Qing Guan suddenly said, dividends. Dividends. As soon as she said this, the president's present became excited. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Even Elder Zhang, who was like an old monk, had a subtle change of expression at this moment. Qing Guan suddenly looked at a woman not far from her. The woman was wearing a simple long dress. Her appearance was average, but her temperament was outstanding. Qing Guan smiled. Fu Qing, this time, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion under your jurisdiction has the highest profit. You are this year's top seller. As she spoke, she took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Fu Qing. Everyone scanned it with their divine senses. The next moment, they were all excited, and their eyes were filled with undisguised envy. There were 3 billion star god veins in the storage ring. 3 billion, this was a super huge amount of money. When Yi Xian saw this amount, he was shocked at first, then shocked. 3 billion, how many people wouldn't be able to earn so many star god veins in their entire lives? But this Qing Guan actually rewarded them just like that. Fu Qing was also excited. It was obvious that the reward had exceeded her expectations. She immediately stood up and bowed slightly, before saying with a trembling voice, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Qing Guan asked again, "Are you in the quantitative change state now?" Fu Qing nodded. "Yes." Qing Guan nodded slightly. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. This process isn't that simple. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a scroll slowly floated in front of Fu Qing. This scroll contains some of my understanding of the qualitative change realm. It will be helpful to you. The expressions of all the presidents changed drastically when they heard this, and countless stood up. After all, the reason they joined the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was to earn money, but what was the purpose of earning money? Cultivate. Other than money, cultivation techniques were also very important, but now, Qingguan directly rewarded him with a cultivation technique. It could be said that it was only a matter of time before Fu Qing reached the realm of qualitative change. Countless people were envious, even those presidents who'd attained the quantitative change state were slightly envious. After all, they'd really had to rely on themselves to find their way bit by bit before they'd met Qingguan all those years ago. Yet now, Qingguan had directly provided them with guidance, so they'd be able to avoid many detours. It was truly too difficult to rely on oneself on the path of life without guidance from a noble person. Fu Qing immediately knelt down when she heard Qingguan, and she was extremely excited and spoke with a trembling voice, "Pavilion Master, I." Qingguan helped Fu Qing up and smiled. "According to my knowledge, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion that you manage doesn't just earn the most profits, it has the best reputation as well. You deserve it." Fu Qing bowed deeply. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Qingguan nodded slightly, and then she glanced at the others and said, "Meeting adjourned." All of them stood up, bowed slightly, and then left. Meanwhile, a woman walked over to Yi Xian and grinned. "Young Master Yi, do you still remember me?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Of course, Miss Qinglian." Qinglian smiled sweetly. "Young Master Yi, it's been 3 days, but you've become much stronger than before." Yi Xian laughed heartily. Qinglian glanced at Qingguan who was sitting at the side, bowed deeply, and then left. Qingguan turned to look at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "I'll be busy for about 3 days. How about you go and play by yourself first?" Yi Xian smiled. "You said before that there'll be compensation. Do you still remember?" Qingguan nodded. "What do you want?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly in a dilemma. What should I want? Money. I'm in need of it. Treasures? He indeed coveted Qingguan's treasures. Qingguan suddenly smiled. "Why don't you remember it first, and let me know when you've thought of what you need?" Yi Xian nodded. "Sure." Qingguan smiled faintly, then picked up the thick notebook in front of her. "I'll be busy for a while. After that, I'll take you to a place." With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian glanced at Qingguan's small cloth bag, not knowing what he was thinking. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, don't think about this cloth bag. We really can't beat her. Just listening to the treasures of this little sister makes my scalp go numb." Yi Xian's face darkened. "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" With that, he turned and left. Stroll around. Yi Xian decided to stroll around the vast 1,000 domains. He had to admit that the vast 1,000 domains was indeed very prosperous. In the starry sky, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. In the dark, he sensed some hidden auras, and each aura was very strong. Yi Xian slowly strolled alone in the starry sky, deep in thought. What Qingguan said previously had deeply touched her. Unknown, from Qingguan, he learned some unknown information, such as the Dao brush, the people who did not follow the rules, the heaven-defying cultivators, the person with the mandate of heaven, and Qing suppressing a certain existence in the Milky Way. Yi Xian sighed softly. "I need to work harder. If I don't work hard now, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on Dad and Qing in the future." Moreover, he now somewhat understood Dad's intention. He also understood what Dad was worried about. As Qingguan said, there was more than one chosen one, and it didn't mean that the chosen one would not die. Of course, he wasn't interested in this so-called chosen one, but he also knew that the saying "my fate is in my own hands, not the heavens," was a complete nonsense. How many people in this world could really do that? At least, he couldn't do it at the moment, and Qing with Qing undefeatable strength, he could only suppress the other party. Whether he could not kill him or not, it meant that things were getting more complicated. If he didn't work hard now, his head might be smashed in the future. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was deep in thought, suddenly turned around and saw a man and a woman walking towards him. He had seen this man before. It was Qianji, and the most powerful force in the vast 1,000 domains was Qianji City. Obviously, this child Qianji was the young governor of Qianji City. Qianji walked towards Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, we meet again." Yi Xian smiled. "It can't be such a coincidence, right?" Qianji nodded. "To be honest, I'm here to get to know young Master Yi." Yi Xian laughed. Child Qianji doesn't want to get to know me. You just want to know my relationship with Pavilion Master Qin, right? Qianji was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, Has Mr. Yi always been so direct? Yi Xian smiled. Pavilion Master Qin and I are friends. Friends, of course, he knew what Qianji was trying to do. Qianji must have seen him getting close to Qin Guan. Qianji squinted his eyes. From what I know, Pavilion Master Qin rarely makes friends. Yi Xian shrugged. I don't know about that. Qianji kept quiet. Yi Xian smiled. Child Qianji, I have something to attend to. Let's talk later. After that, he turned around and left. After Yi Xian left, the woman beside Qianji asked in a deep voice, Cousin, who is this person? Qianji shook his head. I don't know. The woman asked, Do you want to investigate? Qianji kept quiet for a while. The woman understood, she turned around and left. In the starry sky far away, Xiaota suddenly asked, Young master, is Qianji wooing Sister Qin? Yi Xian said with a smile, Why do you ask? Xiaota smiled. I don't think he will be able to woo Sister Qin. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Xiaota said, Sister Qin's thoughts and pursuits are not something that people in this world can understand. It's just like Sister Yang Lianshuang. Yi Xian frowned. Aunt? Xiaota said, Yes. She's also from the Milky Way. Yi Xian smiled. If there's a chance in the future, let's go to the Milky Way. Xiaota smiled. All right. Yi Xian smiled. He had to admit that he was quite curious about the Milky Way. The people in this place were quite strange, especially this Qin Guan. His thoughts were really strange. Yi Xian was about to speak when he narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned around. Not far behind him stood a middle-aged man. He knew this man too. It was Musu, the patriarch of the spirit demon clan. Not far behind Musu, there were two extremely obscure auras. Moreover, they were both in the quantitative change realm. Yi Xian frowned. The other party was really powerful. He actually chased them all the way here, however, he was puzzled. He was with Qin Guan back then. Even if the other party wasn't afraid of him, he should at least be wary of Qin Guan. Could it be that he didn't know Qin Guan? At this moment, Musu suddenly said, That vein of the sky. Vein of the sky, Yi Xian smiled. It's with me. He didn't study the vein of the sky himself. Instead, he gave it to Xianxia to study. If he didn't dote on his own woman, who would? He believed that Xianxia's strength would advance by leaps and bounds before long and reach new heights, and Xianxia's talent and perseverance were top-notch. She just lacked something to cheat. Musu stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly grinned. Don't stare at me. Come and hit me if you have the guts. You don't say. I haven't been hit in a long time. I'm really not used to it. Xiaota. Musu's expression instantly turned gloomy when he heard Yi Xian. How arrogant, how arrogant. Musu stared at Yi Xian with seemingly material-killing intent in his eyes. You don't know what it means at all. Just you wait. You'll regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, What are you waiting for? If you're not happy today, then let's fight. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his thumb lightly. A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then a sword slashed towards Musu's back. Musu's eyes narrowed slightly while a strand of killing intent flashed through them. He suddenly turned around and smashed his fist forward. Bang! A strand of dazzling light surged out from his fist, and then the space in the surroundings transformed into an enormous black vortex. Yi Xian's sword was forcefully blocked by this punch. Musu stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and then he stomped his right foot against the ground and twisted his right hand. Bang! The green profound sword was instantly blasted flying. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew steadily back into his palm. Meanwhile, a fist suddenly swept over, and the formidable force contained within it caused the starry sky here to become illusory. Yi Xian held his sword in a reverse grip, charged forward, and slashed down. Bang! The fist was instantly blasted into pieces, but he himself was blasted 3 kilometers away as well. Their battle caused a huge commotion, and it instantly drew the attention of countless experts. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man appeared between them, and he glanced coldly at Yixian and Musu. Don't both of you know that fighting isn't allowed here? Musu opened his palm, and then a command token floated slowly towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man frowned slightly when he saw the command token, the 5 Elements order, a member of the Lord of 5 Elements. I have to give the Lord of 5 Elements face. When he thought up to here, the black-robed old man turned around to gaze at Yixian, and he spoke coldly, take him down. As his voice fell, more than a dozen powerful auras suddenly swept toward Yixian from the dark. Yixian frowned slightly when he saw this, and he didn't waste his breath as he drew his sword and slashed. Boom! This sword strike directly sent an expert charging in front of him, flying several thousand feet away. The experts in the dark were shocked when they witnessed this scene. How dare they attack the people of Xianxia City? Was he tired of living? Opposite Yixian, the black-robed elder's face immediately turned cold. He glared at Yixian and said, "Who gave you the guts?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward. An afterimage flashed through the battlefield, and the powerful force he emanated tore the space in his path apart. In the distance, Yixian narrowed his eyes and a cold murderous intent flashed across his eyes. With a thought, the green profound sword in his scabbard turned into a sword ray and flew out. Quantitative change. Even though his cultivation wasn't at the quantitative change realm, this attack of his had undergone quantitative change. So, the starry sky and the surroundings instantly cracked apart as soon as he attacked. Rumble, the afterimage shook violently, and then it instantly retreated 3 kilometers away. However, a flying sword suddenly slashed down towards him as soon as he stopped moving. The black-robed old man's pupils constricted, and then he crossed his arms and placed them before him. Bang! An expansive sword light was blasted apart, and then the black-robed old man was blasted flying again. When he finally stopped moving, his arms had been slashed into pieces. The black-robed old man was slightly stunned. He gazed towards the distance and was just about to speak when a sword was pressed against the center of his forehead. Musu's face instantly turned gloomy when he witnessed this scene. Yixian's strength is much stronger than before. Earlier, it was very strenuous for Yixian to fight quantitative change realm experts. Yet now, quantitative change realm experts are practically unable to fight back against Yixian. How did this fellow's strength grow so quickly? In front of Yixian, the old man in the black robe stared at Yixian. This is Xianxia City, try and touch me. Yixian frowned slightly. What makes you think that I wouldn't dare to touch you? A ferocious smile arose on the corners of the black-robed old man's mouth. Then try and see if you dare. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from the side, Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Yixian turned around and saw a man and woman walking over slowly from afar. It was Qianji. Qianji had a faint smile on his face. Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Yixian suddenly swung his sword. Hiss, the black-robed old man's head flew into the air, and his soul was instantly absorbed by the green profound sword. The air here instantly froze when they witnessed this scene. He really killed him. Moreover, he even stopped the junior city governor of Thousand Opportunities City. The smile on Qianji's face froze as well. Yixian looked at Qianji and smiled. Young Master Qianji, would you believe me if I told you that this is a misunderstanding? Qianji looked at Yixian. I thought that Young Master Yi was a friend, but it seems like I was wrong. Yixian chuckled. Young Master Qianji, don't put on an act in front of me. It's true. I'm so embarrassed that I feel like I'm about to explode. Don't tell me that you just found out about this from the beginning of the battle. If I'm not wrong, you've been hiding in the dark since I fought with your men. But you didn't stop me or say that it's a misunderstanding. Why? There are 2 reasons. Firstly, you wanted to see my strength and background. Secondly, you just wanted to cause trouble for me because I'm close to Qingguan. That made you uncomfortable. Qianji shook his head and smiled. You might not be angry at me for killing him now. On the contrary, you might be happy about it. Why is that? Because in that case, you would have a legitimate reason to target me. Moreover, not only do you have a legitimate reason to go against me, you're also standing on the moral high ground. Even Miss Qingguan wouldn't be able to stop you. Or perhaps, when you see Miss Qingguan later, you might even complain about it or act pitiful. By then, you don't even need to do anything to make Miss Qingguan hate me. Am I right? Qianji looked at Yixian without saying a word. The lady beside Xianxia suddenly said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being targeted by my cousin? What a joke. As for pavilion leader Qin, it's her honor that my cousin likes her. But she still wants to pretend. We're both women, I don't know that." "Shut up." Xianxia suddenly shouted and stopped the lady. The lady was stunned. Meanwhile, a voice sounded from the side, "Young Master Yi is a distinguished guest of my celestial treasure pavilion, a super distinguished guest." Xianxi's expression changed drastically when he heard that. All the spectators turned around to look, and they saw a woman walking over slowly from afar. It was Qin Guan. There were two other people by Qin Guan's side. One of them was Elder Zhang, and the other was a slender woman in black armor. The woman had a long saber hanging from her waist, and her expression was cold. Xianxia quickly went over to greet Qin Guan when he saw her. "Pavilion leader Qin, my cousin has offended you with her words. Please forgive her." Qin Guan grinned, "I won't forgive her." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the woman by Qin Guan's side. The woman didn't back down and looked Qin Guan in the eye. Suddenly, the woman by Qin Guan's side vanished on the spot. In the next moment, Xianxi's expression changed drastically. He was about to attack when the woman's head flew into the air, blood sprayed out like a fountain, and it was extremely bloody. Everyone in the surroundings was flabbergasted. She killed him just like that. Yi Xian's face was covered in astonishment as well. He wasn't shocked because the armored woman had killed the other woman, he was shocked because of her strength. It was too absurd, because he hadn't been able to react in time. What sort of heaven-defying strength is that? Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. She really killed him. He hadn't expected that Qin Guan's subordinates would actually not give him any face at all. After all, she was his cousin's sister, and she was from Thousand Opportunity City. Qin Guan rolled his eyes at her. "Xianxia, I didn't ask you to kill him." The woman called Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, "That saber was too swift. I couldn't stop it." The others were speechless. Xianxia suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Pavilion leader Qin, I've always respected you, but your actions today show that you're looking down on my Thousand Opportunity City. You must give my Thousand Opportunity City an explanation, otherwise." Suddenly, Xianxi's voice stopped abruptly because a saber had been placed against his neck. Xianxi's expression changed drastically, and he was horrified to the extreme. He wasn't able to fight back at all. Exactly how terrifying is this woman called Xianxia? Yi Xian was extremely shocked as well because this woman called Xianxia's strength was slightly absurd. Her saber was too swift. "Show mercy." Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar, and then a middle-aged man tore through space and appeared before everyone. It was the city governor of Thousand Opportunity City, Qian Mu. After he appeared here, Qian Mu didn't even spare a glance at Xianxia as he walked swiftly towards Qin Guan, and then he cupped his fists. "Pavilion leader Qin, my son has offended you. Please be magnanimous and forgive him this time. I'll definitely discipline him strictly once I bring him back." Everyone here was shocked when they heard this. Qian Mu is actually apologizing. Actually, many didn't know much about Qin Guan. They only knew that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was extremely wealthy, but they didn't know the exact strength of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In the eyes of many, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was just a merchant group. That wasn't wrong, but it wasn't just a merchant group, it was a merchant group that dealt with technology. Qin Guan gazed at Qian Mu and smiled. "It's actually a small matter to me because I won't get angry with them. However, all of you have offended my friend." As she spoke, she turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Are you still angry?" Yi Xian nodded. Qin Guan thought for a moment and said, "Are you really angry?" Yi Xian nodded again. Qin Guan nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Qian Mu. "City Governor Qian Mu, please lend me something." Qian Mu stared fixedly at Qin Guan. "What do you want to borrow?" Qin Guan grinned. "I want to borrow your son's head." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of light flashed, and then Xianxi's head flew into the air. Xianxia opened her palm, and Xianxi's head flew into her palm. She walked slowly towards Yi Xian and bowed slightly. "Young master, please calm your anger." Yi Xian remained silent. Qin Guan suddenly looked around and said, "Young Master Yi is the most distinguished guest of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. He is under the protection of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and at the same time, he is also my friend. As she spoke, she took out the big sniper and said, "Whoever dares to make him unhappy in front of me, I will send that person to the crematorium." Everyone was speechless. Today, I had a small outburst, and the outburst was filled with courage. I hope everyone doesn't mind if I say a few words of complaint. 2 days ago, I saw a comment. Didn't I describe Qin Guan's appearance and image? In that comment, he said that I was very, very lousy. He said that if I had nothing else to write, I should quickly end it. Don't fill up the word count and waste his traffic. When I saw this comment, I was dumbfounded. Everyone knows that I rarely describe a person's appearance. Basically, it's a black-robed old man, a white-robed old man, a luxuriously robed old man, a long-haired woman, a purple-robed woman. Because of this, I was suggested by a reader. He suggested that when I wrote about a character, I should describe their appearance and image in more detail. So, when Qin Guan appeared, I described his appearance and image. However, when I saw that person say that I was purposely filling up the word count, I was dumbfounded. Moreover, the awesome thing is that only he can scold you, and you can't scold him. If he scolds you, you have to endure it. If you scold him, he will say that you have no manners. With this kind of manners, how can you write a book? If other readers speak up for me, he will immediately say that the reader is a bootlicker and AB***. Sometimes, I find it a little unbelievable. So it can be like this? Did he learn his shamelessness from Xiao Ta? To be honest, I want to write a new type of cultivator, keystroke Dao. Just say keystroke, I don't want to be shameless, you can do whatever you want. After complaining, it was time to write. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He killed him just like that. In his impression, Qin Guan had a good temper and rarely got angry. Therefore, he did not expect Qin Guan to really kill Qian Ji. Not only Yi Xian, but Qian Mu was also petrified on the spot. He killed him just like that. He did not give any face at all. After Xianxia killed Qian Ji, his gaze fell on Qian Mu with an unfriendly expression. Qian Mu turned to look at Qin Guan with an ugly expression. Pavilion Master Qin, is this really necessary? Qin Guan smiled. City Lord Qian Mu, I brought my friend to the Great Thousand Domains, but your son investigated him secretly. Not only that, he even purposely got his men to cause trouble for him. As she spoke, she shook her head. City Lord Qian Mu, I hate this. Qian Mu stared at Qin Guan and suppressed his anger. Does he deserve to die? Qin Guan sighed. City Lord Qian Mu, you gave me some convenience when I established the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. If not, I would not have appeared today. Do you think that I am harming you and Qianji City? As she spoke, she shook her head. I am saving you and your Qianji City. Everyone was speechless. Everyone had a weird expression on their faces, killing someone else's son and saying that it was for their own good. At this moment, Xiao Ta sighed. How terrifying, only he understood what Qin Guan meant. If Qianji did not die, the conflict between Yi Xian and Qianji would definitely escalate. Qianji was also a second generation. He was proud and arrogant. How could he give in to someone? Once the conflict escalated, between Qianji City and Yi Xian, only one could live. Yi Xian naturally understood what Qin Guan meant. He walked to Qin Guan and pulled Qin Guan's sleeve with his right hand. He was a little dissatisfied. You make it sound like I am a bad person. Qin Guan blinked. I know the whole story. It was the spirit demon race who came looking for trouble with you first. Thousand Chance City wanted to take sides and give face to the Lord of Five Elements. As for this Qianji, as you said, he wanted to test you and then cause you some trouble to test your limits. If your background is ordinary, he will continue to target you and even kill you. Yi Xian was silent. Qin Guan turned to look at Qian Mu. City Lord Qian Mu, if you are not convinced, you can make your move now. My Celestial Treasure Pavilion will accompany you to the end. Qian Mu remained silent for a long time before he said, What are you saying, Pavilion Master Qin? This was all a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, everything is fine. With that, he turned around and left. Qin Guan smiled and said nothing more. Aren't you afraid of his revenge? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. He's not afraid of me. He's afraid of Xianxia. Xianxia's strength makes him feel threatened, so he doesn't dare to make a move. Qin Guan smiled. Why isn't he afraid of you? Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia and said, "Why isn't he afraid of you?" "I think you're the most dangerous one." Qin Guan blinked. "Because I don't cultivate. I don't have any realms." "Are you sure you don't know how to fight?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. "I don't." Qin Guan nodded. "I don't. However, I know all realms like the back of my hand. Moreover, I know what's beyond realms. Moreover, I'm writing a new realm. I want to create a complete cultivation system." Yi Xian. "Actually, many people don't know that I have many powerful treasures." Qin Guan continued. "Why?" Yi Xian was puzzled. Qin Guan blinked. "That's because those who knew about it are all dead. Of course, besides you." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the spirit demon race, Musu, intended to flee. Yi Xian looked at Musu and said, "You want to leave?" Musu stared at Yi Xian and said, "What? You want to kill me?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Isn't that obvious?" As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Hiss, a strand of sword light tore through the battlefield. Musu's eyes narrowed slightly. "You?" As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot as well. Bang, an expanse of sword light suddenly exploded apart, and then both of them retreated explosively at the same time. However, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand had vanished the instant he flew backward. Musu's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly smashed his right hand forward. A strand of terrifying force swept out from his fist. Bang, an expanse of sword light distorted, and the green profound sword was blasted back to Yi Xian. However, Musu's right hand had completely cracked apart, and only his bones remained. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Musu's eyes as he glanced at his cracked right hand. He looked at Yi Xian and slowly raised his left hand. In the next moment, the starry sky and the surroundings seethed. Meanwhile, some mysterious experts suddenly appeared from the shadows, and they immediately started to seal off the spacetime in the surroundings. If the surrounding spacetime wasn't sealed off, a battle between experts of this level could directly shatter the major thousand territories. The destructive force was too strong. In the distance, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, and the green profound sword in his hand trembled slightly. Meanwhile, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Musu's eyes. "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his left hand forward. Bang! At this instant, a terrifying force suddenly surged out from the spacetime above Yi Xian, and the spacetime where Yi Xian resided was instantly shattered. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly wielded his sword, 3 swords as one. Moreover, all 3 of them were quantitative attacks. As soon as he attacked, Qin Guan's eyes instantly lit up. Interesting. Bang! Meanwhile, an expanse of light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian. The powerful ray of light tore through everything, and the sealed spacetime in the surroundings was instantly blasted into pieces. A moment later, a figure retreated madly. It was Musu. Musu retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away, and the moment he stopped, a sword stabbed into the center of his brows without any warning. Hiss, Musu's figure stiffened. He'd lost. Yi Xian gazed at Musu and was about to allow the green profound sword to absorb Musu's soul. However, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared here, and then the green profound sword within Musu's body was blasted out by a mysterious force. A moment later, a black vortex entered Musu's body. At the same time, a figure silently condensed into form in the sky. Yi Xian gazed at the figure and frowned slightly. The Lord of the 5 Elements. Brother Zhang, who'd remained silent until now, spoke abruptly. The Lord of the 5 Elements, he's on the same level as the Time Master. Yi Xian gazed at the Lord of the 5 Elements and remained silent. The Lord of the 5 Elements stared at Yi Xian as well. "How arrogant of you." Yi Xian chuckled. "What do you mean by that? It seems like it's your subordinates who intend to kill me, right?" The Lord of the 5 Elements glanced coldly at Yi Xian. "You'll be able to obtain that heaven vein, but you won't be able to enjoy it." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Guan, and then he turned around and left. Xianxia frowned slightly while the saber within his sheath trembled slightly. He was about to attack when Qin Guan stopped him. Qin Guan smiled. "Forget it. We have important matters to attend to." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. "I noticed that your cultivation technique is greatly lacking. If you're willing, then I can chat with you and improve your cultivation and strength." Yi Xian hurriedly said, of course not. Qing Guan smiled, come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, Xianxia was about to leave silently. Meanwhile, Qing Guan glanced at Xianxia, where are you going? Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, to eat. Qing Guan glared at Xianxia, you're going to kill the Lord of the Five Elements, right? Yi Xian was speechless. Xianxia spoke solemnly, he glanced at the pavilion master before he left, and I noticed a strand of killing intent in his eyes. Qing Guan rolled his eyes at Xianxia and said, so, you intend to kill him? Xianxia nodded. Qing Guan nodded slightly, Xianxia, from this moment onward, I'll tell you one last time. Don't act rashly without my orders, and don't think that you're very good at fighting. Because there are many who are better at fighting than you are. Your temper is too rash, and if you encounter some extraordinary experts, then that temper of yours will kill you. Understand? Xianxia nodded slightly, I understand. Qing Guan sighed softly, and then she turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled, just call me Yi Xian. Don't keep calling me young Master Yi, young Master Yi? How distant is that? Qing Guan grinned, then I'll call you Yi Xian. You can call me Qing Guan as well. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Qing Guan, I remember that you said that's your real name, right? Qing Guan nodded. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, then what's your nickname? Qing Guan smiled, Sifan. Qing Sifan. Yi Xian blinked, then I'll call you Sifan. You don't mind, right? Qing Guan hesitated, and then said, I think, you should call me by my real name. Yi Xian nodded slightly, all right. I'll listen to you. Qing Guan smiled, let's go. After that, she turned around and left with Yi Xian. On the way, Qing Guan suddenly said, just now I saw you perform 3 sword moves. 1 slash to the past, 1 slash to the future, and 1 slash to the present, right? Yi Xian nodded, please enlighten me, Miss Qing Guan. Qing Guan nodded, I have a way to make your 3 sword moves at least 10 times stronger. Yi Xian's expression froze. Is this how you play, 10 times? Qing Guan said seriously, I'm not lying. It's because your understanding of time and space is not deep enough. If you know more, the power of your 3 sword moves will be very powerful. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, please enlighten me, Miss Qing. Qing Guan smiled and said, space-time is the combination of time and space. It is divided into the past space-time, the present space-time, and the future space-time. The reason why there are the past, the future, and the present is because there is a river of time. Do you know the essence of the river of time? Yi Xian shook his head, I don't know. Qing Guan smiled slightly, the essence is still time and space. Yi Xian, Qing Guan smiled, the so-called river of time itself is formed by time and space. Just like the old hen, where does it come from? It came out of the egg. Where did the egg come from? The egg is laid by the old hen. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. Understand my guess, Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Qing, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Qing Guan smiled, what do you think? Yi Xian shook his head, I don't know. Qing Guan smiled, actually, it's not important. What's important is that you have to understand that the core of the river of time is still space-time, which is divided into future space-time, present space-time, and past space-time. When you used that sword just now, you didn't use space-time as the core, but forcibly broke into the past and future space-time. In this case, you will be rejected by space-time, even if you have the Time Lord's rule. Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Qing Guan, you mean that I can integrate with the past and future space-time, right? Qing Guan heaved a sigh of relief, oh my god, you finally understand. Yi Xian, Qing Guan continued, if it's an outsider, it's difficult to integrate with the past and future space-time, because they will reject people who don't belong to their space-time at this stage. But you don't have this problem, why? Because you have the Time Lord's rule, and your sword, which has the effect of restraining and suppressing space-time. So, as long as you use it a little, the power of your 3 swords will be greatly improved. Yi Xian nodded slightly, I understand. Qing Guan blinked, do you really understand? Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Qing Guan, in your mind, is my comprehension very poor? Qing Guan nodded honestly, a little. Yi Xian, Qin Guan hesitated, and then said, you don't mind, do you? Yi Xian said solemnly, in your mind, what kind of people are considered geniuses? Qin Guan thought for a while, and then said, the one who made the sword for you. Yi Xian was completely speechless. It's not that I can't do it, it's that this woman's standards are too high, Qin Guan said, do you want to practice first? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Qin Guan smiled. Then I'll wait for you. Yi Xian smiled and said, all right. After that, he returned to Xiao Ta's car. Cultivate, past time and space, future time and space, present time and space. Yi Xian did not forcibly return to the past like before. He began to merge with these space-time, becoming one with them. He had the nomological laws given to him by the time ruler and the Qingxian sword, so it wasn't difficult for him. After fusing with space-time, he realized that the power of his sword was indeed much stronger. It should be said that there was a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. What was a qualitative change? What he had now was a quantitative change, but after he fused with space-time, he realized that his three swords had surpassed the quantitative change and reached a qualitative change. After a quantitative change, a qualitative change could occur, and these three swords of his had already reached a qualitative change. After a long silence, Yi Xian left Xiao Ta and went to the 12th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, where Qin Guan was busy. Yi Xian glanced at Qin Guan, who was sitting behind the desk, and did not disturb her. Qin Guan suddenly looked up at Yi Xian and said with a smile, it'll be done in a minute. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Qin Guan continued to write. Her writing speed wasn't very fast, and she would stop to think for a while as she wrote before continuing. Yi Xian was a little curious. Miss Qin Guan, what are you writing? Qin Guan smiled and said, it'll be done in a minute. Saying that, she began to speed up. Not long after, she suddenly stood up and walked to Yi Xian with the notebook in her hand. She handed the notebook to Yi Xian and said, for you. Yi Xian took the notebook curiously and flipped to the first page. There were only two big words in the middle of the first page, qualitative change, qualitative change. Seeing these two words, Yi Xian was stunned. Qin Guan smiled and said, you've already achieved a quantitative change, and the next step is a qualitative change. As for what a qualitative change is, I've already written a detailed introduction in this notebook. You just need to cultivate according to it. Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan and said, you wrote it especially for me? Qin Guan nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Qin Guan blinked and said, don't you happen to need it now? Yi Xian said seriously, I do indeed need it. What I mean is, why did you write it especially for me? Qin Guan was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, you're not interested in me, are you? Qin Guan quickly waved her hand. No. Don't think too much, you. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Then what do you mean? Qin Guan hesitated and then said, can I lie? Yi Xian's expression froze. Qin Guan glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, can I? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Qin Guan quickly said, I like to help others. I saw that you were in need, so I wanted to help you. That's it. Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan suddenly said, let's not dwell on this problem. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. After that, she directly left the study with Yi Xian. In the starry sky, Yi Xian asked, Miss Qin Guan, where are we going now? Qin Guan said, Yedu. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yedu? Qin Guan nodded. There will be a large-scale auction there today, and people from all the major forces will come. Among them, there is a divine object that will be helpful to you. I'm going to buy it for you. Yi Xian frowned slightly. For me? Qin Guan nodded. A mysterious person put it here for auction and wants to sell it at a good price. Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. Why buy it for me? Qin Guan said seriously, I like to help others. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Qin Guan without speaking. Qin Guan smiled awkwardly. You don't seem to believe me. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't play dumb with me. Tell me the truth. Qin Guan hesitated and then said, there are two reasons. The first reason is that your father and my father are very good friends, and Uncle Yang has helped us a lot in the Milky Way galaxy. The Shui family is my mother's family. The second reason is that I need your help in the future, and that thing is not that simple. So, I help you now, so that when I ask in the future, you will not refuse. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "You are so powerful, do you still need my help in the future?" Qing Guan smiled. "That thing, only you can do it. No one else will believe it, including your invincible sister." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Only I can do it." Speaking of this, he glanced at Qing Guan and then said, "Is it to give birth?" Qing Guan's expression froze. She suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian and then took out a disregard for martial ethics and put it in Yi Xian's hand. "Do you think this disregard for martial ethics looks good?" Yi Xian blinked. "Would you like to have a taste of its power?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head and returned the disregard for martial ethics to Qing Guan. Although his strength had undergone a qualitative change, he might not be able to withstand this disregard for martial ethics. It fed nearly 200 million star veins. What kind of concept was this? Qing Guan suddenly said, "Let's go." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Can you tell me what you need my help with in the future?" Qing Guan shook her head. "No." Qing Guan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "If I help you now, you will help me in the future, right?" Yi Xian hesitated and then nodded. "Yes." Qing Guan nodded slightly. "I believe in your character." Yi Xian, after Qing Guan led Yi Xian into a mysterious star region, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Qing Guan and Yi Xian. The old man bowed respectfully. "Pavilion Master, I am Li Xiu, the president of Yi City's Immortal Treasure Pavilion. If you need anything, please let me know." Qing Guan nodded slightly. "How long before the auction starts?" The old man said, 3 days. When he spoke up to here, he paused for a moment and said, "We'll begin whenever the Pavilion Master says so." Yi Xian was speechless. This Immortal Treasure Pavilion was really good at flattering people. Qing Guan pondered for a moment and said, "Don't waste time. Let's hold it tomorrow." The old man hurried to say, "I will arrange it right away." Then he turned and left. Yi Xian looked at Qing Guan. "What do you want to buy for me?" Qing Guan smiled playfully. "I will keep you in suspense first. You will know when the time comes. Anyway, it suits you very well now." Yi Xian hesitated and then said, "Actually, I think your treasures are quite suitable for me." Qing Guan shook his head. "Even if I give them to you, you can't use them because you are very poor." Yi Xian's expression froze. "Damn, very poor," he couldn't refute it. Qing Guan said, "My treasures can only be used by myself and Little White. Little White can use them because she has a super spiritual vein. As for others, even if I give them to them, they can't use the power of these treasures because they need money." Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Why do you earn so much money?" Qing Guan smiled. "Using science to cultivate theology needs money. Many studies need money. Moreover, I am building a super fleet. This fleet also needs money. Apart from that, I have a very great plan." At this point, she suddenly stopped. Yi Xian was curious. "What plan?" Qing Guan blinked. "It's not convenient to disclose." Yi Xian was speechless. This woman is the best at keeping me in suspense. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Yadu. Yadu was a bustling city, second only to Tianji City. This place could be regarded as a commercial city, because the major forces basically traded goods in this place. Today, Yadu was very lively because Immortal Treasure Pavilion was auctioning 3 supreme divine objects. What was a supreme divine object? Only those with super heaven-defying abilities could be called a supreme divine object. This kind of divine object was rarely seen in 1,000 years. But this time, Yadu had 3 of them at once. The super forces of the entire dark observing cosmos came one after another. Even if they couldn't afford it, they wanted to see these 3 supreme divine objects. In Xiao Ta's room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was the notebook Qing Guan had given him. Qualitative change. Under Qing Guan's guidance, his 3 swords had already achieved qualitative change. However, only those 3 swords could achieve qualitative change. Moreover, he didn't know much about what qualitative change was. In this notebook, there was a very detailed record of the qualitative change. What was qualitative change? It was the transformation of something from one state to another. Simply put, it was when a certain substance reached its limit and sublimated again. For example, when is drawing the sword to determine life and death, when superimposed to a certain extent, the sword's power would reach a quantitative change, and when the quantitative change reached its limit, it would leap again, which was a qualitative change. As for the realm of qualitative change, Qingguan divided it into two types. One was a qualitative change in substance, which was called qualitative change, and the other was a qualitative change in mentality, which was called divine change. There was a difference between the two. Simply put, a qualitative change in substance meant a leap in strength, while a qualitative change in mentality meant that one's mentality would reach another level. Simply put, the former was to increase one's strength, while the latter was to increase one's upper limit. His main goal now was to achieve a qualitative change in substance. In the following time, Xianxia began to cultivate like crazy. A day later in the outside world. In the main hall of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The auction was about to begin, but there were only 10 people in the main hall, pitifully few. Why? Because the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had a requirement that anyone who wanted to participate in the auction had to first have their assets examined. Only those with at least 1 billion star divine veins were qualified to enter. A billion star divine veins was something that only the top superpowers of the mysterious observing cosmos could afford. Qingguan arrived in front of Yixian's room and gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened, and Yixian appeared in front of Qingguan. Qingguan looked at Yixian and smiled. Qualitative change? Yixian nodded. Qingguan smiled. Let's go to the auction. With that, she turned around and left. Yixian followed Qingguan to the auction house. As soon as they entered the main hall, Li Xiu appeared in front of them. Li Xiu gave a deep bow and said, "Pavilion Master, I have already arranged seats for you and young Master Yi. Follow me." After that, he led Yixian and Qingguan to the center of the hall, which had the best visual effect. Moreover, there was no one else in the first row except for Yixian and Qingguan. Qingguan glanced at the surroundings and said, "Is everyone here?" Li Xiu said, "What should come has already come." Qingguan nodded. "Then let's begin." Li Xiu bowed deeply and retreated. Soon, a beautiful woman walked up to the stage. She bowed deeply to Qingguan, then looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you, distinguished guests, for coming here. Today, there are 3 supreme divine weapons being auctioned. Please take a look at the first one." As she spoke, she opened her palm and a small black bell appeared in her hand. The bell was only the size of a palm and was completely black. There were mysterious ancient words carved on it. Li Xiu smiled and said, "This item is called the soul-absorbing bell. It comes from the ancient era and is a supreme divine weapon. Shaking this bell can absorb one's soul. Up until now, only experts half a step into the profound observation realm can completely resist the power of this weapon. Anyone below the profound observation realm who is targeted by this bell will have their soul separated in a light case, while their soul will be destroyed in a serious case." As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "The starting price is 1.5 billion star divine veins, 2 billion. An old man in a black robe who sat in the right corner suddenly spoke. 2, 5 billion, 3 billion. 3, 5 billion. In a short while, the price had increased to 4 billion. Hearing this, Yixian felt his scalp go numb. Damn it, were there so many rich people? Could they casually bid billions? Were they cabbages? At this moment, Qingguan suddenly smiled and said, "Do you find it unbelievable?" Yixian nodded. Qingguan lightly patted Yixian's shoulder and said with a smile, "The reason you find it unbelievable is because you are too poor and have not seen the world. You are not experienced enough." Yixian's expression froze. He could not refute it. At this moment, the soul-absorbing bell was sold for 6.7 billion. 6.7 billion for a transcendent divine artifact. After the old man bought the supreme divine weapon, he immediately got up and left. Yixian glanced at the old man and asked, "Will someone kill me for the treasure?" Qingguan smiled and said, "No one would dare." Yixian was puzzled. "Why not?" Qingguan said, "Firstly, that person isn't an ordinary person. Secondly, any divine item that is purchased from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion has a protection period of 2 hours. During that period, anyone who dares to touch it will be equivalent to going against the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yixian nodded slightly, I understand. On the platform, the beautiful woman suddenly opened her palm, and there was a palm-sized stone in her palm. Yixian was stunned when he saw the stone. Because he had seen it before. It was a heavenly vein. The beautiful woman smiled. There are a total of 3 heavenly veins in the book, and this is the first of the 3. The starting price is 2 billion. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately said, 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion, 6 billion. Yixian glanced at the scene and said, is it that expensive? Qingguan nodded. This heavenly vein is in the book, and it has an extremely high research value. This heavenly vein is the first of the 3. If you can fully comprehend it and have a high level of comprehension, you should be able to reach the half-step divine profound realm. If all 3 are combined, you might even reach the divine profound realm. Yixian said in a low voice, is the divine profound realm the highest known realm? Qingguan shook his head, no. Yixian was shocked, didn't you say that the divine profound realm is the highest realm of the divine universe? Qingguan smiled, that was before. I've already researched the realm above the divine profound realm. Yixian's expression froze, and he asked a moment later, what's above the divine profound realm? Qingguan blinked, I'll tell you once you reach the divine profound realm. Yixian was speechless. The price of the heavenly vein had been raised to 5 billion. At this moment, Yixian felt that the star god vein was like a cabbage that wasn't worth any money. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the right corner, 10 billion, 10 billion. As soon as this was said, everyone in the hall looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a young man in his 20s. He was extremely young, and he wore a loose green robe. At this moment, an old man on the left suddenly said, 1 billion. The young man immediately said, 11 billion. He directly increased it by 900 million. The old man frowned slightly when he heard this. He looked at the young man and said in a hoarse voice, you're really generous. The young man smiled, I have a lot of money. The old man stared fixedly at the young man, 5 billion. The young man immediately said, 12 billion, 12 billion. The old man's expression was quite unsightly, 5 billion. The young man smiled, 15 billion, 15 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly fell silent. It wasn't a small amount. Even these extraordinary powers didn't dare say that they could produce 15 billion right away. The old man's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He glanced coldly at the young man and didn't speak another word. The young man smiled, what? The Origin sect isn't going to continue? The old man was the vice-sect master of the Origin sect, Xianxia. Xianxia closed his eyes slowly and fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman on the arena walked over slowly to the young man, and she grinned, young master, this is yours now. The young man glanced at her, and then he withdrew a spatial ring and gave it to her. She glanced at it, and there were exactly 15 billion star god veins within it. The woman put the spatial ring away and returned to the arena. Yixian said, Miss Qingguan, do both of them belong to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Qingguan shook her head, no, we're just helping to auction them off. We'll take a 10% commission from the sale. 10%, Yixian was astounded, so you're saying that you're just helping to auction them off and get 5 billion star god veins for free? Qingguan rolled her eyes at Yixian, do you think it's as simple as helping to auction them off? We're just helping to advertise them to the entire Guanxian cosmos. Yixian said solemnly, how much does it cost to advertise them? Qingguan thought for a moment, and then she said, it's free. Yixian frowned slightly. Qingguan giggled, our Celestial Treasure Pavilion is spread throughout the universe. It's free to help advertise them. Yixian, Qingguan continued, actually, do you know why they're selling them on consignment to us? Because of our reputation. Our Celestial Treasure Pavilion has a reputation, and we won't cheat others. If they were to auction them off to others. She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything else. Yixian understood, reputation, this thing was very important, even he would choose the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, the woman on the platform suddenly smiled, everyone, let's move on to the last divine treasure. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and there was a violet sword chest in her hand. The sword chest was 1.5 m long, as wide as an adult's body, and it was completely dark violet. The woman smiled. The number 1 divine treasure of the ancient era, the Heaven Burial Sword Chest. It's currently ranked 6th on the Alien Divine Treasure ranking. There are 36 divine swords within it, and every single one of them is a supreme divine treasure. Besides that, there's also a super sword formation. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd. The starting price is 10 billion. Meanwhile, the young man who was auctioning the Heaven Vein Stone spoke abruptly. 20 billion, 20 billion. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the young man when they heard this. The young man glanced at Xianxia and said with a smile, "You're a sword cultivator, and you've come here today for this sword chest, right?" Xianxia glanced at the young man. "What's wrong?" The young man roared with laughter. "Nothing. I just want to say that you're not fated to have this sword chest today. Because I'm really very, very rich." Xianxia turned to look at Qingguan, and Qingguan raised a finger and said, "Go on." Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, 21 billion. Hearing this, Qingguan was dumbfounded. Xianxia blinked. "What's wrong?" Qingguan moved closer to Xianxia and said softly, 100 billion. Xianxia was astounded. "Isn't that a little too much?" Qingguan's beautiful brows knit together slightly. "It's just 100 billion. Is it a lot? I can easily earn a few hundred billion in a day, alright?" Xianxia's face froze. Qingguan grinned. "Don't be shocked. I've been uninterested in money since many years ago. Of course, I'm still interested in spending money." Xianxia was speechless. "I'm not interested in money anymore." Xianxia fell silent. At this moment, he felt quite suffocated and uncomfortable. 21 billion? The young man roared with laughter. "Aren't you being too stingy?" As he spoke, he gazed at the woman on the platform and said heroically, 30 billion. Qingguan, who stood by Xianxia's side, said, "Go ahead. Do whatever you want." "Do whatever you want," Xianxia grinned. 31 billion. 31 billion, just 100 million more. The young man gazed at Xianxia. 40 billion. Xianxia immediately said, 41 billion. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. 50 billion. Xianxia said with a smile, 51 billion. The young man stared at Xianxia. "Do you know how much 50 billion is?" Xianxia shook his head. "I don't." The young man stared fixedly at Xianxia with a slightly icy cold gaze. "Why are you still shouting if you don't know?" Xianxia was slightly puzzled. "Can't I shout if I don't have money?" The corners of everyone's mouths twitched when they heard this. "Damn it, why are you shouting if you don't have money?" The young man turned to look at the woman on the platform. "Can I shout even if I don't have money?" The woman grinned. "Young master, you can indeed shout if you don't have money. Of course, once the deal is made, then my celestial treasure pavilion will naturally punish him if he doesn't have the money." The young man smiled. "What kind of punishment?" The woman glanced at Qingguan, who stood by Xianxia's side, and then she said, "It depends on the person." The others were speechless. The young man's smile instantly turned cold. "What? You won't punish him if he has a powerful background?" The woman grinned. "Young master, you can choose to continue bidding or not. If you don't, then this treasure will belong to this young master." The young man stared fixedly at the woman. "What if he doesn't have money?" The woman's expression was calm. "That's between my celestial treasure pavilion and this young master." The young man fell silent for a short while before he said, 60 billion. At the side, Xianxia smiled and said, 61 billion. The young man stared at Xianxia. 70 billion. Xianxia immediately said, 71 billion. The young man turned to look at the woman on the stage. 100 billion. 100 billion. All of a sudden, the hall became quiet. This wasn't a small number. Even the superpowers of the dark observing cosmos might not be able to fork out such a sum. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to do so in a short time. Since this young man dared to shout 100 billion, he was not simple. The young man turned to look at Xianxia and provoked, "Keep shouting." Xianxia suddenly stood up. He stared at the young man with an ashen face. 150 billion. Everyone, seeing that Yi Xian was like an angry bull, the corners of the young man's mouth curled up slightly. 170 billion. Yi Xian suddenly said, I don't want it. After saying that, he sat back down. Hearing this, the smile on the young man's face suddenly froze. His mind suddenly went blank. In the hall, everyone's expression also became strange. The young man stared at Yi Xian. You're playing with me. Yi Xian was a little confused. Brother, why do you say that? I don't have that much money, so I won't shout. Is there a problem? The young man narrowed his eyes. No one has ever dared to play with me like this. Yi Xian was very confused. Didn't you say that you have nothing but money? Since you have money, why are you angry? Could it be? At this point, Yi Xian pretended to be surprised. Could it be that you're like me, that you have no money at all and are just shouting nonsense? Everyone, the young man stared at Yi Xian. One-on-one. Yi Xian shook his head. Refuse. The young man said mockingly, so cowardly? Yi Xian thought about it and then said, is there any benefit in fighting you one-on-one? Everyone, the young man stared at Yi Xian. You still want benefits from fighting me one-on-one? Yi Xian said seriously, if there's no benefit, who would fight you one-on-one? Do you have nothing better to do? If you want to fight me one-on-one, that's fine. You have a heaven meridian, so use it as a bet. Heaven meridian, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they heard this, so this young man's target is the heaven meridian. The young man looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, he realized that Yi Xian wasn't stupid, but was acting. Yi Xian was actually coveting his heaven meridian. Yi Xian smiled. Do you want to fight me? The young man glanced at Yi Xian. I have a heaven meridian. What do you have? Yi Xian opened his palm, and a stone appeared in his hand. It's also a heaven meridian. Seeing this, the young man narrowed his eyes. It's in your hand. Yi Xian nodded. Do you want to fight me? The young man was silent. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine if you don't want to fight. If you don't want to fight, I'll sell this heaven meridian. I'll sell it for at least 200 billion star god meridians. The young man slowly clenched his right hand. He looked at Yi Xian, and no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone knew that there were 3 heaven meridian. His family had already obtained 2, and he was determined to get the 3rd one. Thinking of this, the young man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. What's there to fight? It'll hurt our friendship. This brother, if I have offended you just now, please be magnanimous and forgive me. Yi Xian was silent. This was a little unexpected. Yi Xian actually didn't want to fight. The young man glanced at Yi Xian and retracted his gaze. He wasn't really stupid. Since this young man dared to use the heaven meridian as a bet, what did it mean? It meant that he was confident. Bear with it. At this moment, the woman on the stage slowly walked to the young man. She looked at him. Young master, 170 billion star god meridians. Saying that, she handed the sword case to the young man. The young man was silent. The woman's expression was calm. Young master? The young man spoke in a low voice, I don't have that much. The woman nodded slightly, and then she moved aside. Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared here. In the next moment, a woman with a saber in her hand appeared in front of the young man. It was Xianxia. The young man's pupils constricted when he saw Xianxia, and he was astounded in his heart. The half-step profound visualization realm. This woman is actually at the half-step profound visualization realm. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion actually possesses such a terrifying expert. Xianxia gazed at the young man and said, there are 3 choices. The first is to pay in full. The second is to pay 30% of the breach of contract. The third is to leave your head behind and hang it outside the hall. The young man's expression was slightly unsightly. He pointed at Yi Xian and said, he shouted for no reason as well, and he violated the rules of the pavilion. Xianxia's expression was emotionless. How do you know he doesn't have money? The young man spoke furiously. He said it himself. Everyone heard it. Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't have money, so I don't want it. If you don't have money, then why did you shout? You were the one who called out the final price, not me. The young man stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Xianxia gazed at the young man and said, "Make your choice." The young man fell silent for a short moment before he said, "I'll pay the penalty." The penalty was a few tens of billions. It was a huge loss, however, he didn't choose to pay in full. Because 170 billion was too huge, and it was huge to the point that even his clan couldn't produce it. He wanted to run away, but Xianxia made him give up on this unrealistic idea. The young man opened his palm, and then a spatial ring floated slowly over to the woman on the platform. The woman received the spatial ring, and then she walked slowly over to Yixian and Qin Guan before she passed the spatial ring to Qin Guan. The young man's expression instantly became unsightly when he witnessed this scene. All of you from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion joined forces against me." Meanwhile, an old man on the left ridiculed, "Joined forces against you? Young man, open your eyes and take a look. This is the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Miss Qin Guan. You're really blind." Pavilion Master Qin Guan. The young man was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Pavilion Master Qin Guan, I'm sorry for the offense just now." Qin Guan smiled, "Young master, it was you who wanted to entrap my friend first. However, you weren't able to control your actions, so you were enslaved by him instead. You only have yourself to blame." The young man lowered his head slightly and didn't dare speak another word. Qin Guan took the spatial ring from the woman and passed it to Yixian. "It's yours." Yixian blinked, "You're giving it to me?" Qin Guan nodded. Yixian chuckled, "How could I accept that?" As he spoke, he'd already put the spatial ring away. Qin Guan rolled her eyes at Yixian, and then she picked up the sword chest. She sized it up carefully and said, "This treasure really is extraordinary, and it just happens to be suitable for you." As she spoke, she passed the sword chest to Yixian. "It's for you." Yixian gazed at Qin Guan. "For me?" Qin Guan nodded. "For you." Yixian fell silent for a short while before he asked, "Why?" Qin Guan grinned, "If you like it, then give it to me." Yixian fell silent for a short while before he said, "All right." As he spoke, he put the sword chest away. Qin Guan stood up and said, "It's time for us to part ways." Yixian gazed at Qin Guan with astonishment because it was quite sudden. Qin Guan smiled, "I'm going somewhere to do something." Yixian thought for a moment, and then he smiled, "Then I'll see you again." Qin Guan grinned, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, "Do you want Xianxia to stay and help you?" Yixian shook his head, "There's no need." Qin Guan blinked, "You're going to rely on yourself?" Yixian nodded. Qin Guan smiled, "Then take care of yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yixian suddenly asked, "Will we meet again?" Qin Guan stopped, and she fell silent for a long time before she said, "Probably not." Yixian was quite puzzled, "Why?" Qin Guan turned around to look at Yixian and blinked, "Can I tell you the truth?" Yixian smiled, "Of course." Qin Guan remained silent for a long time before she said, "Young Master Yi, to tell you the truth, I'm already outside Darkwatch Cosmos. The reason why I came back is because I want to see you. The reason why I want to see you is because you are Uncle Yang's son. Uncle Yang is a very outstanding person, because it was really very difficult for him to go from a grassroots to where he is today. I want to see his son and see what kind of person he is. Secondly, you're this generation's man of destiny, and I want to meet this generation's man of destiny." She paused for a moment before she continued, "You just asked me if we'll meet again?" I said probably not. Because I'm very fast and you might not be able to catch up to me. Yixian was speechless. Qin Guan giggled, "You're not angry, right?" Yixian shook his head with a smile. Qin Guan suddenly walked over to Yixian and opened her palm, and a small wooden figure appeared in her hand. She returned the wooden figure to Yixian. "If you can meet me again and are willing to give it to me, I'll accept it." Yixian looked at the wooden figure, "It only represents pure friendship." Qin Guan looked at Yixian, "Can I tell the truth?" Yixian was speechless. Qin Guan smiled and said, "I know that besides Uncle Yang, there's also an invincible man of destiny behind you, but I won't choose to make friends with you just because of those two. When I make friends, I don't look at the other person's identity or background, I only look at him." She paused for a moment before she continued, "You're resourceful and sentimental, but young Master Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but your path is a little off. Yi Xian looked at Qing Guan. What do you mean? Qing Guan thought for a moment, then said, what I'm going to say next may be a little hurtful, but I don't mean any harm. I just want to help you. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing, the reason you're able to live until now isn't because you're a person of heaven's will, but because of heaven's will and Uncle Yang. You know this, but you've always been avoiding it. Running away from your heart is a sign of weakness. You're not aware of this weakness in your heart. The true path of the great Tao was to be walked by oneself and not paved by others. They paved the road for you, but you walk away with a clear conscience. This is not good. Also, you may not know this, but the reason you're able to live until now is because of destiny in the Milky Way galaxy. If it weren't for her, your story would have ended a long time ago. She shook her head slightly and sighed, young Master Yi, not only should you walk forward, but you should also look back from time to time. Because only by looking back can you know your original intentions. The you in Qingqing, you didn't rely on anyone, but you still lived well. At that time, your will was not weaker than your father's. But now, you're just being fancy. The reason why you're being fancy is not because of your own strength, but because of destiny. Because of destiny, you have nothing to fear. She smiled slightly, I came to find you and help you. You must think that I'm trying to curry favor with Uncle Yang or destiny, right? Yi Xian was silent, clenching his fists. Qing Guan said softly, young Master Yi, have you noticed a very serious problem? That is, most of the time, your confidence doesn't come from yourself, but from destiny. Destiny is there, so you have confidence. But don't you think this is a very sad thing? Yi Xian lowered his head slightly, thinking about something. Qing Guan put the little wooden figure in Yi Xian's hand and smiled, I don't hate second generations, but I also don't like those who look up to second generations. Young Master Yi, I look forward to meeting you again. I look forward to you finding your original heart and being yourself. The three swords aren't scary. What's scary is that you treat them as the ceiling, thinking that they can't be surpassed. The more you think that way, the more you can't surpass them. She smiled slightly, the boundary of the universe is where one's heart and feet have yet to reach. The same goes for Tao. Don't use the three swords as the boundary, use yourself as the boundary. Young Master Yi, we will meet again someday. Then, she turned and walked out of the hall. Yi Xian was still silent. After a while, Yi Xian's aura suddenly plummeted. His cultivation level dropped again and again. In a short time, Yi Xian's cultivation level dropped to the first grade of body tempering realm. Inside the hall, the young man was stunned at first, then he laughed crazily, ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Little swordsman is ridiculous. Your Tao heart has been destroyed. So your Tao heart has always been built on someone else, haha. Inside the hall, sighs were heard. This person's state of mind had collapsed. This person is a cripple. At the entrance of the hall, Qing Guan stopped. After a while, she sighed softly and disappeared into the distance. Inside the hall, Yi Xian suddenly smiled, Miss Qing Guan, thank you. Today, I, Yi Xian, will destroy my Tao heart. I am me. I am no longer Yang Ye's son, Qing Er's brother. I am no longer the person of destiny. I am me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed, Tao heart was reforged. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura reached its peak. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the young man's expression changed drastically. He was about to attack when Yi Xian's sword stabbed half an inch into his forehead. Yi Xian looked straight at the young man, come on, keep smiling. Smile until I'm satisfied. The young man. P.S. I used to be too obsessed with the monthly votes. Today, I've realized that the monthly votes are not obtained by begging. They are written. Why do I need to ask the readers? Why should I use the readers as the boundary? If I update more and write better, why should I worry about the readers not giving me the votes? Placing hope on others is the weakness of the heart. I will write well and try to write more. You can choose the votes. The hall was deathly silent. Yi Xian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. Actually, no matter if it was cultivating the Tao or the sword, it was all about cultivating the heart. But Yi Xian had broken through in his mental state just now. Strictly speaking, his thoughts had undergone a qualitative change, In other words, the divine shift realm. Moreover, the qualitative change in his thoughts didn't just bring about an increase in strength. The young man in front of Yixian had an extremely unsightly expression because he'd actually been unable to react at the instant Yixian attacked just now. What did this mean? It meant that Yixian's strength far surpassed his own. Yixian stared at the young man. Don't you like to smile? Why aren't you smiling anymore? The young man stared straight at Yixian. Kill me? As he spoke, a wisp of a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. You have to think it through. Even though it'll feel good for a moment if you kill me now, have you thought about the consequences? I'm not alone. I have an enormous power behind me. Yixian gazed at the young man. I'll let you go now, and our enmity will be settled. All right? The young man was first stunned, and then he said, all right. Yixian suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Hiss, the green profound sword pierced directly into the center of the young man's forehead, causing blood to spray. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they witnessed this scene. He's really going to kill me? The young man's eyes opened wide and were filled with disbelief. I said I can. Yixian stared at the young man. I don't believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, his green profound sword absorbed the young man's soul, and then the young man's spatial ring flew into his hand. One should never believe the words of one's enemies. If he hadn't reconstructed his Tao heart just now, then the first person to hit him while he was down would be this young man. No, the young man was already hitting him while he was down. The woman on the platform was slightly embarrassed. What should I do? After all, fighting isn't allowed in this hall, but Yixian wasn't an ordinary person. She could only act as if she hadn't seen it. Yixian took the young man's spatial ring, and then he turned around and left. Inside the hall, the experts were all looking at Yixian curiously. Yixian walked out of the hall, looked up at the sky, and fell into deep thought. Confidence, Qingguan reminded him that he had been neglecting a problem. His confidence was built on Qing'er. As long as Qing'er was alive, he would always be alive. The more he thought about it, the more useless he became. Back in Qingqing, at that time, there was no father, no Qing'er. Didn't he also fight his way out? In life, one needed some opportunities and the help of some benefactors. However, if one placed all their hopes on opportunities and benefactors, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? In Qingqing, at that time, he was just Yixian. But now, he was the son of Green Shirt Sword Master and Tianming's older brother. Thinking of this, Yixian could not help but sigh. These identities were actually a kind of restraint. Now, when people talked about his father, they would give him a thumbs up. One of the three swords, invincible in his generation. Countless years later, when people talked about him, what would they say about him? Green Shirt Sword Master's son, brother Tianming, second generation. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. One must know one's place. Humans could be shameless, they could be flashy, but they had to have strength. His father was shameless, but no one said anything about him. Why? Because his father had strength. After a long time, Yixian opened his eyes and walked into the distance. Invincible in the three swords, no one was born invincible. If his father, Qing'er, and big brother could be invincible, why couldn't he? At that moment, Yixian's state of mind underwent an earth-shattering change. In his heart, the three swords were no longer unattainable. He had the heart to surpass them. He knew that surpassing the three swords was extremely difficult, but he would do it. He would make it his life's goal and fight for it for the rest of his life. Suddenly, the space-time in front of Yixian trembled, and then a middle-aged man walked out slowly. It was the patriarch of the spirit demon clan, Mu Su. Mu Su gazed at Yixian. Pavilion Master Qin has left Darkwatch Cosmos, and no one will protect you anymore. Before he could finish, a sword pierced the center of his forehead. Boom, Mu Su's body froze, and his eyes were wide with disbelief. Yixian walked slowly to Mu Su and looked up at the horizon. A moment later, he swung his sword, and Mu Su's head shot into the sky, smashed through spacetime, and entered an unknown stellar region. A middle-aged man stood in the middle of that unknown stellar domain, the southern region's Lord of Five Elements. Yixian stared at the Lord of Five Elements and smiled. You're the Lord of Five Elements at any rate, yet you keep sending nobodies like him to cause trouble for me. What's the point of that? Come on, let's fight. Once I die, both my heavenly veins will be yours. He was challenging the Lord of Five Elements. In the starry sky, the Lord of Five Elements looked down at Yixian without saying a word. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the Lord of Five Elements and looked down at Yixian. Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of challenging my lord? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Hiss, a huge crack was suddenly torn in the sky, and a shadow swooped down from the crack, heading straight for Yixian. Yixian slowly held the hilt of his sword with his right hand, closed his eyes, and placed his right foot on the ground. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and exerted force with his right foot to draw his sword and shoot up into the sky. Hiss, a ray of light tore through the sky. Ah! A shrill and miserable cry suddenly resounded in the sky. In the next moment, a bloody head fell slowly from the sky. It was the middle-aged man's head. The Divine Shift Realm. Someone exclaimed with shock. The Divine Shift Realm, after all, the highest known realm of cultivation was the Visualization Realm, and the Visualization Realm was above the Divine Shift Realm. It could be said that the Divine Shift Realm was the pinnacle of the Visualization Realm. He attained the Divine Shift Realm at such a young age. Countless people in the shadows were extremely shocked. The eyes of the Lord of Five Elements narrowed. At this moment, he was quite shocked as well. Because he hadn't expected that Yixian had actually attained the Divine Shift Realm. Yixian sheathed his sword, and then he looked up at the Lord of Five Elements. The heavenly veins were given to me by Senior Primordial. What right do you have to seize them from me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. A sword howl shot into the sky, and then a ray of light tore through the sky and slashed down towards the Lord of Five Elements. The Lord of Five Elements remained expressionless as he slowly pressed his right hand down. In an instant, a strand of flame swept out from the surroundings, and it instantly enveloped Yixian's ray of light. Bang! Yixian's ray of light was instantly incinerated into nothingness by the flames. At the same time, the entire starry sky turned illusory. Moreover, the temperature within Yadu City suddenly rose explosively, and it was so hot that it seemed like the entire city was on the verge of melting. Countless people hurriedly fled the city. The Lord of Five Elements stared at Yixian. You've really surprised me. Because I never imagined that you would actually be able to attain the Divine Shift Realm in such a short period of time. Looks like I shouldn't have been worried about Pavilion Master Qin and should have just killed you. Yixian grinned. It's not too late now. The Lord of Five Elements nodded. Indeed, it's not too late. With that, he suddenly slammed his right hand down, and in an instant, a pillar of fire fell straight down from the starry sky. Bang! In an instant, the mysterious starry sky where the Lord of Five Elements resided began to melt. Countless people in the city fled in a frenzy. As long as that pillar of fire fell, it didn't matter if Yixian could block it or not. Yadu City would be destroyed. Below, Yixian stared fixedly at the pillar of fire without a trace of fear in his eyes. When the pillar of fire entered the sky above Yadu City, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Everyone watched as a ray of sword light shot into the sky and slashed at the pillar of fire. Bang! The pillar of fire shook violently, and in the next moment, it exploded. At the same time, a bolt of lightning fell straight down towards Yixian's head. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged into the sky and slashed at the bolt of lightning. Bang! With a loud explosion, countless arcs of lightning and sword light sputtered everywhere. The entire sky was instantly torn into nothingness, and Yixian was also sent crashing into the ground by the powerful force. As soon as he landed, the ground beneath Yixian's feet collapsed and turned into a giant abyss. In the starry sky, the Lord of Five Elements looked down at Yixian. That's it? Below, Yixian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the Lord of Five Elements. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared. Chi. 3 rays of sword light suddenly appeared above the Lord of Five Elements' head, 3 swords as one. Seeing this, the Lord of Five Elements narrowed his eyes, and a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. Changing from offense to defense, he pressed his right hand in front of him, and a giant shield of fire appeared in front of him. Bang! Under the 3 slashes, the shield of fire collapsed, and the Lord of Five Elements retreated several thousand feet. Yixian looked at the Lord of Five Elements. That's it? That's it. The Lord of Five Elements' expression instantly turned ferocious, and he gazed at Yixian. I don't care who's standing behind you. I'll definitely kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his palms apart, and then countless arcs of lightning instantly condensed between his palms. As soon as they appeared, the starry sky around them started to tremble. In the distance, Xian slowly closed his eyes. His left hand gripped the Xianxia sword tightly. The Lord of Five Elements suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, an enormous pillar of lightning tore through the surroundings and obliterated everything in its path. Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. In an instant, Xian overlapped tens of thousands of attacks. Rumble, the enormous pillar of lightning was instantly slashed apart. Meanwhile, the Lord of Five Elements suddenly flashed over to Xian, and then he smashed his fist against Xian's stomach. At practically the exact same moment, Xian's sword swept through the Lord of Five Elements' throat. Bang, hiss, both of them retreated explosively. As soon as Xian stopped, his body had been completely obliterated, and only his soul remained. As soon as the Lord of Five Elements stopped, his body had been completely obliterated as well, and only his soul remained. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. The Lord of Five Elements glanced at his soul, clenched his right hand tightly, and had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. A young man had actually destroyed his body. It was an utter humiliation. The Lord of Five Elements gazed at Xian, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Five elements of the world, heed my command. Condense. In an instant, countless strands of the five elements in the world converged towards the Lord of Five Elements. Bang, the entire river of stars seethed. Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, experts should stop when it comes to a fight. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. The Lord of Five Elements was stunned. I've been holding back my ultimate move. You ran. The Lord of Five Elements had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He waved his right hand, and the strands of the five elements that had converged towards him were instantly dispersed. However, space in front of him suddenly split apart, and then a ray of light slashed towards him. Sever the future. It was a single slash of the future. This was also a sword attack that Xian had used all of his strength. The Lord of Five Elements' pupils constricted. This sudden turn of events had caught him completely off guard, and he could only passively defend himself. He raised his hands in front of his chest, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, forming a defensive barrier. Bang, the barrier shattered, and a sword pierced through the Lord of Five Elements' forehead. The powerful force of the sword sent the Lord of Five Elements' soul flying tens of thousands of feet away. At this moment, Xian appeared in front of the Lord of Five Elements. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Lord, didn't you say that you weren't going to be flashy anymore? Xian asked, Did I call for help? Xiao Ta said, No. Xian asked again, I didn't rely on my father, and I didn't rely on my sister. I killed him with my own strength. What right do you have to say that I'm flashy? Who said that fighting must be based on martial ethics? Who said that fighting can't be done with one's brain? Xiao Ta. In front of Xian, the Lord of Five Elements was in a daze. Defeated, he never thought that he would be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by the person he had once regarded as an ant. The Lord of Five Elements suddenly looked at Xian and roared, I refuse to accept this. Of course he refused to accept this. He had not even used his ultimate move and was killed by Xian. How could he accept this? The Lord of Five Elements glared at Xian. If you have the ability, then defeat me fair and square. Don't you think it's shameful to play such dirty tricks? You. Before he could finish, the green profound sword suddenly trembled and began to absorb his soul. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the distant sky. The Lord of Five Elements looked up, his eyes burning with hope of survival. He roared, Law Master, save me. In the depths of the starry sky, an old voice suddenly sounded. Leave him. At the side, Xian's eyelids twitched and he pressed down with his right hand. Boom, the green profound sword gave up on absorbing and instantly erased the Lord of Five Elements' soul. His soul was completely destroyed. The Lord of Five Elements. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above Yi City. Then, an old man appeared in front of everyone, the Law Master of the southern region. He controlled at least 70% of the laws in the world and his strength was unfathomable. The Law Master looked at Xian with a gloomy expression. Xian smiled sheepishly. So it's the Law Master. The Law Master stared at Xian. You know me? Xian nodded. Who in the world doesn't know the Law Master? To be honest, I've admired you for many years. The Law Master looked at Yixian. Just now, you knew that I wanted to save him, so you deliberately killed him before I finished speaking. Are you trying to give me a way out, or are you trying to give yourself a way out? Yixian smiled. The Lord of Five Elements tried to kill me and I killed him instead. Is there a problem with that? The Dharma Lord stared at Yixian. What I'm saying now is that you knew that I wanted to save him, but you deliberately killed him before I arrived. You. Yixian suddenly interrupted the Dharma Master. Who do you think you are? Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. How could this guy change his attitude faster than flipping a book? Yixian looked at the Dharma Master and smiled. Do you really think you're a master just because I call you senior? What does it have to do with you who I want to kill? My father doesn't care about me. Do I need you to care about me? As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and slashed at the Law Master. I've given you a way out, but you don't want to take it. Then die, just do it. As long as one lives in this world, one shouldn't suffer any grievances. Seeing Yixian directly attack, the experts in the dark were all dumbfounded. This young man was a reckless person, anyone would dare to do it. The Law Master's eyes turned cold when he saw Yixian attack. He suddenly waved his right hand and a mysterious law swept down from the sky. Boom, the law had appeared. In the dark, the experts' expressions changed drastically. It should be pointed out that the person in front of them was the Law Master. He controlled at least 70% of the laws in the dark universe, and these laws were not ordinary laws. Every law represented a type of rule, and they possessed the terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. In the sky, Yixian also sensed the terrifying power of that law. It made his heart palpitate. At this time, he had no way out. He could only bite the bullet and attack. Yixian's sword slashed at the law. Under everyone's gaze, the law was directly torn apart and then shattered, but Yixian was completely unharmed. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Law Master's face was also filled with disbelief. His law was directly destroyed. He did not go easy on him, right? Not only everyone, but Yixian was also somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? Had he become so powerful? Soon, he thought of something. The green profound sword, damn. The green profound sword could break all laws and chaos in the world. He had actually forgotten about this. Yixian looked at the green profound sword in his hand in silence. The green profound sword could break all laws. In other words, although his cultivation level was not as high as the Law Master's, his sword had the effect of restraining the Law Master. Xiao suddenly said, Young Master, don't tell me you don't want to use the green profound sword? After a moment of silence, Yixian said, No need. As he spoke, he opened his palm. The green profound sword transformed into a ray of sword light and returned to Xiaota's body. Yixian looked at the Law Master in the sky. He opened his palm and an ordinary sword appeared in it. The Law Master stared at Yixian with a gloomy expression. Are you looking down on the old man? With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the green profound sword was extraordinary. However, he did not expect that Yixian would actually keep the sword. Was he looking down on the Law Master? Below, Yixian pointed the sword at the Law Master. Let's fight again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Buzz, the sound of a sword suddenly soared into the sky and shook the heavens and earth. In the sky, a trace of hostility flashed in the Law Master's eyes. He took a step forward and pressed his right hand down. Boom, with this pressure, the starry sky turned upside down and pressed down. Starry sky law, it could control thousands of starry skies. As the starry sky pressed down, in an instant, the expressions of all the experts in Yadu changed dramatically. This was not just aimed at Yixian, but the entire Yadu. If it fell, the entire Yadu city would be annihilated. Below, a trace of hostility flashed in Yixian's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and his body gradually became illusory. Time and space distorted. At the same time, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. Buzz, the sword's cry suddenly resounded throughout the universe. Boom, as soon as Yixian swung his sword, the starry sky that was hanging upside down became illusory. However, Yixian was also sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, he fell into an unknown and mysterious spacetime abyss. In the space-time abyss, streams of terrifying and mysterious energy kept corroding him. Yi Xian ignored the corrosive force. He looked up at the Law Master in the distance. The Law Master's mouth twitched. That's it? How dare you look down on me? You. Before he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly slashed down from above his head. Slash the future, boom. The Law Master was directly slashed tens of thousands of feet away by this sudden sword. Yi Xian, who had merged with space-time, could slash the future and the past silently. Even experts at the level of the Law Master could not feel the changes in space-time. As soon as the Law Master stopped, another sword slashed down, slashed the future again. The Law Master narrowed his eyes. He suddenly opened his palm and a rule floated up from his palm. Boom, Yi Xian's sword was directly blocked by this rule. However, another sword arrived. One sword followed the other. Each sword was faster than the one before. Each sword was stranger than the one before. In the battlefield, the Law Master kept retreating. In the face of Yi Xian's strange swords, he could only passively defend because he did not know when these swords would fly out. He could only react when they flew out. At this time, he had already lost the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. In the battlefield, Yi Xian's flying swords increased in number. All of them slashed the future. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that there were still swords that slashed the past. With his current attainments in space-time, whether it was the future or the past, he could make the swords appear at any time. In fact, he had never tried this before. When he was fighting with the Law Master just now, this idea suddenly appeared in his mind. 3 swords in one? No, he wanted to play around. He wanted to use one sword at a time. However, he would not only use 3 swords. He wanted to use countless swords. As for the consumption, he now had tens of billions of star divine veins. He could afford it. If he did not have these star divine veins, he would not have dared to play like this. In fact, if he replaced these swords with the profound azure sword, their power would be even more terrifying. However, he still did not use the profound azure sword. In the battlefield, the Law Master was still being suppressed. This time, he had retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. As for Yi Xian, he did not dare to stop. Once he stopped, the Law Master would definitely counterattack. He was also rather wary of the Law Master's mysterious laws. The more Yi Xian fought, the more excited he became. Although he did not have the profound azure sword, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Now, he was completely suppressing the Law Master. The powerhouses hidden in the shadows were all shocked. Yi Xian was only at the divine change realm, but he could suppress the Law Master, one of the superpowers of the Southern Territory. This was too unbelievable. It must be known that the Law Master was at least half a step into the observer realm. Do not underestimate this half step. This half-step was a gap that countless people would never be able to cross in their entire lives. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the sky, suddenly disappeared. He was multitasking. Not only was he crazily executing the past and the future, but he was also executing the present. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, the Law Master's pupils suddenly shrank. He could only watch as Yi Xian's sword slashed towards him. At this moment, he was not only facing Yi Xian's sword, but also countless swords from the past and the future. If an ordinary person faced such a terrifying sword, they would have been decapitated long ago. The Law Master suddenly roared angrily, 10,000 techniques. As soon as he said this, the power of countless laws suddenly surged out of his body. These laws formed a protective barrier around his body. However, these laws could only barely block Yi Xian's swords. This was because Yi Xian's swords had reached a qualitative change. Not only that, but his consciousness and thoughts had also reached the divine change realm. If the Law Master was truly at the observer realm, he could easily break through. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He was only half a step into the observer realm. Seeing that his 10,000 techniques still couldn't block Yi Xian's swords, the Law Master suddenly raised his head and roared, "Time Master, this person has disrupted spacetime and can travel to the past and the future at will. Are you really not going to stop him?" He knew that the reason Yi Xian was using these strange swords was because Yi Xian had disrupted time. The Tao of time was not under his control, so he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, he knew that the Time Master could restrain Yi Xian. The Time Master, the Law Master's voice passed through layers of spacetime and finally reached the southern side of the Dark Observer universe. A moment later, a voice suddenly rang out from within the divine court of time. Who dares to disrupt time? Are you tired of living? As soon as the voice finished, a figure shot into the sky, straight into the clouds. His speed increased, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the sky above Yi City. This person was the Time Master. The Time Master's expression was extremely gloomy. Who dares to disrupt space-time? Are you tired of living? Huh? The Law Master pointed angrily at Yi Xian in the distance. That's the one. Before he could finish speaking, more swords slashed at him, interrupting him. The Time Master turned to look at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, his expression froze. Suddenly, he felt his legs turn to jelly. In the distance, the Law Master, who had been forced into a desperate situation by the swords, suddenly roared, "Why aren't you killing him?" The Time Master. P.S. Work hard to save up. I'll surprise everyone next time. It had to be said that the Time Master was stunned. Wasn't that young Master Yi? Before he came, he had some doubts. Who was disrupting spacetime? After all, he would be the first to know if someone was disrupting spacetime. But when he saw Yi Xian, he understood. Because Yi Xian had the nomological rules he had gifted him, Yi Xian's disrupting spacetime was equivalent to his permission. Therefore, the spacetime Dao did not give him any feedback. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that this was young Master Yi. Kill young Master Yi? Was this Law Master crazy? Seeing that the Time Master was stunned, the Law Master who was struggling in the distance shouted angrily, "Time Master, what are you waiting for?" The Time Master looked at the Law Master coldly. What are you shouting for? Do I know you that well? Law Master, I don't know you that well. Hearing this, the Law Master's eyes widened. He did not understand the situation. You, the Time Master said angrily, what about you? Don't talk to me. The old man does not know you. The Law Master was speechless. At this moment, the spacetime in the distance suddenly split open. The next moment, a huge Dao character flashed out from the split space. Boom, in an instant, the surrounding starry sky boiled and tumbled. Dao nomological rules. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned around, put his palms together, and slashed forward. Qi, a ray of sword qi slashed out from his palm. Boom, the sword light shattered and Yi Xian retreated. In the distance, the sword light around the Law Master disappeared. The Law Master was able to escape. After Yi Xian stopped, his face instantly darkened. Damn, he did not care about martial ethics. Here comes another one. In the distance, the space-time split open and an old man slowly walked out. The old man wore a black long-sleeved robe. His hair and beard were all white and his eyes were as sharp as knives. The Law Master, the other super big shot of the southern region and the strongest of the four masters. He controlled 70% of the world's Dao nomological rules. The Law Master looked at Yi Xian coldly. At that moment, the Time Master hurriedly walked up to Yi Xian. Yi. Young Master Yi, are you alright? Yi Xian glanced at the Time Master and said, you won't join forces with them to fight me, right? The Time Master shook his head. I'm not familiar with them. I'm really not familiar with them. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, don't do that. I don't rely on my younger sister anymore. The Time Master glanced at Yi Xian. F*ck, I don't believe you. In the distance, the Law Master suddenly shouted angrily, Time Master, what is the meaning of this? The Time Master looked coldly at the Law Master. What does my intentions have to do with you? The Dharma Master glared at the Master of Time. He has disrupted time and space. Are you blind? The Time Master said angrily, you think he can just because you say so? The Dharma Master was stunned. Then, he said, everyone saw how he disrupted the past and future just now. The Time Master was expressionless. I didn't see anything. The Law Master was speechless. The Time Master said, so what if he disrupted time and space? Who made the rule that time and space cannot be reversed? The Law Master stared at the Time Master. You made the rule. The Time Master said angrily, from now on, this rule is invalid for young Master Yi. Young Master Yi can do whatever he wants as long as he's happy. The crowd was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. The law master looked at the time master with an ugly expression. Is there something wrong with your brain? The time master ignored the law master and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Young Master Yi, will you come with me to the time court? Yi Xian glanced at the path master and the law master in the distance. In the distance, the Tao Lord and Dharma master said, I'll give you trouble, right? The time master shook his head. No trouble, no trouble. The path master suddenly said, Gong Fu, I'm a little confused. The time master turned to the path master. Path master, this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Why do you have to interfere? The path master smiled. You know, law and Tao are one family. The time master was silent. The path master smiled. Gong Fu, although we're not friends, we're friends. Can you not interfere in this matter? The time master shook his head. No. The path master narrowed his eyes. Can you give me an explanation? The time master said calmly, you won't believe me even if I tell you. Why bother explaining? I'll always be with young Master Yi. The crowd was speechless. Yi Xian hesitated and said, Senior, I don't rely on my sister anymore. The time master nodded. I understand. I understand. Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the law master was furious. He was about to attack but was stopped by the path master. He could see that something was wrong. The path master looked at Yi Xian and said, let's go. With that, he turned and left. The Dharma Lord hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly followed. After the law master and the path master left, the time master turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, come with me to the time court. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, I won't go to the time court. I don't want to cause you trouble. The time master was displeased. Young Master Yi, what are you saying? It's too distant between us to talk about these things. Yi Xian was speechless. The time master said, don't worry, young Master Yi. Whether it's the law master or the path master, the time court will face them together with you. The time court is willing to live and die with young Master Yi. Yi Xian was speechless. If it was in the past, he would be overjoyed. But now, he was thinking too much, he and his sword alone. He didn't need to rely on anyone. At this point, Yi Xian smiled. I appreciate Senior's good intentions, but I won't be going to the time court. The time master hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, the law master and the path master are not to be underestimated. Especially the path master. His strength is so great that even I am much weaker than him. Now that the two of them have joined forces, Yi Xian smiled. I understand Senior's good intentions. But I really won't be going to the time court. I have my own path to walk. Senior, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists, turned around, and rode his sword into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. He'd finally rebuilt his Tao heart with great difficulty. He didn't want to be taken back to be a backer again. The time master was silent for a long time. Come. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man appeared behind him. The time master looked up into the sky. Summon all the experts of the time court. Also, keep an eye on young Master Yi's whereabouts. The old man hesitated for a moment. Master, doesn't young Master Yi need our help? The time master said angrily, Fool, young Master Yi is too embarrassed to say it. In his heart, he wants us to help, understand? Yi Xian, the old man wanted to say something but stopped. The time master continued, in any case, I'm going to cling to young Master Yi. The old man. The news that Yi Xian killed the Lord of Five Elements in Yadu City quickly spread throughout the Dark Temple cosmos. Yi Xian's name swept through the entire Dark Temple cosmos like a sudden clap of thunder. Thousand Chant City. Qianmu sat silently in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. An old man stood in front of him. The old man said after a long silence, Master, do you want revenge? Qianmu shook his head. The old man wanted to say something but stopped. Qianmu said softly, that young man can kill the Lord of Five Elements, so he can kill me. Moreover, as far as I know, the Time Master calls him young Master Yi. For him, the Time Master is willing to become enemies with the Path Master and the Law Master. As he spoke, he shook his head. His strength is already at the top of this world. His background must be so terrifying that we can't imagine it. If he goes to seek revenge, my 1,000-chance city will be gone. The old man was silent. Qianmu walked slowly to the door and looked at the distant sky. He said softly, "The great Tao is like 1,000 sails and 100 barges. On this great Tao, millions of cultivators compete, and the brave wins. If that young man is weak and has no background, he would have died when he fought with my son that day." As he spoke, he shook his head. "That day, the pavilion master told me that killing my son is helping 1,000-chance city. When I heard that, I thought she was humiliating me. Now, it seems that she was right. She is indeed helping 1,000-chance city." As he spoke, he turned and walked into the hall. At this moment, he suddenly became much older. The old man sighed softly. On a certain mountain peak, the Path Master and the Law Master stood side by side. The Law Master's expression was extremely ugly. The battle with Xian was already a humiliation to him. The Path Master suddenly said, "You are going to kill him not for the Lord of 5 Elements, but to obtain the 2 veins of the sky from that young man, am I right?" The Law Master was honest. "Yes." As he spoke, he looked at the Path Master. "Perhaps not just 2, but 3. Moreover, as far as I know, he has the Heaven Burial Sword box and a terrifying divine sword. In addition, he has tens of billions of star divine veins." The Path Master was silent. He did not care about the Heaven Burial Sword box. He was a little interested in the divine sword, but he was most interested in the veins of the sky. As long as he obtained 3, he might be able to reach the legendary observer state. This was what he cared about the most. After a while, the Path Master said softly, "That young man is not simple." The Law Master was expressionless. "So what? There are 3 veins of the sky. He has 2 now, or even 3. If we kill him, we can obtain 3 veins of the sky. When the 3 veins of the sky are gathered, it will be time for us to change our destiny." The Path Master was silent. The Law Master continued, "The reason why the Time Master is helping that young man is probably because of the veins of the sky. If he obtains 3 veins of the sky, then the Master of the southern region will not be you, but the Time Master." Hearing this, the Path Master frowned slightly. Cultivation was about being invincible and living forever, but it was also about one's desires. Being invincible and living forever were all desires. Cultivation was not about clearing one's heart of desires. It was about satisfying one's inner desires. After a while, the Path Master said, "Let's discuss this further." Hearing this, the Path Master's lips curled up slightly. He knew that no one could resist the temptation of 3 veins of the sky. On a certain mountain peak, Xian sat on the ground with his legs crossed. The Xianxia sword floated quietly beside him. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, why did you reject the Time Master? I think you can join forces with him and fight." Xian suddenly opened his palm and Xiao Ta appeared in it. Xian looked at small tower and sighed in a low voice. "Half of the credit goes to you for my flashy ways." Then, he shook his head. "Xiao Ta misled me. Today, I will destroy the tower to stabilize my Tao heart. Xiao Ta, have a safe journey." Then, he pointed the Xianxia sword at Xiao Ta. "Xiao Ta. F***ck." Xiao Ta was so frightened that he jumped out. "Young master, you have to calm down." "Calm down." Xian laughed out loud. With a thought, the Xianxia sword returned to the small pagoda. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground again and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing that Xian had no intention of destroying the tower to stabilize his Taoist heart, Xiao Ta breathed a sigh of relief. It had to admit that its young master was indeed different. On top of the mountain, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his body. Calm, focus. Now, he had one more thing. Enlightening the heart. What was enlightening the heart? It was to look straight into one's heart. He had done this before, but he had not done it thoroughly. Just as Qingguan had said, along the way, Qing'er had paved the way for him, so he walked with a clear conscience. Was the great path paved by others? Of course not. Running away from one's heart was a sign of weakness. Inner weakness. Not only did one have to walk forward, but one also had to look back. Only by looking back could one always remember one's original intention. Qing'er had once said, if one's original intention did not change, one would be invincible. Original intention. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked toward the horizon. What was his original intention? Was it to be a flashy second-generation heir? Whenever something happened, it would be either his father or Qing'er. Yi Xian laughed at himself. Suddenly, he hated his past self. Yi Xian stood up and said softly, from today on, I will not use Xiao Ta to cultivate, and I will not use the azure sword anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qingxian sword entered the small tower with a thought. Boom, a sword will suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body. Like a tidal wave, it instantly filled the sky. His Taoist heart was solidified. Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice, young lord, don't you want me anymore? Yi Xian smiled. No, I just want to work hard. I want you to be proud of me one day, and not the other way around. After a long silence, Soul said, I'll wait for you. Yi Xian laughed. He opened his palm and the Heaven Burial Sword case appeared in his hand. Looking at the Heaven Burial Sword case in his hand, he fell silent. Qing Guan had given it to him. Inside, there were 12 super divine swords. Although they were not as good as the Qingxian sword, there were many of them. Moreover, there was also a sword formation. If he used it, he was confident that he could kill that Dharma master in a short time with the green Xian sword. After a long time, Yi Xian put away the Heaven Burial Sword case. Xiao Ta suddenly said, young lord, don't you need it? Yi Xian smiled, I'll return it to Miss Qing Guan when I see her in the future. Xiao Ta was puzzled. Why? Yi Xian smiled. I shouldn't have taken something from her for free. I was too thick-skinned back then. Xiao Ta, after putting away the sword case, Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta and arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia had already entered a meditative state. He had given both veins of the heavens to Xianxia to study. Yi Xian glanced at the 2 veins of the heavens in front of him. In the end, he did not choose to study them. Right now, he only wanted to stabilize his sword heart and Tao heart. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned slightly. In the next moment, he left the small pagoda. As soon as he left the small pagoda, the space and time in the distant sky split open, and a mysterious black-robed man slowly walked out. Boom, in an instant, the entire world became illusory. Half-step observer state. Yi Xian looked the mysterious black-robed man in the eyes. You're not a Dharma lord or a Tao lord. You're the clansman of that youth with the heavens. A trace of surprise flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. He sized up Yi Xian and said, divine transformation. Yi Xian nodded slightly and raised his thumb. The sword in his hand suddenly shot into the sky and slashed at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward and pointed a finger forward. Crack, as soon as the finger descended, the space in an area of a few million kilometers instantly split open. Countless mountains were reduced to powder and the ground cracked. Boom, the sword in Yi Xian's hand broke into pieces. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. Aren't we going to have a chat before we fight? Yi Xian nodded slightly. I'm sorry, I've been a little arrogant lately. I want to fight just because of a disagreement. Since you want to chat, then let's chat. The black-robed man said, the heavens belong to my clan. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. The Tao clan. The black-robed man frowned slightly. Young man, being too smart isn't a good thing most of the time. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, according to what I know, you've already destroyed the forbidden grounds of the ruins of God in the Eastern Territory. However, you didn't attack. Moreover, you've even sealed off the news. Let me guess, you're either facing some sort of difficulty or plotting something, right? The black-robed man gazed at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled. I'm not interested in the enmity between your Tao clan and the Dark Observer Cosmos. The black-robed man said, you killed our people and even seized a heavenly vein. Yi Xian replied with a question. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him instead. What's wrong with that? The black-robed man fell silent for a moment before he said, according to what I know, you have another heavenly vein. Yi Xian nodded. The black-robed man slowly clenched his right fist. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "Do you want to fight?" The black-robed man nodded. "I have no choice." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. Rumble, in an instant, everything in the surroundings was destroyed, a strand of terrifying force swept down from the sky and tore everything into pieces. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, his body started to become ethereal. Hiss, suddenly, a sword passed through the terrifying force and slashed down towards the black-robed man. Future slash, he'd already attacked while they were chatting just now. "Chat with you, sure, but I have to attack first." The sudden attack caught the black-robed old man off guard. However, his reaction was extremely swift, and he immediately smashed his fist forward. He was going head-on against it. Bang, the sword light shattered, and the black-robed man retreated repeatedly. However, he hadn't stopped, and he slashed down once more. No, it wasn't just a single strike, it was numerous strikes. Moreover, it wasn't just future slash, it was past slash as well. Each strike was more mysterious than the last. The black-robed man's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. On the other hand, the terrifying force that the black-robed man emanated had been slashed into pieces by Yi Xian. Numerous rays of light appeared incessantly around the black-robed man, and every single one of them was extremely mysterious and impossible to guard against. Under such circumstances, the black-robed man was pushed back incessantly by the attacks of these swords. He could only defend passively, because Yi Xian's attacks were continuous, and they appeared without the slightest sign. Especially when future slashes intersected with past slashes. It was truly too exhausting. Because he could only react after the swords appeared, and such a situation required a high degree of concentration. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. The black-robed man's pupils constricted, and he suddenly pressed his palms together. Soul emerge. Bang, as soon as he finished speaking, he abandoned his body, and his soul floated over 10 kilometers away. At the same time, his body exploded into pieces. Bang, an expanse of light was blasted back. Yi Xian returned to where he stood earlier, and then he raised his head to look at the black-robed man. He was quite surprised that the black-robed man had abandoned his body. Meanwhile, the black-robed man slowly clenched his right fist, and then the space around him instantly became illusory. The river of space and time had appeared. After the long river of time had shown up, Yi Xian's slash of the past and slash of the future were still weird, but they were traceable. After all, Yi Xian was still within space. The black-robed man slowly clenched his right fist, and it didn't take long for his body to be reconstructed at a visible speed. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned slightly. How could they do that? It didn't take long for the black-robed man's body to be restored. Of course, it was different from his original body. After all, it had just been reconstructed. The black-robed man gazed at Yi Xian. "That sword of yours." He hadn't finished speaking when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him, and then an expanse of light swept down like a waterfall. Hiss, the surrounding space started to be obliterated as soon as he swung his sword. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes, and then he clenched his right fist. In an instant, boundless energy condensed in his palm, and then he punched upwards. Head-on, bang, an expanse of light suddenly erupted, and then the black-robed man fell straight down from the sky. However, Yi Xian didn't stop there. He continued charging down and swung his sword. Hiss, an expanse of light tore down from the sky. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. He clenched his fists, and then he transformed into a white light that shot up into the sky. Clang, rumble, a deafening explosion suddenly resounded in the sky, and then the black-robed man fell straight down from the sky. The speed at which he fell was even faster than before, and he fell into an unknown and mysterious spacetime abyss in the blink of an eye. As soon as the black-robed man stopped, dozens of sword lights suddenly slashed down like thunderclaps. The black-robed man's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. He hadn't expected Yi Xian's sword to be so terrifying. The black-robed man's face instantly turned pale in the face of these dozens of sword lights. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't hold on anymore. He would definitely die. At this critical moment, the space in front of him suddenly split open, and then a fist suddenly flew out and headed straight for Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swung his sword with both hands. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. Tens of thousands of sword lights instantly overlapped, because he felt danger. Bang! The tens of thousands of sword lights instantly shattered upon coming into contact with the fist, but the fist didn't shatter, and it charged straight for Yi Xian again. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he issued a command in his heart. Countless flying swords slashed out. Hiss! 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 Numerous flying swords slashed the fist, and when it arrived before Yi Xian, it was already slashed by the tens of thousands of flying swords. The fist was shattered, but Yi Xian retreated explosively for almost 30 km. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked into the distance. In the depths of the cracked space, he saw a young man in a black robe. The young man had his right hand behind his back, and his left hand was holding a black stone. Yi Xian did not know what it was. Suddenly, a few dozen swords appeared around the young man. Slash the future, slash it over. Moreover, it was a slash that traversed space. In the depths of the starry sky, the young man's expression was calm. He suddenly opened his right hand and clenched it tightly. Bang! In an instant, the area of space he was in was obliterated, and Yi Xian's sword was obliterated along with it. It destroyed the river of time. It was the river of time that destroyed the area he was in. The visualization state. Yi Xian's expression became slightly solemn. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. Crack! As soon as the punch was thrown, the space-time galaxy where Yi Xian was suddenly shattered and annihilated. Even the matter was wiped out. At the same time, Yi Xian did not even have a chance to dodge, because he found that the punch had already landed on his body the moment the young man threw the punch. Bang! Yi Xian's body shattered, and his soul retreated 300 km. After he stopped, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he looked up at the young man in the distance with slight excitement. It ignores all matter and attacks the body. So it can be like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, and in the next moment, the sword in his hand suddenly flew out. In the depths of the starry sky, the young man flicked his sleeve. Bang! An expansive sword light on his sleeve was obliterated. Even though he didn't injure the young man, Yi Xian was extremely excited because he understood how to use space and matter again. A breakthrough. Yi Xian was about to break through again. The black-robed man returned to the young man's side, and the black-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. Young master, do you kill this person? The young man glanced at Yi Xian. We can't. His destiny hasn't ended yet. After saying that, he turned around and left. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment, and then said, Young master, this person is extraordinary. If we let him live, in the future, our Dao clan. In the distance, the young man didn't even look back. Fear the strong. That's the behavior of the weak. The stronger he is, the happier I will be. The black-robed man thought about it, and then shook his head with a smile. That's right, why should I worry? After all, my young master is a one-of-a-kind heaven-defying cultivator, a heaven-defying cultivator. P.S. I'm not asking for votes, I'm going to have no desires, I'm going to put down the monthly votes, and I'll be at ease. In the same place, Yi Xian watched as the space-time in the distance gradually healed, and the young man and the old man disappeared from his sight. In fact, he had already guessed the other party's identity. That man should be the heaven-defying one that Qingguan mentioned. Heaven-defying one. Profound observation realm. Yi Xian was silent. In the instant they exchanged blows just now, he understood one thing. That was, there was a huge gap between him and the divine profound stage. Moreover, it was very big. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Gap, he wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, this stimulated his fighting spirit. If others could reach the profound observation realm, why couldn't he? Profound observation. Yi Xian looked down at the sword in his hand. In that instant when he fought with the heaven-defying one, he realized that the other party could ignore space-time and matter, and directly ignore that kind of thing. What would happen if he could ignore space-time and matter? His speed would be extremely fast, truly extreme. When he attacked now, the sword still needed to travel between space-time and matter. If he could ignore space-time and matter, it meant that the sword would have no obstacles. Under such circumstances, his sword speed could reach the limit. This limit was not only the limit of speed, but also the limit of power, enough to destroy matter. What was the limit of matter? it was quantitative and qualitative change, and the core of qualitative change was still matter. Profound observation was to surpass matter and directly destroy matter. When he fought with the heaven-defying one just now, his 3 swords were forcibly erased by the other party. Because the other party had even erased the river of spacetime, thinking of this, Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. The spacetime in front of him was directly shattered. However, Xian frowned because he realized that in the destroyed spacetime, matter still existed, law of conservation. Even if the universe was destroyed, the essence still existed, and the quantity would never change. How to destroy the essence? Xian fell into deep thought. At this moment, Xiao suddenly said, "Young master, why don't you come into the tower to cultivate?" Xian slowly closed his eyes. "If you speak again, I will sacrifice the tower to the heavens." Xian didn't return to Xiao to cultivate. Abandon all external things, know yourself, and look straight into your heart. He knew that this would be very difficult, because he was already used to cultivating in Xiao's body. It was almost like cheating. He really wasn't too used to it, but he still had to change. On the peak of the mountain, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground like an old monk meditating. Day turned to night, and night turned to day. Time passed slowly. Enlightenment, most of the time, cultivating the Tao was a matter of enlightenment. Then everything would make sense. In fact, this was nonsense. How could it be so easy? Xian got up and left. I won't comprehend anymore. He had to find some inspiration. As soon as Xian arrived at the immortal treasure pavilion of the vast 1,000 domains, old Zhang appeared in front of him. Old Zhang bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi." Xian smiled and said, "Can I go to Pavilion Master Qingguan's study to have a look?" Old Zhang nodded. "Sure." Xian was a little puzzled. "Why can you?" Old Zhang smiled and said, "When the Pavilion Master left, he told me that if young Master Yi returns one day, you will definitely have some enlightenment and want to read." Xian was speechless. Old Zhang smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, please." Xian nodded slightly and then walked to the 12th floor. On the way, Xian asked, "Senior?" Old Zhang quickly said, "Just call me Old Zhang." Xian nodded. "Old Zhang, do you know where your Pavilion Master went?" Old Zhang shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I don't know." Xian fell silent. Old Zhang said again, "The Pavilion Master is very mysterious and likes to wander around. However, the Pavilion Master is really a very good person. If not for him saving me back then, I, Old Zhang, wouldn't be here today." Xian smiled slightly. "He is indeed a very good person." Old Zhang brought Xian to the door of the 12th floor and then said, "Young Master Yi, when the Pavilion Master left, she left something for you. She said that if you come to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, she should bring you here. If not," at this point, he didn't say anything more. But Xian understood, if he came, it meant that he didn't hold a grudge against her heart-wrenching words that day. The fate between the two of them still existed. If he didn't come, it meant that he was narrow-minded and calculative. He couldn't accept others' guidance humbly. This meant that his fate with Qingguan would come to an end. Thinking of this, Xian shook his head and smiled. He, Xian, was not a narrow-minded person, nor was he a person with a fragile heart. If there was a mistake, he would correct it. Moreover, he understood that only those who truly treated you as a friend would criticize you mercilessly. Xian entered the study. There was a notebook and a letter on the desk. Xian picked up the letter and opened it. Young Master Yi, congratulations. You should have reached the divine transformation realm by now. Actually, you should have reached the divine transformation realm a long time ago. Unfortunately, no one can enlighten you and help you break through the barriers in your heart and truly understand yourself. Your current goal should be the visualization realm. Right now, you should have many doubts about this realm. It's fine. I've already introduced this realm to you in detail. It's in the notebook next to you. Xian glanced at the notebook next to him and then continued to read the letter. Young Master Yi, besides the visualization realm, I've left behind another realm. It's a brand new realm that I've created based on the visualization realm. I hope you can cultivate it successfully. Finally, young Master Yi, you must remember that as a cultivator, you must cultivate yourself. You must get rid of your bad habits, recognize your heart, look straight at it, and subdue it. Perhaps young Master Yi has done it before. However, young Master Yi must have overlooked something. As your strength grows, your heart will constantly change. Therefore, as a cultivator, you should reflect on yourself 3 times a day. Yi Xian thought for a moment and flipped to the second page. There was only one sentence on the second page. There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's just that the human heart is too complicated and has too many thoughts. That's why there are obstacles to cultivation. Young Master Yi, we'll meet again if fate wills it. In the study, Yi Xian did not speak for a long time. There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's just that the human heart is too complicated and has too many thoughts. After a long time, Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Master, are you still not enlightened? Yi Xian said uncuriously, None of your business. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian sat in front of the desk and opened the notebook. There were only 2 words on the first page, visualization, visualization. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian flipped to the second page. Visualization is to surpass the material plane, the space-time plane, the Tao and law plane. Visualization is divided into external appearance and internal appearance. External appearance is to surpass the space-time plane, the material plane, the Tao and law plane. Internal appearance refers to the transformation of the mind. What is the transformation of the mind? It is to see through everything and reach a new realm. The difference in the minds of people will cause people to see a different world. If the mind is narrow, the world and the universe you see will be narrow. In short, you will be imprisoned by your own thoughts. A person's life needs to undergo continuous transformation of the mind. Otherwise, it will only be a mechanical cycle every day. Seeing this, Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Yi Xian continued to read. However, the transformation of the mind is accompanied by pain. Therefore, to achieve internal appearance, one needs to accumulate, persevere, endure, reflect, and break free from the layers of shackles in one's heart and spirit. One needs to break the shackles of the past to find a new chance of survival. It is like turning a cocoon into a butterfly. Before becoming a butterfly, the transformation of the cocoon is extremely painful. It is easy to achieve external appearance, but difficult to achieve internal appearance. Young Master Yi, I wish you good luck. Yi Xian was silent. External appearance, internal appearance, this time, the realm was very detailed. It was so detailed that he felt a headache. It was very difficult to reach the visualization realm. Especially this Vipassana. Just the sound of it sounded mysterious. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian flipped to the next page. There were 3 words on the next page, time realm. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of those 3 words. Yi Xian quickly flipped to the next page. Time realm, what is time? It is time. Of course, it is not just time, but time that has passed. It is the carrier of everything in the world and can contain everything in the world. Everything in the past was time. Everything in the past could be materialized and controlled. I created this realm based on your azure profound sword because your azure profound sword contains the power of time. Not only that, but it can also prevent time from affecting you. After my research, I found that this time realm surpasses the visualization realm because the power of time can destroy everything, including visualization realm experts. So far in the world, only a few divine objects can prevent time from affecting them. Time, Yi Xian hurriedly took out the azure mysterious sword and sensed it. Sure enough, he felt the power of time. However, he was a little puzzled. Because he had used this special power in the azure mysterious sword before, but it didn't seem to be this powerful. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian flipped to the next page. Sir Yi, the time energy within the sword has already been suppressed. The reason for that is because the current you is unable to fully control the time energy within the sword. Because of that young lady has suppressed the time energy within the sword. Once your strength reaches a certain level, the time energy within the sword will automatically be unsealed. At that time, the power of the sword will become even more terrifying. Yi Xian looked at the azure profound sword in his hand. After thinking for a while, he looked at the notebook. Young Master Yi, you must cultivate the power of time after reaching the visualization realm because you can't control it well. If you are not careful, you will be corroded by time and become a thing of the past. Alright. Young Master Yi, we will meet again if fate allows it. That's it. In the study room, Yi Xian remained silent for a while before he said softly, "Thank you." The notebook had answered a lot of questions for him. Visualization realm, Yi Xian decided to cultivate the visualization realm first. He had to take it one step at a time. Otherwise, if he took too big a step, he would easily hurt himself. Yi Xian cultivated in the study room. He still did not choose to join Xiao Ta because he did not want to rely on Xiao Ta. It was fine if Xiao Ta was here now, but if Xiao Ta was gone in the future, what should he do then? The heart of dependence was not formed overnight. He did not want to be dependent at all, especially when he used the Azure Profound Sword and Xiao Ta's divine objects that were almost cheating. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young Master, in terms of knowledge, who do you think is better, Sister Qingguan or Sister Qing'er?" After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Qing'er is the eternal god." Qing'er, Yi Xian didn't know what level Qing'er had reached, but he knew that in terms of knowledge, Qing'er was definitely at the top. Even his father and big brother couldn't compare. Of course, Qingguan was also very powerful. No, he was very powerful. Yi Xian suddenly let out a sigh. Xiao Ta asked, "Young Master, why are you sighing?" Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. "They're all very powerful, but with that, he shook his head again, collected his thoughts, and began to cultivate. Less sighing, less nonsense, and more cultivation was the right thing to do. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Before, he hadn't even had a direction to comprehend, but things were different now. With Qingguan's guidance, he had a direction to research and was no longer confused. Observer realm, beyond matter, beyond spacetime, beyond Tao and Dharma. In the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Yi Xian cultivated quietly. No one disturbed him. In the land of the Divine Ruins. The land of the Divine Ruins had once been one of the top powers of the Dark Observer cosmos, but now it had become a wasteland. In front of the Divine Ruins Palace, a young man walked slowly. Behind him were 12 people. These 12 people were all Observer Realm, 12 Observer Realm experts. The young man wore a black robe. His right hand was behind his back, and his left hand held a black stone. He walked calmly. This person was the Dao clan's current clan leader, Dao Ling. He was the youngest clan leader in the history of the Dao clan, and also the strongest clan leader in history. He had surpassed his ancestors. In addition, he was also a heaven-defying cultivator, the first heaven-defying cultivator in the history of the Dark Observer cosmos. Dao Ling walked slowly to the Divine Ruins Palace. There were hundreds of people inside. These people were all from the Divine Ruins Forbidden Land. The reason they hadn't died was because there was a Divine Ruins Great Array inside the Divine Ruins Palace. This was an array created by generations of sect masters of the Divine Ruins Forbidden Land. It was extremely powerful, but now, it could only be used to defend against the Dao clan. Everyone in the palace was in despair because they couldn't get out. Even if they did, what could they do? Who in the Dark Observer cosmos could resist this terrifying Dao clan? 12 Observer Realms. Dao Ling walked to the entrance of the main hall. He looked at the crowd in silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly walked in front of Dao Ling. He looked straight at Dao Ling and said, "My forbidden land of the ruins of God admits defeat. Can you let my people live?" Dao Ling looked at the middle-aged man. "I can admit defeat, but a way out?" "No." With that, he waved his right hand. Boom, the Divine Ruins Palace's array suddenly shattered like rotten wood, unable to withstand a single blow. Dao Ling turned around and left. "Don't leave a single one alive. Use the heads of all their clansmen to pay tribute to our ancestors." Very soon, a series of miserable shrieks came from behind him. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. Not long after, all the living beings in the entire land of the Divine Ruins were slaughtered. The smell of blood was so strong that even the starry sky tens of thousands of miles away could clearly smell it. Buried earth. In order to enter the burial earth, one must first pass through the dark swamp, and in the depths of the dark swamp lived a powerful and terrifying creature, Heavenly Ghost. Thousands of mutilated corpses lay on the surface of the dark swamp. They were the corpses of the Dao clan's ancestors. In order to escort the younger generation of the Dao clan into the burial earth, these ancestors had sacrificed their lives. At that moment, Dao Ling arrived at the burial earth. Behind him were still the 12 Observer Realm experts, and behind them were tens of thousands of top experts from the Dao clan. Dao Ling looked at the corpses in the distance. After a long while, he bowed slightly. Behind him, the 12 people and tens of thousands of experts from the Dao clan slowly knelt down. Dao Ling said softly, "Bring the ancestors home." Home. Hearing that, the tens of thousands of experts from the Dao clan suddenly felt their noses tingle, and they roared in unison, "Bring the ancestors home." How dare you? At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the dark swamp. Immediately after, a heavenly ghost broke out of the ground. Observer Realm, the heavenly ghost looked down at the experts from the Dao clan with a ferocious expression. Just as it was about to speak, Dao Ling suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down. In the distance, the heavenly ghost seemed to sense something. Its pupils suddenly shrank, and it raised its arms to block. Boom, a terrifying power swept down, and the heavenly ghost's body was instantly shattered, while its soul retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. After it stopped, the heavenly ghost looked at Dao Ling, who was the leader. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. "You." Observer Realm. Dao Ling suddenly disappeared from where he was. The heavenly ghost's pupils shrank, and it was about to resist. The next moment, Dao Ling's hand had already grabbed its throat. The heavenly ghost stared at Dao Ling. "If you kill me, the heavenly ghost clan will definitely not." Dao Ling shook his head. "I came here today for two things. First, to bring the ancestors of the Dao clan home. Second, to destroy the heavenly ghost clan. Do you still remember how many of the ancestors of the Dao clan you killed when the heavenly ghost clan was in trouble? If you don't remember, it's fine. After all, it's a clan that is about to disappear. What does it matter whether you remember these things or not?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Boom, the heavenly ghost directly turned into dust, killing the exterior realm instantly. After killing the heavenly ghost, Dao Ling looked down at the dark swamp. "Heavenly Ghost King, are you still not coming out?" After a moment of silence, an afterimage floated out of the dark swamp. The heavenly Ghost King, he was also at the exterior realm. Of course, even if they were both at the exterior realm, there was still a difference in strength. This heavenly Ghost King's aura was much stronger than the heavenly Ghost King's. The heavenly Ghost King looked at Dao Ling. "I find it hard to believe that the Dao clan, which was on the brink of extinction, actually produced a genius like you." Dao Ling said, "Today, I'm here to collect my debt." The Heaven Ghost King said solemnly, "Sir, the ones who slaughtered the Dao race back then were the great forces of the profound cosmos. What does it have to do with the Heaven Ghost race?" Dao Ling laughed softly. "What does this have to do with the Heaven Ghoul race? Back then, my father knelt in front of your dark swamp and begged your Heaven Ghoul race to be magnanimous and let my Dao race pass. But what did your Heaven Ghoul race do? It's fine if the Heaven Ghoul race doesn't let go. You even took advantage of the situation and seized my Dao clan's supreme treasure, the Dao robe. Not only that, but you even killed dozens of my Dao clan seniors. I remember correctly, right?" The heavenly Ghost King slowly clenched his fists. "Sir, what happened back then was the fault of my heavenly ghoul race. My heavenly ghoul race is willing to compensate the Dao race." He had no choice but to admit defeat. The person in front of him was so powerful that he felt despair. Vipassana, although it was only one realm higher, this one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Dao Ling shook his head slightly. "Compensation is fine. Use the heads of your Heaven Ghoul race as compensation." As he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist. Boom, in an instant, the surrounding world became illusory. The heavenly Ghost King's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He hurriedly said, "My Heaven Ghoul race was ordered to guard the dark swamp. If your Dao race dares to destroy my Heaven Ghoul race, you will all be consigned to eternal damnation." Dao Ling was expressionless. "Is that so?" As he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the heavenly Ghost King's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly pressed his hands forward. "Soul return." Boom, a terrifying soul aura suddenly surged out from his hands. However, in the next moment, a powerful force swept over. Rumble, that terrifying soul energy immediately shattered. In the next moment, a fist landed directly on the Heavenly Ghost King's throat. Boom, the Heavenly Ghost King was directly annihilated by this punch. In the sky, Dowling looked down. He suddenly punched downwards, and a fist carrying a destructive force swept down from the sky. In the end, it entered the dark swamp. Rumble, in an instant, the entire dark swamp exploded. Countless shrill cries resounded from within the dark swamp, but they quickly vanished. They had been wiped out. A short moment later, strands of evil aura suddenly shot into the sky from beneath the ground. In the sky, Dowling frowned slightly. The red light didn't provoke Dowling. Instead, it turned around and vanished into the horizon. In the sky, Dowling was silent for a moment before he said, "Let's go home." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. All the experts of the Dao race took the corpses of their ancestors and left with Dowling. Their target was the Dao territory, the former home of the Dao race. In the starry sky, Dowling suddenly stopped. A woman was standing not too far away from him. It was Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Dowling. "Patriarch Dowling, the pavilion master asked me to wait for you here." The pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Qin Guan. Dowling nodded slightly. "Speak." Xianxia said, "There's one more thing." The pavilion master said that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is spread throughout the universe, and it doesn't want to interfere in the battles between any powers. Now that the Dao race has returned, I wonder what Patriarch Ling's attitude towards the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is? Dowling fell silent for a moment before he said, "If the Immortal Treasure Pavilion doesn't become enemies with my Dao race, then my Dao race will absolutely not harm the Immortal Treasure Pavilion." Xianxia nodded slightly, and then she turned around and left. Dowling fell silent for a moment before he said, "Let's go." It didn't take long for all the experts of the Dao race to vanish into the starry sky. Within the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the Colosseum, Yixian's eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged on the ground, and he'd entered into a meditative state. During this period of time, he'd been madly studying space, matter, the Dao, and techniques. Because he had to understand them in order to disregard all of them. Was it difficult? It was extremely difficult. However, he knew that he had to figure it out. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be able to improve. One day later, Yixian left the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and arrived at an unknown and mysterious starry sky. He glanced at the surroundings, and the starry sky was deathly silent. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, Yixian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss, an expanse of space shattered before him, but the essence was still there. Yixian fell silent for a moment when he saw this, and then he drew his sword and slashed again. Destroy matter. Yixian drew his sword madly. What he wanted to do now was to surpass the limits of his limits. Only then would he be able to destroy the essence and attain another height. In the starry sky, Yixian tried madly. During this process, he'd tried many different methods, including drawing his sword to determine life and death. He tried ceaselessly for the sake of creating the strongest strike. If that strike was executed, then it would be the visualization state. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young lord, why don't you return to the pagoda to cultivate? It'll be much faster if we return to the pagoda to cultivate." Yixian ignored Xiaota. Xiaota continued, "There's nothing bad about being a second-generation heir. Having a backer is also a form of strength." Yixian still ignored Xiaota. Xiaota continued, "Young lord, no matter how hard you work, you can't change the fact that you're a second-generation heir." Yixian was speechless. End of chapter 22:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.